Chapter 1. The Foster Father. Year 115 of the Great Yin. In the Tian-Du mountain range, over 100 miles from the northern border town, heavy snow had fallen continuously for several days. Within the vast mountain range, only the concealed Qi-Long-Zhai had wisps of smoke curling up from its depths. Bang! A powerful fist wind swept through, instantly dispersing the frigid air, sending snowflakes scattering from the pine needles afar. Clap! 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 The villagers who had gathered around erupted in cheers, their applause resounding in unison. Then, a middle-aged scholar adorned with a crown hat and sporting a neatly trimmed goat beard stepped forth from the crowd, approaching the training ground with a smile, and remarked to the young man before him, "The young master's Qi-Long fist has improved remarkably. I fear it won't be long before you break through to the bone refining realm. The second head praises me too highly. It is solely due to the guidance of my foster father and his daily encouragement that I have achieved this today," the robust youth replied, donning a patterned tiger robe and slightly cupping his hands in salute. Hearing this, the second head nodded slightly and patted the young man's broad, sturdy shoulder, saying, "Go on. He is waiting for you." The young man's eyes brightened, and without further ado, he cupped his hands in gratitude and strode purposefully toward the inner village. The courtyard, with its hardened, icy snow glinting in the cold light, felt as solid as stone beneath his steady steps. Before long, a small courtyard came into view. Taking a deep breath, he gently knocked on the door, announcing, "Foster father, your son, Pei Long, pays his respects." After a brief moment of silence, a deep, resonant male voice called out, "Enter." Pei Long wasted no time, pushing the door open and stepping inside. The room was sparsely furnished, resembling an ordinary household's main hall. In the center stood a large square furnace, beside which a graceful woman was adding firewood. In front, a tall figure stood with his back turned. Even from a distance, Pei Long felt an overwhelming aura emanating from him, causing his heart to race and his blood to surge. After a moment, the tall figure slowly turned to reveal a physique of bulging muscles intertwined like thick vines. Clang! In the next instant, he drew a large golden-backed broadsword, holding it horizontally before his chest, casting a calm gaze upon Pei Long. "In just half a year, you have progressed from an ordinary man to the pinnacle of skin refining. You are quite impressive. Thank you for your praise, foster father," Pei Long replied, suppressing his inner excitement and bowing deeply. On the path of martial arts, the cultivation of one's qi and blood is fundamental. Whether you've truly applied yourself will be evident in the trial. With a swish, the towering figure that had been standing at the far end of the room vanished in an instant. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air, and Pei Long felt a chill before him as the golden-backed broadsword swung down towards him. "Yah!" He quickly retreated, adopting the stance of the Qi-Long fist, channeling immense strength from his waist to strike against the blade. However, just as he executed his move, he felt his legs weaken, and his entire being was sent flying. Cough, cough! After a few violent coughs, Pei Long managed to stand, trembling, his heart filled with astonishment at the vast disparity in strength, his expression turning even more reverential as he said, "Thank you for your guidance, foster father." At this moment, the tall figure had returned to his original spot, bare-chested and seated on the ground. His gaze was profound, seemingly fixed on Pei Long, while also appearing to look beyond him. After a brief pause, he nodded and instructed, "Go to the treasury and withdraw 100 taels of silver. Procure some potent herbs according to my prescription. With blood nourishment in the coming days, you may have a chance at bone refining." Pei Long's eyes lit up, and he trembled with anticipation. "I shall heed your teachings, foster father, and will go at once." Watching Pei Long depart in haste, Su Ming smiled faintly. The bone refining realm, though merely the second stage of martial arts, was among the foremost in the Tian-Du mountain range. Even within his Qi-Long-Zhai, there were only 5 individuals at this level, the 3 heads and his 2 foster sons. "Quickly advance. I've been stuck at bone refining for half a year. I hope this time the feedback will be more substantial, allowing me to directly enter the organs refining realm," Su Ming mused inwardly. Since his arrival in this world, he had been managing the Qi-Long-Zhai for 5 years. What had once been a humble bandit den had been transformed under his guidance into a renowned establishment, respected even in Yangzhou. The Tian-Du mountain range had now become akin to his private garden. This success was not solely due to his relentless efforts, but also significantly aided by the panel system he possessed. His panel was quite simple. The cultivation advancements of his offspring could be converted into attribute points, which could then be used to enhance martial arts techniques and physical attributes. To this end, upon arriving in this world, he had courteously taken 2 concubines. Yet, the path to fatherhood had not been smooth despite 2 years of diligent efforts. No fruitful outcome had emerged, even on fertile ground. Fortunately, he discovered that adopting foster sons could yield the same results, prompting a shift in his strategy. Now that both foster sons have advanced to bone refining, they have contributed 0.8 attribute points. As long as Pei Long successfully levels up and I find a suitable technique, my path to organs refining will surely be illuminated. The Qilong Fist had already reached great mastery, a third-ear technique limited to bone refining, honed by him to an unparalleled level. Su Ming clenched his fists, a flash of pale, golden light shimmering briefly. Releasing true energy to a distance of 3 feet indicated entry into the organs refining realm. He currently stood at that critical juncture. Seating himself casually on the ground, he lowered his gaze to the attribute panel displaying his data. Physique 1.2, Speed 1.1, Strength 1.3, Attribute Point 0.8, Qilong Fist Mastery. Currently, I cannot further enhance my techniques. I need to seek a suitable organs refining technique. He squinted slightly and beckoned to the woman adding firewood. Ro Air, does your father have any acquaintances among the organs refining masters in Yangzhou? The woman turned, tucking a damp strand of hair behind her ear, and replied with a pout, Husband, how could my father possibly know any organs refining masters? With that, she cast a forlorn glance at Su Ming. Realizing this, he could only manage an awkward smile. Indeed, if the old man were acquainted with organs refining masters, he wouldn't have had the capability to bring Lin Ro up to the mountain stronghold. Casually tossing the broadsword onto the rack, Su Ming rose, draping a large robe over his shoulders, and stepped outside. Today is the winter solstice. The brothers have prepared some mountain delicacies. How about I accompany you to deliver them home? Really? Lin Ro immediately sat up, her ample bosom swaying dramatically, her curvaceous figure especially captivating. Su Ming glanced over, perplexed. Here he was, robust and imposing, while Lin Ro appeared delicate and alluring. Yet, over the span of 2 years, they had not even produced an egg. Of course it's true, Su Ming replied, moving closer to clasp Lin Ro's small hand within his own. Amidst the swirling snow, a chestnut-colored steed moved with a steady gait. A tall man held the reins, clad in a form-fitting black outfit, a jade belt cinched at his waist, slightly restraining his exaggerated musculature. On the horse's back sat a woman, wrapped tightly in a red and white robe, a large blade hanging at her side. Husband, half of Tiandu Mountain lies within our Great Yin and half within Great Ling. If we do not inform them in advance, it may not be safe, she remarked. As her words fell, a sound of crunching snow echoed from afar, growing nearer. Su Ming cast a casual glance toward the approaching figures and smiled. Whether they are from Great Yin or Great Ling, they must show me some respect in Tiandu Mountain. With a huff, Lin Ro shot him an exasperated glance, her expression still somewhat grave. Be cautious, I do not wish for you to take a life. Su Ming's smile faded, his demeanor turning serious. Before long, the 2 parties converged. The opposing group, dressed as hunters, clearly hailed from Great Yin, each bearing a sturdy bow on their backs. Leading them was a burly man in his 40s, robust in stature, but appearing rather ordinary compared to Su Ming. He cast a wary glance at Su Ming, then stepped forward to initiate a conversation. Greetings, valiant hero. Su Ming nodded slightly, preparing to guide his horse away. Seeing this, the man said no more and quickly took a few steps back. As the 2 parties and their horse began to pass, one of the shorter hunters at the back cast a furtive glance at Lin Ro atop the steed, swallowing hard. Before anyone noticed, he stealthily reached out to snatch Lin Ro's red and white robe. In the next instant, a hand as strong as iron clamped down on his wrist. Snap! With a crisp sound, the youth tumbled to the ground, lowly whimpering. The other hunters quickly became alert, encircling Su Ming and Lin Ro. The leading middle-aged man's expression soured as he turned to Su Ming. We have no enmity. What is the meaning of this? His hands are unclean. I'm merely teaching him a lesson. Su Ming stepped forward, his feet sinking deep into the snow. The man's heart sank in alarm. Not even the hooves of a horse could leave such a deep imprint. Realizing the formidable strength displayed, he glanced back at the youth, who avoided his gaze, and began to comprehend the situation. He quickly barked, "You scoundrel, apologize to this valiant hero at once." The youth stepped forward, visibly reluctant. "Uncle Tian Cho, why should I apologize to him? In these desolate mountains, a lone man accompanied by a beautiful maiden is likely a bandit. We should capture him and turn him over to the authorities." Zhong Tian Cho's eyelids twitched violently as he kicked the youth. "Cease your foolishness. Hero, please forgive this young man. I shall apologize on his behalf," he said, but before he could finish, Su Ming raised his hand to interrupt. "The wolf is coming." Zhong Tian Cho's expression changed, and he quickly looked toward the woods. Sure enough, several half-human-sized silver-gray wolves were closing in. Not good. These are silver-armored wolves, their skin as tough as iron, among the most ferocious beasts of Tiandu Mountain. "Quickly, toss away some meat from your packs." As a seasoned hunter, he immediately devised a strategy, attempting to cast aside a portion of his prey to impede the advance of the wild beasts. With a mournful howl reverberating through the air, an increasing number of silver-armored wolves surged forth from the forest, drawing closer with each passing moment. Zhong Tianxiu was drenched in cold sweat. He turned to Su Ming and said, "Brave warrior, would you kindly escort a few of our younger members down the mountain first? I will hold them off for a moment." "Hold them off?" Su Ming chuckled softly. While a single silver-armored wolf might not pose a significant threat, a pack could overwhelm even the most skilled of peak cultivators. Needless to say, these individuals were merely ordinary hunters. However, he had no intention of meddling in affairs that did not concern him. If time were wasted, they would not reach Yangzhou today, let alone enjoy a warm meal of dumplings. Gripping the reins, he turned to depart. The younger members promptly followed in his wake, making their way down the mountain. Before long, the sounds of bows being drawn and arrows being loosed echoed behind them. The howls of wolves rose and fell in a chilling symphony. As the commotion grew louder, the young hunters anxiously darted past Su Ming, racing directly down the mountainside. "Husband, are you truly going to abandon them? The silver-armored wolves are exceedingly cunning and will surely lie in wait below." Su Ming pinched Lin Rao's delicate, bone-like hand, turning slightly to retrieve the golden-ringed saber slung across his horse's back, running his fingers along the blade's edge. Clang! In this chaotic world, if one lacks the ability to survive, there is only a path to death. Cast aside the impulse to assist, I owe them nothing. With a mighty swing, the saber cleaved through the air, creating a resounding shockwave that sent snowflakes scattering in all directions. The gray shadows that had been encroaching upon them wisely retreated. Where are they? Hurry, hurry! Having traversed several hundred meters, the once frantic young hunters now dashed back towards them, seemingly reckless in their flight. Only 3 remained of the original 5, as 4 or 5 silver-armored wolves halted a few paces ahead, their eyes glinting with predatory intent. "Big brother, there are wolves. You go first." The remaining youths huddled behind Su Ming, despite their uncertainty regarding the safety of their position. Yet, Su Ming's imposing stature and the menacing presence of the great saber lent them a sense of security. Disregarding their apprehension, Su Ming tightened his grip on the reins and pressed onward. Oh! The few silver-armored wolves, previously hesitant, suddenly caught sight of a streak of brownish blood and lunged forward. Beasts seeking death. With a cold grunt, Su Ming executed a diagonal slash, and the approaching wolf was cleaved in 2 at the waist, its entrails spilling onto the ground. Hiss! The sight left the young hunters behind him gasping in disbelief. Silver-armored wolves were notorious for their thick hides. Arrows typically struggled to pierce their bodies, usually only grazing their fur at best. The young man who had previously taunted Su Ming swallowed hard, instinctively stepping back from the chestnut horse. In the blink of an eye, half of the wolves lay dead, the remaining ones howling as they fled. The fallen wolves were dispatched with singular strokes. The towering figure ahead sheathed his saber and continued to lead the horse down the mountain. The 3 youths exchanged glances, daring not to breathe too loudly, and cautiously followed in his wake. Upon reaching the base of Tiandu Mountain, where the official road lay flat, Su Ming mounted his horse, embracing Lin Ro, and quickened their pace. Only when their combined figure had vanished at the end of the road did the 3 young hunters release a collective sigh of relief. Xiao Ping, as the saying goes, one should not touch the tiger's backside. Let's see if you dare to act recklessly next time. At the sound, the young man's mouth twitched, and after a moment, he stubbornly retorted, "What's the big deal? Just wait until I join a sect in a couple of years. I won't be any less than him." Sigh. As dusk fell, the sound of hooves approached, eventually fading before a grand estate. The Northern Escort Bureau. Lin Ro grasped Su Ming's belt and nimbly slid off the horse, taking a few steps forward to knock on the door. Creak! An elderly man with white hair peered out, momentarily stunned upon seeing Lin Ro, before his gaze shifted to the imposing figure behind her. Ah! He straightened up, hastily opening the door. His voice emerged in a hurried shout, "Madam, the son-in-law has arrived." The tone was shrill, decidedly lacking in joy. After a long pause, a woman's voice, tinged with irritation, echoed back, "Old Wu, are you trying to give me a heart attack? When the son-in-law arrives, why are you taking so long to let him in?" The woman's previously impatient tone suddenly softened, revealing a hint of anxiety. "It is the third son-in-law." Old Wu stepped back from the door, swallowing hard. Ah! Bang! 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 A cacophony of sounds erupted, and soon after, a slightly mature, fair-skinned woman hurriedly approached, flanked by two maids. "Sudida, how delightful to see you!" Upon witnessing her demeanor, Su Ming awkwardly scratched his nose and stepped forward to bow, stating, "As it happens to be the winter solstice, I have brought some mountain delicacies to present to my esteemed in-laws in celebration of the festive season." "This is too much. Come in, come in." The woman forced a smile, quickly signaling to Old Wu behind the door. Understanding her cue, he discreetly retreated towards the courtyard of the escort bureau. Su Ming silently sighed. A person's reputation can weigh heavily upon them, tarnishing their image in the process. Chapter 2. The Eerie Copper Mirror. After downing 3 cups of tea, Su Ming felt his smile begin to stiffen. Finally, a series of firm footsteps echoed, and a figure that matched Su Ming's stature appeared at the entrance. "Father-in-law! Do not call me father-in-law. I am no relation to you." Lin Jinbei strode up to Su Ming, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized him. After a long pause, he snorted coldly, "You truly believe yourself invincible, wandering away from your red dragon stronghold?" "Not quite. I simply miss home." Su Ming shrugged. "Nonsense. This is not." "Father." Lin Ro stepped in front of Lin Jinbei, calling softly, her eyes glistening with tears. My dear Ruer." The previously stern Lin Zhenbai's expression softened instantly as he affectionately ruffled his little daughter's hair. "Look at my precious daughter. You've grown so dark. The stronghold's winds and sun cannot compare to home. It truly vexes me." With that, he shot a glare at Su Ming. With Lin Rao's presence lightening the mood, Su Ming felt a sense of relaxation and wandered off to the garden, granting Lin Ro and her family a moment of privacy. By the pond, a small child, bare-chested, was practicing the Lin family's signature Sacred Heart fist. Though the child was small, his technique was remarkably proficient, delivering powerful strikes. While Su Ming's Red Dragon fist was unrivaled beneath the heavens, it was built upon superior physical attributes. If he were to practice diligently, after 5 years, he might only be slightly stronger than this little boy before him. Such innate talent. If only I could take him as my adopted son, Su Ming mused. It wasn't until the child's practice concluded that Su Ming approached with a smile, saying, "Your punches are quite impressive, but..." And with that, he turned to leave. For a child, such teasing was intolerable, and he immediately chased after Su Ming, somewhat indignant. "Hey, big guy, what do you mean by that?" Only then did Su Ming turn around, raising an eyebrow and saying, "As the saying goes, practice without proper technique yields nothing but empty efforts. Your punches are powerful, yet they lack order. In your pursuit of strength and speed, you force your body to overexert, disrupting your breathing. Should you face an attack, your center is wide open, and you will surely fall. You're talking nonsense. In the face of my punches, my opponents can only defend. There's no opportunity for counterattack." Su Ming scoffed. "So you only fight those weaker than you? Not convinced? Go ahead and hit me." Su Ming beckoned with a finger. The little boy, quick to react, launched a powerful punch immediately. Seeing this, Su Ming made no effort to evade. Instead, he grasped the child's fist firmly and gently pulled. In the next moment, his other hand was pressed against the child's navel. Bang! "You're dead." Su Ming mimicked the sound of a fist striking, a smile gracing his face. The little boy's eyes widened, momentarily frozen in disbelief. "I want to learn from you." Just a moment later, the child's gaze turned resolute as he looked up at Su Ming. Ah! Su Ming had not anticipated such eagerness from the boy. After organizing his thoughts, he finally said, "Our family's secret art is not to be shared lightly, but I see you have remarkable potential. If you acknowledge me as your adoptive father, I would be willing to impart all my knowledge." Adoptive father? The boy's expression turned peculiar before he dashed back towards the courtyard, shouting, "Mother, someone wants to be my dad." Su Ming felt as though he had been struck by lightning, preparing to make a quick exit. However, a gentle, melodious voice resonated from behind him. "Third brother-in-law, such antics with your sister-in-law. If this gets out, it may tarnish the esteemed reputation of the sacred fist Su Ming, don't you think?" Su Ming's lips twitched as he stiffly turned around to face a graceful and voluptuous woman. In his memory, this must be Lin Rao's elder sister, named Lin Yi. Su Ming had spent little time descending the mountain, so he had rarely seen her. Now, witnessing her up close, he found her beauty extraordinary, rivaling that of Lin Rao, and she exuded an air of scholarly elegance, enhanced by her ample figure, lending an air of forbidden allure. Ahem. Suppressing his embarrassment, Su Ming slightly cupped his hands and said, "It's a misunderstanding, elder sister, you know my character." "What character?" "Forcibly seizing a virtuous family or harassing my sister-in-law." "I take my leave." With a slight bow, Su Ming stepped briskly out of the courtyard. If he couldn't provoke them, he could at least avoid them. To his surprise, he hadn't anticipated that Lin Rao's elder sister had such a towering son. It was indeed a miscalculation. After meandering about for a while and casually inquiring about some local tales, Lin Rao came to summon him for a family banquet. Although Lin Zhenbai's demeanor remained aloof, he still placed Su Ming at the first position beneath the main seat when arranging the seating. After all, as the leader of the Red Dragon stronghold, even the governor of Yangzhou maintained a certain degree of cordiality towards Su Ming. In the 5 years since the establishment of the Red Dragon stronghold, its members had grown from fewer than 100 to nearly 2,000, thus forming a significant force. It is worth noting that the state army consisted of only 5,000 troops. Moreover, the Tiandu Mountains were fraught with perilous wildlife and connected to foreign lands, rendering the provincial authorities incapable of quelling the Red Dragon stronghold. Additionally, and perhaps most importantly, Su Ming enjoyed the esteemed title of Holy Fist in the martial world. Though he practiced the third-rate Red Dragon Fist, he had managed to defeat 8 peak masters of the bone refinement stage, establishing an undefeated legend. Were it not for the legendary masters of internal cultivation, few would dare challenge his authority. After all, a bone refinement martial artist could recuperate during battle, even surrounded by a multitude. Victory was not guaranteed. At the banquet table, Su Ming noticed a small boy sitting at the end. He mischievously winked at him. Unexpectedly, the little rascal suddenly stood up, preparing to speak, which startled Su Ming into glancing at Lin Yi. "In full," the boy declared, pulling out his chair and striding out, even throwing a provocative wink at Su Ming as he departed. "You little rascal think you can play like this?" Su Ming silently noted, attributing the incident to Lin Yi. Su Ming. Just as he regained his composure, Lin Zhenbai abruptly set down his chopsticks and turned to him. "I, Lin Zhenbai, have cultivated external martial arts and can be considered a notable figure in Yangzhou. Yet, regrettably, my innate talent is mediocre. I have only managed to master the second layer of the family's Sacred Heart Fist. It is unlikely I will ever reach the bone refinement stage in this lifetime. However, my eldest grandson Lin Feng has a fervent passion for martial arts and possesses remarkable talent. Yet he lacks a distinguished mentor." Pausing briefly, he continued, "Though you annoy me, your martial arts skills are quite profound. You have elevated the Red Dragon Fist to such a terrifying level, you must be well versed in its principles. I would like to request that you mentor Feng for a time. What say you?" "Absolutely." Su Ming agreed readily. Although he wasn't particularly inclined to adopt promising disciples merely to bolster his own prowess, considering the gravity of Lin Zhenbai's offer and for Lin Rao's sake, he felt he could not decline. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhenbai was momentarily taken aback. Clearly, Su Ming's prompt acceptance caught him off guard, rendering his carefully prepared speech unnecessary. A faint smile began to appear on his otherwise serious face. "Are you in need of internal cultivation techniques?" Lin Zhenbai casually inquired. Su Ming, in the midst of selecting dishes, froze momentarily. Does my father-in-law have a lead? None. Don't tease me, my heart isn't in great shape. Su Ming retorted, rolling his eyes in exasperation. The absence of internal cultivation techniques had always been a source of anxiety for him otherwise. He would have already begun fervently recruiting disciples. Only by mastering internal cultivation could one truly enter the ranks of formidable experts. Until then, he could not afford to draw too much attention. In the vast court, should they decide to suppress him, mobilizing 100 or so bone refinement warriors and a dozen internal cultivation experts would not prove difficult. No matter how skilled he was, facing a true master of internal cultivation could be perilous. Let alone contending with an army, he would find it overwhelming. Though I have no leads, I recently heard some intriguing rumors while escorting a convoy. I would love to hear more. Su Ming stood up and began to massage Lin Zhenbai's shoulders. However, the sight of the two of them together appeared somewhat odd due to their size difference. In a cheerful mood, Lin Zhenbai divulged the details. It turned out that a sinister, flesh-eating residence had emerged in the western part of Yangzhou, rumored to house the legacy of a great master. Su Ming had always been skeptical of such small-town gossip. However, Lin Zhenbai revealed that even the local pacification office had been mobilized. Though the officers of the pacification office were not to be trusted, their ability to sniff out treasures was indeed reliable. Leaving Lin Ro at the escort agency, Su Ming procured a swift steed for long-distance travel and set off towards Wuqiu Town under the cover of night. Wuqiu Town, located at the outskirts of Yangzhou, while not adjacent to the border like the provincial capital, was merely separated by a vast desert. Thus, as one journeyed northward, the sandstorms became increasingly fierce. Fortunately, the moonlight was bright at night, and Su Ming's extraordinary vision did not hinder his travel. The journey of 300 to 400 li took him from nightfall until approximately 1 or 2 in the morning. This was quite fast for an average person. Even if their horse could endure, they themselves would struggle to withstand such prolonged jolting. With the map provided by Lin Zhenbai in hand, Su Ming did not delve in immediately. First, he sought out an inn to feed the horse before slipping out. His destination was an abandoned residence, said to belong to a wealthy family that had succumbed to a plague, leaving over 30 souls dead in a single night. A sense of unease gnawed at Su Ming as he tucked the prepared wood ash and black dog blood into his waist, then stealthily leaped into the courtyard. It was not superstition as a modern individual. He found himself slightly skeptical about such supernatural matters. Upon entering the courtyard, the initially tense atmosphere suddenly relaxed. The house was in ruins, bricks and tiles scattered everywhere, and even the walls allowed light to seep through. This place is not as sinister as rumored. Any so-called legacy is undoubtedly false. Su Ming, who had harbored a flicker of hope, abruptly lost all desire upon witnessing the dilapidated scene. Shaking his head, he prepared to leave. Turning around, creak. What? At that moment, a decrepit door suddenly swung open. Out of the corner of his eye, Su Ming caught sight of a white figure standing in the darkness, only discernible by the moonlight that outlined its silhouette. Upon seeing this, his pupils constricted sharply. Whoosh! A figure clad in white silk surged towards him unexpectedly. Playing tricks. Though a shiver ran down his spine, Su Ming was no pushover. He swung his steel knife downward. Sizzle! What had initially appeared as a plain strike in Su Ming's hands unleashed a blade aura of unmatched sharpness. In an instant, the white silk was cleaved apart by his strike. Using the momentum, Su Ming leaped upward to get another look at the white figure in the room. Suddenly, a jolt of shock coursed through him. The figure had vanished. He then turned abruptly, noticing a door slowly closing. At that moment, he was no longer in the courtyard. Looking around, he found himself in the room where the white figure had stood. A bead of sweat silently rolled down his forehead. Red Dragon. Charge! He swung his steel knife fiercely. The overwhelming blade aura swept away the rotting beams and pillars with ease. Boom! The central section of the three-room courtyard collapsed. A beam of moonlight illuminated Su Ming's wrist, the cold blade reflecting an eerie glow. Is this a fist technique or a sword technique? In the shadow where the moonlight did not reach, the white figure reappeared, its voice sounding eerily inhuman. Sword technique, fist technique, what does it matter? As long as it can kill. Su Ming flipped his wrist, sheathing the knife. 9 large rings echoed a crisp sound as Su Ming sheathed his blade. The The item you desire lies right here. Dare you come and claim it? As it spoke, the white figure gradually disintegrated into sand and vanished into thin air. Upon seeing this, Su Ming squinted. His instincts warned him that this was likely a trap. What on earth was that eerie white figure? He felt uncertain. Top, top, top. A series of rhythmic footsteps approached from about 100 meters away. No longer hesitating, Su Ming propelled himself forward, drawing the large ring knife and lifting the bronze mirror, then leaped over the courtyard wall. He had initially intended to return the way he came, but confronting a large group heathen was not a wise choice. If his guesses were correct, it was likely the officers from the pacification office who were arriving. The officers of the pacification office were all seasoned martial artists, not to be underestimated. Within the pacification office, those who achieved minor proficiency could be promoted to small flag officers, leading 10 officers under their command. Those who attained great proficiency could become small flag officers without merit, and with merit could rise to general flag officer status. Only 2 general flag officers could lead 50 officers under 100 householders. At this stage, aside from merit, one also needed connections to advance to the rank of 100 or even 1,000 households. Of course, cultivation level was a prerequisite. Only those who had reached the bone refinement stage could lead 100 households. After all, involving internal cultivation martial arts meant that even if he faced them, they would be at least 100 households. Su Ming was not afraid. He simply understood that the Red Dragon stronghold was a substantial foundation for his continued advancement, and it was best not to openly oppose the authorities. After racing for nearly a quarter of an hour, he finally navigated out of the town. Burying his dust-covered clothes, he returned to the inn. Once he secured his knife, he finally took out the bronze mirror to examine it closely. The bronze mirror was exquisitely crafted, with inscriptions still faintly visible on its surface, although they were not in the characters of Dian. Aside from the carved inscriptions, there were no other distinctive features. The techniques cannot possibly be summarized in these few words. Though he was eager to find someone to translate the inscriptions, his instincts told him that the situation was not as simple as it seemed. He exhaled a long breath, suppressing the agitation in his heart. At that moment, the oil lamp flickered unexpectedly, and Su Ming felt a wave of disorientation wash over him, that a profound sense of exhaustion surged within him. I am utterly fatigued. I shall rest for a while. He leaned upon the table, his breathing gradually becoming more even. The oil lamp continued to flicker, and before long, a shadow was cast against the light behind him. The shadow slowly coalesced, drawing nearer to Su Ming. The degree of vitality and blood energy has already surpassed that of an average master of internal refinement. How can this be classified as the bone forging realm? The blood pill for bone forging pales in comparison to the efficacy of the internal refinement blood pill for my cultivation. Alas, had it not interfered with my plans, consuming that group from the town guard would have been quite advantageous. Bang! A crisp sound echoed. Suddenly, Su Ming sprang to his feet, his once tranquil chest now heaving violently. His eyes bore a trace of bloodshot hue. As he surveyed the room, there was nothing amiss. Yet an overwhelming sense of dread arose within him. Having successfully refined my bones, my strength flows like an unceasing river. Never feeling fatigue, what could possibly be amiss today? Su Ming furrowed his brow tightly, then slowly lowered the copper mirror grasped in his hand. Chapter 3. Distressed Su Ming rubbed his temples and then carefully wrapped the bronze mirror in a piece of coarse cloth, tucking it into his waist before retrieving his dagger once more. Under the moonlight, a robust yellow steed darted through the swirling sands. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after his departure, the inn had been surrounded by the forces of the town's pacification office. Oh dear, sir, what crime has been committed? The innkeeper trembled as he gazed at the group of officers brandishing their swords. He hurriedly approached the young man in a flower-patterned official robe, who stood at the forefront. The young man, with a ruddy complexion and an air of scholarly demeanor, bore a golden-hilted long sword at his waist, adding a chilling edge to his presence. He furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the innkeeper, and asked in a nonchalant tone, "Did any unusual individuals stay here yesterday?" Unusual individuals? The innkeeper chuckled nervously. What characteristics should such individuals possess? Those who lurk in the shadows, or those who stand out from the crowd? The young man's pupils glimmered with an eerie light as he fixed his gaze on the innkeeper, sending a shiver down the man's spine. His mind raced, and at last, a figure materialized in his thoughts. Yes, a remarkably robust man did come by. Take me to him. The innkeeper was about to speak when a subordinate rushed forward, revealing that the man had already departed while preparing to feed the yellow steed its second serving of night grass. Which direction? The young man casually inquired, resting his hand on the golden-hilted sword. The subordinate faltered, and in an instant, a head was severed from its body with a swift motion. The headless corpse collapsed into the innkeeper's arms. Twitching uncontrollably, "Headman!" The young man turned and called out to the officers. Immediately, a robust and formidable man emerged, distinct from the ordinary officers, as he wore no uniform of the pacification office, but instead bore a wide iron headband. As he approached, a scar running across his face stretched into a grin, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. "Sir, how may I serve you?" "Locate this man and retrieve the items. The possessions of the thieving god sect must not fall into the hands of others." The young man wiped the golden sword clean on the headman's attire before handing it over. "The position of deputy captain has been vacant for too long. Seize this opportunity wisely." "Understood," in a hurried yet steady manner. Su Ming finally returned to Yangzhou City just as dawn broke. He had no intention of returning to the North Escort Bureau just yet. The peculiarities of the bronze mirror must be resolved swiftly. As he pondered, he suddenly spotted a pawn shop not far ahead. After a moment of contemplation, he took out the bronze mirror and strode inside. "Esteemed guest, what a rare sight. Are you here to peruse some treasures?" A shop assistant greeted him as he entered. "Take a look at this." Su Ming maintained a calm demeanor as he handed over the bronze mirror. The assistant weighed it in his hands, his expression turning slightly bewildered. "Isn't this just a bronze mirror? How much could it possibly be worth? What is the matter?" At that moment, an elderly man emerged from the back, clutching a stack of straw paper under his arm. "Master, what do you think?" The assistant exchanged glances with the old man, who scrutinized the mirror in the doorway as light. After a long pause, he rubbed the dust from its surface. "This is an old item. Not from the current dynasty. It's slightly softer than bronze. Perhaps it's been mixed with tin." Su Ming glanced at the old man and nodded. The term sliding or was local vernacular for tin, which, due to contemporary craftsmanship, could not yet be refined. This material, when applied to decorative items, not only enhanced their shine but also prevented rust. However, the old man seemed to mumble to himself, only then noticing Su Ming. "The item is decent, but the material is ordinary. It's worth at most 1 or 2 silver coins." Su Ming smiled and pulled out a tin-tail silver ingot from his pocket, placing it in the old man's palm. "I am not selling it. I merely wish for you to tell me what these characters mean." Just like that. The old man was taken aback, then sighed in resignation. "Forgive me, but I do not recognize these characters." Despite having anticipated this, Su Ming felt a sudden pang of disappointment. Why the rich expressions if you don't recognize them? Such a waste of emotion. Retrieving the bronze mirror, he turned to leave. Unexpectedly, the old man hurriedly blocked his path. "Esteemed guest, while I may not know the characters, I do know someone who does." "Who?" "My daughter, a talented scholar from the Shangyang Academy. She is well known in these parts. If you can bring her out and have her translate for me." "Silver will be no issue," Su Ming coldly interrupted the old man, who appeared eager to boast. "This scholar is a bit of a problem. She just returned home for the holidays, and it may take her several days to return." Upon hearing this, Su Ming fell silent for a moment. He did not wish to linger here for too long. Should the pacification office's lackeys catch wind of his presence, it would undoubtedly lead to trouble. However, on the other hand, the urge to uncover the mystery behind this item gnawed at him. Resolute, he handed over a jade pendant and a silver ingot. "I will remain nearby for the next few days. If your daughter returns, have her take this jade pendant to the Yongfu Inn, and I shall come by." "Very well, very well." Ignoring the innkeeper's beaming expression, Su Ming turned and swiftly made his way down the street, his figure vanishing in an instant. Though the Red Dragon stronghold was a rough bandit enclave, it had prospered significantly in recent years. In Yangzhou alone, it secretly operated several large businesses and taverns. While engaging in commerce was secondary, the true aim of Su Ming was to discreetly expand his territory and cultivate a following. Upon returning to his residence, he set his men in motion to closely monitor the activities of the pacification office. Strangely, for 2 consecutive days, there had been little to no activity from them. The calm was unnervingly eerie. Moreover, what perplexed Su Ming even further was that he had been plagued by nightmares each night. leaving him in a state of unrest. Gazing at his somewhat haggard reflection, Su Ming splashed his face with water and began to contemplate the source of his unease. After a moment, his eyes landed on the bronze mirror resting on his bedside. If there was one oversight, it must be this object. Could it be? Knock, knock, knock? The door was suddenly rapped upon. Opening the door revealed a plump, fair-faced middle-aged man, the local leader of the stronghold, Emo Kong Little Emo. What brings you here? Once inside, Emo Tsong respectfully closed the door and replied, Chief, we have made a discovery. A peculiar man seems to be tracing your whereabouts. Oh, what is his identity? His appearance is fierce, and he acts with brutality. He does not resemble an officer, but rather seems akin to a rival. The rival? Su Ming mused for a moment before replying, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Just because we dominate this mountain does not mean we must be ferocious. Not all officials are imposing figures. They are not selecting a consort. Capture him and interrogate him. Emo Tsong left to carry out the command. Meanwhile, Su Ming retrieved the bronze mirror, soaking it in clean water for a while before bringing it back out into the sunlight. The weather remained as cold as usual, with a crimson sun hanging high above, seemingly banishing the chill from the air. Just as he contemplated this, Su Ming suddenly noticed something peculiar. Under the sunlight, a faint layer seemed to dissipate rapidly from the surface of the bronze mirror. Additionally, the entire mirror trembled ever so slightly, or rather, quivered. This was not a movement one would expect from an inanimate object, Su Ming pondered. He discreetly returned the mirror to his possession. At that moment, a panel of information illuminated before him. Constitution, 1.2 speed, 1.1 strength, 1.3 attribute points, 1.2 skill, Red Dragon Fist Mastery Notes, seed quantity, 3, feedback mechanism, 1. It turned out that Pei Long had advanced in his training, resulting in a feedback of 0.4 attribute points. Initially, Su Ming had speculated that higher aptitude would yield more feedback points, but it appeared that was not the case. Among his 3 adopted sons, Pei Long possessed the highest aptitude, while the eldest had the lowest, yet the feedback amounts remained unchanged. Considering the 0.2 attribute points feedback from their previous breakthroughs, it was evident that the quantity of attribute points was closely tied to their level of cultivation. Despite this, only those with greater talent had a higher potential for growth. To recruit disciples with exceptional aptitude and higher levels of cultivation meant that he must also become stronger to seize such opportunities. Su Ming reflected on this matter. For him, even if he were to accept only ordinary disciples, accumulating numbers could still yield a considerable amount of attribute points. However, this method would require vast resources and effort for their training. Moreover, the greatest obstacle lay in the martial arts techniques. The higher the level of martial arts, the harder it was to obtain. Techniques above the refining organ stage were typically held by long-established sects or the imperial court. As a mere commoner, it was improbable for him to acquire them through conventional means. Thus, he had long since devised a plan. Once he took in exceptionally talented disciples, after nurturing their loyalty, he would send them to the sects or official organizations of the court. This would not only conserve resources but also allow him to glean insights into their mysteries. Of course, all this hinged on his ability to break through to the refining organ stage. Martial arts. Chapter 4. Instant kill. Despite his distress, Su Ming did not neglect the practice of martial arts. After completing 5 consecutive rounds of the Red Dragon Fist, his energy was rejuvenated. Although the attribute points provided by the panel were extraordinary, the essence of his strength lay in his mental fortitude, willpower, and the relentless honing of his martial skills. It is essential to recognize that Su Ming was not a solitary figure. Should anything happen to him, the entire Red Dragon camp would face imminent disintegration. Not to mention the fate of the underlings who relied on him for their livelihood. Even the enchanting wives and concubines made it exceedingly difficult for him to easily abandon his pursuits. Just as he had managed to calm his mind, Emo Tsong approached once more. Did you capture him? Su Ming inquired, finishing his cup of tea and gazing at Emo Kong. The once amiable and fair face of Emo Tsong was now clouded with a sullen aura. My subordinates were incompetent. I had not anticipated that this individual was a formidable master, effortlessly breaking through the encirclement of over 20 men, resulting in heavy casualties. Oh? Su Ming furrowed his brow. I recall you have 7 or 8 capable individuals skilled in skin refining. How could they not withstand such an assault? Without any means to retaliate, 4 of the 8 skilled in skin refining perished, while 2 were left crippled and 2 gravely injured. Otsung's complexion twitched. Casting a fearful glance at Su Ming, he was acutely aware that this leader was not one to show compassion. The large ringed knife in his hand could cleave through both the young and the old, as well as those ineffectual subordinates like himself. Not to worry. Moments later, Su Ming broke into a smile. Fetch my knife and lead the way. At the great wilderness plain, the monk ruthlessly cleaved through his foes, staining the iron hoop atop his head with blood. Once the encirclement had dissipated, he leisurely extracted dried meat and wine from his bundle. Indulging in hearty bites and sips, I am eager to discover which fool dares to steal from the town suppression office. A glint of determination flashed in the monk's eyes as he wiped his golden-feathered knife clean. The masters of Yangzhou were documented, and aside from the provincial general known as a half-step refining master, the only other noteworthy figure was the elusive bandit leader from Tiandu Mountain, as a true disciple of the bitter Zen temple, and at the pinnacle of bone refining, he was confident in ranking among the top 10 in this realm. Were it not for the young master of the Zhang family, he would not have ventured to this remote place on any errand. Fortunately, the promised deputy 1,000 households was indeed deserving of this venture. Crack! A dry branch crumbled beneath his feet, revealing a tall and imposing figure standing ahead. Bathed in sunlight, the masked man exuded an extraordinary presence. Are you a knife wielder? The monk did not regard anyone else but fixated his gaze upon the golden-ringed blade. To my knowledge, there are only 2 bone-refining masters in Yangzhou adept in wielding the large ring knife, the Holy Fist Su Ming and the Golden Knife Sect's leader Shi Zhongyan. Which one are you? Buzz! A resounding tremor surged forth, several golden rings chiming in unison before abruptly halting. The massive knife struck the golden-ringed blade with tremendous force, causing the monk to stumble back, nearly losing grip on his golden-feathered knife. Ha! He shouted, retreating a few steps as he transitioned from a one-handed grip to a two-handed stance. It is you, Su Ming. The monk glared fiercely at the masked man, his eyes igniting with fierce battle intent. They say you are the foremost individual beneath the realm of refining. Today, I shall test your skills with that. He immediately positioned his blade before him, unleashing a terrifying aura. Su Ming stood at a distance, a hint of disdain curling his lips. What are you, to speak of teaching me? Swish! The blade gleamed as it swung towards him once more. It bore no finesse. Merely a straightforward chop, however. The immense force stirred the air, creating a faint ringing of the blade. The monk instinctively sensed a wave of heat approaching and could only hurriedly raise his knife in defense. After enduring the tremendous impact, he cleverly placed his other hand on the back of the blade for added support. Clang! The deafening sound of metal colliding echoed. The next moment, boom! A figure was sent flying. Vivid red blood splattered in the sunlight, resembling scattered pearls upon the surrounding weeds. A pair of large feet pressed against the monk's chest, and from a commanding height, Su Ming removed his mask. A worthless creature. This is indeed superfluous. Upon hearing this, the monk, who had still been clinging to life, rolled his eyes back and collapsed. Moments later, Emotsung hurried forward, exclaiming, "Indeed, the leader is unparalleled, invincible," though this statement bore a hint of flattery. As someone who had witnessed both the monk's and the leader's prowess, he spoke from the depths of his heart. The pinnacle of bone refining, to deliver a single strike, even the legendary refining masters could scarcely compare. Su Ming paid no heed, calmly sheathing his blade. He is not dead. Take him back. In the capital of Yangzhou, at the entrance of the provincial government, a youth with a refined appearance stood vigil, flanked by dozens of flag officers and lieutenants. Shortly thereafter, the provincial inspector Yang Jun arrived with his entourage. Young Master Zhang, what a rare visitor. Oh, I suppose now I should refer to you as Deputy Qianhu. Ha ha! Yang Jun beamed, showing no sign of condescension towards the youth despite his own status. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Rulong slowly dismounted his horse and slightly cupped his hands. Master Yang, I greet you. My intrusion is an act of necessity. The town suppression office bears crucial responsibilities, but unforeseen circumstances have arisen on the way. Risking a missed opportunity, I have come to request your assistance. Oh, is that so? Yang Jun maintained his composure, promptly gesturing for Zhang to enter the government office. Zhang Rulong tactfully summarized the situation without elaborating too much, and before Yang Jun could respond, he pressed, "This matter is of great importance. I hope to borrow the state guards for assistance. It concerns the court. You must not refuse. Yang Jun's smile remained, though the corners of his lips involuntarily twitched. After a moment, he waved away his attendants and entered the inner chamber with Zhang Rulong alone. Rulong, while I can agree to mobilize the state guards for support, conducting a widespread search within the province is rather inappropriate. This Yangzhou lies at the border, with a complex situation. One misstep could lead to consequences that a mere provincial official like myself cannot bear. Zhang Rulong narrowed his eyes, inwardly cursing the old fox. He understood that the old man was subtly refusing him. It was clear to him, however, using the stability of the border as leverage, even with the Zhang family's backing, was indeed ineffective. Very well, I shall take my leave. Suppressing his displeasure, Zhang Rulong forced a smile. Back at the relay station, Zhang Rulong, enraged, slammed his palm onto the wooden table, breaking it apart. Old fool, you'll never ascend in your lifetime. His eyes flashed with ferocity as he impatiently glanced at the nearby flag officer. Where is that monk? Why has he not returned? Reporting. The flag officer had just opened his mouth when a rapid knocking at the door interrupted him. Then, two lieutenants clad in golden fish-patterned attire strode into the room, kneeling on one knee. Deputy Qianhu, we have discovered the monk's small ring knife at the Great Wilderness Plain. The small ring knife was slowly presented, and Zhang Rulong could no longer maintain his composure. An expression of disbelief crossed his face as he took the knife, instinctively drawing it from its sheath. Clang! The front half of the blade clattered to the ground, leaving him with only the hilt in hand. A clear pinch mark was visible at the break point. This was forcibly broken? The flag officer beside him was equally astonished. It should be noted that this small knife was not a mass-produced item. It was a high-quality piece forged with black gold, crafted for ambush purposes, and it would not be an exaggeration to say it could cut through iron like mud. Good, very good, Yangzhou. I will remember this. Zhang Rulong's expression darkened to the utmost extent. The flag officer silently stepped back half a pace, not daring to utter a sound. After a brief silence, he removed a jade ring from his thumb and handed it to the lieutenant who presented the knife. Send this to the Bitter Zen Temple and inform them that the monk has perished. Request Monk Kumu to come at once. Chapter 5. The monk. After receiving treatment, the monk gradually regained consciousness. What is this? Su Ming inquired, holding up a bronze mirror nonchalantly. The monk snorted coldly, turning his head away. Oi, you bald donkey, daring to show disdain to our leader. You seek death. Emo Tsong, who was just about to slap him, was stopped by Su Ming, who grasped his wrist. His injuries are severe. If you strike him, he may well die. Though Emo Tsong exerted only 30% of his strength, it was enough to displace or even shatter the monk's internal organs. It was akin to a watermelon. The exterior may appear intact, yet the pulp within lay in ruins. Nevertheless, the vitality of a peak bone refining master was remarkably resilient, with the right medicine and treatment. Such injuries were not beyond remedy. Mo Tsong retreated awkwardly, and Su Ming set the bronze mirror aside, embarking on a campaign of intimidation and persuasion. Until deep into the night, they achieved nothing. Lock him up? We shall interrogate him again tomorrow. Su Ming appeared somewhat exasperated. Waving his hand as he strode out, Mo Tsong and the others exchanged glances, their expressions grim, spitting at the monk before hastily departing. After a considerable time, the monk, who had been half asleep, suddenly widened his bloodshot pupils. Indeed, the emblem of the stealing god sect. I have inadvertently left it here. It seemed this fellow was unaware of the emblem's significance. A fervent glimmer flickered in the monk's eyes, and he began to regulate his breathing, his sinewy muscles subtly swelling, as if boundless strength surged within. Ha! With a low shout, the tightly bound iron chains snapped apart. Ignoring his injuries, he seized the emblem. Is this a Dan emblem, a formation emblem, or a Tao emblem? The monk's fingers caressed the surface of the copper mirror, his eyes flickering with an array of emotions. Ordinarily, he was not permitted to open this artifact privately. It was meant to be handed over to the esteemed young master of the Zhang family. Yet, considering the involvement of the elusive thieving god sect, a legendary entity, the prospect of obtaining secret teachings from the sect's token was tantalizing. Once one acquired such knowledge, the skies would be the limit. How could he know without trying? Even if it were merely a pill or a formation plate. Anything associated with the thieving god sect was invaluable. Moreover, It required only a drop of his heart's blood to unlock it. A test would not be too detrimental. After much deliberation, he steeled himself and activated his technique, directing it towards his innermost being. With a sudden burst, blood gushed from his mouth, splattering onto the copper mirror's surface. A faint hiss echoed as wisps of azure smoke began to rise, devouring the blood droplets upon the mirror. Almost immediately, a torrent of black mist surged forth, enveloping the monk in an instant. What? This is a soul token? Damn it, damn it. The scream abruptly ceased. The monk, already gravely injured, found himself utterly defenseless as the dark fog consumed him whole, leaving not a trace of flesh behind. Once the deed was done, the black mist thickened further, coalescing into a half-formed humanoid shape that hovered in the air. Delicious blood and flesh. What a pity that they were so feeble. If only that individual named Su Ming were here, the flavor would surely be exquisite. Meanwhile, on the other side of the wall, Su Ming gazed intently at the large stone slab resembling a mirror above him, which he had specifically prepared for this day, as expected. A remarkable spectacle unfolded before his eyes. Within that copper mirror resided a monstrous entity, which also elucidated why he had felt so drained over the past few days while carrying it. At that moment, a flicker of anxiety and restlessness surged within Su Ming. Despite having reached the pinnacle of martial prowess attainable by an ordinary person, he found himself at a loss when faced with such demonic methods. The following day, a turning point emerged. News reached the Yongfu in that the talented maiden from the Shangyang Academy had returned. Su Ming, feigning nonchalance, reclaimed the copper mirror and made his way to the pawn shop. The owner lounged on a grand armchair, feigning sleep, while a young woman in a yellow skirt reclined at the counter. Her long hair cascaded down her back like a flowing waterfall, with only a few strands framing her cheeks. Upon noticing someone approaching, she tucked her hair behind her ear and offered a smile. "Are you here to pawn something?" With a clatter, Su Ming flipped the copper mirror onto the counter. "Why, lady, I have made an appointment with your father. Please assist me in deciphering the inscriptions on this object, and I shall offer generous compensation upon its completion." The woman cast a puzzled glance at Su Ming just as the shopkeeper awoke and urgently whispered to her. "Ah, father, please do not boast about your daughter being a figure of importance in the Shangyang Academy. I am merely an ordinary student," she protested. After some back and forth, she reluctantly approached and bowed, picking up the copper mirror for a casual inspection. Though her expression initially appeared distant, it shifted to one of seriousness as her gaze fell upon the inscriptions on the mirror's back. "Esteemed guest, where did you acquire this?" "Family heirloom," Su Ming replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. "Ah?" The woman's expression grew even more peculiar, for the inscriptions were of a special script she had recently learned in the academy. Known as incantations, legend had it that this was a script circulated within the ancient and sinister thieving god sect, used primarily for sacrificial rituals. "Wait a moment." The woman set down the mirror and dashed into the back room. Shortly after, she emerged clutching a stack of writing papers, disregarding Su Ming as she held the mirror in one hand and perused the papers with the other. Su Ming did not interrupt her. It was akin to consulting a dictionary for unfamiliar characters, a normal occurrence. This wait extended for a full half hour. During this time, the shopkeeper had grown so bored that he had returned to his armchair for a nap. At last, a triumphant exclamation broke the silence, drawing Su Ming's attention back. The young woman held out a sheet of paper to him, upon which dense, tiny characters were inscribed. Thieving God Sect, Tushan Branch, Guardian of the Bone Spirit, Enshrined Soul and Fire Deity. Su Ming skimmed through the text, grasping the general meaning. This is spirit tablet. Indeed. Or at least part of one, the woman confirmed with a nod. What purpose does it serve? Isn't this your family heirloom? What purpose could it serve? At worst, you could offer it up, she replied with a shrug, casting Su Ming an incredulous glance. Thank you very much, recognizing that the woman possessed no further knowledge. Su Ming placed 2 silver ingots on the counter and, after expressing his gratitude, departed. Although he remained unaware of the true nature of the thieving god sect, the ghastly image of the monk lingered in his mind. He could ascertain that this item was far from benign, perhaps even a deception. Returning to his base, he summoned Imokong. "What of the tales? They've been dealt with. They won't find this place for a while." Imotsong replied solemnly. "No. Spread the word. Let them come." Su Ming's gaze flickered, his grip tightening on the golden body technique he had retrieved from the monk. The information had already been parsed by the panel. Golden body technique, common, a method practiced outside the bone refinement realm, foundational to the true skill of the Heavenly King's diamond technique. Since the copper mirror had proven ineffective, he would bait the forces behind the monk, hoping for a fruitful exchange of experience. However, as it involved the practice of refining the internal organs, it inevitably led to the involvement of a master of such techniques. Being called a master, they were leagues apart from the bone refinement realm. Although Su Ming had honed the Red Dragon Fist to unprecedented heights, he could only dominate within the confines of the bone refinement realm. When confronting a master of refining, extraordinary measures would be necessary. How did the incense I had you burn turn out? The entire courtyard has been treated with the incense. When the time comes, if you disperse this substance into the air, the two will interact, resulting in a potent toxin. Even a bone refinement martial artist would find it insurmountable. Very well, keep the antidote, and you all should leave. The leader insisted, though Imo Tsong hesitated. If I were to falter, what significance would it hold for you to remain here? Su Ming waved dismissively. Once the others had departed, he retrieved several large gray bags from his waist and concealed them in a hidden spot in the rafters. He then sat quietly at the table. Half an hour later, a sudden gust of wind burst through, flinging the half-closed door wide open. The dim light within flickered, and when visibility returned, a young man clad in ornate robes stood menacingly at the doorway. A sword unsheathed. Behind him, the constables of the town guard stood vigilantly at every exit of the courtyard. You brat, how dare you steal my goods and kill my men? The icy voice of the young man resonated through the air, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Ha! You're nothing. With a swift motion, the golden silk ring blade seized from the monk flew towards the young man. Clang! The blade was easily deflected. The emaciated monk retracted his beads and regarded Su Ming with calmness. Umitba, benefactor, I am here. How dare you act ferociously? Su Ming's gaze sharpened as he discreetly crushed the porcelain vial hidden in his sleeve. He then propelled himself forward with force. Retreat. The emaciated monk pushed the young man behind him with one hand, simultaneously thrusting both palms forward to grasp Su Ming's fist head dash on. Him, the individual before him, while brimming with vitality, lacked any refinement in their strength. The previous clash with the ring blade had already revealed the essence of this person, approaching the threshold of the internal organ refinement, yet the bone strength had not permeated the lungs, creating a vast chasm between him and the monk, a master of such techniques. Bang! In the next instant, Su Ming's fist was firmly grasped mid-air, unable to advance an inch. Yet, the monk's expression remained stoic, turning increasingly grave. Crack! The stone tiles beneath their feet fractured, causing the monk to shift slightly before resolutely transforming his palm into a fist and pushing back. Su Ming, undeterred, unleashed his unrelenting force, surging forward once more. Boom! As their fists collided, another muffled sound reverberated through the AI art. Su Ming was sent reeling backward, stumbling several steps, while the monk staggered back 3 steps as well. His previously pallid complexion flushed with a hint of color. Only when he pressed his left arm down did he manage to stabilize himself. Master Kumu! Zhang Rulong exclaimed in astonishment, just as he was about to speak further. But the monk raised a hand to silence him. With hands slightly clasped, he sighed. Such overwhelming power. May I inquire your name, esteemed one? Su Ming, nursing his aching fist behind his back, marveled at the legendary prowess of a master of internal organ refinement, yet maintained his composure. A nameless junior, unworthy of mention. You truly underestimate yourself. Skill manifests such strength that the bone refinement realm is indeed commendable. You would surely be a notable figure within the martial world. The monk replied earnestly, as far as I know, in these northern lands, there exists a red dragon stronghold, whose leader possesses talents akin to yours, having bested numerous peak martial artists, rendering them invincible at this level. Su Ming forced a faint, awkward smile at the corners of his mouth, and even though he made a deliberate effort to conceal his martial arts skills, they were effortlessly discerned. The primary reason lay in the limited number of techniques he had mastered. His every move bore traces of his training. Furthermore, it was also due to his past youthful exuberance, which had earned him a considerable reputation. Su Ming had encountered masters, He no longer attempted to deflect the truth and chose to acknowledge his identity. After all, he had resolved that one side must account for itself today. The monk named Ku Mu returned the gesture, rewrapping his prayer beads, and spoke calmly. In the martial world, you are referred to as the Saint of Fist. Having met you today, I find this to be no exaggeration. I am in awe. Upon hearing this, Su Ming felt somewhat speechless. He couldn't believe that the other party had come merely to extol his virtues. As expected, the old monk's words swiftly took a turn. I have a junior disciple who was expelled from the mountain for transgressions. He later succumbed to the court's influence and now serves in the local garrison. Although his behavior is eccentric, he is not a villain. I suspect he may have inadvertently offended you in the course of his duties. I hope you will hand him over to me and return the items confiscated by the court to Lord Zhang. I am sorry, but I have not met the person you mentioned, and I have never even heard of the items seized by the court. However, noticing the group of military officers becoming increasingly menacing, Su Ming suddenly paused and slowly took out a bronze mirror from his robes. But, I happen to acquire this item. I wonder if it is what you are referring to. Hand it over. Zhang Rulong exclaimed with delight, eager to rush forward and snatch the mirror, but was halted by Ku Mu. Might you allow me to examine it? Of course, no problem. Please have them step outside first. Ku Mu's gaze fell upon Su Ming, and after a moment, he turned to Zhang Rulong. Lord Zhang, please wait in the courtyard while I verify it and then return it to you. Zhang Rulong's expression darkened slightly, but after some contemplation, he lifted his foot and exited. Master, come closer. I have more to discuss with you. What a fine idea. Seeing Su Ming's tone was calm and his demeanor completely relaxed, Ku Mu harbored no doubts. Come a little closer. Please, speak. Master, do you believe there is any distinction between the eyes of a master in internal cultivation and those of an ordinary person? Eyes? You jest? My lord, the so-called bone forging and internal cultivation are merely differences in strength. Even if the physique is enhanced, the disparity is negligible. Oh, quite so. Now, look above. With that, Su Ming pointed to the ceiling. Ku Mu instinctively looked up. Chapter 6. A fierce battle. Bang, 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 bang. A series of cracking sounds erupted as several bags hanging from the beams suddenly burst open. In that instant, Su Ming had already shielded his head with his robe, while a torrent of coal dust cascaded down on Ku Mu, enveloping him entirely. Caught off guard, he was instantly blinded by the deluge of soot. Alas! Even so, the monk did not utter a single cry, only emitting a low growl from his throat. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Ming poured all his attribute points into strength. The next moment, physique. 1.2 speed. 1.1 strength. 1.9 attribute points. 0. 0 skills. Mastery of the Red Dragon Fist. Remarks. Seed quantity. 3. Feedback mechanism. 1 a.m. Mighty aura surged through Su Ming, leaving him momentarily dizzy as a torrent of vigor coursed through his entire being. Red Dragon, charge. Red Dragon, breakthrough. The two techniques he had comprehended were unleashed in sequence, his fists raining down on Ku Mu like a torrent of raindrops. Bang, bang, bang. A series of impacts resonated as Su Ming landed several blows on Ku Mu's back, his face gradually contorting with a wild fervor. Initially intimidated by the prospect of facing a master in internal cultivation, he unexpectedly found a thrill in the heat of battle with his strength. An ordinary martial artist could no longer challenge him seriously. Only this monk compelled him to exert his full prowess. Ha! He bellowed, forcing Ku Mu back once more. After calculating the passage of time in his mind, he ceased his punches and stood firm. Oh, you feel it yet? A smile crept across Su Ming's lips. Ku Mu, still struggling to stabilize his breathing, plopped down onto the ground. The violet-black hue of his lips starkly revealed the depth of his poisoning. Despite your reputation as the Saint of Fist, you resort to such despicable means. For the first time, a display of emotion crossed Ku Mu's face, veins bulging in his neck, rendering his visage somewhat grotesque and terrifying. Not to worry. As long as I eliminate all of you, who will ever know? You, Ku Mu stammered, but Su Ming had already made his move, directly severing the monk's meridians with a forceful strike. Knowing that villains often perish from excessive talk, he understood this principle well. Although he was not a villain himself, he believed that being decisive in action was never a mistake. With that, he leaped out of the room. Zhang Rulong and the others were still fixated on the interior, oblivious to the fact that they had been poisoned. It was only upon seeing Su Ming that they felt their legs turn to jelly, a heavy weight settling in their chests. "You dare, thief?" Zhang Rulong began, but before he could finish, a sharp pain surged through his abdomen. Su Ming's fist drove deep into his gut, wrenching his already turbulent stomach to the brink of rupture. The searing agony brought him back from the edge of unconsciousness, allowing him to grasp a fragment of awareness. Though his vision was obscured, he could sense the despair radiating from the screams and cries echoing around him. In mere moments, Su Ming overwhelmed the group of officers from the local garrison with an unstoppable force, shattering skulls with each blow, leaving no room for mercy. Before long, the only ones left alive were the paralyzed Ku Mu and the nearly unconscious Zhang Rulong. Setting off the pre-prepared signal flare, it wasn't long before Imo Tsong and his men arrived. Upon entering the courtyard and witnessing the scattered limbs and remains, even the usually unflappable Imo Tsong felt a wave of nausea wash over him. In his eyes, alongside profound respect for Su Ming, there flickered a hint of fear. "Boss, how shall we proceed?" "Bring the old monk and that lad back for rigorous interrogation, particularly regarding the internal cultivation techniques and information about the thieving god sect. Clean up this place, erase all traces, and then set it ablaze." The developments unfolded even more smoothly than anticipated, and by the next day, Zhang Rulong had issued directives. "The Zhang family, the one from the imperial city?" Su Ming furrowed his brow as he examined the item Imo Tsong handed him. After verification, it comes from the second branch of the Zhang family, the 13th in the lineage, quite esteemed. Imo Tsong's expression grew somber. The Zhang family, in Su Ming's current context, was indeed a formidable entity. In the Great Yin, the most powerful individuals, apart from the royal family, were two prominent figures. One was the head of the civil ministers, the current Prime Minister Zhang Xianhe, and the other was the invincible general Zhong Baxian. Zhang Xianhe was the patriarch of the Zhang family in the imperial city and the grandfather of Zhang Rulong. Su Ming had certainly not anticipated such a profound background for this character. Given the current situation, he had irreversibly offended them, leaving no choice but to proceed with utmost resolve. "Is there any information regarding the techniques?" "There is a technique called Golden Jade Toad Skill, but it is merely an incomplete version." Imo Tsong produced a yellowed booklet, casually handing it over. Initially, Su Ming paid it little mind, intending to toss it onto the table after a cursory glance. However, upon taking it into his hands, he was momentarily taken aback. Golden Jade Toad Skill, incomplete version, rare, no boundary restrictions on the technique. Gazing at this line of text, Su Ming felt a rush of exhilaration. A treasure! That was his immediate reaction. Even if it was incomplete, he could hardly contain his eagerness to rise and personally seek out Zhang Rulong. Soon, he found Zhang Rulong, who was now in tatters. The latter's eyes were bloodshot, and the defiance that once characterized his expression had vanished. The modern techniques of criminal interrogation, employed to their fullest by Imo Tsong, had proven effective. Where did this come from? Su Ming held the booklet up before Rulong's eyes. Zhang Rulong glanced at it, his lips twitching before he finally spoke. "We found it on the bandit leader during a mission to exterminate the rebels at Mangdang Mountain. I am aware of what you wish to inquire, yet I possess no answers. This art form eludes my grasp, and I remain ignorant of its rank." Su Ming smiled faintly, "but I surmise you have certainly delved into this subject. Have you not?" A moment of silence ensued, before Zhang Rulong clenched his teeth and declared, "Only if you agree to spare me. You lack the standing to negotiate with me," Su Ming retorted, turning his back as if his patience had worn thin. "Wait. If you promise to let me go, I shall divulge all that I know. I am of the Zhang family from the imperial city, a lineage you cannot afford to offend." Su Ming raised an eyebrow. Indeed, the Zhang family was not to be trifled with. Given his current prowess, he would have no recourse against such a colossal entity. Thus, it was evident that neither of these individuals had a chance of survival. For instance, the monk Kumu had anticipated this outcome long ago, remaining tranquil as if in deep meditation. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming finally nodded, "Very well, as long as your answers satisfy me. I may spare your life." A glimmer of hope ignited in Zhang Rulong's eyes, akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought. This art is known as the Golden Jade Toad Technique, a form of demonic cultivation, intertwined with the legendary Golden Jade Palace and the Jade Toad Palace. Golden Jade Palace, Jade Toad Palace. What factions do they represent? Su Ming was intrigued, Having never encountered such concepts before, Zhang Rulong patiently continued. The Golden Jade Palace and the Jade Toad Palace were once top-tier righteous sects, which, after orchestrating the downfall of the thieving god cult, ultimately fell into conflict due to personal grievances, leading to decades of mutual strife that resulted in the obliteration of both sections. It seemed he trusted Su Ming's promise without doubt, for his responses bore no hint of deceit. So, this technique is a synthesis of the practices from the Golden Jade Palace and the Jade Toad Palace? Yes and no. The Golden Jade Palace and the Jade Toad Palace were titanic entities like the thieving god cult. Had their techniques survived, they would not have perished. The legends were merely fabricated by an elder of the thieving god cult who had glimpsed the Golden Jade and Jade Toad techniques. Lacking the core principles, every practitioner who attempted it ultimately went mad. Hence its classification as a demonic art. Su Ming felt as though a bucket of cold water had doused his enthusiasm, his fervor dissipating in an instant. After all this, it was a shoddy creation by an outsider. He felt a twinge of disappointment, yet upon seeing the character for treasure on the panel, he clung to a glimmer of hope. Preparing to find time to study it carefully, very well, one last matter remains. Surrender your internal cultivation technique. Su Ming tucked the booklet back into his chest and fixed a piercing gaze on him. I do not possess it. How could you not? You are a descendant of the Zhang family. Su Ming's expression darkened. Just as Zhang Rulong found himself in a predicament, Kumu, who had been observing, opened his eyes. He truly does not possess it, whether from family or sect. Only upon reaching the pinnacle of the bone-forging realm and nearing a breakthrough would one be taught the internal cultivation techniques. Below the bone-forging stage, one is merely mortal, and entering the bone-forging realm initiates the true path of martial arts. Thus, the transmission of such techniques is exceedingly rigorous, lacking a booklet like the one you hold that is circulated among the masses. The teachings of the bone forging are passed down orally, through hands-on guidance. Su Ming approached Kumu with a hint of skepticism. So, you are the only one who possesses it. As a practitioner of the bone forging arts, I naturally possess the methods. However, since you are not a disciple of my sect, without the foundational teachings of my order, you cannot learn the methods of my Buddhist school. Kumu met his gaze with confidence, eager to see the demeanor of this seemingly invincible individual now. Yet, to his disappointment, Su Ming did not display any signs of discouragement. Rather, he appeared eager, saying, no matter. Teach me, whether I succeed or not is my own affair. Having received the golden body technique from the ascetic, he had learned of the existence of the Heavenly King's Diamond technique through the panel. Perhaps for other martial artists, mastering a bone-forging technique might take years, even decades, but with the panel, as long as he accumulated attribute points, he could achieve perfection in this technique in less than half a month. Kumu glanced at Zhang Rulong beside him, and after a long pause, sighed, alas, very well, grant us a swift end. I shall impart this internal cultivation method to you. What? Kumu, what do you mean? Suda, you promised to spare me, Zhang Rulong exclaimed in fury. Alas, Kumu shook his head, young Master Zhang. You are too naive. How could he possibly spare us? It was all a ruse, impossible. You, Su Ming, how could you, the esteemed leader of a stronghold, go back on your word? Su Ming disregarded the increasingly frantic Zhang Rulong and commanded his men to release Kumu. He then handed over a piece of paper. Write it down. I shall ensure your body is returned to the temple of suffering Zen. Kumu, his meridian severed, lacked even the strength to commit self-harm. Offering no resistance, confident in Su Ming's lack of foundation, he obediently began to transcribe. Moments later, Kumu handed over the completed manuscript. Heavenly King's Diamond Technique, Common Internal Cultivation Method, currently unable to allocate points. The information displayed on the panel confirmed the authenticity of this technique. Su Ming nodded in satisfaction. Before you meet your end, do you have any final wishes? I have devoted myself to the Buddhist path since childhood, desiring nothing, so please, do what you must. Kumu's words had barely left his lips when Zhang Rulong, in a fit of rage, cried, Damn it! You cannot kill me! You cannot kill me! Crack! Two sharp sounds echoed simultaneously. Su Ming glanced at the one who had acted, Emotsong, thinking, This is your doing, not mine. Emotsong smirked, pondering, Would I dare act without your command, great leader? I will ensure it is handled discreetly, indeed, concerning their own lives. Su Ming trusted Emotsong would not be careless out of course. If one wishes to keep a secret, one must not engage in illicit activities. He needed to grow stronger quickly to counter any impending threats. Su Ming's first choice was to return to the Northern Escort Agency and commence the endeavor of adopting a son. What? You wish to adopt Feng as your son? Linro stared at Su Ming, who had just entered the courtyard, her mouth agape. Well, did not your father ask me to teach him martial arts? Su Ming replied with a gentle smile. That is not quite the same, Linro hesitated before saying. You do not know my sister's temperament. She would never agree. Why would she not agree? Just as Linro finished speaking, Linny emerged from the garden, leading none other than Lin Feng by the hand. Ah? Sister, what are you doing here? Linny was tall, surpassing Linro by half a head, her figure more voluptuous, complementing Su Ming's stature. In contrast, Linro appeared somewhat diminutive. Little Ro, since my brother-in-law has the intention, how could I refuse? Fenger lost his father just a month after birth. If he can be treated as a son by my brother-in-law, it would indeed be a blessing. Linro's expression turned peculiar as she glanced at Su Ming, noticing his gaze seemingly wandering elsewhere, leaving her momentarily at a loss. Very well, but we must have our father's approval, correct? Chapter 7. Returning to the mountain, as Lin Feng called out adoptive father, Su Ming saw the panel flash, indicating a change. Constitution 1.2, Speed 1.1, Strength 1.9, Attribute points 0.0, Skills, Red Dragon Fist Mastery, Note. Seed Quantity 4, Feedback Mechanism 1. 1. Su Ming was keenly aware of Lin Feng's level, recognizing that he was merely a step away from the bone refining stage. This revelation filled him with excitement. Such talent at a young age made this investment seem foolproof. He then displayed a benevolent smile. Fenger, in order to nurture you properly, I have decided to take you back to the stronghold, where I have treasured medicinal herbs that will greatly benefit your foundational cultivation. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes revealed a hint of trepidation as he glanced at his mother. Lin Yi gazed deeply at Su Ming, and with reluctance said, Must it be this way? You could teach him at home as well, and besides, my younger sister could spend more time with father and mother. Su Ming could not acquiesce. Remaining here posed significant dangers. Although the traces had been dealt with, the entire team of the Northern Escort Agency had vanished, and the court would undoubtedly send people to investigate. Moreover, the identities of Zhang Rulong and Kumu were far from ordinary, making unforeseen events likely. While the Red Dragon stronghold was not a significant power, it was nestled within a mountain range, providing geographical advantages and a measure of self-preservation. A parent loves their child. One must plan for the long term. Our great Yin nation is built upon martial prowess. Only through diligent efforts in youth can one aspire to a grand future. Su Ming spoke earnestly. Even Lin Ro, who stood nearby, was moved by his words. Indeed, sister, with such talent in martial arts, Fenger may have the opportunity to participate in the martial examination, achieve great feats, and contribute to. She trailed off, momentarily at a loss for words. Observing Lin Yi, it seemed she had been touched by these sentiments, as tears glistened in her eyes, and she turned her head away, murmuring, On their return journey, the three mounted the spirited steed sponsored by Lin Jinbei. However, Su Ming's physique exceeded the limits, and the steep, rugged ascent caused him to lag far behind. Reluctantly, Su Ming dismounted and relied solely on his own strength to catch up with the two. Before long, they arrived at the spot where they had encountered hunters on their descent. Bloodstains, now vivid against the blanket of ice and snow, were still visible. Fragments of tattered clothing remained, while the corpses had long been devoured by wild animals. Lin Ro, moved by compassion, insisted on erecting a grave for the fallen. In the Great Yin, it is customary to be buried in the earth, lest one be denied reincarnation. Muttering to herself, Lin Ro struggled to clear the frozen earth with the hilt of her sword. But the frost was stubbornly deep, making her efforts laborious. Yu Ming shook his head, drew forth his large circular blade, and pulled Lin Ro behind him. With a resounding thud, he struck the ground, creating a massive chasm. Lin Feng, watching from behind, swallowed hard, exclaiming, Father, your strength is remarkable. Yet, mere strength alone is insufficient. Su Ming replied with a faint smile. Achieving such an effect is likely beyond the capabilities of any bone-forging martial artist in the world. It was merely a unique technique of force he had mastered, known as Zhen, by channeling his bone energy through the blade. He induced intense vibrations upon impact, causing the tightly frozen soil to crack. Of course, explaining this to young Lin Feng was futile. He was still unable to grasp such concepts. After completing this task, the trio resumed their journey, finally reaching the mountain stronghold around dusk. "Welcome back, Great Chief." The villagers surrounded them, gazing at Su Ming with awe. The second chief, known for his dexterity, approached swiftly, taking the reins of Su Ming's horse. The great chief appeared in good spirits, suggesting a fruitful trip down the mountain. Su Ming lightly patted the second chief's shoulder, acknowledging, "Indeed, nothing escapes your keen perception, dear second. Ah, it's all thanks to the great chief's excellent training." The second chief eagerly flattered. Su Ming smiled noncommittally, gesturing towards Lin Feng on the horse beside him. "This is my newly adopted son. You must take extra care in his upbringing." "No wonder. I can see this young brother's eyes burning with brilliance. He is truly invaluable." The second chief's flattery flowed effortlessly. However, to be entrusted with Su Ming's favor, one needed more than just a talent for flattery. The second chief, originally named Wang Shan, had come from a prestigious background, yet his path had been fraught with difficulties due to his unattractive appearance, leading to a lack of opportunities and even betrayal from peers, resulting in his family's ruin. In his anger, he turned from literature to martial arts, seeking refuge in the then-nascent Qilong stronghold. He possessed both literary and martial prowess, assisting Su Ming in managing the stronghold's affairs with great efficiency. However, after years of controlling the economic lifeblood of Qilong, he began to entertain thoughts of forming factions. Su Ming observed all of this, but chose not to intervene. He understood that as long as he maintained his strength, this individual would remain loyal. Su Ming needed the support of Qilong, and Qilong equally required his formidable presence to avoid eventual annihilation. After a brief rest in the stronghold, Su Ming led Lin Feng into his small courtyard. "Demonstrate your fist technique," Su Ming commanded, shedding his robe to reveal a torso as resilient as steel. Although Lin Feng displayed signs of fatigue, he could not afford to be lax upon seeing Su Ming's serious demeanor, quickly assuming the proper stance. "Ha!" The family heirloom, the Sacred Heart Fist, was executed with vigor by the young boy, each move exuding a certain grandeur. It was evident that Lin Jinbei had invested considerable effort in this child. Unfortunately, the Sacred Heart Fist was of mediocre quality, not nearly as effective as his Dragon Fist. As a master of martial arts, Su Ming quickly identified the flaws in the Sacred Heart Fist. This technique relied heavily on brute force and external training, with a lackluster approach to breathing. A style that is externally strong yet internally weak cannot endure in the long run, and it may even harm the body. He pressed a hand against Lin Feng's abdomen. "Your breath control is too frequent. Each inhale and exhale must synchronize with your movements at a measured pace, with order in release." "But this is the technique passed down from my grandfather," Lin Feng protested, momentarily halting. He had immersed himself in external arts for years, but had failed to enter the realm of bone forging, neglecting the importance of breath control. "You must try again." Lin Feng promptly reset his stance, attempting the sequence once more as Su Ming had instructed. The deliberate changes made him somewhat awkward, causing his strikes to vary in power. Yet, a look of surprise emerged on Lin Feng's face. "It seems I'm not as fatigued as before." "Indeed." Su Ming nodded, retrieving the golden body technique from his robe. "From today onward, you shall practice this, but do not showcase it in front of others. The Sacred Heart Fist is your family's martial art. You may practice it in your spare time." Lin Feng, without a moment's hesitation, responded, "Thank you, father. Now, you may rest." Before long, the once empty hall was left with only Su Ming. The principles of the golden body technique were etched in his mind. He began to slowly cultivate its core methods, practicing its techniques. With the foundation of the Dragon Fist, he quickly grasped the basics of the golden body technique. However, further advancement would require relentless effort and a breakthrough of the vital energy barriers. Currently, he needed to find ways to accumulate attribute points. Lin Feng's breakthrough to skin polishing should not take long, at most a month. However, the attribute points gained would likely be minimal, insufficient to perfect the golden body technique. In the stronghold, gifted disciples were scarce, and he would have to seek them from outside. The following morning, he summoned Pei Long. "Father has called for me. Is there something you wish to convey?" Pei Long respectfully bowed. "Two matters. First, I need you to venture to remote areas and bring back some gifted children. The higher their talent, the better." Of course, character is also crucial. I shall obey your command, father, and ensure it is done well, Pei Long promised. The second matter. Take a look at this. With that, Su Ming tossed a scroll towards him. An entry scroll to Yunhai sect? Pei Long's hand trembled in disbelief. The Yunhai sect was a genuine martial arts sect, wielding considerable influence in the northern territories of Daya and it was said that disciples in the inner sanctum had to possess at least the bone-forging level, while direct disciples needed to break through the refining stage before reaching 30 years of age. Not to mention the elders, whose cultivation was unfathomably profound. Among my 3 adopted sons, you are the youngest. Now that you have broken through to bone forging, your future is limitless. Although I am reluctant to see such a vital ally leave the stronghold, I have arranged this opportunity for your future. You are still young. First, become an inner disciple and learn the authentic teachings of the sect. In the future, breaking through to the refining stage and even aspiring to greater heights will not be impossible. Though Qilong is small, we will continue to provide for your training needs, and with the resources from the sect, you will have a significant advantage over your peers. The rest will depend on your own efforts. Su Ming spoke sincerely, his eyes reflecting deep anticipation. Pei Long, being young and having lost his parents at a young age, felt profoundly moved at that moment, as if he could sense the warmth of paternal love emanating from Su Ming. He stood in a daze, tears welling up in his eyes. Father, rest assured, I will achieve success and repay you and the stronghold in the future. Alas, as a father, I only hope for your success, Su Ming said, a hint of sadness in his voice as he waved his hand and turned away. His broad back appeared even more imposing. Feeling invigorated, Pei Long hastened his steps and left. As the door closed, a faint smile crept across Su Ming's lips. The harder Pei Long worked, the luckier he would become. For the next 3 months, Su Ming remained in the stronghold, dedicating himself to the rigorous practice of the golden body technique, making remarkable progress day by day. However, the prerequisite of achieving perfection in the golden body technique to practice the King Kong technique left him feeling somewhat frustrated, particularly with recent news from the provincial government that a new batch of officers from the town patrol was arriving. Seemingly to investigate something, he stood up and walked alone to the center of the courtyard. There, 3 children were engaged in a playful display of martial arts. One of them was Lin Feng, who had recently broken through to skin polishing and was striving towards the mid-skin polishing stage. The 0.3 attribute points gained from skin polishing gave Su Ming a glimmer of hope, but it was still insufficient. He needed 0.5 attribute points to perfect the golden body technique. The other 2 children present were those he had selected from the common folk, possessing decent talent but lacking any martial arts foundation. Even if they achieved skin polishing, it would still take several months. Just as he was deep in thought, a swift female attendant approached him, her face brimming with joy. Master, the first madam is with child. What? Su Ming was equally taken aback, setting aside the tumult of his thoughts as he swiftly made his way to the backyard. Mo Yi leaned against the doorframe, her gaze fixed on Su Ming from a distance. Unlike Lin Ro, this woman had a childhood sweetheart, an unwed fiancé, before Su Ming brought her to the stronghold. Thus, although they had shared the same bed on numerous occasions, their hearts had rarely intertwined. Furthermore, hailing from a family of gentry, she had been steeped in literature from a young age and held a distinct disdain for him, a bandit leader, rendering any semblance of romantic affection between them non-existent. In fact, in the past, she had been quite resistant to Su Ming's attempts at communication. However, today, as Su Ming met her gaze, he perceived something different in her eyes. Perhaps it was not love, but rather an unintentional flicker of anxiety and a yearning for attention. Su Ming understood that, as a traditional woman, she could not overlook the bond they shared, manifested in their unborn child. You have worked hard, he said, taking her hand in his. A hint of discomfort flashed across Mo Yi's composed face, and she gently withdrew her hand, informing him that the doctor had said the pregnancy was stable and the baby was expected to arrive in the autumn of the following year. Su Ming nodded, pulling her into an embrace as they moved toward the warmth of the fireplace inside. Over the past few months, he had not closely observed those around him, and now, in this intimate proximity to Mo Yi, he realized that she had become more voluptuous. Particularly, her bosom seemed somewhat unable to contain itself. It seemed that even her garments had become a tad ill-fitting. Su Ming sighed. Noticing his gaze, Mo Yi's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. In a voice barely above a whisper, she replied. I didn't have the chance. Su Ming chuckled, reclining against the mat and leaning closer to listen to her abdomen. After only a few months, he could hear nothing yet. A maternal glow surfaced on Moe's face. As Su Ming's touch grazed her belly, a series of blue notifications materialized before him. First blood relative acquired, triggering additional rewards. 1.0 attribute points constitution, 1. 2 speed, 1.1 strength, 1.9 attribute points, 1.3 skills, Crimson Dragon Fist perfected, Golden Body Technique major achievement notes, seed quantity, 4, feedback mechanism 1, 1, blood lineage quantity, 1, feedback mechanism 1, 2. This truly was a momentous occasion. Ha ha! Su Ming couldn't contain his laughter, which echoed through the room. Moe and the strong woman beside her exchanged glances, believing him to be delighted by the prospect of fatherhood. Especially Moe, witnessing Su Ming, who was usually engrossed in martial arts, so jubilant, could not help but smile slightly. During the pregnancy, you must rest well, Ming saw. Please fetch 200 taels of silver from the treasury and send a few disciples down the mountain to purchase some nourishing supplements for the mother-to-be, and also procure a few comfortable outfits for the lady of the house. After a brief pause, Su Ming straightened up and instructed the strong woman nearby. She promptly acknowledged and exited the room. Once the door was closed, Su Ming took a deep breath, tightening his embrace around Moe. It has been far too long. We must celebrate today. Feeling the warmth of his breath against her ear, Moe's blush deepened, spreading to her neck. Isn't that detrimental for the fetus? She questioned. It's fine. I come from a lineage of healers, he reassured her. Aren't you an orphan? As dusk fell, Su Ming returned to his training chamber. His legs still strong and powerful. With Moe expecting his first child, she naturally refrained from engaging in strenuous activities, making the entire experience somewhat stifling. Bearing this in mind, Su Ming opened the manual for the Heavenly King Diamond technique, pouring his fervor into it. The ancient characters were vigorous and orderly, perfectly suited for his perusal. The completed Golden Body technique seemed to be invigorated by an extraordinary force, beginning to transform the martial energy generated from his blood and qi. A sleepless night ensued. Boom! As the sun rose, Su Ming slowly opened his eyes. His imposing aura became increasingly restrained, with each movement subtly stirring the air around him. It would not be an exaggeration to say that now. A mere punch from him could create a sonic boom. This was the hallmark of successfully stepping into the refining organ stage, where his entire strength had metamorphosed into bone strength, if previously he relied on sheer force. Now, beneath the naturally more robust blood and qi, his power had achieved a remarkable efficiency. Should he encounter Ku Mu again, even without resorting to ambush or poison, he could withstand no more than 5 of my strikes. Su Ming clenched his fist, feeling utterly devoid of the weakness that typically accompanied a breakthrough into the refining organ stage. His realm was solidly established step by step, each advancement profoundly grounded and perfected, far surpassing the conventional martial artist who relied on potent medicines or techniques to break through. Alas, the higher the realm, the more his combat ability might diminish. He sighed inwardly. In truth, even during his mid-stage of bone refinement, he had already possessed strength comparable to that of a perfected bone refiner. But now, in the refining organ stage, he could likely only contend with early-stage refining organs masters like Ku Mu. If he were to face an opponent in the mid-stage, he might find himself embroiled in a battle, let alone those at the perfected stage. The revolution has yet to succeed. Comrades must strive harder. Chapter 9. Golden Jade Toad Technique. After conversing with Lin Ro until the late hours, Su Ming finally succumbed to a deep slumber. The next day, as was his routine, he began his morning exercises with unwavering devotion, performing 3 sets of the Crimson Dragon Fist, followed by the Heavenly King Diamond Technique. Although the Heavenly King Diamond Technique had reached the refining organs level, it primarily fortified his defenses, providing little enhancement to his offensive capabilities. Therefore, he could not neglect the Crimson Dragon Fist, which, bolstered by the bone strength of the refining organ stage, could unleash extraordinary power even in its most basic form. Moreover, having adjusted the striking technique of the Crimson Dragon Fist to harness the effects of shockwaves, he could elevate its attack potency even further. Yet, this alone was far from sufficient. Standing in the center of the courtyard, Su Ming felt within his robe. The copper mirror belonging to the stealing god sect had been cast aside as bait in Yangzhou City. What he truly cherished was the so-called demonic martial art, the Golden Jade Toad technique, a technique devoid of rank and lacking any clear entry instructions. Fortunately, Su Ming was not one to rely on brute strength, but rather on intellect. The remaining 0.8 attribute points on his panel were perfectly poised to be infused into this martial art. He closed his eyes, and the book in his hand began to rustle without the influence of wind. A refreshing coolness, akin to a gentle spring, surged from his dantian, radiating through his meridians. His previously relaxed muscles suddenly tensed. The sensation of tearing within his muscles compelled Su Ming to stifle a groan. What is this? Su Ming felt as if his entire body had swelled slightly, and the muscles had become denser. Thus, the effect of the Golden Jade Toad technique was to significantly enhance the physical body. He pondered aloud, clenching his fist as he approached a nearby rock formation. A boulder the size of a water vat stood there, its surface remarkably smooth. Let us give it a try. In the next moment, without gathering strength, he thrust his fist forward. Whoosh! The sound of air being split was piercingly sharp. His fist struck the rock with a resounding bang, and a fissure appeared in the stone. Retracting his fist, he found it was only coated in a thin layer of dust and gravel, entirely unscathed. Incredible. He was momentarily at a loss to discern whether it was the Heavenly King Diamond technique enhancing his physique or the tremendous boost from the Golden Jade Toad technique. A flicker of realization crossed his mind as the data on his panel appeared before him. Constitution, 1.2, 0.2, Speed, 1.1, 0.2, Strength, 1.9, 0.2, Attribute Points, 0.3 Skills, Crimson Dragon Fist Perfected. Heavenly King Diamond Technique Introductory Notes. Seed Quantity, 4, Feedback Mechanism 1, Blood Lineage Quantity, 1, Feedback Mechanism 1, 2 Indeed. Each attribute had increased by 0.2 from its original value. It was important to note that breaking through to the refining organ stage merely transformed his power, without enhancing his inherent attributes. This meant that the boost was a direct result of the Golden Jade Toad technique. His emotions became a whirlwind. What a treasure he had stumbled upon. Yet in the next moment, an unsettling sensation washed over him, beginning with a wave of hunger followed swiftly by a dizzying spell. When his consciousness returned, it was already dusk. Lin Ro and Mo Yi lay beside him, their faces etched with concern. Er Dongjia, Liao Rushun, was pacing restlessly within the room, exuding an air of unease. Cough, cough. He cleared his throat and slowly sat up. Why, dear husband, big boss. The commotion startled everyone. Oh dear, big boss, you truly frightened me. Liao Rushun rushed forward, fervently displaying his loyalty. Su Ming smiled gently, reassuring everyone that he had merely experienced a momentary disruption while practicing and was not gravely harmed. This eased the worries of Lin Ro and the others, who then filed out of the room at his behest. Once tranquility returned, Su Ming took a moment to assess his condition. His breath felt remarkably steady, suggesting he had merely fainted from hunger. He surmised that this might be the aftereffect of the Golden Jade Toad technique. No wonder it was dubbed a demonic technique. There was always something amiss. His tall stature meant that his usual intake of meat far exceeded that of ordinary individuals, making an energy deficit rare. Moreover, his body inherently possessed protective mechanisms, preventing him from simply fainting from hunger. Thus, the drawbacks of the Golden Jade Toad technique were glaringly apparent. Once utilized, victory would be nearly impossible in the short term, and one would be utterly incapacitated. Could it be this very reason that prevented this technique from being acknowledged and proliferated? Su Ming sat up straight, consuming all the bowls of soup beside him, his mind gradually clearing. Such disposable cultivation techniques are not uncommon in the martial world, particularly among low-ranking warriors, who often learn a special move to unleash their potential at crucial moments. Achieving extraordinary effects, however, the notion of directly severing one's spirit in such a manner was unprecedented. The initial excitement within him simmered down at that moment. It would be best to avoid such practices in the future. They were utterly nonsensical, he silently scoffed, then stretched his limbs, confirming he was unharmed before returning to the training grounds. Now that spring had arrived, the chill atop Tiandu Mountain had nearly dissipated. The disciples of the mountain stronghold were diligently practicing, their fervor palpable. Perched above, Su Ming's gaze swept from the densely packed crowd below to the endless peaks of the Tiandu Range, where the trees flourished, embodying a scene of vibrant life. I have indeed been too impatient. Observing the magnificent landscape, Su Ming sighed, his mood calming from its earlier agitation. With the assistance of the panel, steady progress is the correct path to ascend. Chief, the voice of Liao Ru, the Divine King, resounded from behind. Have the third and the others returned? Indeed, the chief is truly astute. Su Ming turned, clasping his hands behind him as he walked towards the mountain gate. In previous years, he had focused the development of the stronghold on Dian, achieving certain results, yet ultimately found himself constrained by the internal environment of Yin, unable to boldly expand the stronghold. Thus, for over a year, he had dispatched the third, Luo Zhan, along with 2 adopted sons to the neighboring Deling Empire to seek a foothold. The territory of Deling is several times larger than that of Dian, a true vast empire, where the Ling army dominates and domestic restrictions on sects and strongholds are minimal, providing a conducive environment for development. However, Deling's power dynamics are intricate and fiercely competitive, making it challenging to carve out a share, with high risks involved. The Mountain Gate, a tall, robust man stood at the forefront, flanked by 2 similarly built young men. Appearing weary from their travels, upon spotting Su Ming approaching, the group led by the burly man bowed in unison, exclaiming, "We greet the chief." Su Ming stepped forward, grasping the burly man's hand and heartily patting his shoulder. "Third, you have finally returned. This time, do not leave again. Even without Deling, our Red Dragon stronghold has a bright future." Su Ming's eyes scanned the somewhat fatigued faces of the group, offering words of encouragement. Gratitude illuminated Luo Zhan's eyes, and a smile finally broke through his demeanor. "Elder brother, we have not disappointed your expectations. Although we have not achieved great success in Deling, we have at least secured a foothold." "Oh?" Su Ming was taken aback. He had not held out much hope for Luo Zhan and the others, considering their limited strength, merely sending them to scout the situation. He had not anticipated such pleasant news. "Second, arrange for the brothers to return to the stronghold and rest. Prepare a grand feast to welcome them. I will converse with the third and a few others as we walk." Liao Ru had long been prepared for everything and promptly took his leave to fulfill the orders. Su Ming then led Luo Zhan and his 2 adopted sons into his training room, sitting on the floor as they discussed over drinks. After several rounds of drinks, Luo Zhan recounted their arduous journey. "You mean to say, in a mere border town of Deling, there are numerous experts at the refining organs level?" Upon hearing how Luo Zhan and the others had been pursued by ordinary city guards, Su Ming was astonished. Indeed, the ordinary city guards possess the strength of the initial stage of bone refinement, and the leading dozen or so commanders are at least at the peak of bone refinement. If not at the refining organs level, their combat prowess is remarkably fierce, with formidable physical strength. Such a stark disparity. Su Ming had not expected the gap in strength between Deling and Dian to be so pronounced. Given this, it is indeed a marvel that Dian has not been annexed by Deling. Yes, we had all but given up hope, but fortunately, we encountered a master from Baiyun Temple. Baiyun Temple? Chapter 10. Baiyun Temple. Baiyun Temple is a Taoist establishment within Deling, where Buddhism and Taoism are both revered. Yet their circumstances are also challenging, having relocated from the city to the mountains. We were pursued by the city guards, and it was they who saved us, allowing us to escape with our lives. Su Ming downed his drink, then remarked, "Let me guess, the people from Baiyun Temple promised to collaborate with our Red Dragon stronghold, sending you back to discuss matters with me. Am I correct?" "Ah, elder brother, how did you know?" Luo Zhan's face was one of disbelief. Su Ming shook his head, rising to his feet. "Alas, gather the brothers and prepare for battle." He swept his hand towards the weapons rack. Grasping the golden-ringed saber, he then strode out of the courtyard, his expression somber as he directed his gaze toward the stronghold's gate. Sure enough, in the distance, he could vaguely make out several figures in gray robes darting through the woods. Their movements swift as they ascended the mountain path, only 2 or 3 miles from the stronghold's entrance. Luo Zhan quickly rallied the troops, putting the stronghold on high alert. Even he, usually slow on the uptake, understood that they had been outmaneuvered by the people from Baiyun Temple. Su Ming held no blame for Luo Zhan. He was a man of utmost integrity, strong, and with room to grow. Most importantly, the emergence of Baiyun Temple represented both risk and opportunity for Su Ming. It all depended on whether the two could reach a consensus. As he pondered, three figures ascended the 100-step stone staircase before the stronghold, halting about 7 or 8 meters from Su Ming. The foremost figure was a middle-aged Taoist clad in a gray-blue robe, wearing a top-knot crown and appearing vigorous. The two young Taoists trailing him had cold expressions, each wielding a silver-sheathed long sword. Ha ha ha, you must be the chief of the Red Dragon stronghold, truly possessing the demeanor of a dragon and phoenix. Your intellect surpasses the rest. The middle-aged Taoist took another step forward. A faint smile gracing his lips, Luozhen hurriedly leaned in to whisper, "The Taoist ahead is Yin Hong, known as Xuanqing, an elder from the External Affairs Hall of Baiyun Temple. The two behind him are disciples from the same hall." Su Ming squinted. He had already discerned that the two young Taoists were at the mid to late stages of bone refinement. However, he could not ascertain the true strength of the leading middle-aged Taoist, yet observed his ascent as if traversing flat ground, his steps steady and powerful, certainly no weaker than the previous withered monk. What a stroke of luck! Just as I have broken through to the refining organs level, skilled opponents come knocking at my door, Su Ming thought to himself, forcefully drawing the golden-ringed saber from its sheath. With a whoosh, the sound of slicing air echoed. Su Ming leaped into the air, gripping the saber with one hand, and slashed downward from above. "Master Uncle, receive the sword." The Taoist behind immediately threw his long sword towards the middle-aged man. The Taoist caught it with one hand, the sword unsheathing with a swift motion, meeting Su Ming's attack without flinching. Clang! The middle-aged Taoist, initially charging up the mountain, suddenly halted, the sword bending like a bow in the middle before snapping back. What exquisite skill! The Taoist deftly planted one foot on the stone staircase, stabilizing his form. Meanwhile, Su Ming was forced to retreat several steps down the staircase from the sword's rebound. Standing several paces apart, one wielded a sword while the other brandished a saber, both locking eyes with one another. Su Ming calculated for a moment, estimating the middle-aged Taoist's strength. Indeed, he surpassed the withered monk, both in the intensity of his bone energy and his reaction speed. Although it was unclear whether the opponent was using their full strength, given that he had the advantage of surprise, the opponent likely retained some power and would not be as precise in a moment of urgency. At the initial stage of refining organs, there still lay a distance to the mid-stage. Su Ming reflected, having only exerted 3 parts of his strength, gaining assurance in his assessment of this individual's capabilities. Whoosh! The saber was sheathed with a decisive motion. Taoist, having come from afar, why not enter the stronghold for a discussion? Su Ming finally spoke, gesturing invitingly. The Taoist scrutinized Su Ming for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha, I, a humble Taoist, have come uninvited, bringing a modest gift. I hope the chief will graciously accept." He signaled to the 2 Taoists behind him, who stepped forward with 2 boxes, one blue and one gray. Offering them respectfully, 1 blood-nourishing pill and 1 muscle transformation pill, Su Ming gestured for Luozhen to receive them, then waved his hand for the stronghold members to clear the path. "The Taoist is too courteous. Please, do come in." Originally intended to welcome Luozhen and the others, the feast was already prepared, and the arrival of these 3 Taoists was perfectly timed. Before long, the main guests were seated, and the stronghold buzzed with excitement. Su Ming and the 3 Taoists shared a separate table, exchanging toasts and pleasantries before turning serious. "I wonder, Taoistine, what brings you here?" The 3 men, who had just lifted their cups, paused momentarily, and the young Taoists cast their gazes toward Yin Hong. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yin Hong sighed and replied with a bitter smile, "You are indeed astute, Chief. I shall not hide it from you. Currently, within the borders of the Daling Empire, the political situation is increasingly precarious. The Ling Emperor harbors ambitions of dominance and is recruiting soldiers from all corners. The forces of the Jianghu are inevitably affected. Our Taoist sect values tranquility and abhors bloodshed. We never anticipated being caught in such a predicament, and we have now been suppressed to the brink of extinction. Aside from the ancestral halls in the north and south, which still enjoy past favors and are spared from disaster, the rest of the sects find themselves on the verge of survival that I see. So your temple is considering a collaboration with our Red Dragon stronghold after hearing Luozhen's account. Am I correct? Su Ming replied with a knowing smile. Ha ha, it is merely a quest for a glimmer of hope. Yin Hong let out a dry chuckle, yet his countenance bore no trace of embarrassment. Su Ming took a sip from his cup, adjusted his slightly wrinkled robe, and remarked, "As you say, esteemed Taoist, it seems that the members of Baiyun Temple shall not return today. Stop right there. The expressions of the two young Taoists changed dramatically as they reached for the long sword on the table, only to be halted by Yin Hong's commanding voice. Xu de Zhangjiao, our Baiyun Temple misjudged your prowess, which led to this unfortunate strategy. Now that we stand face to face with a hero of your caliber, we have entirely abandoned our prior intentions. Su Ming chuckled softly, inwardly lamenting the shamelessness of these individuals. Wasn't there implication that his strength surpassed what they could contend with? I have heard that your stronghold possesses only a handful of bone refinement masters in terms of formidable combat power. And now there is you, a grandmaster of the refinement of organs. In the face of the great Yin court, I fear your capabilities might be lacking. Xu Ming shrugged, stating, common folk do not contend with officials. And we are, after all, outlaws. Yin Hong was taken aback by Xu Ming's response, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he smiled once more. If you are indeed outlaws, then the power to wage war does not rest in your hands. Should the esteemed leader be sincere, I shall report to the 3 palace masters and the temple chief. Our collaboration with Qilong Stronghold shall undoubtedly meet your expectations. Having spoken, Yin Hong gazed at Xu Ming with a calm demeanor. He believed that someone as ordinary as Xu Ming, a mere practitioner of organ refinement, would not refuse such an enticing proposition. Their earlier brief encounter had led him to assess that Xu Ming was quite comparable to himself. Additionally, with several skilled practitioners still in the stronghold, a hasty departure would likely prove unfeasible. Thus, these words served as a delaying tactic. The real decision lay beyond his authority. Xu Ming was well aware of Yin Hong's ulterior motives, but chose not to expose him. Instead, he feigned satisfaction and nodded. I hope you bring good news soon. Indeed. Seeing this, Yin Hong breathed a sigh of relief. Well then, thank you for your hospitality. We shall return promptly to discuss the details of our cooperation. Do not rush, esteemed Taoist. Your profound teachings still have much to offer. I wish to seek your guidance on a few matters. By dusk, Yin Hong and his party began their descent from the mountain. Their pace noticeably slowed. It was not until they neared the borders of the Great Yin that Yin Hong suddenly rolled his eyes and collapsed into the arms of a nearby young Taoist. Chapter 11. The Gift of Poison at Baiyun Temple. In the Grand Hall, the incense had burned to ash, and smoke wafted gently as the slightly plump Taoist waved a feather duster. The smoke swirled back into the incense burner. Beneath him stood 3 distinguished old Taoists, their gazes fixed intently upon Yin Hong, who knelt before the statue of their ancestral master. A bead of sweat trickled down Yin Hong's forehead as he could not help but look up. Master, your disciple is incompetent and willingly accepts punishment. Humph. The plump Taoist remained silent, while a Taoist dressed in a light yellow tunic and draped in a gray robe scoffed coldly. A mere bandit stronghold could inflict such harm upon you? Surely, it must be that you leaked information upon entering the Great Yin and were apprehended by those individuals. Yin Hong's complexion paled, and he quickly replied, Ancestral Master, every word I speak is true. If the palace master does not believe me, he may inquire with the attending disciples who accompanied me. Enough. The plump Taoist finally rose from his seat. Gazing upon the palace master of external affairs, Xiao Yun, it is clear that the court's pressure grows increasingly severe. Remaining cooped up here is not a viable solution. While Tiandu Mountain is indeed a splendid retreat, one misstep could lead us to confront those wretches. With hundreds of disciples of Baiyun Temple and their families numbering over 1,000, how could we conceal our whereabouts? Should Yin Hong's words prove accurate, then the leader of Qidong Stronghold is indeed a person of significance. Collaborating with him may not be a bad idea. The state military has cut off our supplies, forcing us into these deep mountains to compel our surrender. As long as Qidong Stronghold can provide sustenance, we can continue our lives here for a year or so without issue. The 3 Taoists standing in the hall exchanged glances and then bowed in unison, declaring, what the palace master states is indeed true. However, Qidong Stronghold is composed of bandits, and their enmity with the state will undoubtedly limit our options for change and cut off our retreat. The palace master interjected once more, upon hearing this. Yin Hong quickly reassured, rest assured, Palace Master, I have already gauged the situation. The leader of Qidong Stronghold is cunning and has long been in secret communication with the local government. That is excellent news. The plump Taoist stroked his long beard and turned to pay his respects to the ancestral statue. A mere practitioner of organ refinement poses no threat. Fellow disciples, you may proceed with this matter. The elderly Taoist, who was both agile and benevolent, stepped forward slightly and humbly stated, as per the palace master's decree. With that, he briskly made his way outside the temple, his voice echoing back, In Hong's disciple. You shall lead the way. At Qidong's stronghold, Su Ming sat in the great hall with a rare frown upon his brow. How many letters have we received now? Reporting to the esteemed leader. This is the third letter. Wang Shan discreetly cast a glance at Su Ming's dark expression and spoke softly. Yang Jun, that scoundrel. Su Ming cursed quietly. He then harnessed his immense strength, crumpling the letter in his hand into shreds. The matter concerning Zhang Rulong had ultimately implicated him, as the chief official of Yangzhou. Yang Jun was certainly no fool. With a little thought, he could surmise that few in all of Yangzhou possessed the strength to commit such acts. Fortunately, he had executed his plans with meticulous precision. The sudden invitation to a martial arts tournament was likely a means to test his capabilities, or perhaps someone from the imperial city had prompted him to act thusly. This banquet of treachery was assuredly set in stone. Now, this old man had announced the matter throughout the entire state, even establishing a martial alliance and assigning Su Ming a significant position as the vice-alliance leader. Each invitation sent out bore his name. Should he fail to attend, it would be tantamount to offending the martial arts community of Yangzhou simultaneously. How cunning, you old fox! Su Ming cursed under his breath. Yet his mind was already made up. He would indeed attend. Failing to do so would only solidify the accusations against him. While Yangzhou could not do anything to him, should the Zhang family from the imperial city decide to intervene, it could spell trouble. The silver lining was that no one was yet aware of his attainment of the organ refinement realm. In the event of unexpected circumstances, his chances of escape remained relatively high. Yet, Su Ming was not one to revel in gambling. In this chaotic world, preserving his life took precedence. Heroics were not the persona of a mountain bandit like him. Third brother, he beckoned to Luo Zhen, who was stationed below the hall. Upon seeing this, the latter hurried forward. Once Luo Zhen bent down, Su Ming whispered into his ear, Gather all capable hands in the stronghold and bring them into Yangzhou City. Coordinate with Emote Song in advance, and disguise yourselves to avoid revealing your whereabouts. Wang Shan, noticing that Su Ming had not shared his thoughts, retreated to the outer hall. This scene did not escape Su Ming's notice. He sighed softly and patted Luo Zhen's shoulder, saying, I will send you further instructions. Remember to keep it confidential. Luo Zhen nodded earnestly, casting a curious glance at Wang Shan outside the door, his expression contemplative. He may be simple-minded, but he was certainly not foolish. Having arranged everything, Su Ming finally left the great hall and returned to his courtyard. He retrieved a piece of paper from a nearby wooden box. It was the formula for the poison that had incapacitated Ku Mu and others previously. The effects were remarkable, yet the conditions for administering it were exceedingly stringent. Last time had afforded him the luxury of preparation, which led to his success. Moreover, while Ku Mu was a master of organ refinement, his experience in the martial world was quite limited. This time, however, the adversaries he faced could very well be the Zhang family's trained assassins or the experts from the pacification office. All seasoned veterans of the martial world, not easily fooled. What if he could integrate the poison into his bone strength? In that case, anyone who fought him would inevitably succumb to its effects. A sudden inspiration struck Su Ming. Immediately, he began his experimentation, placing the powdered medicine in his palm, enveloping it with his bone strength, and drawing it into his body. Half an hour later, Su Ming expelled a mouthful of black blood. Do I lack the talent for poisoning? He regarded his slightly purplish palm with skepticism. After 3 attempts, each had resulted in his own poisoning. Fortunately, he still had a substantial supply of antidote from Imokong. Yet at this rate, even if he didn't poison himself to death, he would surely exhaust his vital energy. Why does the potency of the medicine permeate into my lungs along with the bone strength? Refinement of organs, refinement of my organs. Su Ming suddenly grasped the situation. In the realm of organ refinement, the primary distinction from the bone refinement stage lay not only in the qualitative transformation of strength, but also in how the bone strength autonomously surged through the body's vital points. Cleansing the organs, after all, this was his first experience in organ refinement, and his knowledge of this realm was still lacking. It was only natural that he would come to understand it belatedly. Thus, integrating the medicinal properties with his bone strength was utterly unfeasible. But what if he merely confined it to a specific area? Su Ming once again grasped the powdered medicine in his palm, enveloping it with his strength, and then summoned another force to seal off the bone strength carrying the medicinal properties. Before long, Su Ming had mastered this technique with ease. He approached the small flower pool in his courtyard, swiftly grasping a golden carp. Then, using the bone strength infused with the medicinal properties, he gently penetrated the fish scales, delivering the substance into the little carp's body. 1 breath, 2 breaths in less than 2 breaths. The golden carp transformed into a purple one, its eyes turning milky white. Success. In a fit of excitement, he crushed the purple carp with his bare hands. He continued his experiments, seeking to prolong the duration of the drug's potency. He toiled late into the night, and by the time he concluded, the entire goldfish pond lay empty, revealing the limits of his capabilities. Without compromising his own strength, he could seal the power for a maximum of 3 time periods. After all, he needed to constantly allocate 2 portions of bone energy. Although the energy within him was continuously replenishing, if the consumption exceeded the generation, it would adversely affect the total amount of bone energy in his body, preventing him from unleashing his full potential. It was nearly sufficient. On the day of the grand event, he planned to time his entry perfectly, make a brief appearance, and then discreetly depart. Thus thought Su Ming, his spirits finally lifting. Chapter 12. The prize. Over the course of 3 days, he resolved to contemplate further methods to enhance his strength. He examined his attribute panel. Physique 1.2, Speed 1, Strength 1.9, Attribute points 0.3, Skills. Red Dragon Fist, Perfected. Heavenly King S Diamond Skill, Beginner. Golden Jade Toad Skill, Upper Part, Incomplete. Remarks. Seed Quantity 4, Feedback Mechanism 1. Bloodline Quantity 1. Feedback Mechanism 1. Su Ming's gaze fell upon the Golden Jade Toad Skill, and a peculiar expression crossed his face. What did the 2 question marks signify? By comparing it with the first 2 skills, this section should indicate the training progress. Coupled with the prior reminder during the panel analysis, this technique might not be bound by realm restrictions. Could it possibly have no upper limit? Or perhaps the creator of this technique did not establish any stages for it. That would be amusing, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that mean anyone could cultivate something new? Su Ming shook his head and turned his attention to the remaining 0.3 attribute points. The last time he had invested in strength, the results were remarkable. For the sake of balance, this time he would undoubtedly allocate points to speed. Yet, with such a meager number of attribute points, he could only make a slight enhancement with 0.2 points. Without hesitation, he invested in speed. In the next moment, his speed attribute rose to 1.2, matching his physique. He did not excel in agility. Thus speed became exceedingly vital, and no matter how great his strength, it would be futile if he could not land a hit. Subsequently, he reviewed the Heavenly King S Diamond Skill and the Red Dragon Fist before making his way to Moe's room. Though the fetus was still small, perhaps due to his unique bloodline, the fetal movements had become somewhat frequent. Moe often found it difficult to sleep at night, compensating during the day. Unable to sleep? Su Ming entered with practiced ease. In recent days, his frequent visits had softened even Moe's typically indifferent demeanor, her gaze towards him now filled with warmth. Well, I can't seem to sleep. You appear particularly energetic, Moe remarked, somewhat speechlessly, as she caressed her abdomen, her face radiating happiness. Su Ming smiled, embracing her, and exchanged playful words to amuse her. Before long, his hands became restless. Recently, with his vitality surging several-fold, his desires had also intensified. Moe, in her pregnancy, seemed less restrained than usual. A few gentle provocations ignited her passion, her soft form entwining around Su Ming's waist as she eagerly kissed him. In the flickering candlelight, the two engaged in a passionate embrace. Lost in each other's presence in the state capital, deep into the night, Inspector Yang Jun finally returned home in a sedan chair. Midway through the journey, it suddenly halted. A chestnut stallion blocked the path. Snorting loudly, from its back dismounted a robust man clad in a simple gray robe, a large knife slung at his waist. Boldly, who dares to obstruct the carriage of the inspector? The man blocking the road remained silent, tearing off a golden plaque from his waist and tossing it directly into the sedan. With a swift motion, a hand emerged from within the sedan, grasping the plaque firmly before retracting. After a moment of silence, Yang Jun strode out. At the Lord of the Southern Division? I apologize for not welcoming you properly. The man grinned slightly. My horse is swift. Allow me to escort the inspector for a while. Without hesitation, Yang Jun instructed his attendants, you may return to the residence. Yes, my lord. The two, along with the horse, departed down a narrow alley. I had expected the Northern Division's people to arrive first. Yang Jun initiated the conversation. The man tightened the reins. The folks from the Northern Division have been overstepping their bounds for quite some time. The Zhang family has merely lost a descendant, but the higher-ups have lost crucial clues. Whether it's the Southern or Northern Division, even you esteemed civil and military officials, all are under the same heavens. If the sky falls, none shall escape unscathed. I am well aware of that. Yang Jun nodded in agreement. As for Zhang Rulong's matter, let the Northern Division handle it. You must fully cooperate with me to trace the whereabouts of the relic left by the cult of the Divine Thief. Yang Jun chuckled bitterly. This time, not only will the Northern Division send people, but the Zhang family has also reached out. Lord Yang, aren't you the most adept at navigating both sides? The words of the Lord of the Thousand Households are misplaced. My concerns are solely for the court. The man abruptly halted his horse, his voice dropping significantly. Well then, let me tell you the truth. After verification from above, the item in question is a soul token. If any mistakes occur, the ramifications could be severe. What? A soul token? How can this be? The usually composed Yang Jun turned pale at this revelation. At their level, they were acutely aware of the potential devastation a lost soul token could wreak. Shouldn't this matter be reported to them? Yang Jun inquired tentatively. Do you think De Yin can withstand any more of their antics? They act without regard for consequences. Both parties fell into silence for a moment before Yang Jun sighed. Please convey the orders from above. I will cooperate fully. As for the Zhang family, I am indeed powerless. The entire Yangzhou cannot muster a master alchemist. How could we afford to provoke them? Time passed swiftly, and 3 days soon arrived. Clad in a gray and white cloak, Su Ming entered the martial alliance. He surveyed the orderly seating arrangements and mused. No wonder this force was initiated by the state capital. Their organization is commendable. As soon as he appeared, someone approached to guide him directly to the elevated observation platform. Has Lord Yang arrived? Reporting to the deputy alliance leader, Lord Yang is unwell and cannot attend today. Ah? Su Ming's expression turned peculiar, casting doubt on his earlier assumptions. Then who else has come today? Aside from you, I do not recognize anyone. The attendant chuckled awkwardly. Su Ming's expression faltered momentarily before he quickly regained his composure. I suddenly feel unwell. Please allow me to visit the restroom first. You wait here. That's fine. You may go. Let me escort the deputy alliance leader instead. Approaching was a fierce-looking man dressed in elaborate attire, a golden feathered saber at his waist. His physique was robust, exuding a powerful yet restrained aura. Su Ming, at that moment, could not discern the man's strength, but it was undoubtedly beyond the realm of bone tempering. I suddenly no longer need to relieve myself. Su Ming chuckled, locking eyes with the man's scrutinizing gaze. Ha! I am Ming Bian, 1,000 households of the Northern Division. I have long admired the martial prowess of the Saint Fist. Su Ming, the man who introduced himself as Ming Bian, broke into a grin, as if they were old friends reunited after years apart. As Su Ming recognized that this individual was likely sent by the town protector's office or the Zhang family to investigate the disappearance of Zhang Rulong. I am unworthy of such praise. How could I possibly be deemed a saint before you, my lord? Su Ming feigned modesty. To his surprise, Ming Bian nodded in agreement. Your words hold truth. Why don't we compete on stage to showcase our skills for the establishment of the Martial Alliance or the Martial Arts Conference? Showcase? What do you mean? Of course, it's your head. Ming Bian's smile vanished, replaced by a stern expression. Chapter 13. The arena stands, a kill without warning. Ming Bian's demeanor shifted as he lunged at Su Ming. His palms slightly bent, resembling eagle claws. Su Ming found himself in a corridor, with a railing on one side and a stone wall on the other. There was nowhere to evade. Red Dragon, charge! Yet his expression remained unchanged as he swiftly assumed the stance of the Red Dragon Fist. Unleashing the power of the bone-tempering realm without hesitation, relying solely on his physical might to propel the secret technique forward. Crack, crack! As their claw and fist collided, they separated after a brief moment. Ming Bian executed a flip, landing back on his feet. In contrast, Su Ming's face flushed crimson, retreating a step and inadvertently shattering the floor beneath him. Indeed, there are no false heroes beneath the weight of fame. Saint Fist Su Ming, quite impressive. I never expected to find such a talent in this harsh frontier, Ming Bian remarked, hands clasped behind his back, surveying Su Ming with satisfaction. After a moment, he shook his head. Were it not for the involvement of the Zhang family's heir, I would have genuinely considered recommending you for an official position. Su Ming found it amusing. He had intentionally feigned weakness, allowing this man to maintain his pretense. The power of that claw was nowhere near that of the withered monk. After all, being of courtly origin, his skills were still inferior to those of grounded martial artists. However, when it came to life and death battles, the outcome could be uncertain. At that moment, a group of martial artists entered the arena below. The auspicious time has arrived. Please, Deputy Alliance Leader, preside over the tournament. The elder in white robes bowed respectfully to Ming Bian and Su Ming. Is he the leader of the martial alliance? Su Ming mused, increasingly perplexed by the intentions of the town protector's office. Not long after, Su Ming finally comprehended the situation. The two parties participating in the contest were akin to him. One side consisted of local warriors from Yangzhou, while the other comprised personnel dispatched from the town protector's office. Though labeled as a competition, it was, in fact, a one-sided massacre. After observing for an hour, 8 martial artists had already met a gruesome fate in the arena. It appeared that they had no intention of conducting thorough investigations. Rather, their objective was to eliminate all martial artists above the bone-tempering realm in Yangzhou. Thus, was I also one of their targets? Mo Bian's earlier probing was, on one hand, to ascertain whether his disappearance was connected to Zhang Rulong, and on the other, to gather intelligence to prevent his own escape. It seemed that today, regardless of the outcome, his fists would be stained with blood. Just then, a group of individuals rushed into the vicinity nearest to him, kneeling and bowing. Master Su, my master has already conceded. Yet he still ruthlessly strikes. Please uphold justice. Indeed, Master Su, as the vice leader of the martial alliance, cannot stand idly by. The leader among them was a remarkably impressive young man whom Su Ming had encountered once before. The son of the Golden Blade sect's master. His father, once renowned as the Golden Blade hero, had been brutally crushed into a pulp by a towering martial artist from the town protector's office wielding a hammer. Su Ming pondered for a moment, casting a sidelong glance at Mo Bian, who was listlessly flipping through a ledger. His brow furrowed even deeper. The ledger was filled with the names of these individuals. With those who had perished crossed out in INK, Su Ming's name was glaringly at the top, and Shi Zhengnian's ranked third. Su Ming was still baffled as to why only he was invited from Qi Longzai. Despite the presence of multiple bone-tempering martial artists, just then, Mo Bian glanced over. Unwilling to concede? You may step into the arena and give it a try. Su Ming smirked coldly, perceiving this as an opportunity presented to him. He feigned anger and shouted, Do you still possess any martial ethics? Can lives be so easily taken on the arena? With a forceful palm, he struck the wooden railing before him, shattering it with a thunderous crash, sending a portion of the railing crashing down upon Mo Bian's toes. His smile began to wane, and he abruptly closed the ledger, fixing a cold glare upon Su Ming. If one does not fight for their life upon the arena, then for what purpose do they fight? For your mother. Su Ming bellowed. Leaping down from the high platform, he landed directly before the towering martial artist who had slain Shi Zhengnian, the latter's upper body clad in a layer of iron armor, exuding a menacing presence akin to a ferocious beast. Upon seeing Su Ming ascend the stage, the giant first glanced at Mo Bian above, receiving an affirmative nod, and a murderous glint gradually ignited in his eyes. Kid, you seem rather impressive, much more substantial than that old fool earlier. I'll be gentle. I'll only crush your head. Su Ming paid him no mind, instead surveying the surrounding local warriors, who gazed at him with hopeful eyes. Should Su Ming falter, they would likely face annihilation today. Su Ming felt a sense of helplessness. Truth be told, this group had indeed been ensnared by his misfortunes. However, in a chaotic world, life and death are indifferent to reasons. Only acknowledging the strength of one's fist, he rolled his neck, contemptuously beckoning the burly man before him. You are a trained martial artist, coincidentally. So am I. However, my muscles are far more aesthetically pleasing than your lifeless bulk. What do you mean? The giant was momentarily taken aback by his words. Su Ming smiled faintly. I mean, you're ugly. You're seeking death. The hulking figure roared, launching the iron hammer he wielded, hurling it fiercely towards Su Ming. With a light step, Su Ming leaped up, landing securely atop the hammer. Utilizing the momentum, he sprang again, drawing forth his golden-ringed saber, producing a crisp sound as it sliced through the air, bending his body into a bow shape. The saber gleamed with a chilling light. He still refrained from employing bone strength, relying solely on the sheer force stemming from his 1.9 power attribute to deliver a heavy strike. The giant had no time to retract his heavy hammer. Raising the iron chain high to block, the clash produced a shower of sparks. With a swift motion, Su Ming pulled down again, the saber gliding and the force intensifying. With a resounding crack, the iron chain snapped. The saber struck heavily against the giant's shoulder, causing him to tremble violently, dropping to one knee, shaking the entire arena. The blade embedded 3 inches beneath his shoulder blade, yet it did not sever his arm entirely. Su Ming expressed admiration. Your hard skills are indeed commendable. But, before he could finish, Su Ming abruptly withdrew the saber and aimed for the giant's neck. Stop. The massive head rolled away, fortuitously landing at the feet of Shi Zhongyin's son. Shi Yu Ming, you. Mo Bian, witnessing this scene from above, turned ashen, his teeth grinding audibly. My apologies. You called too late. Why martial skills are rudimentary, and I struggle to control them. Yu Ming smiled. Mo Bian's pupils constricted. Bloodshot and filled with fury, his hands crushing the armrest to powder. Excellent. Well done, Master Su. You truly deserve the title of Sacred Fist, a pillar of our Yangzhou martial world. The surrounding martial artists, having finally vented their frustrations, disregarded the authority of the town protector's office and erupted in applause. Su Ming raised a hand to restore silence. He looked up at the high platform. Lord Mo, it seems you are quite eager to eliminate me? As a master of bone refinement, you would feel embarrassed to personally kill me. Why not let me offer you a suggestion? You still have 8 peak bone refinement martial artists, right? My best record happens to be defeating 8 peak bone refinement warriors in succession. Why not let them take turns challenging me? I too wish to know if I have improved over the years. Haha. And Mo Bian rose, his right hand gripping the hilt of the Yinling's saber at his waist, his aura steadily escalating. After staring at Su Ming for a while, he finally sneered. Do you think my men are of the same caliber as those you fought before? Moreover, how could a turn-based battle befit such a resounding reputation? Let them come at you all at once. 8 commanders, attack. 8 figures leaped into action, surrounding Su Ming from all directions. Weapons drawn, each wielded a hooked iron chain. It's over. The onlookers, led by Shi Yu, paled, and the expressions of several martial artists turned ghastly white. Defeating 8 bone refinement warriors and facing them all at once were 2 entirely different concepts. Chapter 14. 1 against 8, yet none among the crowd harbored thoughts of fleeing. Martial artists of the Jianghu placed great emphasis on loyalty. Su Ming's righteous actions represented the Yangzhou martial community's resistance against the indiscriminate slaughter by the court, and they were naturally determined to stand by him. Otherwise, what future would these Jianghu warriors have? Brother Shi Yu, can we assist Master Su? At that moment, a spirited young woman stepped forward, addressing Shi Yu. Her master had also been slain, thus she instinctively aligned herself with Shi Yu. Xiener, like you, I am eager to aid Master Su in eliminating these despicable court lackeys. However, he then revealed a bitter smile. Such a battle is beyond our capabilities to participate in. Even those peak bone refinement warriors over there may not be of much help, let alone Mo Bian is still watching. He is a master of bone refinement. His strength is immeasurable. Yu Xiener clenched her fists, her eyes brimming with indignation. I used to look down on Su Ming, thinking of him merely as a bandit leader. How could he be deemed sacred? After a pause, 2 tears streamed down her cheeks, and she murmured again. Now I finally understand. A hero does not question his origins. Should the opportunity arise, Xiener, Master Su is our senior. Though I have heard he is not very old, he has connections with our fathers and masters. We need only to remember his kindness in our hearts. Indeed, indeed. Yu Xiener hurriedly reined in her thoughts. Upon seeing this, Shi Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had harbored secret affections for Yu Xiener for years. Even in such moments, his heart was still preoccupied, fearing she might develop feelings for another man. However, the besieged Su Ming was oblivious to such trivial matters. His mind was solely focused on how to dispatch these 8 lackeys without resorting to his full strength. Clearly, relying solely on physical prowess would be insufficient. After weighing his options, he ultimately decided to employ poison. If he used poison, it would be best not to wield a weapon to facilitate the poisoning. With this in mind, he suddenly hurled the golden-ringed saber into the solid yellow earth below. He then removed his gray-white robe and tossed it aside. I, Su Ming, have devoted my entire energy into my fists. It is an honor to face you seasoned masters all at once. Naturally, I shall give my all. Of course, I do not oppose you using weapons. After all, this is not a Jianghu contest, and as officials of the court, you must prioritize the completion of your mission, which I can understand. Speaking thus, he assumed a fighting stance. The 8 men exchanged glances, hesitating momentarily. After all, while they were officials of the town protector's office, they had long engaged with Jianghu martial artists and had learned some of their customs. If he fights bare-handed, yet they wield weapons, and all 8 of them attack at once, wouldn't it be a source of ridicule if word spread? At last, one among them, unable to maintain his composure, took the initiative to set aside his weapon. Observing this, the other 7 followed suit in unison. At this juncture, Su Ming ceased his words, delivering a powerful punch that swept through the surroundings. The 8 individuals, each employing their unique skills, fists, palms, claws, and fingers, engaged in combat, showcasing their diverse abilities. With his enhanced speed, Su Ming effortlessly maneuvered amidst the 8 adversaries, selecting a target for brief exchanges before swiftly retreating to engage another. This strategy left his opponents unable to pin him down, causing their formation to crumble and their morale to dwindle. Soon, they retreated a few steps in unison, exchanging glances that conveyed their realization. This individual is formidable. Rushing him all at once may only grant him an advantage. The leader, with a stern countenance and a dark gaze, commanded, Old 8 and Old 4, you 2 lead the charge. Old 7 and Old 5. Restrict his escape route while the rest of us wait for the opportune moment. Following his directives, the 8 began a fresh wave of assault. As Su Ming countered their attacks, he silently mused about their capabilities. This group was indeed skilled. Had he faced them in his previous state, he would have had to exert all his strength. However, after ascending to the realm of refining his organs, his combat awareness had elevated, rendering their assaults incapable of pressuring him. Yet, knowing that Ming Bian was watching, he refrained from appearing overly dominant. He took a half-step back, allowing a palm strike to land on him. He grunted softly, appearing somewhat disheveled. Witnessing this, the surrounding martial artists gasped in shock, feeling more distressed than if they had been the one struck. Alas, our leader Su is on the verge of collapse, exclaimed Yuxiener, her brow furrowed in concern. Sure, you clenched his fists tightly, his mind racing to devise a solution. Unexpectedly, a crackling sound erupted from the arena. Su Ming tore his shirt to shreds, his feet like lead as they thudded against the ground. His muscles taut and rippling, skin flushed with hues of crimson, transforming him into a formidable deity of wrath. You dare to force my hand? If death is imminent, let us embrace it together, he bellowed, launching himself into the fray as his energy surged into his fists, creating a thunderous boom in the air. Crimson Dragon, charge, bang, bang, bang. Crimson Dragon, breakthrough, bang, bang, bang. He unleashed an array of secret techniques with fervor. The 2 foremost commanders, each facing his strike, felt their joints go numb. The others hastily followed suit, urging each other to endure. He is unleashing his potential. We must hold on and wear him down. Moments passed, and soon 7 out of the 8 had collapsed to their knees, their arms trembling and lips turning purple. Only one robust man remained standing, clutching his chest, glaring at Su Ming with fury. You are using poison. Breathing heavily, Su Ming too appeared on the brink of exhaustion. Struggling to maintain his stance, it was never stipulated that poison was forbidden, he retorted. How shameless of you. The 8, their eyes spinning with stars, trembled in fear. You 8 against 1, and you dare to speak of glory? Su Ming shot back, sprinting towards the edge of the arena, only to expel a mouthful of black blood before collapsing down. Nearby martial artists rushed to assist him. How is it, Su de Dongjia? Quickly, we must leave. Su Ming's eyes rolled back as he fainted. The crowd cast a silent glance at Ming Bian on the high platform before hastily fleeing. Moments later, Meng Bian leaped down onto the arena, surveying the poisoned eight with a displeased expression. Do you not wish to pursue? Is my reputation not already tarnished enough? This ragtag bunch could be easily dealt with by the state militia. I shan't bear the brunt of this notoriety alone. He waved his sleeve and began to exit. Hurry and attend to your antidotes. The Southern Division has arrived. Let them handle the matters of the thieving god sect. We have provided Zhang's family with an explanation and may now return. Shi Yu and the others surrounded the unconscious Su Ming, swiftly making their way towards the outskirts of the state city. Upon entering a copse of trees, dozens of masked individuals sprang forth from the underbrush. "Do not strike. We are allies." The leader was none other than Luo Zhan, who bowed to Shi Yu. "I am Luo Zhan from Crimson Dragon Camp. Hand over the leader to us. The state militia is hot on your heels. You must escape first." Shi Yu was elated. "Excellent." Just as he was about to set down Su Ming and flee, Yu Xian'er, ever vigilant, pushed him aside. "We cannot trust his word." Shi Yu, exasperated, replied, "Sister Xian'er, I have met third leader Luo before. I assure you, he is trustworthy." "Absolutely not." Coughing interrupted Yu Xian'er, and they turned to see Su Ming slowly opening his eyes. "Thank you, little girl. They are all brothers from my camp. There is no need for concern. You should prioritize your escape." He was desperate to avoid any blunders after feigning weakness for so long. "Very well," the others, unable to contain their urgency, bolted away. Yu Xian'er bowed deeply, declaring, "Su de Dongjia, your valor is unparalleled. Should I have the opportunity, I shall repay your kindness today." With that, she and Shi Yu departed. Glancing back frequently, Su Ming, speechless, waited until they had distanced themselves before mounting a horse, feigning weakness as he said, "Old Three, I leave it to you." "Rest assured, de Dongjia," came the reply. The horse swiftly vanished into the woods. Before long, outside the state office, a man hurried towards the Martial Alliance, clad in a brocade robe and wielding a goose-feather knife, his face obscured by a layer of black cloth with golden threads, rendering his features unrecognizable. Chapter 15. The return to slaughter. What sort of poison is this? The potency is immense. The 8 military leaders, trembling and reclining in the medical hall, bore faces tinged with a greenish-purple hue. Weakly inquiring about the physician. The poison concocted contains the venom of the golden ring snake, small wolfbane, and blood-sealing grass among others. It is a complex blend and difficult to eradicate. You gentlemen must refrain from exerting yourselves for at least 3 months. 3 months? Damn it all. What kind of farcical holy fist is this? Truly the work of bandits employing underhanded tactics. This is intolerable. One of the military leaders, furious, had not finished his sentence before his eyes rolled back. Collapsing. I told you not to get angry. The physician hurriedly rushed over, pouring medicinal liquid into the fallen leader's mouth. The most composed among them sighed, ready to speak when 2 young officers rushed in. Breathless, "Gentlemen, it's bad. The 1,000 households have been attacked." "What? Quickly, let's go." "What of old Seven?" "We're bringing him too," the physician insisted. The state office had provided substantial support, establishing a martial alliance and even granting a small building. However, now only half of it remained. 2 weapon-wielding masters of the refining realm unleashed their full destructive power, wreaking havoc. Meng Bian, bewildered, had just stepped out for a moment and returned only to be ambushed by an assailant clad in the uniform of the town conqueror's department. The assailant wielded the goose-feather knife with a finesse surpassing even Meng Bian, whose position as 1,000 households should have commanded respect. The strikes were chaotic and erratic, yet their angles were cunning and forceful, forcing him to retreat in a panic. "How dare you, as a master of refining, hide in the shadows? Is this what defines a hero?" Yet the masked figure remained silent, their onslaught intensifying. "Seeking death, are you?" Meng Bian seethed. Since entering the realm of refining, he had never faced such a humiliating circumstance. Not even high-ranking officials from the court dared to treat him with such disrespect, much less common thugs from the Jianghu. His energy surged violently as he unleashed the Gale Blade technique of the town conqueror's department with all his might, pushing the masked figure back momentarily. This technique possesses some merit. The masked assailant was none other than Su Ming, who, while countering the opponent's strikes, counted the number of officers present. According to intelligence, there should be a total of 43. Currently, only 34 were accounted for. After a moment's thought, he deduced that the 8 military leaders were missing. Thus, he continued to engage Meng Bian, waiting for the others to arrive. If they were to kill, it should be a complete execution to avoid further complications. Not long after, the 8 military leaders gradually arrived, one of them being carried in by the physician, truly rushing to their demise. How touching, Su Ming thought. Shaking his head, he then summoned his full strength and swiftly moved behind Meng Bian, turning his blade to strike down. "Emph! You dare to approach?" Having engaged Su Ming in numerous exchanges, Meng Bian felt he had grasped the opponent's style and did not evade. Instead, he channeled his energy to meet the attack head-on. With a resounding clash, both goose-feather knives shattered under the overwhelming force. Su Ming seized the momentum, a strange smile curling at the corner of his mouth, and lunged at the surrounding officers of the Town Conqueror's department. Before Su Ming's refining energy, even armed officers were no match, their forms crumbling under his assault. The 8 military leaders scarcely had time to mobilize their own energies before Su Ming struck them in quick succession at vital points. Already poisoned, enduring the full force of a master of refining left them beyond salvation. As Meng Bian turned to rescue them, Su Ming executed a swift counterattack, landing a strike on him as well. The overwhelming force made Meng Bian feel as though his chest might burst apart. Is this the King Kong technique? Are you from the Kuchan Temple? The unrestrained force of the bone-crushing grip immediately alerted Meng Bian to the anomaly. Yet, it was too late. A pair of large hands had already seized his head. "Who exactly are you?" Su Ming's most primal voice echoed in Meng Bian's ears. "It's me. Did you not expect this?" You. Meng Bian was utterly stunned, his face a canvas of disbelief. He had always believed he was in control of the situation, only to find himself ensnared here. However, the overwhelming pressure on his head rendered him incapable of further contemplation. "Surrender your swordsmanship." Upon hearing Su Ming's mocking tone, he was engulfed in humiliation. "Don't dream. I would rather die than—" Crack! Su Ming clapped his hands, allowing Meng Bian's lifeless body to plummet from the heights. "If you wish to die, I shall grant you that. After all, your swordsmanship appears to be nothing more than common fare." After murmuring to himself, Su Ming turned and vanished. Approximately half an hour later, the State Guard arrived, surrounding the entire Martial Alliance building. Yang Jun led the charge. Hearing his subordinates report, all 43 individuals from the Northern Division are dead, including Qianhu, Meng Bian, and the 8 military heads. Who did this? As of now, it remains unknown. What of the perpetrators' whereabouts? That too is still a mystery. You know nothing at all. What are you doing? Yang Jun's emotions flared, and understandably so. Anyone in such a situation would be agitated. Zhang Rulong's disappearance in Yangzhou was a covert affair, not directly related to him. However, Meng Bian and his associates had come openly to the state capital on official business, even if the Southern Division had given a nod of approval. Minimal support was necessary. But now, the issue transcended mere support. The deaths of 43 officers from the Town Guard, with not even a trace of the assailant left behind, constituted a monumental scandal in all of Dian. The Town Guard was an organization directly subordinate to the Emperor of Yin, comprising only a few hundred members. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and after a moment's contemplation, he suddenly inquired, "What transpired at the martial arts tournament? Relay the details to me." The first official to receive the news rushed forward. Recounting every detail to Yang Jun, he elaborated on the fatalities among the skilled fighters, Su Ming's solitary battle against the 8 military heads, his spitting blood and fainting, and the ensuing chaos as everyone fled. After absorbing this information, Yang Jun fell silent for a considerable time. He abruptly ascended the platform, meticulously examining every trace of the conflict. Meng Bian was a master of the refining organs. Thus, his slayer must also be adept in the same art. Yet, since his appointment in Yangzhou, he had heard no word of any refining organs martial artists. This dilemma was proving challenging. Atop the Tiandu mountain range, in the Red Dragon camp, it was rumored that the chief had sustained grave injuries in the state capital, teetering on the brink of death. Indeed, it is said that the martial arts elite of Yangzhou have been nearly wiped out. Our chief managed to escape solely by virtue of his strength. News had already spread outside, and the chief was likely. Stop your lamentations. A resounding slap struck the face of a man with pockmarked skin, causing a shiver to run through the assembly of camp members. Great chief. Su Ming stood tall at the forefront of the camp. His face radiant, Showing no signs of injury in the distance, Wang Shan rushed over, momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Great Chief, blessed with longevity, you are indeed unscathed. Ha ha, have I disappointed you? Su Ming suddenly turned, placing a hand on Wang Shan's shoulder. Wang Shan's expression shifted dramatically. Great Chief, what do you mean by this? Nothing of consequence. Su Ming patted Wang Shan's shoulder forcefully. It's just that the poison in my hand hasn't been exhausted. I thought to test it on you. What? Great Chief, we are brothers who have fought side by side. How could you? Wang Shan's face turned ashen, his smile vanishing. A brother is merely a means to an end, is he not? It seems that is precisely what you have done. Su Ming shrugged, then unleashed a powerful kick. Bang. Wang Shan flew through the air like a ball, crashing into a pile of weapons. He rolled over, attempting to muster his strength, only to suddenly turn a shade of liver color. Is it truly poisonous? Am I deceiving you? Su Ming sneered. I have been generous towards you over the years, yet you still betray me. The saying that scholars are ungrateful holds true. Su Ming, you only know martial arts. What do you understand about managing a bandit camp? It has been I who has developed this camp to such prosperity. Wang Shan's agitation grew as he realized his exposure. Su Ming dismissed him. But Luo Zhan stepped forward, his expression dark as he glared at Wang Shan. The Great Chief did not force you to ascend the mountain. Do not forget, you are merely a worthless wretch with nowhere else to turn. It is the Red Dragon camp that has sheltered you, and you dare to forget your roots? At that moment, the camp members gathered around, and upon hearing Luo Zhan's words, many voiced their sentiments. The third chief speaks the truth. It is the Red Dragon camp that granted me a chance at life. The Great Chief is our benefactor. Opposing the Great Chief will lead to a miserable end. Indeed, a miserable end. As the surrounding voices crescendoed, Wang Shan grew anxious, leaping up to flee the camp. Just as he reached the base of the ladder, his body suddenly froze. A pristine white whisk, untouched by dust, emerged from behind him, only to swiftly retract. Chapter 16. The Master of the Crimson Leaf Sword. I despise traitors. The Taoist pushed Wang Shan's body aside, disregarding him as he tumbled into the thicket. From the long stone staircase, Su Ming's gaze fell upon the figure. A shiver ran down his spine, and a wave of trepidation washed over him. I asked that a Taoist from Baiyun Temple. I am remiss in my welcome. Su Ming glanced at the respectful Lin Hong beside the Taoist and made his way down. The Taoist, with his long white beard and a benevolent demeanor, seemed amiable. Had Su Ming not witnessed his earlier cold-blooded act of killing, he might have mistaken him for an enlightened sage. I have heard much about the Great Chief's remarkable prowess. Seeing you today, it is indeed true. The old Taoist smiled and ascended the steps. The two reached the midpoint of the stone staircase and continued upward side by side. I am Taoist Su Sheng, the head of the law enforcement hall at Baiyun Temple. I have come on behalf of the Temple Master to discuss a partnership with your esteemed camp. I wonder if the Great Chief is amenable? You are most welcome. Su Ming immediately cupped his hands in greeting. This was the very reason he had taken the risk to spare Yin Hong's life. He believed that Baiyun Temple's overall strength was not inferior to that of the major sects in Dayan. After all, even their ordinary disciples were in the mid to late stages of bone refinement, let alone this law enforcement hall master, whose aura was subtly formidable, clearly exceeding that of bone refinement. That is excellent. When I departed, the temple master instructed me that a partnership between your camp and Baiyun Temple would be mutually beneficial. Of course, we can sit down to discuss the specifics at our leisure. Taoist Su Sheng spoke as he walked, his gaze surveying the entirety of the Red Dragon camp. The orderly layout of the buildings, the clean ground, and the disciplined camp members made him nod in approval. This Red Dragon camp was indeed distinct from ordinary bandit camps. Furthermore, Su Ming's composed disposition contrasted sharply with his robust physique. A mere glance left a profound impression on the old Taoist. After exchanging pleasantries and while preparing a banquet, Su Ming led the two to the training ground within the camp. 3 young boys were practicing their martial arts. Lin Feng was demonstrating the family's Sacred Heart of the Saint's Fist, while the other two were practicing the Red Dragon Fist taught by Su Ming. Their foundations were solid. Are these your disciples? Taoist Su Sheng stroked his long beard, inquiring with a smile. In a sense, one of them is my adopted son. Su Ming indicated Lin Feng, the only one who had broken through to the refining skin realm. These two sets of fist techniques may not be exquisite, and their potential seems limited, Yet to beget a refining organs master like yourself is truly remarkable. Su Ming merely smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. Relying solely on the red dragon fist, even given 10 lifetimes, one could never hope to transcend the refining organs realm. The ceiling was simply too low. Naturally, he would not divulge his true capabilities to the other. Thus, he shifted the conversation. I heard from Taoist Yin Hong that your temple is currently in dire need of provisions. Is that correct? Indeed, Taoist Su Xing replied. Baiyun Temple was originally one of the 3 major sects in the western provinces of Daling, with the peaceful Tao as our ancestral lineage. The current Ling Emperor governs with martial law, harboring much discontent towards the Taoist sects. The Chuanjin, the peaceful Tao, and the Great Taoist Church have all faced significant setbacks. With the ancestral lineage under the protection of the Master, we barely manage to preserve ourselves. While local Taoist sects, like ours, face a grim fate, we can only temporarily hide in the shadows, waiting for the clouds to disperse and the fog to lift to seize a sliver of hope. However, Baiyun Temple has hundreds of mouths to feed. Even a day's worth of rations amounts to 100 stones. Relying solely on the coarse grains grown within the temple is utterly insufficient. Having said this, Taoist Su Xing turned his gaze towards Su Ming. Your red dragon camp thrives. If you could provide even a little sustenance, we would be immensely grateful. This is not a problem. To be candid, supporting a few hundred of you is not a difficult task for me. Su Ming did not exaggerate. The mere industries clandestinely operated by the Red Dragon stronghold in Yangzhou are sufficient to sustain thousands. However, he has now offended both the town protector's office and the provincial government, casting a shadow over his prospects. Faced with such a situation, regardless of whether he strikes or refrains, misfortune seems inevitable. He has resolutely tethered himself and the Yangzhou underworld together, purging suspicion and minimizing risks. Nonetheless, with so many casualties at the town protector's office, someone is bound to suffer. Among the many trees in Yangzhou, his stands tallest, and he will undoubtedly bear the brunt of future repercussions. If the Baiyun Temple could extend assistance, it might provide a semblance of balance. Yet, I am perplexed. Why do you all appear so unusually cautious upon entering the territory of our great yin? To rephrase, with your strength, you could easily bring more people and launch a strong assault on my Red Dragon stronghold, and we might not be able to withstand it. The Su Xing Taoist glanced at Yin Hong beside him, then sighed with a wry smile. Our sect does not favor bloodshed. How can I? Stop, Su Ming interjected, raising his hand. It would be better for the Taoist to be more straightforward. Discussing such illusions is merely a ruse to deceive one's own. The Su Xing Taoist fell silent, while Yin Hong awkwardly stepped in to clarify. The reasons are complex. What Master Su Xing mentioned is merely one aspect. The most crucial point is that the northern domain has strict regulations. Sects are not allowed to cross the domain membrane and interfere in matters of other regions. If discovered, the consequences are dire, and Baiyun Temple simply cannot bear them. Northern Domain Guard? Domain membrane? What do these mean? Su Ming asked, bewildered. You are unaware? It is not surprising, given that he is not of sect origin. The Su Xing Taoist seized the opportunity to elaborate. The Great Ling is situated in the northern domain. Although Great Yin borders Great Ling, it belongs to the southern domain. This is why Great Yin appears weak, and Great Ling has not dispatched troops to attack. Each domain has its appointed guards. For instance, our northern domain's guard is known as the Master of Red Leaves, who is the leader of Red Leaf Valley. His duty is to maintain the stability of the domain membrane and prevent demonic invasions, while also formulating the rules for each domain. As we just mentioned, the prohibition against crossing the domain membrane is one such regulation, which even the strongest sects in each domain dare not defy. So that is how it is. Su Ming suddenly understood. In a wonder, he always felt that Baiyun Temple was rather timid. But are you not violating the regulations now? Su Ming pointed at the two. The pair exchanged glances, their lips twitching slightly, and replied, It hasn't escalated to that level. It's a personal action. If discovered by those from Red Leaf Valley, we would merely face a reprimand and be sent back. Oh, I see there are so many restrictions. Su Ming finally grasped the situation, thinking it best to refrain from venturing into Great Ling for the time being, as their strength was evidently on an entirely different level. Hold on, I have another question. And why Third Chief, Luo Zhan, went to Great Ling a year ago with many people? Why did he not encounter the envoys of Red Leaf Valley? Sects or powers restricted by Red Leaf Valley must possess at least a true gang realm expert. The Suxing Taoist replied quietly. Xu Ming was at a loss for words. It seemed that the strength of his red dragon stronghold was too insignificant to be taken seriously. Nevertheless, he still had questions about this unknown realm. True Gang realm? Is it the realm after refining the viscera? Skin refining, bone tempering, viscera refining, transcending the profound, true Gang. This is the fifth realm of martial arts, the Suxing Taoist answered directly. May I inquire about your cultivation level? Taoist? I have devoted over 60 years to my studies and have barely comprehended the profundities, to be honest. Su Ming felt a twinge of envy. With the old Taoist cultivation level, he would likely rank among the notable figures in Great Yin. Very well, I am willing to engage in a trade with your esteemed temple, but I require you to send someone to protect my stronghold for a period of time. Let's say 2 years. During these 2 years, I will cover all your needs. Chapter 17. The Monster Protection? The Suxing Taoist appeared puzzled that I heard from my nephew Yin Hong that the chief has a formidable reputation in this region and has a good relationship with the provincial government. Who would dare to provoke you? You are misinformed. I have just offended the provincial government and the town protector's office. Su Ming hastily embellished the story, of course, with artistic flair, positioning himself as the greatest victim. Upon hearing this, both men felt a sense of injustice for Su Ming. The town protector's office, acting on behalf of the court, indiscriminately slaughters innocent people. It is indeed despicable, however, after a moment of hesitation. The Suxing Taoist added, we are ultimately a sect of the northern domain, and rashly intervening in the affairs of the southern domain could lead to unpredictable risks. This matter must be reported to our sect leader for a determination. No problem. You may return to discuss it. The stronghold had prepared a vegetarian feast, but both the Suxing and Yin Hong insisted that martial artists do not refuse meat and wine. Leaving Su Ming utterly speechless, during the feast, the two men devoured their food as if they were starving, and the Suxing Taoist's demeanor no longer resembled that of an ethereal being. As he hungrily gnawed on a leg of lamb, consuming meat voraciously in order to glean more information, Su Ming intentionally invited the two to stay overnight. It was not until the following morning, after yet another hearty meal, that they reluctantly prepared to depart. Yu Ming prepared 4 horses laden with fine wine and meat for the Suxing Taoist to take back, which delighted him immensely. Even allowing 2 youths from his courtyard to accompany the Suxing Taoist to Baiyun Temple did not meet with any objections. Once the 2 had left, Su Ming returned to his own courtyard, only to find Lin Feng looking somewhat displeased. Young one, what troubles you? Foster father, why did you let those 2 leave? I wanted to go too, Lin Feng pouted. What do you think this is? Don't be anxious. If things stabilize over there, I will definitely send you, Su Ming assured, patting his chest. The partnership with Baiyun Temple had yet to be established. Sending Lin Feng there rashly could inadvertently turn him into a hostage. The 2 youths were different. Should Baiyun Temple turn hostile, they could only blame their own misfortune. Before their departure, they had successfully taken Su Ming as their foster father. If they could take root and flourish at Baiyun Temple, it would yield continuous benefits for Su Ming. If this avenue proves fruitful, he plans to select more promising candidates to send to Baiyun Temple. Recently, Pei Long had also sent word back, stating that he had successfully entered the sect but needed to change the martial arts techniques he practiced, which would take considerable time. Su Ming was not worried about this. The sect's techniques did not require starting from scratch like the Kuchan Temple, but could be directly converted. With his resources supporting him, coupled with a foundation in bone tempering, the young man's future remained bright. Even if all else failed, he could continue to bring people into the fold, leveraging resources to generate profits, albeit at a cost. Next, he focused on enhancing his own strength to confront the impending threats. For 3 consecutive days, Su Ming remained sequestered, immersed in the improvement of the Tianwang Vajra technique. Although he believed his talent to be commendable, his progress felt agonizingly slow. During this time, he would occasionally visit Moe to comfort her, while also exploring his own experiences. If Lin Ro were also to become pregnant, he might gain additional attribute points. The combination of contemplation and practice left Su Ming with hardly any free time. It was not until late at night that he stretched his sore back and stepped out of the main courtyard. With only 2 wives, his body, akin to iron bones, was beginning to feel overwhelmed. Indeed, the allure of women is akin to a knife that scrapes the bones. The ancients did not deceive me, Su Ming sighed inwardly, then slightly adjusted his energy, instantly dispelling his fatigue. Reaching the highest point of the stronghold, He gazed down at the entire settlement, enveloped in tranquil moonlight. Time to check on that thing. He summoned his full strength and plunged into the dim forest. Subsequently, like a wild beast, he sprinted swiftly across several peaks until he reached the heart of Tindu Mountain. Xu Ming landed atop a massive tree, silently observing the dark mist before him. His muscles tensed to their utmost, his entire being akin to a drawn bowstring. Suddenly, faint sounds emerged from the black mist, followed by the swift emergence of a massive head. A single horn and 4 crimson eyes were haphazardly scattered across its surface. "Ha! Last time, I let you escape. Do you dare to return?" The creature, neither entirely beast nor man, let out a series of grinding teeth sounds, opening its gaping maw to speak human words. Xu Ming smiled faintly. Tossing a blood-nourishing pill forward, "I believe you might find this useful." Is that a blood-nourishing item?" The creature paused momentarily, then fully emerged from the black mist. Unlike its peculiar head, its lower body resembled that of an ordinary deer. However, at its shoulders lay a massive scar, glistening with a sanguine hue, exuding a stench of decay. "What do you wish to exchange for it?" it asked. "Perhaps we need not be so transactional. We could have a proper conversation." Xu Ming replied. The creature let out a strange laugh, then remarked, "You speak with much bravado. It seems you have encountered some intriguing matters." Xu Ming took a moment of silence to recount his experiences with the God-stealing cult and the copper mirror he procured in Yangzhou. "The God-stealing cult? I never expected to hear that name again. You possess quite a treasure, but alas, you do not recognize its worth. The incense and divine status within it nurture a Yin's spirit. Such is a delectable delicacy." The creature licked its lips, seemingly lost in recollection. However, having consumed flesh and blood, it is no longer a purely Yin spirit. It is likely to become something sinister. "The actions you have undertaken bring great joy to me, while they seem to trouble the Southern Dipper Star Lord." Ha ha ha. The laughter of the creature is exceedingly eerie, yet Xu Ming is still able to discern a hint of humanity within its tone. During his time in the bone-tempering realm, he once inadvertently wandered into this shrouded mist and encountered this strange entity, engaging in a myriad of bizarre conversations that entangled him for 2 days, nearly costing him his life. Fortunately, this being appeared to be gravely injured and could not stray too far from the black mist, allowing him to seize an opportunity to escape. Subsequently, he designated this place as a forbidden zone and had since forgotten about it. It was only with the recent emergence of a series of uncanny and unfathomable events that he recalled this location. To his surprise, this visit has indeed yielded some rewards. "Who is the Southern Dipper Star Lord you speak of?" "The Southern Dipper Star Lord." The creature's tone suddenly intensified. "He is a despicable wretch who ambushed me at a critical moment when I entered into enlightenment to evade the 3 calamities, resulting in my current ghastly form, that accursed guardian." Upon hearing the term guardian, Xu Ming's mind began to race with conjectures. Given what he had previously learned, it seemed that each domain had its own guardian. Therefore, this Southern Dipper Star Lord must be the guardian of the Southern Domain. This creature was, in fact, suppressed here by the Southern Domain's guardian. Xu Ming began to gather his strength, for although he had long been prepared, the revelation of his opponent's formidable background stirred unrest within him. "Do not worry. It seems the creature has noticed Xu Ming's state and turned its lower body back into the black mist, leaving only its head protruding. Next time, bring me some flesh and blood, and I shall present you with a gift." Ha ha. The black mist began to recede, and the creature's silhouette gradually faded, leaving behind a gray-black tome on the ground. Chapter 18. Disappearance. Xu Ming stood atop a treetop, remaining silent for several breaths. Only when everything settled into tranquility did he leap down in front of the tome, breaking off a twig. He opened the tome. An alert from the panel appeared, prompting him to relax his brow. It was indeed a valuable item. Transmutation of the divine movement, spirit, a supportive form of movement, currently insufficient attribute points. Cannot be allocated. Is this a form of movement? Xu Ming cast a deep glance into the depths of the forest before swiftly retreating without looking back. Upon returning to the mountain stronghold, several close subordinates had gathered at the courtyard entrance. Xu Ming strode forward, questioning why they were not resting at night. "We pay our respects to the chief." The group hurriedly turned around, their expressions tinged with alarm as they replied. "Chief, something terrible has happened. Captain Emotsong has gone missing." Su Ming raised an eyebrow. Inquiring about the meaning of this it is as follows. One of the subordinates stepped forward to recount the events in detail. By the end, Su Ming's heart was filled with foreboding. You are saying he has been leaving early and returning late alone? And each time he takes several subordinates with him, only to return alone? Yes, the last time he left was the night before last, and he has not returned since. Moreover, his subordinates mentioned that Captain Mo's demeanor has changed drastically of late. He always appears weary, and his physique has noticeably wasted away. Su Ming recalled the bronze mirror and felt a jolt in his heart. Quickly summoned third brother. Instruct him to descend the mountain with utmost speed, take over the enterprises under Mo Tsong's control, and transfer the grain and silver back. Withdraw all the personnel we have installed there. Yes. The group hastily departed. Su Ming hastened into the courtyard, retrieving his large ring knife from the main hall. Ready to head out, two doors opened. One after the other, Mo Yi and Lin Ro exchanged glances before their gazes fell upon Su Ming. Remain here at the stronghold. I shall return shortly. Su Ming paused only briefly before striding out. The sudden disappearance of Mo Tsong made him realize he had already become embroiled in this turmoil. He must now ascertain what the bronze mirror truly portends. Has it begun? Yang Jun stood tremblingly by the window, gazing into the distance with a sense of dread. The man seated in the chair raised his brow, his expression darkening to the utmost degree. Several officers I dispatched have gone missing. Not a single piece of news has returned. We are in trouble. The sinister scheme has already taken form, changing daily. Relying solely on our strength is no longer sufficient. He did not continue. What about reporting? It has been reported. The Lord Guardian will arrive in a few days. We cannot arbitrarily send more people in. We must strictly seal off that area. Thunder rumbled, and the night grew darker. Two figures, one in front and the other behind, hurried toward a distant mansion. Young master. This place seems somewhat eerie. Perhaps we should move further ahead, for we are close to Yangzhou City. Xiaomu, we scholars are to uphold righteousness. Do not be so superstitious. Let us enter to escape the rain. The two pushed open the door and entered the courtyard. Oh, what is it now? Young master, look, the courtyard is so clean. Not a blade of grass has grown. Could it be uninhabited? Just as the young master was about to scold, he suddenly noticed a slight opening in the side room door not far ahead. Gulp. He swallowed hard, pushing the young servant before him. Go take a look, young master. Why don't you go? The servant named Xiaomu retreated a step. Don T, make me strike you. Under the young master's insistence, the servant reluctantly stepped forward. 1 step, 2 steps. Finally, his gaze pierced through the door's crack. Inside, a dimly lit room glimmered with yellow light, and a few ribbons fluttered in the breeze that slipped through the gap. A hand as delicate as jade reached out from the basin stand, picking up a face towel draped above. Who? Miss, I apologize for the intrusion. It is I, the young master's servant, stammered the flustered boy. Creak. The side room door opened from within, revealing a young girl in a yellow hemp dress, her hair gathered up, timidly gazing at the young servant outside. Who are you, and how dare you trespass upon my home? The young girl before him had skin as smooth as jade and a waist as slender as a willow. Her dress was dampened at the chest, revealing a hint of snow-white flesh. The young master, standing behind, marveled quietly and stepped forward, bowing respectfully. I apologize for the disturbance. The two of us were caught in the rain and happened to notice your mansion. Mistakenly believing it abandoned, we sought shelter and did not intend to offend. Please do not take offense, miss. Seeing the young master's courteous demeanor, the girl finally sighed in relief. If that is the case, please come in and rest in the main hall. I shall brew you both a cup of hot tea to alleviate your fatigue. After a round of intimate conversation, the young master and the girl grew increasingly close in their mannerisms. As night deepened, the servant, feeling unnecessary, took the opportunity to excuse himself under the pretense of needing to relieve himself, intending to sneak away for a nap in an unoccupied room. Lying down for a moment, drowsiness overcame him. Help me, Xiaomu. My head has been devoured. Xiaomu. Xiaomu. Ah? The servant jolted awake, sitting up suddenly, realizing he had been trapped in a nightmare, his back drenched in sweat. Peering out the window, he saw that it was already pitch dark. He suddenly remembered his young master and hurriedly got up, making his way to the main hall, only to find the door closed in the dim corridor. A sound of chewing reached his ears. His heart raced, but curiosity compelled him to follow the sound. A strange, metallic odor suddenly invaded his nostrils, and upon raising his head, he found himself standing before the side room of the girl. The door was slightly ajar, and he quietly pressed his eye against the crack. Suddenly, a dark figure leaned in closely. "Ah, is this the place?" A tall, imposing figure lingered not far from the mansion, his gaze laced with suspicion. The servant behind him respectfully spoke. "Chief, it cannot be mistaken. The Southern Guardian's men have cordoned off this area, and had we not taken the waterway, we would not have been able to enter." "Is this the courtyard bought by Imo Tsong?" Yes, Captain Imo had previously taken a fancy to a courtesan at the Drunken Spring Pavilion. After redeeming her, he kept her here for nearly 2 years. However, it seems she fell ill and passed away. Yu Ming fell silent, hesitating for a moment before ultimately deciding not to press forward. "Let us return." Just as he finished speaking, he turned around to see a tall figure clad in a conical hat standing not far behind him. The two exchanged glances, neither speaking, until a thunderclap shattered the silence. Both sprang into action. Bang! The waterlogged ground splashed as Su Ming stomped down forcefully. The man in the hat thrust out his palms, adopting a capture stance. Crack! The two engaged, momentarily entangled before swiftly separating, each gathering their strength to continue the struggle. Bang! 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 Their figures darted rapidly, producing muffled sounds as they clashed. The unleashed force stirred the falling rain, creating a white mist. Boom! With a resounding crack, the two once again parted ways. Yu Ming pulled his cloak over his head, grasped the servant, and leapt onto his horse, vanishing into the rain in the blink of an eye. The man in the hat remained rooted in place, his boots deeply embedded in the mud, his knuckles cracking ominously. Where did this monster come from? Like the formidable Tianwang Jinggang skill, the techniques displayed are not as upright as those of the Ku Chan Temple. Despite still being in the early stages of refining the internal organs, the immense power radiating from him is utterly terrifying. Could he be a messenger from elsewhere? Chapter 19. Esoteric Teachings on the Fishing Boat. Two individuals stood at either end. The clouds above continued to gather ominously, as if foretelling a prolonged downpour. Raindrops pattered down upon Su Ming's straw cloak, trickling over his slightly trembling hands. Who is this? He suddenly opened his eyes wide, a fierce glint emanating from them, creating an unsettling aura. The attendant beside him lowered his head, pledging to investigate upon returning. Yu Ming nodded nonchalantly, yet his mind incessantly replayed the moments of their recent confrontation. How could another master have emerged in Yangzhou? The pressure this individual exerted upon him was immense, far exceeding that of figures like Kumu and Ming Bian. Perhaps he did not surpass the realm of refining the internal organs, but surely he had reached an unparalleled perfection within that realm. Truly, the world is teeming with heroes, as numerous as fish crossing a river. Su Ming sighed inwardly, the desire to grow stronger surging once more. Although I have the support of a system, my training experience is scant, lacking a systematic approach and advanced cultivation resources. Relying solely on attribute points can easily lead one astray. Perhaps I should join a sect and seek a renowned master. He mused quietly as the boat reached the shore. A crowd awaited eagerly Yu Dezangia. It has been some time, yet you remain as radiant as ever. The leader, clad in a red-brown official robe, stood beside a burly man draped in a great cloak, his visage stern, bearing the weight of a seasoned wanderer. The speaker was none other than Yang Jun, the governor of Yangzhou. Upon seeing him approach, Su Ming donned a professional smile. I have had the pleasure of meeting Lord Yang. And this esteemed gentleman? Chinhu Sima Fu from the Southern Town Pacification Office. An honor to make your acquaintance. Sima Fu clasped his hands in greeting, his gaze calm, though the light in his pupils flickered. A sudden realization struck Su Ming, and he became acutely aware. Having just slain over 40 men from the Town Pacification Office, encountering them here felt rather awkward. Nevertheless, his expression remained composed as he slightly cupped his fists in return, and the Chinhu returned the gesture. While he pondered the reasons behind their presence, Yang Jun, accompanied by Sima Fu, bypassed him. We shall borrow this small boat for our use, if you do not mind. Su Dezangia? Ah? Not at all, esteemed lords. Please feel free, Yu Ming responded, somewhat taken aback. Oh, they were not here specifically to confront him? Thank you. The outer perimeter has been doused with oil and saltpeter by the town pacification office for safety. The land route is temporarily sealed. We can only proceed via the water. If you have the time, Sudazangia, do linger in the state office for half a day. We shall return shortly, Yang Jun remarked before stepping onto the ferry. Heading towards the opposite shore, Hu Ming remained in place, contemplating the implications of their words. It seemed that the matter concerning the copper mirror was far more serious than the deaths of those men from the town pacification office. They were entirely preoccupied with this issue. Yet it was clear they had no intention of letting him off easily. Otherwise, the latter part of their conversation would have held no meaning. It was merely a veiled warning to stay within their sights. For they would seek him out when necessary. Should he find himself alone, Su Ming would not have cared. However, the Qi Long Zhai still needed to survive in Yangzhou, and one must bow their head when under the eaves of another. He approached a patrol officer nearby and informed him of the inn where he had been resting in Yangzhou before departing. Upon returning to the inn, before he could ascend the stairs, a server called out to him, "No, this esteemed guest, a letter for you." Perplexed, Su Ming took the letter from the server's hand, noticing the bold inscription at the top, "To the esteemed guest." The handwriting was elegant, and as he recalled, it belonged to the daughter of the pawnshop owner in the south of the city, a talented young lady from the Shangyang Academy. Could this be regarding the copper mirror? He swiftly opened the letter, and numerous pieces of paper tumbled out. As he pieced them together, he noticed a portion was missing. He found himself puzzled. What secrets was this girl concealing? Yet, he patiently read through the contents. The more he read, the more engrossed he became. It was, astonishingly, information regarding the thieving god sect. The letter described this organization as an ancient esoteric order, Tushan, referred to as the conglomerate of the 5 major domains, south, north, east, west, and central. Among the mentioned figures was the White Bone Sovereign, also known as the true monarch of White Bone, representing the devouring guardian of the esoteric teachings. Surprisingly, the letter also provided a detailed description of the copper mirror. Named the Soul Plate, or Fate Plate within the thieving god sect, It is a unique channel through which deeply cultivated beings surrender their physical form to the deities they worship upon death, entrusting their souls. Legend has it that finding a suitable vessel could lead to resurrection. However, if the time limit for storage exceeds and the source flesh is not continually offered, it would mutate into a bizarre entity. Bizarre entities no longer possess the consciousness of their original selves but retain memories and abilities. The means to confront these anomalies were detailed, though the final piece was missing as Yu Ming narrowed his eyes. Connecting this with the words spoken by the monster at Tiandu Mountain, gaining a clearer understanding, he felt fortunate not to have worn the copper-mirrored as for Emotsong. His family in the camp would receive the best care. As he stored the letter away, Su Ming's gaze lingered on the torn edges of the paper. With his keen eyesight, he easily discerned that the aging of the tear was inconsistent. The missing corner appeared quite new, suggesting this might not have been pinned by the young lady herself. Regardless, my immediate priority is to enhance my strength. He decided not to dwell further. The matters at hand had already surpassed his realm of understanding. Such supernatural affairs were beyond the grasp of mere martial artists. Upon closing the door, he promptly opened the manual for the shifting shadows technique and began to study diligently. Hours passed, and it was not until his stomach rumbled with hunger that he returned to reality. To his surprise, this technique was remarkably easy to grasp. For a moment, he doubted whether he possessed extraordinary talent. He moved to the center of the room and conducted a brief experiment to test his progress. As he activated the shifting shadows technique, he felt lighter, as though buoyed by the air itself. Moreover, the speed attribute in his status bar began to faintly display 0.1. At this rate, I may only need 3 to 5 days to enter the threshold of this technique. He felt a surge of excitement, momentarily forgetting to contain his strength, nearly stumbling as a result. So that's how it works. Upon re-engaging his internal energy, he uncovered the intricacies of the technique. No wonder it was an auxiliary skill. The shifting shadows technique requires energy derived from other techniques rather than generating its own. This means he must simultaneously practice another technique. Solely training in this one would yield little benefit. No wonder the progress was swift. It relates to my current state of refining the internal organs. Entering the initial stage should not be difficult, but advancing further may require synergy with the primary technique I practice. Just as he was about to rise, footsteps echoed at the door. Sudazangia, Lord Yang requests your presence. Chapter 20. Town Pacification Officer. As he opened the door, a row of city guards stood at attention outside. Leading them was a familiar face, someone with whom he had once shared drinks. Su Dezangia, Lord Yang is hosting a banquet at the manor and has requested your company. Su Ming clasped his hands in greeting. At the behest of Lord Yang, I shall certainly comply. But may I inquire who else will be attending? The leader of the guards, who wielded a knife, deliberately allowed others to proceed first before leaning closer to Su Ming and lowering his voice. I am not entirely sure, but I believe I overheard Qinhu Sima mentioning it's the town pacification officer. The mention of the town pacification officer sent a jolt through Su Ming. Another town pacification officer? With a mix of apprehension, he followed the guard to Yang Jun's manor. Upon entering the grand hall, he had yet to bow to Yang Jun, who was rising to greet him when he froze in place. The middle-aged man seated at the head of the table, dressed in a gilded robe, with his hair neatly tied back, exuded a commanding presence. ITSU? Simultaneously, both men spoke out in astonishment. Do you two know each other? Yang Jun inquired, bewildered, glancing between Su Ming and the man at the table. The man remained silent, but Su Ming felt a surge of anxiety rising within him. He hadn't anticipated that the master he had crossed paths with in that desolate house would turn out to be the town pacification officer. In an instant, he began to calculate his escape routes and prepare for flight. Their brief encounter had provided him with a clear understanding. He was no match for this individual. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. The middle-aged man slowly stood up, scrutinizing Su Ming from head to toe, before breaking into a smile. I did not expect that such a small place as Yangzhou would harbor such hidden talents. Lord Qin, Yang Jun began to introduce, but was interrupted by the man raising his hand. I know him, Su Ming, the leader of Qilong Zhai. Greetings, Lord Qin, Su Ming replied, maintaining a balance of respect and composure as his tense muscles eased slightly. Lord Chun nodded in acknowledgement before taking his seat. Please, sit. I had my doubts when Yang the governor suggested your attendance, but now I believe you can indeed contribute. Su Ming felt a sudden jolt in his heart. There was an underlying meaning in those words. What could the esteemed Qin be implying? As a businessman, it is only natural for me to exert effort in matters related to trade. However, when it comes to other aspects, I can only offer my strength to the best of my ability. Qin Wu narrowed his eyes, seemingly displeased with Su Ming's attitude. Meanwhile, Yang Jun and Sima Fu hurriedly took their seats and attempted to ease the atmosphere, saying, Lord Yang has been busy all day. Let us first partake in the meal. Initially prepared to speak, Qin Wu fell silent for a moment, picked up his chopsticks, and began to eat heartily. Unlike Yang Jun and the others, who savored their food slowly, he consumed his meat and drank his wine with casual abandon, devouring his meal at a remarkable speed, indifferent to those around him. Having gone most of the day without food, Su Ming also cast aside his reservations and began to eat. For a time, the ambience at the dining table grew somewhat peculiar. Yang Jun observed quietly throughout the meal, and when Chunwu had nearly finished eating, he presented a napkin and, in a somewhat obsequious manner, inquired, Lord Chun, this matter pertains to the calamity of the secret sect, and we would appreciate your guidance. Additionally, there is a matter concerning the Northern Office. The case involving Ming Qianhu and the deaths of his 43 subordinates from the Town Suppression Office, Su Ming is directly involved, and I have invited him here in hopes that he might provide you with some insights. Ah, Lord Yang, that assertion is rather inappropriate. The time. The captain under Ming Qianhu injured me, and I had already departed. How could I possibly be entangled in this matter? Su Ming interjected before Yang Jun could finish. Yang Jun, however, turned his face cold and waved his hand. Suddenly, the gates of the manor closed, and a large number of individuals appeared outside with a clamor at Su. We are old acquaintances. There is no need for evasive pleasantries. You cannot absolve yourself from this matter. With the town suppression envoy present, any grievances you may have can be articulated in detail. How dare you speak out of turn? Su Ming had not anticipated Yang Jun's abrupt change in demeanor. As he directly placed the blame on him in front of Qin Wut, seemed that he had been assigned the role of scapegoat. Are you so confident that you can keep me here? Or do you, Yang Jun, intend to keep your family in Yangzhou awake all night under the watch of the state military? Qin Wu had witnessed Su Ming's capabilities and realized he had little opportunity to clear his name. Given this, it was better to confront the situation head-on. He was not afraid of a struggle, and if pushed, he could resort to using the golden jade toad technique, dragging a few down with him if necessary. Such a blatant threat caused Yang Jun's face to darken instantly as he coldly reprimanded, "You audacious rogue, dare you threaten me? I could easily kill you." Su Ming raised his head nonchalantly, an aura of power suddenly emanating from him. Yang Jun was momentarily staggered by the force of his energy, nearly collapsing to the ground. Is this the cultivation of the internal organs? Sima Fu, standing nearby, also swayed, feeling the oppressive force radiating from Su Ming. Left in a state of shock, isn't he merely at the bone refinement stage? The only one remaining composed was Chen Wu, who faced Su Ming's overwhelming presence without flinching. He even raised his cup to take a sip before calmly stating, "I never claimed to be involved in this matter. There is no need for such a strong reaction from you." Although both the northern and southern offices are town suppression offices, they have had distinct responsibilities since the previous dynasty. The southern office is only accountable for handling calamities and does not investigate cases. Su Ming was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the implications of Chen Wu's words. Yang Jun and Sima Fu exchanged bewildered glances. Yet, Chen Wu, as the authority of the southern office, had been directly responsible to the Emperor of Yin since the commander fell ill, and no one dared to oppose his will. Lord Chun, had you mentioned this earlier, I would have been spared the feeling of being wronged. I tend to become overly emotional. My apologies, Lord Yang and Lord Sima. Su Ming immediately tempered his demeanor, wearing a smile. Yang Jun, however, ignored him, his expression as dark as coal. Chen Wu then rose and made his way toward the manor's exit, suggesting, "Su, shall we go to the Northern Escort Bureau for a visit?" Su Ming fell silent, his smile fading. After a brief moment, he stood and strode to catch up with Chen Wu. The two moved as if they were old friends, slowly walking through the streets of the city. Strangely, they were not heading toward the Northern Escort Bureau. "Your approach is rather decisive," Chen Wu suddenly spoke as they reached the depths of a dim alley. "I fail to grasp your meaning, Lord Qin." Su Ming squinted slightly. "Meng Bian is a close confidant of the Northern Office's town suppression envoy, and a junior of the Meng family from the Imperial City. Should you kill him, retribution is inevitable." Su Ming fell silent. He understood that further evasion would serve no purpose. "If I refuse," he retorted, "then you shall perish today. Perhaps you have great confidence in your abilities, but the Lin family is not a force to be trifled with. Do you truly believe that a mere concubine's family can threaten me?" Su Ming's voice turned frigid. "You may certainly test that theory." Chen Wu quickened his pace, vanishing into the shadows. "Take the night to contemplate. Come find me in the morning." Chapter 21. Entering the abandoned mansion upon returning to the inn. Su Ming sat at the table with a piercing gaze. Should he abandon the Lin family? He pondered. Faced with the mysterious secret sect, he felt an overwhelming sense of insecurity in pure combat, regardless of the strength of his opponent. He possessed the courage to fight. However, when it came to enigmatic matters, he felt utterly lost. Perhaps having watched too many horror films before his transmigration, he experienced a depth of trepidation in the face of the unknown that surpassed anyone in this world. With a silent sigh, he lamented that despite diligently practicing martial arts and becoming adept at combat, he was still afraid of the supernatural. It was truly pitiful. If he were to be consumed by the unknown, would the Lin family and the Red Dragon Village survive? The answer was glaringly evident. Yet, when he recalled the faces of Lin Ro, Lin Feng, Lin Jinbei, and Lin Yi, he found himself hesitating. He was but a man, unlike mere plants and trees, who could claim to be devoid of emotions. Although the Lin family had not treated him particularly well, and Lin Ro had been coerced into bringing him to the mountains, their treatment was not entirely poor. At the very least, Lin Ro had provided him with genuine pleasure, both physically and mentally. With a long exhale, he found clarity in his resolve. Gather the necessary items. He would take out the booklet and study it thoroughly. Whether he could emerge alive depended solely on himself. Outside the abandoned mansion, Su Ming received the cloth bag handed to him by Chen Wu and extracted a yellowed booklet from within. The cover bore the inscription, 100 Methods for Dealing with Calamities. Su Ming felt somewhat speechless as he glanced at Chen Wu, who wore a rather serious expression, unable to suppress his sarcasm. He remarked, "If it's this dangerous, couldn't you have sent more skilled individuals instead of dragging me into this?" Cultivating a master is no easy task for the court, and moreover, in the face of this level of calamity, ordinary experts would hardly be of significant help. In the Southern Town Suppression Office, I'm practically at the top. Oh, So you think it's easy to cultivate oneself? Chunwu replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Enough of this, Su Ming scoffed, flipping open the booklet. The various types of calamities were numerous, most of which he did not need to understand. There was a directory, so he directly flipped to the chapter concerning the supernatural. The supernatural cannot be eradicated by mortal strength. The first sentence sent a chill down Su Ming's spine. Continuing to read, he finally discovered some useful information. The emergence of the supernatural is influenced by multiple factors. Grievances and curses may serve as nourishment for its development, collectively termed as Ingguai, while a type that draws power from incense offerings is referred to as Inshun. Although the supernatural cannot be exterminated by mortal means, it can be suppressed using incense stone. If the source of the supernatural is identified, it can be contained within the stone. After spending an entire hour absorbing and digesting this information, Su Ming turned to find Chunwu standing silently beside him, seemingly in deep meditation. So, these are the incense stones. Su Ming pulled out the round stone from the bag, which bore intricate symbols. Indeed, according to the array diagram, if the incense stone is properly arranged and the bronze mirror is placed within, the supernatural will be confined to a specific area and will neither emerge nor continue to evolve. Chunwu explained, I believe you can handle this alone. Su Ming chuckled awkwardly. If we both go, we can divide its strength, increasing our chances. As a son of the great Yin, it is your duty to serve the people. Let us depart. Chunwu urged. Su Ming rolled his eyes, slinging the cloth bag over his shoulder and tightening the grip on his sword. You lead the way, big spirit, Baiyun Temple Little Year. Should we not return to the village? Let us not. The journey back is fraught with dangers. It would be a miracle if we weren't devoured. Every day spent fetching water here robs me of my training time. If my adoptive father finds out, he will surely chastise us. What adoptive father? You still can't see it. Su Ming is doing it on purpose. We have already been abandoned. Two children whispered beside the well, completely oblivious to the 5 figures emerging from the distance behind them. Junior brother Su Xing, are you suggesting we do not intervene personally, but rather cultivate a few disciples for him? The irascible Taoist with a goat beard inquired. He has offended the local magistrate's office of the court. If we intervene directly, it would be against propriety. Moreover, within the Great Yin, there are indeed formidable sects, such as the Floating Cloud Sect, the Ascendant Cloud Sect, and the Golden Jade Sect, all of which possess greater strength than we do. The virtuous Taoist's gaze fell upon the old priest, yet he bowed to the observer at the center. As per your words, how many of the essence-cleansing pills, blood-nourishing pills, and I Ching pills does the alchemy hall still possess? Inquired the slightly plump observer in a calm demeanor. The lean Taoist, standing at the very back, hastily spoke up. Reporting to the observer, many materials were not taken when we left the Taoist court. We have only about 30 essence-cleansing pills, but we still have over 100 blood-nourishing pills and I Ching pills. In the past year and a half, no new disciples have entered, so if we allocate 30% for cultivating the seedlings of the Red Dragon Stronghold, with the foundation of the essence-cleansing pills and relying on the blood-nourishing and I Ching pills to stimulate them, there is a 50% chance they can enter the bone-forging realm within 3 months. Observer, might this be unwise? The method of hastening growth may inadvertently lead to pill toxicity, and their future may be cut off. Those of the grassroots need not concern themselves with future paths. Their entire life may only see the bone-forging realm, and those who enter the refining organs realm are few and far between. The Great Yin Court is in decline. A batch of bone-forging practitioners, relying on natural fortifications, can still ensure the Red Dragon Stronghold remains undefeated. The virtuous Taoist nodded. Very well, let us first test these two. Go! The rain continued to pour, and even at midday, as Su Ming stepped into the old residence, he felt an extraordinary darkness ahead. Why does this courtyard feel like night in broad daylight? Su Ming remarked dryly. After waiting for a considerable time without a response from Chen Wu, he raised his head to gaze forward. A cool breeze swept by, and the sound of rainwater pattering echoed, yet the space before him was devoid of any presence. A chill crept down Su Ming's spine as he scanned the courtyard. Damn it, how am I supposed to know where that mirror is? He muttered under his breath, striding toward the main house. Creak! Just as he moved a step, a sound emanated from the back room. Su Ming turned to look, spotting a small child standing there. Big brother, who are you? Su Ming fell silent. Ignoring the child, he continued toward the main house. Big brother? he halted abruptly, his cheek involuntarily twitching. The voice came from behind him. With a swift motion, Su Ming drew his large ring knife and slashed backward through the air. Swish! Only the sound of the displaced air met his ears. Turning back again, he found nothing there. Damn it, am I hallucinating? Su Ming felt a tingle of unease creep into his heart. Wah! Just as he pondered this, a sudden whimper arose. Another trick? Steeling himself, Su Ming moved toward the source of the sound. In the corner's small room, a dark figure seemed to be hiding within. Su Ming tightened his grip on the knife and approached cautiously. 1 step, 2 steps. Chapter 22. The Shadow. With a sharp scream, Su Ming instinctively swung his knife forward. However, upon making contact with the shadow, he abruptly halted his strike. Yet the shadow was still sent flying. Don't kill me. Don't kill me, Wah. Young master, save me. I'm scared. The shadow writhed on the ground. Wailing, did I ask this a living person? Su Ming stepped closer, tentatively prodding the figure with the back of his knife. Who are you? Are you human? The shadow, hearing the voice, gradually calmed, though its body continued to tremble. What do you think? Su Ming sheathed his knife at his waist. I am Injan's servant from Song's Manor. Shout him. Be more specific. How did you end up in this dilapidated house? Su Ming pressed on. The servant, Xiao Mu, quickly scrambled to his feet, inching close to Su Ming, and recounted the entire tale. As he listened, Su Ming realized that the other was merely an ordinary person who had inadvertently wandered into the residence. However, the boy seemed somewhat frightened, clinging too tightly to him, causing an unusual sensation. He instinctively glanced at the servant. Are you a girl? Ah! The servant jumped back in alarm, only to feel fear again, instinctively retreating a couple of steps closer to Su Ming. How did you know? Su Ming did not respond. He certainly wouldn't disclose that the other had pressed against him inappropriately. This was not unusual. When affluent families arranged tutors for their offspring, they would also consider the physiological needs during the children's growth. Especially for those who needed to study far away, having a maidservant in the same bed could both attend to daytime needs and fulfill nighttime privacy. He did not dwell on this further and shifted the topic. Your young master has met with misfortune. Shouldn't you escape quickly? I can't escape. If I go out the front door, I'll just end up back in this courtyard, the servant Xiaomu replied in terror. Is that so? Su Ming pondered, then pulled out a flint from his bag, igniting a candle in the room. You mean your young master is in that side room? And the strange entity is inside as well? Yes, you can look through the crack in the door. There are many headless corpses with their heads floating in midair. In the dim candlelight, Xiao Mu's face was filled with trepidation. After a moment's thought, Su Ming lit another candlestick, holding it in his hand, then stood up. I'll go take a look. You stay here and don't move. I want to go with you. The servant Xiao Mu immediately rose to his feet. You stay here. If something occurs, I won't have the energy to look after you. Fine then. Exhaling slowly, Su Ming moved cautiously outside. The rain continued to fall, and fearing the candlestick would get drenched, he climbed the steps. The courtyard was quite large, and after a considerable walk, he finally arrived at the side room. Indeed, as Xiao Mu had said, the door was slightly ajar. He had no habit of peeking. Instead, he pressed the knife tip against the door and pushed it forcefully. Creak! The door swung wide open, releasing a musty odor. He saw nothing of the beautiful woman or corpses mentioned by the servant. In the dim room, only a reflective mirror was visible. Let's check the main house. Su Ming turned and walked toward the central main house. Just as he reached the door, a gust of rain struck, extinguishing the candle. It wasn't quite evening, and with some ambient light, he chose not to relight it. Casting it aside as he attempted to push the door open, clang! A loud noise erupted, yet the door did not budge, as if something was blocking it. He took half a step back and kicked out fiercely. Boom! Half the door frame was sent flying. Before he could process it, a shadow suddenly burst forth from within. With no time to draw his knife, Su Ming leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick. Clang! A tremendous impact resonated as Su Ming was sent flying backwards, while the shadow was knocked back into the room. What the hell is that? Su Ming felt his legs go numb as if he had kicked a steel plate. As he was still in shock, the shadow charged out again. Su Ming hurriedly drew his knife, slashing toward it. Clang! Clang! The ring knife clashed repeatedly with the shadow's body, causing his ears to ring. He struck with all his might, leaving nothing to spare. Yet, for a moment, He gained no advantage, a tearing pain coursing through his palms. Fortunately, after a series of slashes, the shadow was forced back. Panting heavily, Su Ming turned and fled, retreating a few steps into the front courtyard. Entering the small room, seeing the candlelight still flickering, he felt a sense of calm wash over him. Upon entering, he immediately extinguished the flame and secured the door. After listening for a while, he realized that the shadow had not pursued him, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Though it had been dark, he had still caught a glimpse of what that thing was. It resembled a zombie, covered in gray fur, with skin as hard as iron, possessing incredible strength, rivaling his own. Its appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to Mo Tsong. It seemed he had been grotesquely transformed into such a monster. Searching for a mirror? What a joke. All he wanted now was to escape. As Chun Wu had likely met his end within, Xiao Mu, light the candle, he commanded without turning back. However, after a long pause, there was no response. Xiao Mu. He hurriedly turned around. A pale face suddenly filled his vision. Damn! He swung a punch, crushing the face inward. Yet, two sharp blades had already plunged into his waist. Die! Ignoring the pain, Su Ming, in a fit of rage, seized the assailant's arms and tore them apart. Ryup! The pale face was instantly torn in half. Cold viscous fluid sprang across his face. He tossed the remains aside and scanned the room. The Xiao Mu who had originally sat on the wooden frame had vanished without a trace. Could it be that there was still warmth? It was undoubtedly human. He gripped the knife hilt firmly and dashed back into the central courtyard. Indeed, there, in the main house, the shadow was dragging the servant Xiao Mu inside. Su Ming leaped forward, planting a foot firmly on the ground, and in a heartbeat, he was before the shadow. He raised his knife, delivering a fierce blow. Thud. The shadow was knocked askew, and Xiao Mu slipped from its grasp. Ah! In the deepest recesses of the courtyard, Chun Wu rolled up his sleeves at his waist, blood continuously dripping onto the ground. Before him stood a woman clad in a flowing gray-white linen dress. Her figure elegantly slender. Ha ha ha, offer your flesh and blood as a sacrifice to me. What a magnificent body. Suddenly, her mouth split open grotesquely, the corners stretching back to her nape, revealing a gory cavern within. You have failed to host a spirit. Relinquish your resistance, and perhaps you may have a chance to become a fragrant shade, retaining a sliver of consciousness in this world. Chun Wu spoke calmly, yet his feet quietly gathered strength that a shade, to become that which is neither alive nor dead. Would that not tarnish the illustrious reputation I have built upon my mortal remains? The woman began to exude a dark mist, her voice transforming into an emotionless male tone. Devour you, and by consuming more flesh and blood, I shall be able to escape this dwelling. Ha ha ha. Even if you kill me, the Southern Dipper Star Lord shall annihilate you. The Southern Dipper Star Lord? No, when he sees me, he will be astonished. Now, are you prepared to become part of me? With a swift motion, a vine-like arm shot forth. Chun Wu's expression turned icy, yet his feet seemed rooted to the ground, forcing him to raise his arm and slash with his knife. Crack, roar. Chapter 23. The Golden Jade Toad Technique. Activate. The vine-like arm was decisively severed, falling to the ground and dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. Chun Wu was momentarily stunned, glancing at the knife that had yet to be fully swung, his gaze landing on the figure slowly emerging from behind. You have finally arrived. Don't act as if we are well acquainted. Su Ming retracted his knife, wiping the unknown viscous fluid onto a tattered cloth beside him. He then turned his attention to the woman, or rather, the shade, before him. Have you found the mirror? In the blood pool behind it. Upon hearing this, Su Ming looked back, and with the help of the candlestick in his hand, the scene that met his eyes nearly made him regurgitate his last meal. Dozens of heads, swollen and soaked in blood. Their surfaces pale, black strands of hair intertwined, bobbing amidst the bubbling crimson liquid. Hee. Your vitality is quite enticing as well. The figure opposite him began to transform, gradually losing its human form, its limbs elongated. Countless slender tendrils sprouted from its body, plunging into the blood pool, continuously siphoning its essence. The center of its heart, a flickering red area began to manifest. What is it doing? It has completely transformed into a shade. The blood pool can supply it with flesh and blood, creating a corporeal form. thus allowing it to escape the confines of this dwelling. Reincarnation? No, it is a mere remnant of malevolence. It must be eradicated. Swish! Just as the thought crossed his mind, Chun-Wu charged forward with his knife. Bang! He was immediately repelled by a whip-like force. Meanwhile, the entity across had taken on the guise of a sentient ancient vine. Simultaneously, it became evident that the creature recognized Chun-Wu as inconsequential and redirected its assault towards Su Ming. Observing the translucent blood tendrils that resembled tentacles, Su Ming felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Gritting his teeth as power surged through his body, his momentum reaching its zenith. Swish, 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 beneath the sharp blade, the blood tendrils were severed one after another, falling to the ground. Yet, in the blink of an eye, countless more vines sprouted forth. What in the world is this monstrosity? Chun-Wu, for the love of all that is holy, reveal your true strength. Su Ming's frustration ignited as he channeled his energy through the blade, relentlessly cleaving towards the abomination. Don't go! Chun-Wu shouted, but Su Ming had already closed in, channeling nearly 50% of his strength into the massive blade, striking fiercely at the creature's visage. Huh! As Su Ming approached, a blood-red tendril shot forth from the creature's face. Whoosh! In an instant, a wave of scorching, sanguine air erupted from the tendril, enveloping Su Ming in a thick fog. Chun-Wu's heart sank. It's over. That mist was the creature's ultimate technique. Once it clung to flesh and bone, they would dissolve. Even someone of his caliber, whose body was as resilient as stone, would find it difficult to resist the corruption, and inhaling the mist could induce hallucinations. Rendering one utterly vulnerable, he had previously fallen victim to this very attack. Alas, it is my fault for not warning this fool against closing in. Within the gray mist, Su Ming felt as though he was enveloped in steam at hundreds of degrees Celsius. His skin ablaze with pain. Fortunately, he had cultivated the Heavenly King Diamond technique, a practice designed to enhance the physical form, and moreover, his physical attributes exceeded those of his peers. Otherwise, he would have succumbed by now. Yet, the mist seemed to infiltrate every crevice, surging into his nostrils, an overwhelming sense of suffocation overtaking him. Boss, this is all you're doing. A slightly plump figure became increasingly vivid in his vision. Motsung? I thought you were dead. Su Ming's mind began to cloud as he beheld Motsung drawing nearer. His face began to rot away. This is all your fault. Your fault. Following that, the figures of Meng Bian and others emerged, each brandishing a knife, their gazes seemingly intent on devouring Su Ming alive. Return my life to me. Return my life to me. No, you are all dead. You are all dead, damn it, while I am alive. I can kill you. Even in death, I shall do the same. Golden Jade Toad technique. Activate. An unparalleled surge of heat coursed through Su Ming's body, his consciousness, which had been dimming, instantly sharpened. Outside the white mist, Chun-Wu leaned on his blade, feeling the weight of the large stone at his waist. I can only use this one last time. If it fails to save him, I will suffer greatly. With that, the stone in his grasp began to glow, gradually becoming transparent. Boom. Just as Chun-Wu hesitated, his eyes widened in shock. The white mist dissipated, revealing a towering figure. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, the being was a mass of rippling muscle. Its upper garment torn asunder, even the belt shattered, leaving only the lower half of its trousers clinging on. Black hair flowed wildly behind him, dancing in the wind. What is this? Swish! The figure lunged directly at the creature. Countless blood tendrils writhed in an attempt to impede the assault, but in a mere instant, they were torn to shreds. Bang, bang, bang. The air was filled with flickering shadows, the sound of colossal impacts reminiscent of primal beasts tearing flesh. The atmosphere was rent asunder by the ferocious blade energy, leaving Chun-Wu's ears ringing. Crimson Dragon, charge! Crimson Dragon, shatter, die! All of you, With a roar, the creature's tendrils had barely extended before they were swiftly severed. And the blood pool's supply faltered. Many of the tendrils connected to the blood pool were also severed, causing the aberrant form to writhe, gradually reverting to a human shape. Chun-Wu, watching in astonishment, quickly reacted, shouting, Brother Su, hurry and flee. Even if the shade is torn to shreds, as long as its spirit vessel remains, it will soon regenerate. The exit lies to the east. That grand locust tree outside is the way out. Go ahead. I will hold them off. In the midst of the fray, Su Ming regained a hint of clarity. With his massive blade, he executed another sweeping motion. With immense force, the creature was cleaved directly into the blood pool. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed forward, hoisting the unsteady Chen Wu by the waist, and together they raced towards the exit. As they passed through the front courtyard, the bookish servant Xiao Mu was tucked under his other arm as he leapt over the courtyard wall. Boom! With a powerful push, the gray-blue wall crumbled, and Su Ming's towering form soared over, landing beneath the locust tree outside. Glancing back at the dwelling, it felt as though the anguished wails of countless phantoms echoed in unison. This cursed place, I shall never return. Upon reaching the riverbank, Su Ming felt his strength drain away, nearly toppling into the water, but fortunately, Xiao Mu was there to steady him. He sank to the ground. His consciousness fading, the aftereffects of the golden jade toad technique washing over him. Thankfully, bolstered by his formidable willpower, he did not succumb to unconsciousness this time. Yet he was rendered nearly immobile. Reinforcements were drawing near. Brother Su, thank you immensely for your aid. Chen Wu, sitting up against the blade, appeared somewhat pallid, forcing a breath as he spoke. Su Ming did not respond. He lacked the strength even to speak at this moment. He was at his most vulnerable. A mere ordinary person could easily slay him. Thus, he dared not linger, hastily recovering his breath. Chapter 24. Return approximately half an hour later. A group of constables from the town's pacification office, paddling 4 or 5 wooden boats, approached the shore. Sima Fu, leading the charge, hurried to Chen Wu's side. My lord, how are you? Chen Wu laboriously raised his hand, pointing towards Su Ming. Sima Fu's expression darkened, and with a swift motion, he drew his Yinling knife. My lord, I shall slay him at once. Stop. Chen Wu exhaled forcefully, his pupils narrowing, bloodshot veins coursing through the whites of his eyes. Bring him to heel. Should anyone dare to harm him, I shall not show mercy. My lord, this morning, Lord Yang has captured the 3rd commander of the Crimson Dragon Gang, Luo Zhan. Several of his subordinates have confessed that the initial disappearance of Zhang Qianhu and others is intricately linked to him. I suspect that Ming Bian and the others' deaths were also orchestrated by this individual in collusion with skilled practitioners from the Jianghu. We must apprehend him. You? Chen Wu glared furiously, attempting to rise with his knife. But his body merely swayed. Lord Qin, reinforcements from the Zhang family have arrived. I implore you to recognize the reality of the situation. Having spoken, Sima Fu's lips curled into a cold smirk, disregarding Chen Wu's gaze as he turned to apprehend Su Ming. However, just as he pivoted, an alarmed voice pierced the air. My lord, be careful. What? Bang. It was then that Su Ming, having leapt up unobserved, struck out with a thunderous force. The wind from his punch howled. And even Sima Fu, a seasoned master steeped in the art of refining his inner strength for many years, found himself momentarily stunned. In a duel between experts, a slight miscalculation can lead to ruin. It was this moment of distraction that allowed Su Ming's fist to connect squarely with his left chest. Though Su Ming had only exerted 30% of his power, the full force he unleashed was no less than a mid-stage attack of the refining realm. Coupled with his mastery of the technique of shock, Sima Fu felt as if a colossal stone had struck his chest, rendering him momentarily mute. His mind briefly clouded. Subsequently, crimson-black liquid poured forth from his mouth and nostrils in a relentless stream. Su Ming landed heavily, gripping the shoulder of his opponent, and stripped off the grayish cloak from Sima Fu's back, draping it over himself. Boat! The approaching constables wore expressions of dread, hesitant to advance. Give it to him. At that moment, Chen Wu barked an order. These constables were already under the command of the Southern Constabulary, and with Sima Fu incapacitated, they promptly parted to clear a path. Su Ming seized Xiao Mu with one hand and boarded a small boat. Row quickly! I'll row. Su Ming glanced over indifferently. What else would you do? The small boat rocked unsteadily as it made its way towards the opposite shore. Su Ming stood at the bow, his towering figure imposing. And even from a distance, the constables on the shore dared not breathe a word. Sima Fu was helped to his feet, his eyes bloodshot, yearning to speak, but blood continued to pour from his mouth. At the foot of Tiandu Mountain, a figure stumbled forth. Dressed as a scholar, Xiao Mu held the reins, supporting a man clad in a gray cloak on his back. The man lay across the horse. His face devoid of color, yet his eyes remained open, clutching a large blade as he trudged through the forest. Su to ye. Shouldn't we rest for a while? Xiao Mu, accustomed to being a companion reader for wealthy merchants, had never traversed such treacherous mountain paths, bearing scratches all over and fatigue evident in his eyes. Su Ming's gaze flickered, gradually returning from its stupor. The earlier forced exertion had inflicted some internal injury upon him. He had been pushing himself throughout the journey, nearly fainting several times. However, the Tianwang King Kong Gong was quite formidable. Its recovery speed far surpassed that of techniques like Qiluang Fist or Xingxin Fist. At that moment, though his injuries had not fully healed, he was not completely exhausted. He pulled out some dried meat from his saddle, chewed a few bites, and tossed a piece to Xiao Mu. Eat something, otherwise you won't last until we reach the mountain. Su to ye. Can I not go up the mountain? Where do you intend to go? My young master is in trouble. I must return to report to my lord. Xiao Mu replied with a naive expression. Su Ming paused for a moment, then raised his head calmly. Do as you wish. Xiao Mu immediately sprang to his feet and began to head back down the mountain. After just a few steps, he turned and rushed back. What is it now? I should at least escort you back. You saved me. I have yet to repay you. Su Ming forced a smile. You certainly know how to be grateful. Let me remind you, your young master met a tragic end. If your lord finds out, this little scholar of yours may not live long, either. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mu protested. My young master was killed by a monster. It has nothing to do with me. My lord is a well-known benefactor in our town. How could he be so unreasonable as to punish me, a mere little scholar? Oh, then go ahead. I have regained my strength and can ascend the mountain alone. Su Ming dismissed her without further argument, waving his hand. Unexpectedly, Xiao Mu stubbornly bit into the dried meat, resolutely stepping forward to seize the reins. I am a person of letters. I cannot abandon my benefactor halfway. As night fell, the two finally arrived at the mountain stronghold. Although Xiao Mu was a girl, her reckless nature nearly led her to be mistaken for a wild beast by the sentinels guarding the stronghold. Had it not been for Su Ming's timely warning, she might have been shot with an arrow. Even upon entering the stronghold, it was only after consuming several bowls of meat soup that she regained her composure and began to survey her surroundings. Your stronghold is quite different from what was said in the tea house. What did the tea house say? Su Ming asked as he settled into a tiger skin chair, extracting a vial of Yijing Dan sent by Baiyun Temple and consuming it. A refreshing aura surged through his meridians, causing his muscles to tremble slightly. Xiao Mu, still filled with curiosity, explored the area, answering as she went. The storyteller in the tea house said that the stronghold's people sleep in large communal dormitories, with one woman serving dozens of men, and they don't wash their feet, consuming human flesh. Xiao Mu continued her chatter, and Su Ming could only facepalm at the absurdity of the storyteller's fabrications. Realizing it was a blatant smear against the inhabitants of the stronghold, he arranged for the young girl to be settled before returning to the courtyard. Mo Yi and Lin Ro were already asleep, and Su Ming chose not to disturb them. He entered the training room, stepped into the medicinal bath he had prepared in advance, and closed his eyes. As he slowly circulated the Tianwang King Kong Gong. His breath gradually steadied. The stronghold had been put on high alert. Luo Zhan had been ambushed by the city guards on his way back to the mountain. This indicated that Yang Jun, that old fox, had long been prepared. Descending the mountain now would likely lead him into an ambush. Thus, fortifying the stronghold was the wiser choice, as the enemy could not easily breach it for the captured Luo Zhan and others. Su Ming felt uncertain. Attempting a rescue would undoubtedly be a trap, yet Luo Zhan was a pillar of the stronghold and had remained loyal to him. Abandoning him would risk demoralizing the brethren. It seemed best to focus on healing his body before making any decisions. Chapter 25. A turning point. Unexpectedly, the following day brought a turn of events. The Taoist Su Xing arrived at the stronghold early in the morning, accompanied by two middle-aged Taoists. After many days apart, Su Ming emerged, and Su Xing, about to offer his customary greetings, paused, noticing Su Ming's somewhat pallid complexion. My dear friend, your vitality seems somewhat diminished. What has transpired? Upon seeing this, Su Ming displayed a pained expression, sighing and hesitating several times before reluctantly recounting the events that had transpired, naturally embellishing the tale. After listening, Su Xing furrowed his brow. Moments later, he asked with a mix of disbelief. You repelled the malevolent entity? Su Ming intended to convey that his Qiluang stronghold had been bullied, but Su Xing's focus lay elsewhere. That cannot be, as it was the constabulary's Chen Durian who engaged the malevolent entity directly. I merely assisted him on the side, he hurriedly interjected, downplaying his role at IC. Su Xing mused, stroking his long beard at it, stands to reason that the Southern Constabulary would have some dealings with the Jinyu sect and the Star Lord's office, thus being able to restrain the malevolent entity. After a pause, he continued, however, I advise you to steer clear of such calamities in the future. Matters involving the uncanny are not within the purview of mundane forces. After a moment's hesitation, he added, I have perhaps spoken too much, alas. I hail from the grasslands, and in matters of the Jianghu, it is indeed necessary for the Taoist to offer guidance, Su Ming replied. Bowing in gratitude, he then added, Taoist, your arrival is timely. I intended to send word to your esteemed temple regarding the 5,000 jin of grain I prepared, which I hope you will accept regardless of whether our cooperation succeeds or fails. Upon hearing this, both Su Xing and the two accompanying Taoists displayed expressions of guilt. Although 5,000 jin of grain was not an excessive amount, it would certainly alleviate their immediate plight. Ah, the great chief's magnanimity puts me to shame, Su Xing remarked, somewhat embarrassed. However, the temple leader instructed me to bring sincerity with me. Although Baiyun Temple cannot directly intervene in matters of the southern region, we can offer our modest assistance in nurturing disciples. Upon hearing this, Su Ming furrowed his brow. Please elaborate, Taoist. The Diyin court currently faces internal and external troubles and cannot spare much power to deal with the Qiluang stronghold. Relying on the natural defenses of the Tiandu Mountains makes it much simpler to hold the stronghold. What you must guard against is the Zhang family. Elder Zhang is the foremost civil official. Suppressing the Jianghu with the Yin army, wielding control over the northern constabulary, and even holding sway in the imperial city's martial temple. The forces at his disposal are vast and complex. Reflecting on this, Su Xing continued, our temple leader wishes to nurture over 10 skilled disciples for your stronghold. For those who are likely to break through to the refining realm, we can also provide secret medicines to assist. After speaking, he gestured to the two middle-aged Taoists beside him. These two are disciples of our temple's Dan Hall and can reside in the stronghold to assist with alchemy. Su Ming's heart jolted at this unexpected boon. This was far superior to merely sending someone to protect the stronghold. Although he would be lacking direct support from masters, the potential to gain a wealth of attribute points would prove immense. Yet, he concealed his joy, contemplating for a long moment before slowly replying, the temple leader has considered everything thoroughly. How could I dare to refuse? However, selecting disciples will require some time. I ask that the Taoists stay for now. Su Ming exhibited great courtesy. The three accepted this gracious invitation, and as they entered the stronghold, Su Xing walked alongside Su Ming. Observing Su Ming's troubled expression, he hesitated before slowly asking, what is the strength of the prefectural government? The city guards number in the thousands, and there are certainly ambushes. There may also be numerous experts in refining the internal organs and forging bones, Su Ming sighed. The Taoist of integrity remained silent. After a brief pause, he pulled Su Ming aside and whispered, in urgent matters, one must be flexible. If the chief insists on descending the mountain to rescue someone, this humble Taoist can follow discreetly. Regardless of the outcome, in a moment of crisis, I can ensure your safe retreat. Su Ming had been waiting for this very statement. He immediately clasped his hands in gratitude, declaring that he would repay the Taoist's kindness in the days to come. The chief is being overly courteous, replied the Taoist, returning the gesture. Then he added, in my sect, we possess the rejuvenation technique, which can assist you in healing your injuries first. As night deepened in Yangzhou, a solitary figure traversed the streets, not attempting to conceal his presence. Yang Jun, aiming to lure him down the mountain, did not hide the location where Luo Zhan and others were detained. It was right in the county jail. Su Ming continued forward, ignoring even the patrolling guards he encountered along the way. It seems they are determined to ensnare me before they take action, Su Ming thought to himself. He arrived at the jail without hindrance, where the doors stood wide open. Not far away, more than 10 figures dangled in midair, with Luo Zhan at the center. The door behind him slammed shut the moment he stepped inside. He last UV arrived. Su Ming. Yang Jun emerged slowly, flanked by several men in dark robes. Just these few, and they think they can underestimate me? Su Ming assessed the men beside Yang Jun, scoffing. Though he spoke thus, he felt a tightening in his chest. 4 Masters of internal organ refinement, their aura restrained. They were likely of mid to late stages of cultivation. You are Su Ming, the one who caused the demise of young Master Long. Yang Jun disregarded the remark and addressed the 4 men with courtesy. The men exchanged glances, and the leader said, "In that case, let us take him back to see Second Master." Before his words had fully left his lips, the leading man lunged forward, hands outstretched to seize him. In the blink of an eye, he crossed several meters. His palms were like pincers, tearing through the air with a sharp whistle. Su Ming, not daring to be careless, swiftly retreated a half step, raising his arms to block. Unexpectedly, the man advanced again, transforming his palm into a fist and sweeping towards him. Su Ming had no choice but to defend, throwing a punch in response. Bang! The two exchanged blows, stepping back a few paces each. Su Ming's face flushed, blood surging violently in his chest. What a heavy fist! What an overwhelming force! Both men thought to themselves. Amidst the moonlight, Su Ming scrutinized his opponent. His heart filled with astonishment. Compared to his own labored breath, the other party appeared utterly at ease. This is a trained fighter with a solid foundation, not comparable to the guards of the pacification office. Su Ming realized, knowing that achieving his goal today would likely prove difficult. If one person alone posed such a challenge, how could he contend with 4? This was contrary to his expectations. It seemed the Zhang family had indeed acted with serious intent. After a moment of contemplation, he felt the urge to retreat. With the technique of godly transformation exerting its full power, Su Ming accumulated explosive force. The man charged again, executing the technique White Ape Presents Peach. His fist turned upward, launching a cunning attack. Su Ming was already prepared, slightly sinking his body, his arm muscles trembling as he unleashed the secret technique of the Red Dragon Fist. In the moonlight, his fist seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist, propelling forward. This strike infused nearly half of his strength, and with a resounding crash, it forced the man back 2 steps, shaking his numbed fist. The man's face revealed astonishment. What kind of strength is this, that it completely dissipated the force I exerted? Hesitating for just a moment, he shifted his tactics, gathering strength to unleash his true abilities. But unexpectedly the opponent feigned a forward lunge and suddenly bolted backward. Not good, stop him quickly, he shouted urgently. Red Dragon, shattering extremes. Su Ming invoked the secret technique, punching through the jail door as he retreated, his figure flickering before vanishing from sight. Chapter 26. Poison. Channeling his energy, he activated the godly transformation, sprinting with the swiftness of a horse, bolstered by his mastery of internal organ refinement. He dashed towards the direction of Tiandu Mountain. After hurriedly crossing a small stream, he sat down heavily, gasping for breath. Phew! They should not be able to catch up now, he thought, feeling the sweat soaking through his robes. The surroundings were eerily silent. Save for the gentle breeze, Su Ming leaned by the stream to wash his face. He suddenly froze, turning to glance at the dense forest behind him, a wave of unease washing over him. I see you. Come out. Swish, swish, swish. A group of armored soldiers emerged from the woods, encircling him. The leader wore black armor, draped in a red cloak, wielding a long spear. I've been waiting for you all night. Su Ming. The armored leader swung his spear, unleashing the force of internal organ refinement. Adieu. Su Ming exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the city guard commander with a grave expression, laced with a hint of suspicion. They say you are a half step into internal organ refinement. It seems you are hiding something. Hiding? Heh, we are in the same boat. You and I have no enmity. Why must we clash here? The commander retorted. You bandits have occupied Tiandu Mountain for years, oppressing the common folk. The governor's determination to eliminate you is unwavering. The commander slightly raised his brow, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Su Ming narrowed his eyes, retreating a half-dash step. It seems it would be quite impossible to leave here unscathed today. He touched the pouch of poison at his waist, feeling its substantial weight. Then allow me to experience your esteemed skills, he declared, suddenly leaping towards the spear-wielding commander. Come at me. The commander did not flinch, thrusting his spear forward. Observing this, Su Ming struck the spear's shaft with his palm, seizing the opportunity to close in. The city guard commander abruptly retreated. He excelled in military formations rather than close-quarters combat. Su Ming, adept in boxing techniques, was already aware of this and intentionally denied him the chance to engage closely. However, unbeknownst to him, as Su Ming missed his target, he slipped and tumbled into the dense woods behind him. Quick, stop him! The city guard commander reacted swiftly, realizing he had been outmaneuvered. Ahead lay steep mountains. With gorges on either side, they would close in on him, leaving no escape. His expression darkened as he instructed his soldiers. "Be now." Su Ming had traversed through the forest and was racing towards the mountain peak. Feeling the powerful wind against him, a fervent expression emerged on his face. Relying solely on himself, he could not vanquish all these city guards. Even at his peak, prolonged combat against these heavily armored soldiers would lead him into peril. However, this did not account for the use of poison. The mountaintop was the perfect windward spot. A strong gust could sweep through the valley. Indeed, the pouch of poison was a gift from Emotsong. Exceptionally effective, capable of incapacitating even those at the internal organ refinement stage. Time and circumstance had changed drastically. Fortunately, he still possessed the formula. This substance must be kept on hand in the future. Choosing an optimal location, he opened the pouch of medicine. After estimating the quantity, around 4 to 5 pounds, he concluded that merely blowing it would likely be insufficient. Just then, he caught sight of a withered tree at the cliff's edge. Its leaves mostly yellowed. Yu Ming glanced back at the soldiers ascending the mountain and devised a plan. He gathered some weeds and piled them on the withered tree. Then, he poured the powder directly onto the pile and took out a flint. The city guard commander, looking up the mountain, frowned. "What is that little brat up to now?" At the summit, thick smoke billowed, as if the forest had been set ablaze. "Commander, he wouldn't he be trying to set the mountain on fire?" "Would he?" a nearby soldier remarked. The commander scoffed lightly. "What season is it? Does he even have the means to set a fire?" Regardless, they would surround him layer upon layer, even if he sprouted wings. He couldn't he escape. The soldiers nodded in agreement, quickening their pace. "What is that smell? So fragrant." After a few steps, a breeze wafted by, and they all paused to inhale deeply. "Is it the scent of flowers?" "There aren't any flowers in this season," they murmured, yet continued to breathe in the aroma. Especially for those armored men climbing the mountain, their sweat-soaked garments welcomed the refreshing breeze, providing immense relief. Only the city guard commander at the front halted, taking a deep breath, his expression peculiar. "What floral scent? It smells distinctly like meat. Wait, why are my eyes getting blurry? Is that tree dancing? Have you lost your mind?" "Trees don't dance." The commander, realizing something was amiss, quickly pulled a piece of cloth from his sleeve to cover his mouth and nose, but it could not prevent the haze of double vision from creeping in. He quickly gathered his strength, but as he circulated his energy, a wave of discomfort surged in his chest. He collapsed onto the ground, gazing toward the summit, his mind racing with dread. "It's over." At the mountaintop, Su Ming was choking from the smoke. To ensure the full efficacy of the medicine, he stood beside the flames, continuously stirring the pouch. The potency was overwhelming. Even after consuming the antidote in advance, he felt dizzy and disoriented. The wind was dying down. No longer lingering, he turned and dashed down the mountain. Along the way, city guards lay sprawled everywhere. Yu Ming checked their breath. Most were still alive. The effects of the dispersal were somewhat lacking. It mainly induced dizziness and had hallucinogenic effects. Those with slightly better constitutions should survive. Upon contemplating this, Su Ming found a semblance of solace within his heart. It was not that he harbored any goodwill towards the group of pursuers intent on his demise. Rather, his primary concern lay with the animal companions of the mountains. Fortunately, the remoteness of this locale, devoid of human presence, ensured that Su Ming's notorious reputation as a murderer would not follow him here. As he passed the commander of the city guards, the man had regained a significant portion of his consciousness. Though he remained immobile, his eyes glaring malevolently at Su Ming. Approaching him, Su Ming patted the rough skin of his face and suddenly broke into a grin. "You seem quite confident in your marksmanship. Thus, dying by your own hand today could be considered a fitting end." With that, he seized the long gun that the commander could barely hold. Tightening his grip, he pressed it against the man's chest, deliberately pushing aside the armor protecting it. "Please spare me. Just one life," the commander pleaded. But before he could finish, A sound echoed as crimson and white erupted from his mouth. The gun's tip penetrated a mere few inches before becoming lodged in the chest cavity. Su Ming chose not to exert further force, casually tossing the weapon aside and wiping the blood onto the man's robe as he strode away without a backward glance. Once he departed, a figure cloaked in a bluish-gray hue appeared. After a moment of silence, he sighed. This youth possesses a heart as ruthless as they come. With that, he approached, sweeping his dust wand, and the commander's wide-open eyes finally closed. Having descended the sharp mountain, Su Ming dared not linger, making his way towards Tiandu Mountain. However, he had not traveled far when a terrifying aura emanating from behind compelled him to halt abruptly. These rabid dogs are determined to confront me, are they? Su Ming glanced back at the four individuals, a fierce fire igniting within his heart, though he could not sense the presence of the Taoist who had pledged to protect him at a critical moment. He knew that such a serious figure would not go back on his word. With someone backing him, he felt emboldened to reveal his full strength. At that moment, the four opponents subtly shifted into a formation to encircle him, evidently intent on not granting him an escape. You vile wretch, have you truly slain over 1,000 city guards? The gravity of their expressions intensified, for they were unaware of the poison employed by Su Ming. After all, none among them possessed the capability to eradicate so many heavily armored soldiers in one fell swoop. Enough with the nonsense. Take this punch, Su Ming bellowed angrily, charging towards the leader of the group. This fellow was rather formidable. Let us take him down together. The one in the lead was none other than the Qingmian Yuan, Zhang Jin, who had previously clashed with Su Ming. Upon seeing Su Ming swing his fist towards him, he braced himself with utmost vigilance, recalling the near disaster that had occurred during their last encounter in the prison. To his astonishment, as their fists collided, Su Ming was sent hurtling backwards. What trickery is this? I barely exerted any effort, he thought, momentarily dazed. Suddenly, a sound of disturbed air filled the space. Su Ming landed back on his feet, his hands slightly raised, absorbing the escalating power of his physical form. His eyes ablaze with battle fervor. Show me your limits with the golden jade toad technique. The intensity in Su Ming's gaze transformed into a frenzy as his unusually tall figure retained an extraordinary agility. Appearing instantaneously before the four adversaries, bang, bang, bang. His fists struck like colossal hammers, indiscriminately pummeling towards them. The speed was astonishing, and the force generated a piercing whistle through the air. What in the world is this? Bang, one of them, who had braced himself for impact, staggered back several steps, shaking his numbed hand in shock. However, Zhang Jin had no time to respond. He was too absorbed in defending against the relentless assault. Naturally, with 4 individuals and 8 hands, they seized the opportunity to counterattack. Yet, they were left astounded. Despite their full-force strikes landing upon Su Ming, he seemed entirely unfazed, continuing his onslaught as if oblivious to their efforts. It was as if his sole focus was on aggression. Something's off. This fellow's strength has increased significantly. We must retreat. Zhang Jin, increasingly alarmed, realized that Su Ming's might had vastly surpassed his own. For the time being, they could manage to hold their ground, but if the intensity of this confrontation persisted, they would be utterly overwhelmed. While a master of refining zong could indeed replenish their energy mid-battle, this replenishment had its limits. And the increase in strength was gradual. Compared to such fierce expenditure, it was almost negligible. Upon hearing this, the 4 promptly began to retreat. As soon as they did, Su Ming surged forward, catching one of them off guard and seizing his right leg. Do you think this is a place where you can come and go as you please? With a sudden surge of strength, he twisted with a sickening crunch, tearing the man's entire thigh from his body. Blood and flesh splattering everywhere. The man instantly lost all combat capability, crashing to the ground, blood trailing behind him as he struggled. Su Ming paid him no mind, fixing his gaze on another adversary. And you, do you wish to flee as well? His eyes gleamed with madness. Don't run. Engage him. In this state, he cannot sustain his strength for long. The others were thrown into disarray, yet it was Zhang Jin, the Qingmian Yuan, who remained sufficiently composed to recognize the situation's criticality. After stabilizing the situation with his voice, the 3 regained their formation. What had begun as a hunt had now devolved into a struggle. Each member would press forward to exchange a few blows before retreating to regain their strength, while a third would flit about, occasionally launching a sneak attack. Observing this, Su Ming felt a sense of helplessness. Though he had mastered the basics of the shifting steps technique to ameliorate his mobility disadvantage to some extent, he was still in the early stages of refining Zong and faced a distinct gap in strength against opponents in the mid to late stages. Confronted with such a harassing style of combat, he found it challenging to unleash his full power. He could only unleash his energy with fervor during each exchange, compelling his opponents to respond with all their might. Zhang Jin had recognized this dynamic. Most encounters were dominated by him facing Su Ming directly. With his long limbs, Zhang Jin's style was both agile and powerful, employing cunning techniques that frustrated Su Ming to no end. Thankfully, Zhang Jin had also taken a couple of Su Ming's punches, his complexion shifting from red to yellow, ultimately paling as he suffered internal injuries. If he could just endure another quarter of an hour, victory would be assured. However, Su Ming sensed his energy rapidly depleting, and a wave of weakness washed over him. Had Zhang Jin not discerned his condition, it was highly likely he could have subdued all four adversaries. At the very least, he could have intimidated them into retreating. Alas, faced with the seasoned martial arts masters, his trump card was easily seen through. He silently vowed never to become enamored with battle again. Once he repelled the enemy, a swift escape should be the priority. Estimating that he was nearing his limit, he deliberately swept both hands forward, forcing the three to retreat hastily. Using the momentum, he planted a foot firmly on the ground and sprinted towards the forest. "Will you pursue me?" The three exchanged glances, hesitation etched upon their faces, clearly unnerved by Su Ming's earlier explosive display. In silent agreement, they turned their gaze towards Zhang Jin, deferring the decision to him. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhang Jin gritted his teeth. This fellow was nearly at his breaking point. Pursue him to annihilate. All right, pursue. On the mountain path, Su Ming stumbled, reverting to his primal instinct for survival. Taoist, when the moment comes, act decisively. Do not wait until I am truly at death's door. Clinging to the thicket, he sensed the ominous presence of his pursuers drawing ever closer and shouted desperately. No sooner had he spoken than three figures landed in front of him. Their eyes glared with hostility. "You almost had us fooled. Now, speak. How do you wish to die?" I believe that is a matter you ought to ponder." Su Ming exhaled heavily, suddenly relaxing. "Do you have any tricks left?" Zhang Jin's expression darkened, uncertainty creeping in. "I have no further tricks, but I suggest you turn around." Su Ming gestured towards behind the three. "You think such a ruse can deceive us? Ridiculous, brother. What is wrong with you?" As the other two began to mock, they suddenly noticed beads of sweat forming on Zhang Jin's forehead, causing their hearts to drop as they whipped around. There, barely a yard away, stood a Taoist clad in a bluish-gray robe, adorned with runes at the cuffs. The close proximity without any prior awareness spoke volumes of the man's prowess. Gulping, the three swallowed hard. "Senior, a practitioner of the path is known for their compassion. Please, there is no need for further words. No need for further words. When I descended the mountain, I had already offered incense to my master." "Master? What did your master say? Curious to know. Perhaps I could escort you to meet him." With a single hand raised, the Taoist lightly swept it towards Zhang Jin. Alarm bells rang in Zhang Jin's mind as he summoned all his energy, fleeing as if propelled by a whirlwind. The sound of a massive tree trunk snapping echoed as Zhang Jin became lodged within the splintered remains, his eyes wide in terror, gasping for breath with no air to inhale. The other two hesitated momentarily, but with steely resolve, they charged towards the Taoist. "Be careful, Taoist," Su Ming shouted a warning. However, the Taoist paid no heed, effortlessly sweeping his dust wand from side to side, sending the two assailants hurtling away. Crashing to the ground, lifeless, Su Ming could not help but swallow hard, thinking to himself, this strength is simply absurd. Ascending to a higher realm, it is still difficult to encounter such a degree of exaggeration. At the very least, even when facing the bone-refining realm, he would not reach such an absurd situation where a mere brush would lead to death. This old Taoist is indeed overly modest. Chapter 28. The Golden Jade Sect. Let us go. Su Xing, unperturbed by the tragic demise of the three, stepped forward to support Su Ming. However, Su Ming, with a bitter smile, said, "Master, could you trouble yourself to provide me with a few more pills to replenish my vital energy?" Su Xing glanced at him, sighed. "Why must we go to such extremes? In this world, if I do not kill, I become the one who is killed. I simply wish to survive. Is that a crime? Master? Su Ming stood tall. Although his complexion remained pale, he exuded an indomitable aura. After a moment of silence, Su Xing slowly retrieved a semi-transparent porcelain vial from his robe. This is the jade liquid pill. With virtually no residual pill toxins, the blood-nourishing pill can only be taken twice a year at most. Otherwise, it will block the meridians, leading to toxin accumulation and hindering one's breakthrough. Su Ming cupped his hands in gratitude. Without a hint of hesitation, he consumed the pill as it entered his mouth. It instantly transformed into a refreshing stream of energy, flowing into his body's acupoints. The sensation was soothing and immensely pleasurable. He then bowed to Su Xing, expressing his thanks for the promise fulfilled. This time, it was my insistence to return. You need not follow me further. With that, he turned and descended the mountain. As he passed by one of the four who had previously lost a leg, Su Ming swiftly approached and snapped the person's neck. In the state capital, Yang Jun paced restlessly in his chamber. His beautiful concubine, having made the bed, called softly, "My lord, it is late. Shall we retire for the night?" "No rush, you may sleep first," Yang Jun replied, waving his hand casually as he walked to the window, gazing at the night sky. The moonlight poured down, casting a serene glow, yet unease stirred within his heart. With over 1,000 armored city guards, even Shenwu, if not encircled to death, could at least expend a significant portion of his energy. And with the Zhang family's 4 experts involved, what chance did Su Ming have? With Zhang Rulong missing and the death of 1,000 households in the North Division, how could he possibly shoulder such grave responsibility? While the Zhang family was powerful, he had his own foothold in the court. If he captured Su Ming and handled matters properly, he could withdraw unscathed. Lost in thought, he hesitated before summoning the steward. "How is the defense of the manor?" "My lord, rest assured. I have specially dispatched 200 armored guards to protect the estate. Not even a mosquito can enter," the steward assured. "What is that on your face?" Yang Jun suddenly exclaimed. "On my face?" The steward then noticed a warm stream trickling down from his head. Trembling, he raised his gaze. And suddenly his vision blurred. The sounds around him grew distant. "Su Ming, you dare. No, spare my life." At the Red Dragon stronghold, 12 youths stood in unison. "Today, the chief will adopt you as his sons, nurturing you with great care. You must remember the grace of your upbringing and contribute to the protection of the stronghold in the future," Luozhen declared, stepping forward with a tray, distributing a golden silk ring knife to each. The 12 youths raised their knives in salute. "Sons, pay respects to our adoptive father." "Good. From this day forth, these 2 Taoists will impart martial arts techniques to you. You shall be named disciples and must honor your teachers. Diligently practice your skills. Hurry and serve tea." Su Ming inclined his head slightly, pointing to the 2 middle-aged Taoists beside Su Xing, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. He then rose and left with Su Xing. The 2 walked side by side to the lookout at the highest point of the stronghold, gazing serenely at the Tiandu mountain range. After a pause, Su Ming spoke slowly. "Master Su Xing, thank you for your guidance these past few days. If you are not in a hurry, could you stay a few more days in the stronghold? I have much I wish to discuss with you." Su Xing smiled wryly. The chief possesses extraordinary talent. His learning is diverse. While his martial arts practice may not be remarkable, it is indeed profound. In the case of others, such a situation would likely lead to little achievement. It is only you who has the potential. I truly cannot offer you much guidance. You are being too humble, master. With your caliber, my skills are merely those of a novice," Su Ming replied earnestly. Having witnessed Su Xing's prowess, he realized the vastness of the world beyond his own. Hence, he adopted a more humble demeanor. Seeing this, Su Xing was quite pleased with his attitude. Not breaking is not establishing. Having experienced life and death, the chief has advanced to the mid-stage of bone refinement. Your strength has risen another level, and it is likely that even a typical late-stage bone refinement practitioner would struggle to contend with you. Moreover, with your method of instantaneously increasing strength, the Red Dragon stronghold should have no trouble safeguarding itself. At this, Su Ming nodded in agreement. The Yangzhou state capital had become chaotic under his influence, and the experts sent by the Zhang family had been completely vanquished. Surely, there would be no more disorder in the short term. Now, with attribute points within reach, once these newly adopted sons advanced, he would undoubtedly accumulate a substantial amount of attribute points swiftly. His desire to keep Su Xing longer stemmed from wanting to inquire about breaking through bone refinement to reach the Transcendence realm. However, asking directly felt inappropriate. He had just reached mid-stage bone refinement, and even a genius would require years to perfect this realm. Being too eager to inquire about the next stage would only expose his secrets. Just as Su Ming hesitated, Su Xing spoke up proactively. You are utilizing the King Kong technique from the Kuchan Temple for your breakthrough, but this technique is rather ordinary. You must be mentally prepared for the lack of further advancement possibilities. What? Su Ming's heart sank. Are you saying that the King Kong technique has no advanced methods? Su Xing shook his head, not entirely, but when I was young, I traveled to Yin and met the abbot of the Kuchan Temple. He was merely at the late stage of bone refinement. Furthermore, the Kuchan Temple is a branch of the Tianshan sect. Even if advanced techniques exist, they would likely be confined within the sect. Su Ming comprehended the implications. Even if advanced methods were available, he would have no means to obtain them. Master, if I were to join a sect, would I be able to receive genuine teachings? After pondering for a moment, he asked as Su Xing nodded. Every major sect has its own methods for cultivating disciples, and the systems are relatively well-structured. It is indeed a good place. However, sects often prioritize talent in their selection process. Although the chief's martial arts are profound, he has surpassed the optimal cultivation age. Moreover, with the vast estate of the Red Dragon Stronghold, most sects would suspect you are seeking to exploit their resources for personal gain. These words resonated deeply with Su Ming, who felt the road ahead was fraught with difficulty. He had initially intended to ask Su Xing to take him as a disciple, but after much consideration, it seemed that Baiyun Temple was struggling to maintain itself and was too far removed from the north. Ultimately, he decided against mentioning it. Seemingly sensing his thoughts, Su Xing smiled. If the chief has the desire to enter the Taoist path, you might consider trying the Golden Jade sect in the south. Golden Jade sect? Indeed, the Golden Jade sect belongs to the great Taoist teachings and shares its ancestral roots with our Baiyun Temple. Although it has shown signs of decline in recent years, its foundation is profound and incomparable to Baiyun Temple. Su Ming contemplated for a moment before continuing to inquire, if I were to join the Golden Jade sect, would I need to re-establish my techniques? That is inevitable. However, with your foundation in bone refinement, the sect primarily focuses on internal methods, which can convert your strength and allow you to quickly regain your footing. Su Xing replied, then could not help but add, yet, you must be well prepared. Given your situation, entry alone will be challenging, let alone gaining access to the inner or outer doors. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Su Ming once again cupped his hands and nodded to the cavalry below. With the additional 5,000 pounds, a total of 55,000 pounds of provisions, accompanied by 20 personnel for transport, the journey would be arduous. I ask Master to take care. A smile graced Su Xing's face. Rest assured, Chief, travel safely. As he watched the convoy grow distant, Su Ming suddenly felt a shift within him. He immediately opened his status panel. Chapter 29. Arrangements Constitution 1.2 Speed 1.2 Strength 1.9 Attribute Points 0. 5 Skills: Red Dragon Fist, Perfection. King Kong Technique, Mastery. Golden Jade Toad Technique, Upper Section, Incomplete. Divine Movement, Entry Level, Remarks. Seed Quantity 18. Feedback Mechanism 1, 1. Bloodline Quantity 1. Feedback Mechanism 1, 2. Indeed, the attribute points had surged by 0.4 based on previous experiences. Breaking through the skin usually increased attribute points by 0.2, while breaking through bone refinement would yield 0.4. Su Ming murmured, surmising that the two boys at Baiyun Temple must have broken through the skin stage. After all, among his adopted sons, none had yet transitioned from skin to bone refinement. Under his strong support, Lin Feng had barely reached mid-skin stage, which was already quite rapid. According to Su Xing, the 12 individuals being prioritized for cultivation, with the aid of blood pills, could likely break through the skin stage in just 10 days and half a month, with half of them advancing to bone refinement within 3 months. This meant that in the near future, he would harvest a substantial amount of attribute points. That moment, someone below handed him Pei Long's letter. Su Ming opened it and couldn't help but smile. The lad had not forgotten his roots. The letter detailed his experiences in the sect and his insights into martial arts. Submitting it for Su Ming's review. In conclusion, he penned a sincere request for more financial support from the stronghold, as he sought an opportunity for a breakthrough. Good lad, already aiming for a breakthrough in bone refinement. Su Ming laughed heartily. sharing the letter with Luozhan and the other two adopted sons. After reading it, the three were equally astonished, realizing that the third brother had achieved the first breakthrough. Indeed, the sect was indeed exceptional. Upon witnessing the dejection of his two adopted sons, Su Ming felt a sense of secret satisfaction. Ambition is indeed a commendable trait, he then spoke. Heir, you two were the first sons I took in. Naturally, resources should ideally be allocated in your favor. However, Xiao San's talents are superior. Hence he was the first to be sent, also to foster a positive impression for Yunhai sect. Now that Xiao San has firmly established himself, the External Affairs Hall of Yunhai sect has begun to cultivate a rapport with me. Allowing you both to prepare for your initiation into the sect, I will arrange for someone to ensure all is in order. You need only focus on your training. The two stood momentarily in shock until Luozhan, standing beside them, prompted them to react. Thank you, adoptive father. We shall strive diligently and, in the future, return to defend the village against formidable foes. From their fervent tones, it was evident they still harbored a sense of indignation from their recent capture. Su Ming did not intend to console them. Their awareness of shame and subsequent resolve to grow stronger was a positive development. Indeed, you shall set forth tomorrow as for the funds you require. Please retrieve them from the treasury. Inform Xiao San that Qilong village will always be your staunchest support. Su Ming, seated upon his elevated throne, exuded an air of authority. Yes, yes. After bowing, the two slowly exited the grand hall. In that moment, only Su Ming and Luozhan remained within the expansive chamber. Saya brother, if I may, could you allow me to attempt joining the sect as well? Su Ming, aware of Luozhan's dispirited state and his desire to continue advancing, contemplated that he had other plans. The village needed capable individuals to oversee its affairs. Luozhan was loyal and suited to manage the village. However, given the number of enemies Qilong village had accrued, Luozhan's strength was somewhat lacking. With this in mind, he rose and approached Luozhan, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Old San, it is not that I do not wish to send you out. You are aware that Old Heir, who managed external communications, has been dealt with. The village currently requires personnel, and you are the one I trust most. As for the village's accounts, Wang Shan previously handled them. But in the future, Lin Ro will assist you in overseeing them. As for your martial cultivation, there is no need for concern. I will impart all my knowledge to you, and Bai Yun Guan has reserved some elixirs to aid you in breaking through. It shall not be a difficult task. Upon hearing this, Luozhan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Brother, there is no need for further words. I see everything you do for us. From this day forth, you shall be the second in command of Qilong village. Moreover, I have recently gathered intelligence regarding the martial arts community in Yangzhou. Everyone is gripped by fear. You may dispatch individuals to soothe and consolidate those in turmoil. Among this group, there are many adept in bone-forging realm, and they possess inheritances as well. Most importantly, they hold control over numerous enterprises, which are imperative for Qilong village to secure. There will be many demands for funds and provisions in the future. Development cannot stagnate. Su Ming continued speaking. As he did, Luozhan began to sense something amiss and hastily inquired, Brother, are you planning to leave? Indeed, my journey in martial arts is approaching its conclusion. Soon, I shall venture to the Central Plains in search of opportunities. Su Ming affirmed, Brother, can I truly manage this vast village you entrust to me? Certainly. I will oversee everything. Furthermore, a fresh batch of bone-forging realm practitioners will soon join us, greatly enhancing our strength. If you encounter insurmountable challenges, simply close the village gates and hold fast. Send word to me. Su Ming's tone was resolute. Upon arriving at the rear courtyard, he entered Mo Yi's room. Lin Ro was also present, and the two had already begun learning how to care for a child. The bed was strewn with rattles, tiny shoes, and caps, a delightful sight. Upon seeing Su Ming enter, both women brightened. My husband, you are here. My husband, Mo Yi, compared to Lin Ro, displayed a somewhat cooler demeanor, yet her voice softened considerably. In recent days, Su Ming had been preoccupied with various tasks and had not engaged in deep conversations with them. Suddenly enveloped by their warmth, he felt a stir in his lower abdomen but quickly suppressed it. After exchanging some words of concern, he leaned over Mo Yi's abdomen to listen for the child's movements. Gradually, he spoke, I must leave the village for a time in a few days. The smiles on their faces faltered momentarily before returning to their previous state. You have frequently descended the mountain in recent days. We are accustomed to it. Linro remarked. Xu Ming took both their hands and squeezed gently. Knowing this time might be prolonged, I will strive to return before the child is born. If all goes smoothly, I may even come to fetch you earlier. Moi's grip tightened suddenly, and Su Ming distinctly felt her nails digging into his skin. It is my fault for not providing you with a stable life, he said, patting her hand gently. Pausing for a moment, he continued, the situation is becoming increasingly chaotic. The court's control over the provinces is waning, and turmoil is imminent. I must venture forth to seek opportunities. My husband, you are renowned in Yangzhou. Even if you remain in the village, we shall not be troubled, Linro said, her eyes glistening with unspoken emotions. Su Ming could not help but smile wryly. Ro'er, you may yet be unaware, but I have made an enemy of the Yangzhou government. Conflict is inevitable in the future. I intended to inform you that I will write a few letters home in the coming days, persuading my family to come to the mountain for their safety. On one hand, Qilong village is blessed with bounteous resources for hunting and farming, ensuring our self-sufficiency. On the other hand, the terrain is perilous, and with many capable individuals in the village, safety is further assured. Seeing the hesitation in both women's expressions, Su Ming understood that asking them to abandon their hard-earned livelihoods was no simple task. Regarding the family enterprises, I suggest you do not dwell on them too much. We are not lacking in funds, and when I return, I will certainly stabilize the current unrest. The two women remained silent for a considerable while before nestling against Su Ming's sides. One on each side. My husband, we will follow your lead. Chapter 30. Departure. 7 days later, several figures descended along the Tiandu mountain range. This shall suffice for your journey. Su Ming patted Luo Zhan's shoulder, turning to lead several attendants as they descended the mountain. Riding their horses, he noted that Luo Zhan's aura had stabilized, signifying his successful cultivation of the internal organs. Though it had been forcefully achieved through the use of blood elixirs, it was still significantly stronger than that of an ordinary bone-forging martial artist, thus adequately suited for guarding the village. Additionally, he had specifically provided some detoxification pills to gradually purge any residual poison from within Luo Zhan's body, ensuring that the path ahead was not entirely blocked, a commendable outcome. As the sun hung high, the western winds howled past. A troop of riders traversed the arid expanse towards the southwest of Yangzhou, trailing a long cloud of dust as they advanced. Yangzhou was a frontier city in the north. One must head southwest to enter the central plains. The journey spanned several hundred miles, requiring 3 to 4 days on horseback. Fortunately, Su Ming's companions were all robust men, well-conditioned, and did not find the trek overly taxing. Before departing, Su Ming had taken the liberty of gathering information on the Jinyu sect. This sect, located in Luzhou, was the foremost in the region, closely linked to the Yan royal family. Should he successfully join the sect, this connection might help mend any misunderstandings with the court. Su Ming remained hopeful for the future. Whoa! The leading attendant reined in the horses, gazing ahead for a moment before turning back to Su Ming. Big Chief, there is a river ahead. Shall we pause for a while to rest and feed the horses? Indeed, Duan Ding. Please inform the others to address me as young master from now on. Su Ming patted the horse's flank, gracefully dismounting. Duan Ding's mouth twitched. Very well, young master. He found himself at a loss for words. Such formalities were typically reserved for those delicate scholars who lacked physical prowess. The big chief, with his muscular physique, was quite imposing, yet to attribute such cultured language to him felt somewhat incongruous. Of course, he only dared to grumble internally. Outwardly, he continued to address Su Ming with alacrity. After lingering by the river for half an hour, consuming some dry biscuits and jerky, they prepared to depart when another merchant caravan slowly arrived. The leading pair consisted of an old man and a young woman. The elderly gentleman was hunched over, while the younger one appeared to be a girl. Their combination was somewhat peculiar, but their cargo consisted of ordinary fabrics. Lacking anything remarkable, Su Ming had intended to steer clear of them and continue on his way when the hunchbacked elder called out to him. "Good sir, where might you be headed?" Su Ming hesitated for a moment, sizing the man up before remaining silent. The old man, noticing his reticence, quickly added, "Fear not, heroes need not be anxious. We are merchants bound for the Central Plains, not nefarious characters. Oh, I see. My apologies. We are on our way to Luzhou to pursue scholarly endeavors." Su Ming replied slowly, "Seeking knowledge?" The old man was taken aback, observing the other members of the caravan, each armed with knives. not appearing weak. Moreover, this imposing man before him seemed more a martial artist than anything else. Yet, given his age and experiences, he understood the adage not to judge a book by its cover. He thought it best not to delve deeper into the matter. Then this young master is indeed polite. As we traverse the Gobi, our rations have dwindled considerably. We noticed your horses are laden with plenty of dry food. Might we purchase some to stave off hunger? It seemed they had their eyes on Su Ming's provisions. Su Ming glanced at the horses, noting they were indeed carrying an ample supply of provisions. After all, they had little else to bring, ensuring they had enough food for at least half a month. In reality, they would only need a few days to reach Luzhou. With this in mind, he turned to Duan Ding beside him and instructed, "Fetch 20 biscuits and 2 bags of water wine for them." "Yes, young master." Duan Ding nearly stumbled over his words, quickly silencing himself as he moved to retrieve some provisions, which he then offered to the elder. The latter accepted gratefully, expressing, "Thank you, young sir, for your generosity. This would hardly amount to 3 or 2 taels of silver, might I ask?" "No need for that," came the reply. "Our chance encounter is fortune enough. We shall take our leave first." With that, Su Ming mounted his horse, leading the group away from the merchant caravan. Observing their retreating figures, the elder paused momentarily before returning to the young woman beside him, stating, "They claim to be scholars, but I suspect they are from the martial world. And not merely here for that trinket. Do not underestimate them. In this world, who knows their true intentions?" The woman squinted her eyes and added, "We have been monitoring this meat type for nearly 3 years now. With its imminent unearthing, I am certain there are many with ulterior motives. We shall follow them. Should the situation turn unfavorable, we can use them as fertilizer and spur our own vitality." The hunchbacked elder nodded, hesitating briefly before warning in a hushed tone, "The others are manageable, but that hulking fellow is exceptionally vigorous." Approaching him, I perceived his heartbeat like a great drum, and within him, I sensed the rumbling of thunder. "He may prove formidable. I shall heed your caution. Though practitioners of martial arts are indeed powerful, they are often fearful of the sinister. A little trickery may suffice to send him reeling." The woman waved her hand dismissively, not overly concerned. Before long, a light rain began to fall from the heavens. Duan Ding rushed ahead to scout the surroundings, soon exclaiming, "Young sir, beyond this stretch, there seems to be a structure in the woods, resembling a temple. Shall we seek refuge from the rain there?" Su Ming glanced upward, noting the heavy clouds shrouding the sky, and nodded in agreement. "It is getting late. A night of rest would be ideal. If we hasten tomorrow, we should reach Luzhou by the early hours of the day after." The group urged their horses onward, quickening their pace. Thunder rumbled ominously as they reached the dilapidated temple just as the downpour intensified. They hastily bundled their belongings and tethered their steeds at the entrance. Duan Ding efficiently prepared a space for Su Ming, spreading out a cloak. "Young sir, please rest for a moment. Since the rain has just begun, I shall gather some dry firewood." "Very well." Su Ming settled down, leaving only 2 attendants by his side. Unlike Duan Ding's lively demeanor, the 2 men appeared somewhat restrained in Su Ming's presence. After all, Su Ming was a renowned leader, while they were merely ordinary elite members of the village, not particularly distinguished among the 2,000 inhabitants. Since their ascent into the mountains, they had hardly interacted closely with him. Understanding their apprehension, Su Ming was not perturbed. Instead, he assessed their physical state, intending to offer guidance. "You both are not yet 30, I presume?" "Indeed, young sir, we are both 27, they replied, rising promptly in respect. "Be seated. When traveling, there is no need for such formalities. Treat me as your household lord." Yu Ming gestured for them to relax, then continued, "You must be practicing the red dragon fist I taught." "Yes, young sir. Our talents are limited. Since we entered the skin refining stage 6 years ago, we have languished here, unable to accumulate our vitality." Yu Ming nodded, noting, "The essence of the red dragon fist lies in the fist itself. The calluses on your knuckles signify your progress in skin refining. Beyond the skin lies the bone. To successfully refine the bone, you must break through the chi barriers. The strength must transform from external to internal, which is what you often refer to as internal cultivation. This crucial step hinges on your diet. Consuming nourishing foods rich in vitality will facilitate rapid accumulation." Upon hearing this, the 2 men's expressions brightened in realization. "No wonder we have felt unable to retain our vitality. Indeed, Nourishment and practice must go hand in hand. If you train frequently, you must also eat more frequently. Otherwise, how can you replenish what is expended? The human body does not generate strength from nothing. It is derived from grains and flesh, Xu Ming elaborated. Thank you for your guidance, young sir. We understand now. Xu Ming nodded and then closed his eyes to recuperate. While these two were already quite accomplished in skin refining, their lack of guidance in the mountain village had led them to persist in their practice without hope for bone refining, resulting in weariness. Reflecting on this, Xu Ming could not help but lament the plight of ordinary individuals in this world. With no one to impart experience and lacking resources, how could they possibly compete with disciples of esteemed sects? It was no wonder that such sects remained perpetually elevated, while the common folk were left vulnerable and powerless to resist. In essence, it was a matter of insufficient resources. To truly alter this predicament, there would need to be a form of sustenance capable of rapidly accumulating vitality, rendering experience and resources irrelevant. But how could that ever be possible? Xu Ming chuckled at his own fanciful musings. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, rustling the tree branches at the temple's entrance with a haunting whistle. The rain intensified. Before long, the sound of hoofbeats echoed nearby. Young sir, it seems that someone is approaching. Xu Ming opened his eyes, glancing outside to see raindrops splattering against the grass, creating puddles of mud. Pay them no mind. At worst, we can offer them a bit of space, he replied nonchalantly, closing his eyes once more. The two attendants exchanged glances, feeling reassured. They had never ventured far and were both curious and slightly apprehensive about the outside world. However, with Xu Ming's evident prowess, they felt a sense of security. Before long, the hoofbeats slowed as they reached the entrance. In the dim light, several men clad in dark garments, donning conical hats and raincoats, entered the dilapidated temple. Upon entry, they scanned the surroundings, quickly noticing the tethered horses and Xu Ming's group within the main hall. The leader, sporting a beard that was a mix of black and white, raised his hand to signal his companions to halt before directing his gaze toward the most imposing figure, Xu Ming. Good sirs within, we are merely passing through this area. The heavy rain has hindered our journey, and we seek shelter for a short while. Might you allow us? Xu Ming exchanged glances with his attendants and gestured for one to step forward and respond. The attendant promptly rose and walked to the entrance, allowing the travelers to pass. Please, make yourselves comfortable. He spoke in the lingo of the martial world, which eased the tension among the newcomers. A robust man, clearly strong and muscular, stepped forward and whispered something to the bearded leader. Let us move on, brother. The bearded man glanced sideways and nodded, instructing, You all gather some firewood. Once the rain subsides, the night will surely grow cold. He was the first to tread into the temple, settling himself on a patch of straw before the statue, directly opposite Xu Ming. Only then did Xu Ming open his eyes, casually surveying the newcomer. The man appeared rugged, armed with both a long knife and a short sword, indicative of a seasoned wanderer. His subtly bulging temples and silent, measured steps suggested he was no novice in martial arts. The man deliberately controlled his breathing, maintaining distance, leaving Xu Ming unable to ascertain his exact level of skill, though he suspected the man was at least a bone-refining master, in this desolate wilderness. A bone-refining warrior was certainly a formidable presence, but it was of little concern to Xu Ming, who chose to disregard him. The group of men began to quietly organize themselves, soon huddling together to discuss something in hushed tones. Xu Ming, whose hearing had sharpened significantly, could make out snippets of their conversation. Tomorrow's excavation and the ghostly lamp workshop of the Yusha gang. Xu Ming felt a slight jolt of alarm. Could this location be the site of some treasure emerging soon? He had heard tales of rare treasures that naturally emerged from the earth, and the day of their appearance would undoubtedly incite fierce competition among many. Could he be fortunate enough to stumble upon such an opportunity? However, with his current numbers insufficient and lacking preparation, it would be wise to avoid entangling himself in such murky waters. Yet, remaining vigilant would not hinder his plans. As the group engaged in animated discussion, Duan Ding returned with firewood. As he passed by, the newcomers looked on with curiosity, and upon receiving explanations from the other two, he casually joined them. Just as he settled down, disregarding the rainwater on his face, he exclaimed, Young sir, it seems that merchant caravan we encountered earlier has also arrived. I spotted their flag. Oh? Xu Ming cast a glance at the men across from him. recalling the scene when they first encountered that caravan. If those individuals were indeed merchants, they would likely have felt some trepidation upon seeing Su Ming and his armed companions, especially in the desolate wilderness where highwaymen were not uncommon. Yet, he remembered their expressions, alert, eager, but devoid of fear. This indicated a level of confidence in their capabilities. As they rode, the speed at which they caught up to him suggested they were not merely leisurely merchants. A suspicion began to form in Su Ming's mind, and he turned to Duan Ding, instructing, "Fetch some provisions and wine. Let us indulge a bit more. If the rain ceases tonight, we shall continue our journey." Unfortunately, fate had other plans, as the rain only grew heavier. Before long, the previous merchant caravan arrived, led once again by the hunchbacked elder, accompanied by the young woman. The elder coughed violently, covering his mouth as he scanned the temple with keen eyes. "Ah, young sir, what a fortuitous encounter." His gaze lingered on the group in the corner before finally settling on Su Ming. Managing a smile, Su Ming rose with a warm smile, exclaiming, "What a coincidence! Please, elder, take shelter inside. The rain is heavy and the wind fierce. Do take care not to catch a chill." His demeanor was genuinely cordial, brimming with good intentions. The hunchbacked elder returned the courtesy with a smile. "I beg your pardon, miss, let us proceed." He approached the young woman, taking a seat next to Su Ming without hesitation. Outside the courtyard, the attendants secured the horses and settled on the steps at the entrance. "Pardon my intrusion." The woman, veiled delicately, seemed to reveal the hint of red lips behind the sheer fabric, though not distinctly. She emanated a faint fragrance, reminiscent of milk intertwined with some botanical essence, refreshing yet subtly milky. "You are too kind," Su Ming chuckled, shifting slightly to provide her with more space. Observing his demeanor, the woman chuckled softly, "You are quite different from what I had imagined. I've always heard that scholars possess a fair complexion, yet I have never encountered one quite like you. I was born this way, able to eat and drink well, which has led to my towering stature. But do not doubt my scholarly identity. I am well versed in poetry and prose, and the elders of my village even claim I am a reincarnation of the star of literature." Su Ming began to spin tales. The surrounding companions, Duan Ding and others, were momentarily taken aback, having heard of their leader's orphaned upbringing. Where did this village of elders come from? Yet, since their leader wished to embellish, they dutifully chimed in, "Indeed, indeed. When our Lord composes poetry, it flows effortlessly. Us simple folk can only envy." At this, the woman's lips twitched. She had never seen someone weave such fabrications with such aplomb. His arms were thicker than her thighs, his physique resembling that of a bull. Was this truly a poet? She bit her lip in irritation, intentionally remarking, "On this long, endless night, since you are so talented, why not compose a poem to elevate the mood? I shall challenge you." A mischievous glint flickered in her eyes. "Oh, I shall humbly attempt," Su Ming replied, brimming with eagerness. The woman, feeling a wave of exasperation, urged him on. Su Ming lowered his gaze slightly, looking out at the torrential rain, shadows of trees dancing in the wind. His voice grew somber. "The rain strikes the banana leaves, the night lingers on. A solitary lamp casts a lone shadow, yearning for home." He paused, gazing at the woman before continuing. "Each sound is a reminder of parting sorrow. Each drop falls like tears from my heart." This, the woman was utterly speechless. She found no fault in his verse, though the expression of homesickness on his face seemed oddly mismatched with his rugged appearance. Could it be that she had misjudged him? "My lady, might you critique this poem for me? I feel it lacks a certain essence. Perhaps you could compose one for me to learn from." Su Ming continued unabated. The woman's cheeks flushed beneath her veil. While she could manage to critique poetry, composing it was a different matter entirely. Fortunately, an elderly hunchbacked man, perceiving her discomfort, interjected, "Indeed, the young lord's talent is exceptional. This poem, inspired by rain, resonates with my lady's sentiments. She has been away from home for months now and must be longing for it. At this moment, she may not have the heart to compose poetry." Su Ming regarded the elder with a wry smile, recognizing his quick wit and realizing he would be a formidable opponent. "Indeed, indeed. I apologize for stirring such sentiments in the lady," he said with a grin. As they exchanged light banter, the atmosphere grew quiet. Night had deepened, and after adding more wood to the fire, They leaned against the pillars, feigning sleep. "Rest well, brother. We must gather the other group tomorrow," they murmured. Gradually drifting into slumber, the dimly lit temple returned to stillness, the only sound being the soft rustle of breathing. The rain ceased. The moon hung low in the sky. Suddenly, a chill breeze swept through, causing the flames to flicker ominously, hinting at possible extinguishment. The surroundings were shrouded in an eerie silence, and at the temple door, a shadow loomed vaguely. Xu Ming had been resting with his eyes closed but occasionally opened them to assess his surroundings. Quickly sensing something amiss, however, he remained still, maintaining the pretense of light snoring. A faint sound outside the temple roused Duanding, who stretched his neck, yawning before rising and rubbing his eyes. "Just a moment," he muttered to himself as he stepped out onto the temple steps. The moonlight glistened on the wet ground, and he instinctively glanced ahead. "Wait!" He froze, his mind sharpening. Peering again, he swallowed hard, glancing at the elongated shadow at the entrance. "Who is there?" The moonlight cast an ethereal glow, revealing a woman's silhouette, gracefully leaning against the temple door, her long legs draped in sheer fabric. In this desolate wilderness, where did such beauty come from? Duanding was no fool. He was astute and quickly sensed something was off. "Stay back," he commanded. "A young lord," the woman spoke softly, her lips parting as if to sing a gentle tune, her voice smooth and captivating. Duanding, once alert, felt his mind cloud with confusion. Under the moonlight, the woman's visage morphed, a gust of wind swept through, and a grotesque, terrifying face suddenly appeared before Duanding. "What is happening?" His scream jolted the others awake within the temple. A commotion ensued as everyone rushed to the courtyard. Duanding sat on the steps, pale and trembling. "What is the matter, Ding? Old Duan, what is going on?" The attendants beside Su Ming hurried over to assist him. Regaining his composure, Duanding stammered, "I just saw a ghost." "A ghost?" Su Ming feigned alarm, though it appeared somewhat comical against his imposing form. Meanwhile, the expressions of the others grew strange. The hunchbacked elder and the young woman merely exchanged glances at Duanding, showing little concern. The few strong men emerging from the corner, particularly the bearded leader, wore a cold, solemn expression, as if they had encountered a troublesome situation. "Calm down. You probably just imagined it. A nightmare, perhaps. The rain has stopped." "We should leave," Su Ming reassured him, patting his shoulder and signaling the others to prepare. However, the group from the corner swiftly stepped forward, blocking their path. "None of you are permitted to leave." Su Ming narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the slightly plump middle-aged man before him. "This temple isn't yours. Do you intend to impose a toll?" Though clad in a scholar's robe, Su Ming's muscular frame radiated a fierce aura. A mere glance from him sent chills through the man, rendering him momentarily speechless. It wasn't until the bearded man approached and placed a hand on his shoulder that the man snapped back to reality. "I am stopping you for your own good. When you saw that ghost, did your head spin, tempting you to follow her?" Yes," Duanding nodded fervently. "A female ghost, quite beautiful yet terrifying. This is a wraith. It is said that such spirits can ensnare the souls of the living, leading them astray for their own consumption. If a wraith has appeared, there must be malevolent forces nearby in this silent, dark night. If you venture outside, your demise is inevitable. Here, with more people and the fire, you stand a better chance if you remain resolute." The bearded man spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Duanding and the others nodded in agreement, casting hopeful glances towards Su Ming. The latter couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Just a minor ghost. He sensed the presence of something far weaker than a seasoned martial artist. It was merely a tactic to instill fear. And should a confrontation arise, he could easily dispatch them with a single punch, completely different from the enigmatic threat posed by the copper mirror of the thieving god cult. Nevertheless, to align with the prevailing sentiment, he nodded. "Very well, we shall wait until dawn to depart. For now, let us stay put." Returning to the temple, the group found the prospect of sleep no longer appealing. The bearded man approached Su Ming, clasping his hands in greeting. "Where might you be headed, friend?" "To Lu Prefecture for my studies." "Ah, Lu Prefecture, home to the prestigious Shangyang Academy of Diyin. Could it be that you are indeed?" "Precisely," Su Ming answered succinctly. "Ah, I beg your pardon." The man's expression shifted, and he quickly bowed in respect. Su Ming, taken aback by this reaction, glanced at the veiled woman, noting her serious demeanor, which sparked a flurry of thoughts in his mind. It appeared that the name of the Shangyang Academy held considerable weight, capable of intimidating these enigmatic individuals. Reflecting on this, he continued, "In truth, I have been studying at the academy for 3 years. I returned home due to family matters, but I must urgently return as I have been summoned by my mentors." His deliberate mention of the academy's summons indicated that his journey was known to others. Indeed, upon hearing this, the representatives from both factions tightened their expressions. No wonder you were able to craft a poem with such stunning grace earlier." The woman began to compliment him, and based on her earlier reactions, she started to believe in Su Ming's identity. With his impressive literary talent and tall stature, he appeared as if he could master horseback riding and archery, demonstrating the courage expected of a student from the Shangyang Academy. As one of the 2 prestigious institutions of the Great Yin, the Shangyang Academy did not merely teach classics, history, literature, poetry, music, and rhythm. It also encompassed various disciplines such as horseback riding, archery, swordsmanship, spear techniques, and martial arts, embodying the 6 arts of a gentleman with formidable depth. Realizing this, their initial intentions were swiftly dispelled, and they even took the initiative to reveal their identities. "To be honest, though we are a merchant convoy, we are, in fact, members of the Central Plains Cloth Gang. Our purpose for coming here goes beyond transporting goods. We have other important matters to attend to," the woman said softly, her demeanor having taken a complete turn. The bearded man beside her looked on in astonishment. "You are members of the Cloth Gang. It seems you are here for that item as well. You have quite the audacity, Ruan Xiong, as a protector of the Iron Sand Hall. Did you travel all the way from the Central Plains just for a leisurely stroll? Surely you too harbor intentions of seizing treasures," the woman retorted. "Humph. Naturally, treasures born of heaven and earth belong to the capable." The man, known as Ruan Xiong, snorted dismissively. Before the woman could respond, an elderly man with a hunchback spoke with a cold gaze. "My cloth gang has guarded this place for 3 years, and now that the fruits are about to ripen, you wish to seize our nest? You are overestimating yourselves." As the 2 parties faced off, Su Ming found himself rather amused. It seemed that in this world, connections held great significance. Merely stating a name could deter foes from harboring ill intentions. He could not help but wonder which was the greater force, the Shangyang Academy or the Jinyu sect. Chapter 33. The Lantern Maiden. The Yin Lantern Workshop. The 2 factions were on high alert, oblivious to the tiny bright points the size of fingernails slowly infiltrating the dilapidated temple courtyard. The flickering yellow lights resembled fireflies at first glance, but upon closer inspection under the moonlight, one would discover they were floating lanterns. Once a certain number of lanterns accumulated, they began to drift towards the surrounding followers. The white mist, illuminated by the yellow light, took on an eerie quality. Tomorrow, treasures will reveal themselves, and the capable shall claim them. Let each rely on their own means. With the 2 sides locked in a standoff, they exchanged harsh words and began to gather their people. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. "Where is Achi?" The bearded man turned to his side, realizing several individuals were missing, and he instantly became alert. "Not good. Luan Feng and Yin Song are also missing." "What?" Ruan Xiong roared in fury, glaring menacingly at the elderly man and the young woman of the Cloth Gang. "Are you 2 playing tricks?" The hunchbacked elder and the veiled woman remained silent, their gazes turned towards the door. Their expressions darkening. 4 individuals had vanished. Moments later, someone stepped forward to report. Just as the words left their lips, yellow lanterns began to appear at the entrance. "Yin lanterns, this is the handiwork of the Yin Lantern Workshop." Ruan, the protector, urged, "I advise you to remain calm." The hunchbacked elder spoke slowly, his tone grave. Ruan Xiong soon realized that another faction had emerged. Silently and without a trace, they had taken out several of their comrades, igniting a spark of anger within him. Damn the Yin Lantern Workshop. They revel in these mysterious and uncanny affairs, seeking to dismantle us without a sound. "What do we do now?" Ruan Xiong retrieved his dual blades, tightening his grip, unleashing a dark red energy. Standing behind him, Su Ming could feel the opponent's realm, refined organs staged. That moment, the hunchbacked elder took a step forward, brandishing a black short staff that emitted waves of red light. With faint runes beginning to appear, the cluster of yellow lanterns, previously clustered together, was instantaneously dispersed by the red glow. First, let us cooperate and survive this night. We can discuss tomorrow's matters when dawn breaks." Agreed. The two factions, each leading their own groups, exited the main temple. Shortly after, sounds of combat echoed from within the courtyard. "Aren't we going to help?" Duan Ding instinctively asked, and several followers turned their gazes towards Su Ming. "Ghosts, are you not afraid?" "I, a scholar, dare not venture out," Su Ming replied nonchalantly. The others exchanged glances, realizing Su Ming might not wish to get involved, and thus followed his lead, hiding behind the door to observe. Inside the courtyard, those engaging with Wan Xiong and the others were the very individuals who had gone missing earlier. However, these individuals had undergone a transformation. Their faces were dark and bruised, their eyes bloodshot and terrifying. Resembling ravenous demons, wielding hands with protruding claws and mouths filled with serrated teeth. What manner of sorcery is this? The Yin Lantern Workshop is indeed peculiar. Su Ming mused silently. Not long after, the courtyard was filled with chilling screams. Upon glancing again, Su Ming noticed that several more individuals had vanished from Wan Xiong's side, and a similar situation had arisen near the hunchbacked elder. Although those transformed individuals were merely engaging in primitive biting, their resilience to damage was astounding. Some had lost their limbs yet continued to writhe on the ground, gnawing at any potential prey. Hey! In the midst of it all, Wan Xiong created the most commotion. His dual steel blades curved like crescent moons as he executed intricate footwork, sparks flying wherever his blades passed. The hunchbacked elder continually used his black talisman staff to disperse the yellow lanterns, while the young woman kept retreating, refraining from joining the fray. Just as the battle reached a fever pitch, suddenly, all the transformed beings froze in place, before crashing to the ground. Hee. A piercing female laughter echoed throughout the dilapidated temple. A cold wind swept through the temple's entrance stood a woman clad in red. Her long black hair obscured her face, cascading down her chest, rendering her features indistinguishable. The dim yellow lanterns in her grasp glowed vividly against her red attire. Suddenly, the lantern spun, revealing a ring of protruding, blade-like teeth that whirled rapidly toward the crowd. In a single encounter, a head with severed blood-red boots stepped forward, a pair of hollow, chilling eyes gazing at everyone. "You shall all perish!" Her shrill roar unleashed a wave of sound that halted the struggling warriors in their tracks, leaving them frozen as the lanterns systematically claimed their heads. Lantern Maiden, as the deputy master of the Yin Lantern Workshop, "Is it not excessively cruel to attack us?" Seeing his subordinates continuously fall, the bearded Wan Xiong's eyes widened in despair. "Should you not perish for daring to covet the earthly deity?" The Lantern Maiden's mouth stretched into an exaggerated grin. Her pristine white teeth seemingly stained with blood. In the next instant, a pair of crimson hands struck Wan Xiong's chest. The robust figure was sent flying, crashing through the temple door and landing before Su Ming. The Lantern Maiden licked her lips, her gaze fixed upon Su Ming. A surge of malice surged within him, prompting the Tianwang King Kong technique to activate instinctively. The lanterns continued to spin, the yellow light growing increasingly bright under the moonlight, forming a circular arc, with sharp teeth rapidly tearing through the air, subtly devouring the blood essence of the deceased. Hiss! In the next moment, the Lantern Maiden flickered, resembling a specter, darting towards the veiled woman at the center. The hunchbacked elder, who was still occupied dealing with the small lanterns, bellowed as he turned to obstruct her, but the Lantern Maiden's speed was too swift, arriving in the blink of an eye. "Miss, be careful!" The claw-like shadows halted mere inches from the veiled woman. The Lantern Maiden numbly twisted her head, her pupils turning pure black as she gazed at the tall figure standing with a sword beside her. "If you wish to die early, just say so." Boom! The moment her words left her lips, the Lantern Maiden's beautiful head was sent flying by a single punch. Without hesitation, Su Ming's gaze sharpened, his entire strength converging in his hands as he seized the Lantern Maiden's body and tore her apart. A piercing, agonizing wail resonated throughout the dilapidated temple. Boom! This was not enough. Su Ming was acutely aware of the formidable regenerative abilities of such uncanny entities. He continued to rain down blows, sending dust and debris flying throughout the temple. Hiss! 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 Red fragments splattered everywhere as the Lantern Maiden's form was crushed into a mushy pile of flesh. The yellow lanterns abruptly fell to the ground, transforming into black ash and disappearing. Su Ming glanced at his fists, which were still faintly emitting smoke. This was the result of his energy coming into contact with the Lantern Maiden's flesh, akin to poison, corroding his protective energy. Whoosh! The temple fell into complete silence. Yet, when Su Ming turned back, the Lantern Maiden's body had vanished, leaving only a deep pit surrounded by red fabric scraps and a solitary red boot. She can run? Su Ming furrowed his brow. Thank you so much, young master. At that moment, the veiled woman finally snapped out of her stupor, gazing at Su Ming in shock. Chapter 34. The earthly deity. The hunchbacked elder hurried forward. Relieved to see the veiled woman unharmed, and sighed deeply, his eyes filled with reverence as he looked at Su Ming. Young master, you truly are of noble birth from the Shangyang Academy. Your martial prowess is profound and mysterious. This old man admires you. Cough, cough, cough. Before Su Ming could respond, Ruan Xiong, who had been sent flying by the Lantern Maiden, stood up, clutching his chest as he approached. Tonight, we owe it all to your valor, young master. Otherwise, we would have met our end here. It is only natural to draw my sword in aid when witnessing injustice. Su Ming performed a slight bow. Exuding an air of righteousness, the three individuals once again cast sincere gazes of admiration upon him. Now that this beast has retreated, we should be safe. Everyone, whether lightly or heavily injured, should hasten into the temple to tend to our wounds. Su Ming continued. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement and began to tidy up the aftermath. Ruan Xiong cast a sorrowful glance around the scene, his expression laden with grief. Of the few companions he had brought, only he and another scarred-faced individual remained alive. The rest had perished. Meanwhile, the veiled woman exchanged a glance with the hunchbacked elder, both visibly aggrieved, for their own numbers had dwindled significantly in the realm of Yin Lantern Hall. We shall not let this grudge go unaddressed. Su Ming chose to disregard these matters and returned to sit within the temple. The attendants led by Duan Ding promptly spread out a mat for him. Their faces flushed with excitement as they exclaimed, Young master, you cannot imagine how formidable you were just now. Indeed, such a fearsome creature was rendered as fragile as tofu in your hands, shattering with but a touch. The others chimed in eagerly. Su Ming smiled faintly, refraining from speaking. His prowess could not be measured by the standards of ordinary martial artists. His vigor was both extraordinarily pure and abundant, far surpassing that of his peers. Furthermore, his innate physical attributes were exceptional, with raw strength and speed emanating from his very bones, rendering him truly formidable. Moreover, having experienced countless battles, his combat acumen was unparalleled. He consistently anticipated his opponent's moves, executing strikes with the finesse of a master. His swift and overwhelming victory over the Lantern Woman stemmed from exploiting her utter unpreparedness, creating an illusion of sheer dominance. In reality, Su Ming assessed that the Lantern Woman's methods were intricate, and a typical mid-stage martial artist would likely find her a challenging adversary. Not only was her speed and strength peculiar, but the toxic-like effects of her attacks presented a significant challenge. Despite appearing at ease, Su Ming was well aware that merely countering the toxic residue had consumed nearly 30% of his vital energy. For an ordinary mid-stage martial artist, such a depletion would amount to approximately 80% of their total vitality. Before long, the veiled woman entered alone. Young master, may I rest beside you? Su Ming appraised her, noting that her veil seemed to have been replaced, now more translucent, nearly revealing most of her visage. Her skin was fair with a rosy hue, and her long, straight legs resembled exquisitely crafted porcelain, devoid of any blemish. Above her knees, a black ribbon was tied in a bow. Recalling, Su Ming surmised that this young lady had indeed put considerable effort into her appearance. Surviving such perilous events yet still concerned with her looks, how fascinating women are, he mused inwardly, stifling a chuckle. He nodded. Please, do as you wish. May I inquire your name, young master? She asked again. Niao Su, Su Ming replied, casting a discreet glance at his attendants, maintaining his composure. Niao Su? What a peculiar name. The young woman found it somewhat strange, but chose not to delve deeper, continuing, I am Yi Hongluo, the daughter of Yi Xiongying, the leader of the Bugang in Zhongzhou. Oh, I see. Su Ming had no particular desire to learn of her identity, offering only a perfunctory response. Noticing Su Ming's disinterest in conversation, Yi Hongluo spoke a few more words before lapsed into silence. Time passed, and just as she was on the verge of drifting into slumber, Su Ming suddenly inquired, "What is this Yin Di Tai Sui?" Yi Hongluo jolted awake, quickly rising to respond earnestly. The Yin Di Tai Sui is a phenomenon born from the extreme Yin of this land. An entity devoid of intelligence. As a disciple of the Shangyang Academy, you should be aware. I have somewhat of a bias, favoring literature and history, and I am not well versed in such matters. Su Ming replied with a gentle smile, while Yi Hongluo's eyes twitched slightly as she thought to herself, a bias. His martial prowess is nearly on par with my father's. Yet, recalling his talent in poetry, she felt somewhat reassured. To illustrate, this entity is akin to the meat fields found within martial families and sections. The Yin Di Tai Sui produces miraculous treasures similar to beast meat. Martial artists consuming it can swiftly accumulate vitality, while even the strange entities can utilize it to enhance their cultivation. Meat fields. Su Ming's interest was piqued, realizing that there truly existed something capable of rapidly augmenting vitality. No wonder those grand sects and families could nurture so many disciples. Indeed, and unlike the complex beast meat fields that require regular replenishment through the hunting of ferocious creatures, the Tai Sui merely requires the provision of Yin energy to continuously produce meat. Yi Hongluo elaborated. Is that so? However, if this entity is so precious, why haven't the larger sects come to compete for it? Su Ming inquired further. If this can replace the beast meat fields, it seems the factions present here are not particularly formidable. Not even the colossal sects or those of comparable stature to Baiyun Temple have arrived. There are numerous reasons for this. Firstly, the Yin Di Tai Sui this time is only a century old. Small in size, and its meat yield can only sustain 7 to 8 individuals. In contrast, the meat fields of great sects can yield thousands of pounds of beast meat, rendering this insignificant to them. Furthermore, while Tai Sui meat offers similar effects to beast meat, it is somewhat less potent. 1 pound of Tai Sui meat is only as effective as 3 to 4 tails of beast meat. Su Ming nodded, grasping the general concept. Although this entity held value, it was somewhat inconsequential to the major powers, who already possessed meat fields and had no need to pursue this alternative. However, for smaller factions, it was exceedingly enticing. A typical gang could continuously produce mid-stage martial artists if they possessed the Yin Di Tai Sui, provided they had the appropriate cultivation heritage. This meant it had the potential to elevate a small faction to a medium one. Contemplating this, even Su Ming felt a stir of desire. If he could acquire this entity for Qihong Zhai, wouldn't he quickly cultivate a cadre of experts? He discreetly noted this while maintaining an unassuming demeanor. Thank you, Miss Hongluo, for enlightening me. This truly is a treasure, and I hope your esteemed gang can secure it tomorrow, he offered a polite remark. Unexpectedly, Yi Hongluo shook her head with a wry smile. Our Bu gang suffered substantial losses alongside the Taisha Hall. We may have already lost our opportunity and plan to depart at dawn. I observed that the vice leader of Yin Lantern Hall seemed to have sustained injuries as well. Why not strive for it? Su Ming expressed some surprise. Yin Lantern Hall is a rather peculiar force. Beings like the Lantern Woman differ from human martial artists. Even heavily wounded, they can swiftly recover with replenished Yin energy. Moreover, we have gathered intelligence that the Yu Sha gang has yet to make an appearance. They are the strongest force contending for the Yin Di Tai Sui this time, Yi Hongluo clarified. Upon hearing this, Su Ming ceased his inquiries, nodding slightly before leaning against a pillar to continue resting. The following day, at dawn, white mist enveloped the temple entrance, and the path remained muddy and damp. The 3 factions silently gathered their belongings and, after a brief moment, exchanged farewells outside the temple. The Bu gang had suffered grievous losses and required a few horses from the Taisha Hall to transport their goods. Since they were all returning to Zhengzhou, the 2 groups decided to travel together. Only Su Ming and his companions mounted their swift steeds, swiftly vanishing into the forest. The Shangyang Academy is indeed the holy land for scholars across the realm. Every individual seems like a dragon, Ruan Xiong remarked as he gazed at Su Ming's receding figure. The others, including Yi Hongluo, merely glanced at the dilapidated temple without uttering a word, continuing their journey forward. After traversing the woods, they had effectively set foot in Luzhou. Yu Ming chose to halt his horse in a secluded valley, calling Duan Ding and the others to join him at the valley's bottom. You all shall wait here for me. I seem to have misplaced something and need to return to search for it. Shall we not return together, young master? Duan Ding urged. No need. I will not ride. I can traverse the mountain paths faster on foot. Su Ming raised his hand in refusal and took a different path back. Only upon returning to the vicinity of the dilapidated temple did he don the long robe he had prepared in advance. Masking his face with a ghostly mask and tying his long, flowing black hair up, the robe was deliberately loose, concealing his figure to avoid revealing his identity. He was determined to contend for the Yin Di Tai Sui. However, given the low prowess of Duan Ding and the others, bringing them along would entail excessive risk and hinder his efforts, so he had chosen to send them ahead. Having gathered some understanding the previous day, Su Ming knew that this dilapidated temple had once served as a place for executing criminals, a burial ground for the dead. The Yin Di Tai Sui would emerge when the temple's Yin energy was at its lowest. The optimal time for this was between the hours of Si and Wu, specifically from 9 to 12. Selecting a grand cypress tree that provided excellent cover, Su Ming concealed himself within its embrace. Time passed, and moments turned into minutes. Just after the hour of Si had passed, a group of individuals indeed approached, numbering around 30 to 40. Each wielded weapons, exuding formidable presence, clad in matching attire emblazoned with a character signifying danger. It appeared that this was the Yu Sha gang, undeniably stronger than either the Bu gang or the Taisha Hall. Yu Ming pondered to himself. These individuals surrounded the dilapidated temple without entering. Leading them was a young man who appeared somewhat youthful. Though labeled a man, there was an air of uncertainty about it. Dressed in male attire, with a coiled topknot, his features were strikingly delicate, even to the point of being described as graceful, and his stature was notably more slender than the surrounding henchmen. Nevertheless, this person's prowess seemed quite formidable. Cradled in his arms was a long sword sheathed in a pale blue scabbard. His gaze extraordinarily sharp, exuding an aura akin to that of an unsheathed sword, and a vague, inexplicable momentum emanated from him. This must be a formidable contender from the ghostly Slaughter Gang. It was uncertain how he compared to the vice-master of the Yin Lantern Workshop. Su Ming silently assessed, though he could not arrive at a definite conclusion, as he had yet to engage this individual in combat. With no activity below, Su Ming leisurely slowed his breathing, opting to wait. After approximately half an hour, the sword-wielding youth finally made a move. He suddenly leaped, landing atop a horse's head, his gaze fixated intensely on the crumbling temple, then raised his hand. This entity does not wish to emerge. So let us assist it. Ignite the oil. Following his command, the henchmen hastily retrieved torches from the horses' backs, dousing them in oil and igniting one after another, then shouted in unison. Ready, envoy, please give the order. Burn, boom, boom. One by one, the flaming torches were hurled into the courtyard, and in an instant, a massive inferno erupted, soon engulfing the entire dilapidated temple. The roaring flames caused the beams and pillars to creak ominously. At that moment, the fire suddenly diminished, the yellow flames shifting to a bluish-green HUIT has emerged. Su Ming focused his gaze. He beheld an object roughly the size of a bucket, emerging from the blaze. Its shape resembled an aquatic plant, radiating a ghostly blue luminescence, its body appearing semi-transparent. Why does it look so much like jelly? Su Ming instinctively thought. However, as he was momentarily distracted, a multitude of yellow lanterns suddenly appeared amidst the flames. Strangely, although those lanterns spun around the Yin Earth Tai Sui, the flames could not scorch them. In Lantern Workshop, Lantern Woman? The sword-wielding youth outside the courtyard suddenly spoke coldly, slightly turning to glance at a large red palanquin that had come to a halt nearby. Adorned with two yellow lanterns that emitted a dazzling yellow glow even in daylight. Hee. Envoy G, allow this object to be handled by this young lady. A sinister female voice emanated from within the palanquin. The youth, referred to as Envoy G, curled his lips in disdain. A mere lantern monster, and you dare call yourself a woman? I see you are not even worthy of being considered a beast. Begone, before my sword awakens. You seek death. Hiss. The two lanterns instantly revealed sharp, blade-like teeth, shooting forth at high speed. Humph. Child's play. The sword-wielding youth lightly leaped, effortlessly evading the assault of the lanterns, with a flick of his wrist. His sword unsheathed with a swift whoosh. Today, I shall eradicate you, this little evil spirit, for the people of the Central Plains. Swish. The long sword, like a green serpent, sliced through the air and in an instant reached the front of the red palanquin. Hiss, 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 numerous red shadows erupted from the palanquin, almost simultaneously striking at Envoy G. Evil spirit, perish. Yet, Envoy G did not retreat. With a sudden twist, the sword tip darted forth like raindrops. Whoosh, 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 boom, boom, boom. The area within a 5-meter radius of the red palanquin erupted, emitting clouds of red, white, and black mist, obscuring the entire battlefield. Bang, bang, bang. Sounds of impact resonated from within. The surrounding henchmen formed a tight circle but dared not advance. Are you injured? Ha ha, then you must not be allowed to live. A voice of astonishment and cold mockery emerged from the mist surrounding the sword-wielding youth. All birds to the phoenix, die. Hiss, after a violent tremor. The white mist dissipated. The red palanquin lay in ruins, the lanterns shattered on the ground. Yet this time they did not vanish. Only the woman within the palanquin had vanished without a trace. The sword-wielding youth gracefully leaped back onto his horse, sheathing his sword, appearing unfazed. The only evidence of his engagement was a few scratches on his chest, having torn through his clothing, revealing the lace of his undergarments. Su Ming quickly averted his gaze, uncertain about the true nature of this individual. However, it was but a fleeting moment before he prepared to descend and seize the treasure. Unexpectedly, 2 figures appeared suddenly, one in front of the other, charging towards the ghostly slaughter gang. Attack together. Do not act alone. All right, I will suppress his sword. You engage him in close combat, or victory will be elusive. Su Ming, from above, widened his eyes. The 2 newly emerged contenders were none other than Ruan Xiong and the hunchbacked elder, who had previously parted ways with him at the dilapidated temple, so they merely lured him away to launch a surprise counterattack. How many clever individuals are there? I thought I was the only one to employ such tactics, Su Ming mused inwardly. However, I'll don a mask. That gives me the upper hand. He remained patient, waiting for the outcome below. Compared to their battle with the lantern woman the previous night, Ruan Xiong and the hunchbacked elder appeared much more valiant this time. They had likely formulated a strategy in advance, working in concert, unlike the night before when they had been caught off guard. Furthermore, in the darkness, the visibility was poor, allowing a deceptive entity like the lantern woman to amplify her capabilities. The hunchbacked elder wielded a black staff that seemed to be a treasure of the Taoist sect, occasionally emitting golden light formations that caused Envoy G's sword to veer off course. Ruan Xiong, on the other hand, was a brawny warrior, relentlessly closing in on Envoy G, his punches creating flickering shadows. Attacking from all directions, at that moment, the seemingly formidable Envoy G was being forced to retreat repeatedly by the 2. Do you truly seek death? Hiss. Envoy G's gaze sharpened as he suddenly pointed a single finger at the sword sheath. A drop of bright red blood slowly merging into it. The hunchbacked elder's expression changed drastically upon witnessing this, and he hastily retreated. Retreat. He is about to employ a secret technique. But at that moment, Ruan Xiong was in the midst of his assault and could not halt in time. Whoosh! Envoy G abruptly raised his sword before him, his fingers sliding, a flash of azure light gleaming. Secret technique. Phoenix's mocking cry. Boom, 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 boom. An overwhelming surge of murderous intent erupted from the azure long sword, sending Ruan Xiong flying. Bang! Upon landing, Ruan Xiong rolled several times before finally coming to a stop. He slowly lifted his head. His gaze gradually losing focus, a red line appeared on his forehead, multiplying until, whoosh, his head shattered in 2, revealing the pulsating blood vessels and brain matter within, a mixture of red and white seeping out into the ground. Huh! Envoy G clutched his chest, exhaling a long breath. Having consecutively employed the techniques all birds to the phoenix and phoenix's mocking cry, he felt somewhat drained. Meanwhile, the hunchbacked elder had begun to waver. Realizing that even their combined efforts had failed to inflict any harm upon their opponent. Now, left to face him alone, how could he change his fate? He scanned the encirclement, noting the multitude of experts from the ghostly slaughter gang surrounding him, recognizing only a singular opportunity for escape. Just then, boom! As he contemplated his strategy, a gray figure suddenly plummeted from the sky towards Envoy J. In an instant, a tremendous sound echoed. The spot where Envoy G stood was now a deep crater. Smoke billowing forth, cough, cough, cough. Who are you? Envoy Ji half crouched at the edge of the pit, gazing at the towering figure clad in a ghostly mask before him, his face flushed and his body trembling slightly. Although it had only been a fleeting moment, he had endured 2 of the opponent's punches. One had sent the Qinghuang's sword flying, while the other had shattered 3 of his ribs. The strikes were unadorned yet terrifyingly powerful and swift, surpassing even the renowned thunderous hands of Tai in ferocity. I in the late stages of sword cultivation. You are injured. Had you been at your peak, perhaps you could have exchanged a few blows with me. The towering figure's hoarse voice resonated, rich and powerful, exuding an oppressive aura. If it weren't for my having faced 2 battles prior, a single strike of Phoenix's mocking cry would have surely defeated you. Envoy Ji, somewhat begrudging, felt his chest rise and fall, the pain contorting his face. His pitiful appearance made it difficult for Su Ming to discern whether he was male or female, or perhaps he had a penchant for cross-dressing. Amused, Su Ming thought, that move of yours was commendable, but it cannot harm me. With the Tiangong King Kong technique, he had advanced his cultivation to a remarkable level, making him particularly adept at raw power. The effectiveness of raw power hinges on 2 factors, the technique itself and the purity and intensity of the energy. Coincidentally, in the latter 2 aspects, Su Ming could assert himself as the strongest, unmatched by anyone. Unless one possessed a significantly higher realm or someone like Chen Wu, who had perfected his cultivation to an impeccable peak, could they easily breach his defenses. Su Ming let out a hearty laugh. Stepping forward as he activated his full speed, his figure appearing to shift like a mirage, reappearing behind Envoy Ji. What? He let out a sudden exclamation, only to see Su Ming swiftly grab him under his arm. Much like a chick, observing this, the hunchbacked elder's back became drenched with sweat, and seizing the moment when no one was focused on him, he abruptly broke through to the side, his speed entirely uncharacteristic of a man nearing his end. The surrounding members of the Yusha gang were too preoccupied to pay attention to anything else, their eyes fixated with concern on Su Ming, or more accurately, on the young envoy, Ji. The envoy was a prodigy within the Yusha gang, deeply trusted and nurtured by the leader, and should he fall, the companions who accompanied him would either perish or suffer immensely. Do you wish for him to live? Very well, then produce your tools. Properly secure that Indi Tai Sui, and include the feeding formula to exchange for my hands. Su Ming, entirely at ease, commanded from his seated position on a stone mill not far from the temple entrance. You shall not. Ji, the envoy, resisted vehemently, attempting to free himself from Su Ming's grasp, only to discover that Su Ming merely exerted a slight pressure. Crack! Ji thought he heard the sound of his 4th rib fracturing. Despite his resolute will, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat from the pain. You will either listen to him or to me. The choice is yours. I will count to 3. And if you do not comply, I shall slaughter you all. A palpable aura of menace surged towards the crowd. They had no doubt that this individual would indeed follow through. 1. 2. We will comply. Esteemed sir, please, do not harm the envoy any further. Before long, the Indi Tai Sui was secured within a container resembling either porcelain or jade, accompanied by a small booklet, all wrapped in a large bundle and handed to Su Ming. After a brief glance, he nodded slightly, rose, and forcefully tossed Ji the envoy aside. Subsequently, he hoisted the bundle onto his shoulder and strode forward. Behind him, the crowd encircled Ji, eager to assist. Ji's complexion darkened further, his pale, rosy fingers tightly gripping the Qinghuang sword. A chance at survival has been offered to you. Do not squander it. Su Ming did not look back, his voice drifting back distantly. For a moment, silence enveloped the crowd. Investigate thoroughly. Discover who he truly is. Only after Su Ming's figure had completely vanished did Ji roar in a frenzied manner. Piffed. In his fury, he could not contain himself and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Following that, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. The gang members exchanged glances, hesitating for a moment before quietly approaching to lift him away. Why apologies, sir? Chapter 37. The effects of Tai Sui flesh on his return. Su Ming walked at a leisurely pace. This was primarily due to the Indi Tai Sui appearing rather delicate. He feared it might crumble if he jostled it too much. Despite its size being only that of a water bucket, it weighed no less than 200 to 300 pounds. The material was unknown, yet it felt remarkably substantial. Su Ming mumbled to himself, maintaining steady footsteps along the mountain path. Upon reaching the valley, Duan Ding and the others were growing anxious, each of them fearing something had befallen Su Ming, their agitation evident. It was not until Su Ming appeared bearing the heavy bundle that they rushed forward. Huh? Young master, when did you acquire such a large item? How did I not notice before? Duan Ding instinctively inquired. Su Ming shot him a glare. Oh, you have a good memory, do you? It suddenly dawned on him, and he quickly brought over the horses. Young master, please mount. You are quite perceptive. Having said that, Su Ming tossed the bundle to Duan Ding. The moment he caught it, he exclaimed, "This is far too heavy." As a mere skinning warrior, he possessed greater strength than the average person, but it was still limited. Even for their group of warriors, finding a 200 to 300-pound object heavy was entirely reasonable. I did not ask you to carry it. My weight is considerable. If I were to bear this as well, the horse beneath me would surely struggle, Su Ming replied. Somewhat irked. The group continued onward. Upon entering Luzhou, the roads became much smoother, and the population gradually increased. Around nightfall, they arrived at Mingyue town, home to the Jinyu sect. Su Ming did not immediately head to the sect's entrance. Instead, he rented a courtyard in town to settle Duan Ding and the others. That night, he found himself alone in his room, slowly opening the Yin Di Tai Sui. The soft-looking mass gradually emerged from its container, its faint blue glow dimming slightly. Su Ming observed this entity, which, despite lacking eyes and a nose, seemed to exude a round, tangible presence that he felt was somehow calling out to him. How peculiar! Su Ming shook his head and picked up the manual he had seized from the Yu Sha gang members. Moments later, he stared at the mass with a strange expression, realizing, you are indeed a form of living being. According to the manual, the Yin Di Tai Sui was expressing its hunger. It craved to consuming energy. Fortunately, the members of the Yu Sha gang were considerate enough to prepare provisions. There were a total of 10 bottles of Yin energy, feeding it 1 bottle at a time, even if he only fed it once a day. Would deplete the supply in 10 days. Yu Ming furrowed his brow, genuinely unsure of how to procure more Yin energy. Never mind that for now. Let us try feeding it a piece of meat. As he opened the bottle of Yin energy and approached the Yin Di Tai Sui, its glow brightened considerably, and the Yin energy visibly flowed away. Feeding it was indeed straightforward. Su Ming chuckled. Before long, he finished feeding it. Stepping forward to inspect the results, he could distinctly sense that the Tai Sui was somewhat pleased, retreating back into its box and remaining motionless. Quite obedient, aren't you? Would you mind if I took a slice? Su Ming mused to himself, drawing a small knife from his waist and selecting a small corner to cut. Moments later, he was taken aback. His previous concerns were indeed unfounded. Rather than crumbling, this entity was impervious to his knife. Well then, don't blame me for using the big guns. He directly tipped the Tai Sui out, retrieving the large ring knife hanging by the bed. Gathering his strength, he aimed, and with a swift slice, boom. The entire table shattered. Fortunately, he finally managed to slice off a piece. Holding the cut piece of Tai Sui flesh in his hand, he was once again astonished. The previously semi-translucent, jelly-like Yin Di Tai Sui flesh instantaneously transformed into a dark red hue, faintly revealing strands of meat texture, ultimately resembling real jerky. Incredible! Su Ming was genuinely impressed by the wonders of nature's creator. After retrieving the meat, he carefully placed the Yin Di Tai Sui back into its container. He noticed that it seemed to feel no pain, comfortably lounging inside, radiating light. Poor little thing. Let us give you a name. I shall call you Xiao Tu Ming. I know you will surely like it. This is your name now. Develop well, and once I settle in the Jinyu sect, I shall procure more Yin energy for you to feast upon and reward you generously. Having concluded this, he closed the lid. As this entity did not require breathing, he then raised the piece of Tai Sui meat to his mouth, but after a moment of contemplation, he decided against it. Who knows if it is poisonous? Knock, knock, knock. Just as Su Ming hesitated, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside his door. He was not particularly sleepy. Having awakened from his meditative state, he approached the door to open it. Outside stood Duan Ding, brimming with excitement. Young master, look with that. He suddenly struck a pose for the Qi-Long fist, panting as he threw a few punches, the air vibrating with a hissing sound. You have broken through to the bone-tempering stage? Su Ming regarded him with a look of incredulity. Duan Ding, beaming with pride, replied, "Hee hee, young master, do not be surprised. I have always believed myself to be exceptionally gifted. I am destined to become a figure of greatness like you." Su Ming smiled faintly, choosing not to disclose the harsh truth, and continued to inquire, "Did you feel anything unusual last night?" "Last night? Yes. Not long after my return from your presence, I began to feel a slight swelling pain in my lower body. Initially, I thought I had simply overindulged in my meal, so I decided to practice some martial arts in the courtyard to aid in digestion. However, let us not keep you in suspense. The result was that I felt an overwhelming surge of energy, a tide of vitality swelling within me, and it dawned on me that a breakthrough was imminent. I quickly intensified my efforts, and at last, just half an hour ago, I successfully attained the realm of a martial master." Su Ming silently nodded to himself. Indeed, there were many skilled martial artists like Duan Ding in the stronghold, at least a dozen or 20 yet. Those who could successfully break through to the bone-forging stage were exceedingly rare. Without a solid foundation and lacking resources, the hope of achieving such a feat was almost non-existent. Yet, this small enclave had the potential that a wave of uncontainable ambition surged within Su Ming. Chapter 38. The Entrance Examination of the Sect, Part 1. He felt immensely satisfied with his decision to seize this treasure for himself. Even if I do not utilize it for my own benefit, it would serve excellently for the cultivation of my adopted son or my subordinates. However, I am uncertain how much flesh can be harvested from the Earth Tai Sui in a single cut, and what the recovery period might entail. Although the ghostly Shadow Gang provided a booklet, it lacked comprehensive details. Many nuances would have to be managed by him personally. Regardless, I have ample time. Even if I take less in one go, I can observe more carefully and proceed gradually. The following morning, Su Ming packed essential changes of clothes and set off up the mountain. The mountain range where the Jinyu sect was located was called Dilong Mountain. Not particularly high, resembling a meandering earthworm, it is said that the sect was established here because there lies a genuine earth dragon beneath the mountain. However, such legendary tales abound, and no one truly believes them. Dilong Mountain curled into a circle, with a central pool known as the Heavenly Pool. Strangely, while Luzhou is situated in the central plains with a typical climate, experiencing snowfall in winter and drought in summer, the Heavenly Pool remains perpetually icy and frigid, shrouded in thick mist that obscures the island at its center. The Jinyu sect is situated upon that island. "Shall we take a boat, young hero?" Upon reaching the lakeshore, an elderly man piloting a small boat slowly approached. Su Ming scrutinized the old man. Though lean, he appeared spirited, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. "May I inquire, esteemed elder, are you a predecessor of the Jinyu immortal sect?" he respectfully asked. The old man chuckled softly. "Young hero, you jest? I am merely a fisherman, fortunate enough to receive a meal from the immortal sect while running my ferry service." I see," Su Ming replied, maintaining his humility and courtesy as he handed over some coins. "I kindly request you to ferry me to the island at the heart of the lake, to enter the immortal sect." "Very well, step aboard." The old man deftly maneuvered the bamboo pole, guiding the small boat into the waters of the Heavenly Pool. As the boat gradually drifted away from the shore, wisps of mist rose, obscuring the view. "Which branch introduced you, young hero?" The old man began to chat amiably as he rowed. Su Ming was taken aback. "Branch? Indeed, it refers to the regional branch that recommended you to the main sect. The Jinyu sect is a prominent sect in the southern region, with branches established in every state, tasked with gathering information and selecting outstanding disciples." The old man explained with a smile, but then paused, seemingly taken aback. "You didn't come on your own, did you? Is that not permissible? I heard that the Jinyu sect is recruiting disciples." Su Ming suddenly sensed a foreboding feeling. While it is not impossible, without a recommendation letter from a branch, you may find it challenging to take part in the assessment, thereby losing the opportunity to enter the inner sect. The old man replied meaningfully. After a moment, he added encouragingly, "There are always exceptions. I perceive a remarkable spirit in your eyes, young hero. Your future is boundless." Su Ming understood that these were merely platitudes and smiled without concern. However, the old man's words served as a reminder. Throughout Yangzhou, he had represented unparalleled talent and combat prowess. Yet, he was acutely aware that while his aptitude was not poor, it hardly qualified as genius. Without the attributes panel, he would likely be just another nameless individual lost in the sea of humanity. Moreover, the panel must remain concealed. What he could present to the immortal sect was solely his innate talent and current strength. As a formidable entity standing in Luzhou, the Jinyu sect likely had very high expectations regarding foundational understanding. If he could not enter the inner sect, the outer sect would also be a commendable option. Yet, what if he could not even gain entry to the outer sect? That would indeed be a disheartening tale, contrasting sharply with his initial aspirations of traveling to Luzhou. He resolved to seek alternative paths. One cannot hang one's hopes solely on a single tree. Ultimately, he sought only foundational skills and techniques. They need not necessarily come from top-tier sects, as even a declining faction could be beneficial. Before long, the small boat reached the shore. Upon disembarking, he found himself on a vibrant green meadow that blanketed the entire island at the heart of the lake. Looking up, he beheld 5 peaks of varying heights. Beneath the peaks lay rolling hills and valleys, dotted with clusters of wooden cabins, resembling a hidden paradise. Even Su Ming's previously restless spirit calmed in that moment. Proceed to the base of the slope. The first 2-story wooden cabin there will have someone to receive you. The old man waved goodbye with a smile, and the small boat drifted away once more. Su Ming nodded and made his way to the indicated location. Surprisingly, the process went rather smoothly. After paying a modest sum of silver at the first wooden cabin, he was permitted to submit his token. Since Su Ming had not been recommended by a branch, he truthfully explained his situation, and they informed him to wait. During this time, he was served tea, a fragrant brew from the immortal sect, which filled him with a sense of fondness for the Jinyu sect. Truly, it was a prestigious sect. 2 days later, Su Ming stood before the wooden cabin, his expression grim. Is your sect toying with me? For 2 consecutive days, he had paid silver, only to be told to await the entrance examination. Yet he had not seen a single soul. We have informed you to wait. Considering the vast number of individuals in the Jinyu sect, do the elders not require time for assessments? Moreover, while you wait here, we provide you with food and drink. What grievances could you possibly have? Su Ming narrowed his eyes, feeling the energy within his body nearly stagnate. Yet, he restrained himself. This was the Jinyu sect, reputed to be even more powerful than Baiyun Temple, and his current strength did not afford him the privilege to challenge them. I need a specific time frame. In special circumstances, special treatment applies. For a fee of 100 taels for priority, I can arrange for you to participate in the qualification review by noon today. The seemingly ethereal young disciple at the entrance spoke slowly, his eyes narrowed, seemingly having made up his mind to take advantage of Su Ming. Agreed. Su Ming preferred not to waste words, having discerned the other's intent to exploit him. I meant gold. Su Ming slowly raised his head, stepping forward as if each step bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. You? Repeat that? His eyes suddenly turned crimson, an aura of fierce determination radiating from him. What do you intend? The disciple's expression changed drastically, feeling the overwhelming power emanating from Su Ming, causing him to stumble back a half step in alarm. I said, 100 taels of gold. Is that sufficient? Su Ming's scarlet eyes fixed onto him. Enough, more than enough. The disciple instinctively swallowed hard, cursing internally. Why would a master of the refining stage seek to start from the ranks of ordinary disciples? Handing over 100 taels of gold nearly depleted the majority of Su Ming's funds for this journey. Fortunately, the disciple did not further trouble him. 18 noon, in the verdant field, at a location resembling the center of a lotus leaf. Several elderly men with graying hair sat together, reviewing the credentials of the disciples participating in the entrance examination. The documents listed not only their origins but also details regarding their foundations, comprehensions, and realms. Among them, Su Ming's information was prominently displayed. Aside from a few brief remarks describing his background, the subsequent entries were all marked with crosses. Such incomplete documentation prompted the elderly evaluators to dismiss it with barely a glance, tossing it aside. Unbeknownst to the selected candidates, they remained on the periphery, awaiting their fates. Su Ming quickly surveyed the other participants. Most were at the refining stage or bone-forging stage, save for one young woman at the initial stage of refining. She bore a serene expression, her head held high, radiating an unparalleled confidence. It seemed the Jinyu sect did not impose high requirements concerning the realms of its disciples. This approach might be intended to refine and purify, as those with lower realms would possess greater malleability. As he was still appraising those around him, the results of the assessment were announced. Chapter 39. The Sect Entry Examination, Part 2. Firstly, there was only one individual who qualified for the Inner Sect Disciples Assessment, and it was none other than the self-assured woman. Su Ming had anticipated this outcome and felt little disappointment. Instead, he shifted his focus to the list of candidates for the Outer Sect Disciples Examination. During his previous visit, he had overheard some disciples mentioning that while there were disparities in resources between the inner and outer sects, the techniques taught in both were derived from the Zongfa Pavilion and could be exchanged using contribution points. This meant that as long as one had sufficient contribution points, one could even learn techniques superior to those of inner sect disciples. Of course, inner sect disciples enjoyed the advantage of having their own masters, who provided guidance and served as a support within the sect, elevating their status significantly. Conversely, outer sect disciples received teachings from the elder responsible for transmission, followed by a monthly allocation of resources, allowing for a more independent yet less intensive cultivation experience. However, this difference held little significance for Su Ming. Soon, the list of candidates for the Outer Sect Disciples Assessment was revealed. The number was considerable, filling an entire page, likely nearing 20 individuals. Naturally, this was merely a list of those eligible for the assessment, not the final entry list. Su Ming eagerly awaited the announcement, but unfortunately, from the first name to the last, he listened intently and did not hear his own. Even someone as resolute as he felt a twinge of disappointment, perhaps even resignation. Was he truly that inadequate? He felt a surge of indignation, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of defeat. Yet, this emotion was fleeting, quickly replaced by another. I possess the attributes panel, a powerful advantage that no one else has. No matter how high your talent, can you compete with direct point allocation? A wave of unparalleled confidence surged within Su Ming, and he even planted a seed of determination against the prejudice of youth within the Jinyu sect. Perhaps there were many like him in this world, diligently striving, yet falling victim to such rules, rendering the concept of effort a mere joke. While talent may hold significance, unyielding will is the true hallmark of the strong. Su Ming silently reassured himself, tightening his resolve and prepared to descend the mountain. Suddenly, a resounding voice pierced the air. Add this name to the list of outer sect disciples. A familiar voice resonated. Su Ming looked up to see. At some point, the old ferryman had approached the center of the arena, returning Su Ming's profile to the pile of outer sect candidates. The elders in the center exchanged glances, but remained silent. This indicated their acquiescence. Su Ming could not help but feel astonished and quickly turned to the old man, who was also looking at him, smiling as he approached. As he passed by Su Ming, he whispered in his ear, "Young man, you gave me extra silver for the boat ride the other day, which I used to buy some wine. Thus, I could only repay you in this manner. What do you think?" "Thank you, senior." Su Ming felt a mix of amusement and incredulity. If he had not understood by now, he would have truly been a fool. The old man, who ferried at the Tianqi, likely did so for amusement. His status should not be low, at least not beneath the central elders. Earlier, their pleasant conversation had prompted him to offer extra silver. He had not anticipated such a response here. Truly, a casual act of kindness bore unexpected fruit. Thus, Su Ming smoothly entered the Outer Sect Disciples Examination. The evaluation criteria for Outer Sect Disciples primarily revolved around combat prowess. Given that Su Ming was already a level higher, he navigated through effortlessly, ultimately being assigned to the External Affairs Institute among the 5 divisions. This institute primarily dealt with external affairs, managing the Jinyu sect's business dealings and addressing mundane disputes among affiliated forces or intersect matters. The main drawback was that it required disciples to spend a significant amount of time executing tasks outside, which greatly disrupted their cultivation, making it the least favored division among many disciples. However, this suited Su Ming perfectly, as he did not require prolonged isolation for arduous training. After spending a day familiarizing himself with the sect's regulations and receiving his designated robe and identification, he returned to his designated quarters, a small house at the far end of a cluster of wooden cabins. The space was merely a little over 10 square meters, situated near the water's edge. Shrouded in mist, and likely quite damp, he retrieved his key and unlocked the door, revealing a floor coated in dust and adorned with colorful spider webs, indicating it had been uninhabited for quite some time. "Well, since I'm here, I might as well make myself comfortable." He refrained from voicing any complaints, stepped inside the small wooden cabin, and cleaned it thoroughly. He then took out the supplies allocated for the month by the sect, a blood-nourishing pill, a herb for strengthening the body, and a technique manual named Guan Su Gong. That was all, nothing extravagant. As there were no tasks to undertake in the first month, it was stated that from the second month onward, resources would be distributed based on contribution points. Su Ming held little interest in the pills, but the technique piqued his curiosity. He grasped the Guan Su Gong manual, summoned the attributes panel, and began to analyze it. The panel revealed Guan Su Gong, Spirit, a refining technique. It embodies the essence of truth and attains the profound. It is a foundational Taoist technique with longevity benefits. Su Ming was taken aback by the findings. The technique provided was already at the refining level. The Jinyu sect's depth was indeed formidable. He felt a surge of excitement, yet upon reading the subsequent description, he sensed that this technique seemed less geared toward combat and perhaps leaned more toward a nurturing practice. Taking it slow would be prudent. He flipped through the Guan Su Gong, initially grasping the breathing techniques before directly infusing his attribute points into it. Physicality, 1.3. Speed, 1.2. Strength, 1.9. Attribute points, 0.0. Skills, Crimson Dragon Fist, perfected. Heavenly King S Diamond Technique, mastered. Golden Jade Toad Technique, upper section, fragmented. Divine Movement Technique, beginner. Guan Su Gong, beginner. Remarks, seed quantity, 18. Feedback mechanism, 1. Blood seed quantity, 1. Feedback mechanism, 1. 2. As his attribute points were entirely consumed, he successfully entered the initial stage of Guan Su Gong. That a faint azure aura seemed to emerge within him, circulating throughout his body, bringing a refreshing sensation. While experiencing this transformation, he keenly noticed an increase of 0.1 in his physical attribute. This enhancement was permanent. The physical attribute encompassed various elements, including endurance and recovery. For instance, the previous time he resisted the poison from the Lantern Maiden, he relied on his strength to counteract it and his physical recovery to mitigate the effects. For Su Ming, this was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. Soon, 3 days passed. Su Ming welcomed a new neighbor. Another disciple assigned to one of the secluded wooden cabins, situated just beneath Su Ming's own, arguably the least desirable location. Fellow Taoist, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Su Hongyun, and I am a newly admitted disciple of the External Affairs Institute. The woman was tall and graceful, clad in a light yellow gown that accentuated her alluring figure. However, her face was less than enchanting. A dark scar, nearly bisecting her cheek, resembled a monstrous centipede, marring her otherwise beautiful visage. Upon closer inspection, one could even see the scar pulsating with her heartbeat, an alarming sight. You need not fear, fellow Taoist. I was merely injured by a shadow demon, but it has stabilized and is not contagious. Noticing Su Ming's momentary shock, the woman continued with poise, her demeanor unperturbed by her unusual appearance. This made Su Ming regard her with newfound respect. Su Taoist, you are most courteous. Please, come in. He stepped aside, preparing tea as he spoke. I am Su Ming, also a disciple who entered a few days ago. May I inquire what brings you here? Su Taoist, I seek to form a team with you to undertake a task. Su Hongyun replied with a sip of tea, smiling warmly. A task? I thought there was no need to undertake sect tasks in the first month. Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. That is true, but without completing tasks, one cannot earn cultivation resources. Wouldn't a month of arduous training be a mere waste of time? The woman sighed lightly. Su Ming then realized that, unlike him, other martial cultivators lacked the support of resources. Relying solely on hard work would lead to an agonizingly slow pace of progress. Just the daily consumption of blood-replenishing meat and herbs required substantial financial resources to procure. While he wasn't particularly interested, he still inquired casually, what task are you referring to? It's simply a standard level 1 task, collecting blood from the blood spring. The rewards are just 2 blood-nourishing pills and 100 taels of silver. Su Hongyun explained, then hesitated, casting a glance at Su Ming. However, I confess I have a personal interest in this task. Oh? Su Ming maintained a calm facade while his mind raced with possibilities. Before ascending the mountain, he had been pondering how to acquire energy to nourish the Earth Tai Sui. He had not anticipated such a coincidence. This task indeed came at an opportune moment, but the woman's words warranted scrutiny for their authenticity. Moreover, if the task was so simple, why involve a stranger like himself? Perhaps sensing Su Ming's doubts, Su Hongyun elaborated, though the task is of a low level, it is not without its complexities. The generation of yin blood from the blood pool occurs solely during the hour of Z, and the entire process must be completed within that time frame. Moreover, one may encounter disturbances from the yin bats residing within the blood spring, rendering it nearly impossible for a single individual to accomplish. Having just entered the sect, I find myself rather unwelcomed due to my appearance. Making the quest for a partner a Herculean task, Xu Ming grasped her intent. Evidently, Su Hongyun perceived him as another outcast and thus sought him out. A profound sense of exasperation enveloped him. While I hold little interest in the rewards of the task, I am intrigued by your mention of yin energy. How exactly is it to be collected? Yin energy? What purpose do you have for it? Su Hongyun asked. Taken aback, Xu Ming offered a faint smile, stating, that is of no concern to you. Every practitioner harbors their own secrets. Indeed, it seems I have been rather reckless, Su Hongyun acknowledged, clasping her fists in respect. No matter. Shall we proceed together? She inquired once more. Xu Ming hesitated before countering with a question. How many days will the round trip require? Approximately 5 days, she replied. Xu Ming nodded thoughtfully. 3 days had already elapsed since their ascent from Minuet town. He had entrusted Duan Ding with 9 bottles of yin energy, meaning they had another 6 days before the yin earth's tai sui would run out of sustenance. Very well, let us set forth today. Today? I had anticipated tomorrow, Su Hongyun exclaimed. Choosing an auspicious day is of little concern. Completing the task promptly allows me to refine my martial arts, for I cannot afford to be idle for even a single day. Su Ming replied, At Tangiaba. In Wanxia town, 2 figures, a man and a woman, emerged. The man was tall and imposing, while the woman was graceful, both adorned with conical hats and veils that obscured their features. It was revealed that the blood spring was initially overseen by sect members, but due to some unpleasantness between Lingyun's sect and their own, it had become a forsaken place. Su Hongyun removed her hat and chose a village near Wanxia Mountain. Halting her steps, Xu Ming, leading the horse, nodded slightly, inquiring how long it would take to enter the mountains. With our pace, we shall reach the mountain in less than a quarter of an hour. Let us first find a farmer's home to rest, and only enter the mountains after nightfall, Su Hongyun answered. At this, Su Ming fell silent. Although Su Hongyun had entered the sect a few days later than he, she appeared remarkably knowledgeable about these matters, even possessing a keen understanding of the Jinyu sect, which struck him as peculiar. However, he deemed it unrelated to his own concerns, and thus refrained from probing further. After all, the outer disciples were not as harmoniously bonded as those within. If not for their shared sect, they would engage in life-and-death battles daily. During his days atop the mountain, Su Ming had gleaned a rough understanding of the sect's hierarchy. The Jinyu sect was divided into 5 peaks and 5 courtyards. The peaks represented the core of the sect, each signifying a distinct path of cultivation. The Mountain Master Peak, the Medical Master Peak, the Fate Master Peak, the Aspect Master Peak, and the Divination Master Peak. Each peak emphasized different aspects of cultivation, with the inner disciples, true heirs, and elders residing atop these 5 major peaks, seldom descending. The 5 courtyards comprised the outer sect's 5 divisions: the Transmission Court, the Discipline Court, the Enforcement Court, the Internal Affairs Court, and the External Affairs Court. Both Su Ming and Su Hongyun belonged to the External Affairs Court. The small wooden cabins atop the mountain served as accommodations for the outer disciples. Albeit at a cost, Su Ming's cabin rented for 80 taels of silver per month, while Su Hongyun's, closer to the water, perhaps commanded 100 taels. Indeed, the lesser the quality, the higher the price. The finest lodgings, it was said, could be rented for merely 1 tael of silver for an entire year, boasting nearly 50 square feet and equipped with private lavatories and washing areas. Initially, Su Ming struggled to comprehend why the Jinyu sect implemented such regulations, until he later learned that the small cabins were fixed in price only for the first month. Thereafter, they could be fought over. The strong could challenge the cabin owners for more spacious and affordable lodgings. It dawned on him that the sect deliberately incited rivalry among disciples to hone their skills. Such a cruel mode of survival led him to question whether the Jinyu sect truly embodied the righteous path, a notion his heart rejected. Nevertheless, in Dayan, the Jinyu sect was recognized as one of the 3 major righteous sections. This realization illuminated for Su Ming that righteousness was not predicated upon virtue, but rather upon strength and reputation. Intending to rest in the village, they knocked on the doors of several houses in vain. After a series of fruitless attempts, They had no choice but to replenish their supplies of meat and water on the spot and advance into the mountains. Su Hongyun mentioned that this task occurred monthly, hence the mountain path was relatively well maintained. However, Su Ming astutely observed that the undergrowth had been recently cleared, likely within 3 days, as the leaves merely curled slightly. Could it be the villagers who had done this? Chapter 41. The Neighbor's Task, Part 2. Su Ming sensed that this matter was not as straightforward as it appeared. Upon passing through the village, he noted that the fields lay fallow, indicating that these farmers neglected their own lands while coming to the mountains to clear paths. Su Hongyun continued to hasten ahead, and after a moment's hesitation, he quickened his pace to catch up. Su Hongyun, possessing mid-stage bone-forging strength, would be considered a formidable fighter among common folk, thus exuding considerable confidence. After approximately half an hour, Su Hongyun halted before a low-lying cave. Surveying the area for a moment before consulting her map, Su Daoyu, this is the location. Since night has yet to fall, let us refrain from entering just yet. Why is that? He inquired. There are some peculiar entities near the blood spring that are quite troublesome. Should we enter prematurely, we risk exhausting our strength, which would be counterproductive, Su Hongyun explained. Su Ming nodded, finding a platform to sit and wait. Earlier, Su Hongyun had instructed him on how to collect energy, utilizing the empty bottles provided by the sect to draw in the energy with true essence and compress it into liquid form for storage. According to her, a small bottle of liquid energy equated to nearly a cubic meter of gaseous energy. Su Ming estimated that this would suffice for the Earth's Tai Sui for a month. Thankfully, the ascetic from Baiyun Temple had gifted him some elixirs. The empty bottles allowed for the collection of 7 bottles in total. Thus, he need not worry about the Tai Sui's sustenance for the immediate future. He could return for the next task. As they closed their eyes to rest, the night swiftly descended. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the still darkness, followed by a cacophony of footsteps approaching. Su Hongyun opened her eyes. Are there others coming? There are many, drawing near. Less than 100 paces away, Su Ming responded. What should we do? Let us find a place to hide. With a single leap, Su Ming silently ascended into the branches of a large tree above the cave entrance, his presence seemingly vanishing under the cloak of night. Su Hongyun was taken aback. She had presumed Su Ming to be an ordinary bone-forging martial artist, only to find him capable of such agility, leaving her somewhat perplexed. She quickly dismissed her thoughts and concealed herself within a crevice of stone behind her. Before long, a throng of individuals bearing torches approached. The leading figures, their faces obscured, donned black attire, followed by a sizable contingent armed with hoes, axes, machetes, and sickles. Clearly villagers prepared for confrontation. Ready yourselves. It appears the outer disciples of the Jinyu sect have arrived. Just as before, we shall eliminate them, and each shall receive a reward of 20 jin of white flour, 20 jin of millet, and a jug of holy water. Yes, protector. The villagers' expressions were somewhat vacant. Subsequently, several figures in black cloaks concealed themselves at the cave entrance. From Su Ming's vantage point, Su Hongyun and the cloaked figures were separated only by a stone. From their words, it was evident that these villagers intended to ambush both him and Su Hongyun. Furthermore, given their demeanor, it seemed they had previously hunted down disciples from other sects. The rationale behind such actions bewildered him, prompting his gaze to shift back to Su Hongyun. To his surprise, she remained tightly coiled within the stone crevice. Not daring to move, she appeared exceedingly tense. Su Ming furrowed his brow, realizing this woman might possess knowledge she had not fully disclosed to him. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the hour of Z. Strange? Why have they not yet arrived? The masked figures emerged one by one. Could there have been a miscommunication? Impossible. The 3 sects have a fixed schedule for collecting blood, as the Lingyun sect was also punctual previously. This is indeed peculiar. One individual mused, their shoulders sinking as they leapt toward the large tree. I shall check for any movement ahead. They are bound to light torches upon entering the mountains tonight. The moonlight cascaded like water upon the stone tablet. A faintly red dress shimmered under its glow. She is hiding behind the stone. In an instant, the cloaked figure caught sight of Su Hongyun below. With a swift motion, she revealed herself, leaping away in a desperate bid for escape. However, the black-clad figures surged forth, encircling her in an instant. Flee? Do you think you can escape? Attack! They struck with determination, forcing Su Hongyun into the throng of villagers, who wielded their tools without hesitation. Su Hongyun evaded frantically, but as the crowd closed in around her, the pressure intensified. In the next moment, her red dress snagged on a branch, coming to an abrupt halt. Su Dagyu, help me! A menacing gust of wind rushed toward her. In an instant, her dress was torn asunder, and her entire form was seized by a robust figure, darting through the forest. There are others. Do not let them escape. The group of cloaked figures resorted to their old tactics, advancing from both sides with the intent of forcing Su Ming back into the crowd. What they could never have anticipated was a single encounter. Bang! A sweeping kick sent 3 figures hurtling through the air, crashing into several trees as thick as a bowl, before they tumbled into the underbrush. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming propelled himself forward, utilizing his unparalleled agility to vanish into the night. With a thud, Su Hongyun's frail form landed on a small patch of grass along a narrow mountain path. Su Ming clapped his hands together, his voice icy as he addressed her. Su Daoyu, you have deceived me, wasting my time and nearly leading me into peril. What should be done about this? His expression was frigid, starkly illuminated by the dim moonlight. Su Hongyun's dress had been torn away, leaving her clad in only a scanty undergarment, exposing a generous expanse of porcelain skin. Averted gazes met the ground as she spoke softly. Su Daoyu, I confess that I concealed the truth from you. Yet, you saved me without holding a grudge. I shall compensate you upon returning to the sect. Compensation? What could you possibly offer? Su Ming scoffed. I seek yin qi. Do you possess any? Su Hongyun was rendered speechless. I can recount the entire story. If you are daring enough, you could return for more yin qi. There remains ample time, she suggested, her voice trembling slightly. Su Ming's gaze remained cold, his silence palpable. Noticing his demeanor, Su Hongyun continued after a brief pause. You mean to say that these individuals belong to the Sacred Water sect, inciting villagers to hunt down disciples of the sect for the purpose of refining the so-called blood pill? Su Ming's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Indeed, she affirmed, her tone tense, I know this because I was once among their ranks. The means to heal this scar on my face does not stem from yin qi, but from a blood pill. 2 questions arise, Su Ming pressed. First, why must they kill disciples of the immortal sect to refine this blood pill? Secondly, why did you merely evade the villagers' attacks instead of retaliating? Do you not understand? Su Hongyun, realizing her lapse in judgment, hastily attempted to clarify. To refine the blood pill, one requires the blood spring, and the stronger the sacrificial victim, the more potent the blood pill. Capturing skilled fighters from the outside world poses great difficulty, while the disciples of the immortal sect present themselves conveniently. Furthermore, this involves a dispute among the 3 sects over the blood spring. The yin blood is a primary ingredient for pill refining, and all 3 sects have a vested interest. They had previously engaged in a struggle that ended unfavorably, declaring this place as unclaimed territory, allowing all 3 sects to gather resources. The Sacred Water sect's actions would sow distrust among the sects, causing them to suspect one another, diverting blame and reaping benefits without consequence. As for why we do not harm the common folk, it is because the disciples of the immortal sect have always refrained from injuring mortals. Additionally, having consumed the sacred water, killing them would leave a mark, branding them as victims of the Sacred Water sect. With dire repercussions, Chapter 42. Behind the veil of deceit, Su Ming fell silent for a moment. How can I be certain that what you say now is not a fabrication? Su Hongyun's brow furrowed slightly. If you do not trust me, you may leave alone. Su Ming narrowed his eyes. Without further ado, he ripped off his long robe and tossed it to Su Hongyun. I cannot leave empty-handed. The 3 members of the Sacred Water sect, each at the late stage of bone tempering, were likely to pose a challenge, Su Hongyun thought, a glimmer of resolve flashing in her eyes. I will guard the entrance for half an hour. I care not for your intentions. Produce my yin qi, and we shall return to the sect in good spirits. Otherwise, this shall be your grave. Su Ming's cold voice echoed as his figure faded into the distance. Outside the blood spring, the 3 members of the Sacred Water sect clutched their chests, anguish and resentment evident in their expressions. Their meticulously crafted plan had faltered at the last moment, thwarting their chance to eliminate the skilled fighters of the 3 sects and offer blood as a tribute to cultivate the blood pill. Moreover, allowing the 2 to escape would inevitably lead to the leak of information, resulting in severe repercussions for their sect. What could they do now? They could only hope for divine intervention, that the 2 would return. unwilling to accept defeat. Before the man could finish his thought, a shadow descended from above. As the figure revealed itself, it was none other than the masked master who had previously sent them flying. "You dare return?" Su Ming did not respond, instead glancing at Su Hongyun entering the cave. "If you do not emerge in half an hour, I shall take my leave," he declared, disregarding their reaction. With a flick of his wrist, he wielded a bamboo pole, thick as a man's fist and over a yard in length, like a dragon dancing in the sea, sweeping it from side to side. The advancing villagers were forcefully pushed to either side, their tools scattering across the ground. This kid is no ordinary foe. He likely possesses the cultivation of complete bone tempering. The cloaked figures exchanged glances, whispering among themselves. How could a mere level 1 task attract a complete bone tempering disciple? Who knows what he's thinking? They decided to attack in unison, closing in on the villagers, determined to corner him, doubting he would dare harm the mortals. Swish! The 3 figures moved like lightning, dashing forward in an instant. At the same time, the sound of slicing air came from 3 different angles. The gleaming silver tips of their swords aimed at Su Ming. Yet, he remained unmoved, yanking the bamboo pole back with a swift motion. Arching it over his head, and using his body as the fulcrum, he sent the pole flying outward. The immense force shattered the pole, scattering it like blossoms in the wind. The 3 figures, just a moment away from striking, were sent tumbling by the bamboo strips. Crack! Their silver swords slipped from their grasp, their garments torn apart, revealing their battered upper bodies. Thud! The figures that had been sent reeling rolled several times in the underbrush. Struggling to rise, Su Ming did not pursue them nor check on their condition. Instead, he picked up a bamboo strip. As villagers approached, he struck decisively. Gradually, no one dared to advance any further. The area within 5 zhang of the cave entrance was illuminated by firelight. Yet only one figure stood at its center, holding the bamboo pole aloft, eyes closed, utterly still. After approximately half an hour, a familiar silhouette emerged from the cave, Su Hongyun. Her robe was tattered, bloodied, and her hair was a chaotic mess, smeared with various shades of red and brown, presenting a pitiful sight as it done. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Su Ming grasped her by the back and propelled her forward while inquiring. "Yes, it's done. I collected 10 bottles of yin qi, and I conveniently have extra bottles to give you." Su Ming offered no further words, his feet swift as he leaped into the trees, his figure gradually vanishing. Upon reaching the village's outer edge, he untied the horses and set off towards Mingyue town. After traveling 20 li through the night, Su Hongyun began to fall behind. Noticing her swaying and her pallid complexion, Su Ming inquired coolly, "What is wrong?" I feel a bit unwell," Su Hongyun managed to stammer, forcing a weak smile. "It's nothing. You should go ahead. The yin qi is yours." With that, she produced a cloth-wrapped bottle of yin qi from her bosom and handed it to him. Su Ming deftly accepted it, thanking her. "Then take your time." He urged the horse onward, increasing his speed. Thud! Just a few steps later, a muffled thump echoed behind him. When he turned to look, he found Su Hongyun collapsed beside a field ridge. Half of her body submerged in the marshy grass. Su Ming sighed in exasperation, deliberating before turning the horse around. He sought out a medical clinic in Wanxia town, knocking insistently in the dead of night. Had he not offered 10 taels of silver on the spot, the shopkeeper would have erupted in anger. Fortunately, they arrived early. The poison from the mountain's yin bat had afflicted her. Had they delayed even half an hour longer, she would have succumbed to the poison. As the doctor administered injections, he muttered to himself. Yu Ming chimed in, praising the doctor's skill, which eased the physician's ire, leading him to boast, "To be honest, this yin bat poison is treatable only by me. Otherwise, one would have to seek out an immortal sect master for elixirs, or else, humph." Suddenly, the doctor paused, his voice laced with surprise. "What happened to her face?" "It appears she was wounded by a similar yin entity." "I'm not entirely sure," Su Ming replied, glancing at the scars crisscrossing Su Hongyun's face. No, this," the doctor faltered, then sighed. "Alas, this girl is unfortunate. The torment she endures is quite severe. You must treat her well." Yu Ming merely smiled faintly, uninterested in offering explanations. After a night spent in delay, Su Hongyun slowly regained consciousness the following morning, surveying her condition. "Once again, I thank you, Su Dao Yu," she said, somewhat awkwardly bowing her hands in gratitude. Leaning against the doorframe, Su Ming offered no response, instead stepping outside. You should rest here for a day before returning. I have some matters to attend to in Mingyue town. We shall meet again at our sect. Very well, Su Hongyuan raised her hand, wishing to say more, but she found Su Ming's figure had already vanished. She gazed blankly into the distance, a myriad of emotions swirling in her eyes. After a moment, she touched the scars on her face, her gaze gradually steeling with determination. 2 days later, in Mingyue town. With a thud, Su Ming pushed open the gate to the courtyard, finding Duanding practicing his martial arts. Each movement was steady and restrained, indicating he had solidified his cultivation level. Young master, you have returned. Duanding immediately recognized him and hurried forward to pay his respects to Su Ming nodded slightly, inquiring, has anything significant occurred recently? Nothing major, really. A group of individuals visited the town, carrying your portrait, seemingly in search of your whereabouts. Duanding replied after a moment of contemplation. Oh? Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Shall we investigate further? Not just yet. After exchanging a few words, Su Ming returned to his residence. He retrieved a box containing the Indi Tai Sui from beneath his bed and opened it slowly, revealing the entity lying quietly within. The portion previously severed by Su Ming had completely regenerated. You are fortunate, Su Ming smiled, taking out a vial of Yin energy and bringing it closer to the entity. Instantly, he sensed a surge of joyful emotion emanating from within. You're quite happy, little transparent one. Chapter 43. The Grand Competition of the Three Sects, Part 1. Previously, he had fed it a vial of Yin energy. This time, Su Ming decided to let it consume on its own, eating as much as it desired. Upon opening the liquefied Yin energy and providing a modicum of genuine force to catalyze it, it transformed into gas. The entire process lasted several dozen breaths, after which the Indi Tai Sui withdrew back into the box. It appeared to be satiated. Su Ming picked up the vial and noted that approximately 1/20th had been consumed. He nodded in satisfaction, realizing that this trip had not been in vain, as he had resolved this minor issue. He decided to commence the recruitment of several adopted sons in Mingyue town, utilizing the flesh of the Indi Tai Sui to expedite their advancement. However, this resource must not be used excessively. Otherwise, even if outsiders remained oblivious, the individuals themselves would undoubtedly sense something amiss. In this treacherous world, who could say whether these so-called adopted sons might betray him? After all, this was not the Qilong Zhai, where he had nurtured his own faction, enjoying a high degree of loyalty. He would periodically allocate some to Duanding for management, keeping the main body of the Indi Tai Sui within the sect for greater safety. Having clarified his thoughts, he summoned Duanding and entrusted him with the recent task of scouting for promising candidates. Simultaneously, he allocated a piece of Tai Sui flesh to assist 2 of his well-prepared attendants in breaking through to the bone refinement stage. As an ordinary outer disciple of the Jinyu sect, his future prospects were uncertain, making it imperative to quietly amass his own strength in Mingyue town. Regarding the earlier inquiries into his whereabouts, Su Ming had a clear understanding that they undoubtedly originated from the Dian court or the Zhang clan. Both the court and the Zhang family had been deeply offended by him, so it was best to remain hidden for the time being. Fortunately, his anonymity within the Jinyu sect would likely shield him from immediate scrutiny. He needed to elevate his own capabilities swiftly. He wondered how those adopted sons in Qilong Zhai were faring now. It had been a long time since he adjusted his attribute points. Relying solely on arduous self-cultivation would be a slow grind. In the afternoon, he returned to the sect. Passing by the Tianqi, he encountered the old ferryman once again. I extend my gratitude for that day, esteemed elder. Su Ming respectfully bowed once more. The old man chuckled, dipping his bamboo pole into the water, causing sprays of mist to rise and revealing small golden and black fish flopping onto the boat's edge. Look, the golden carp shines brilliantly, while the black grass carp appears rather ordinary. I take them down the mountain to sell. The golden fish fetch a good price, but the grass carp relies solely on quantity. Tell me, which is better, the golden carp or the grass carp? The old man gazed at Su Ming with a knowing smile. Su Ming thought to himself that the elder enjoyed riddles and was quite the enigma, leaving him speechless. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and replied calmly, whether golden carp or grass carp, the fish that survives to the end is the true prize. Ah? The old man paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Ha, lad, you are indeed different from the others. When I posed this question to the young people, some answered golden carp, while others chose grass carp, but all did so from the perspective of a fisherman. Yours is the first response from the fish's viewpoint. Su Ming's gaze remained steady-eyed. In this world, are we not but fish on the butcher's block? Your reasoning is sound, ha. The old man chuckled, his bamboo pole now seeming lighter in his grasp. I can see you've grasped the fundamentals of the Guanchu technique. Your progress is quite rapid. Your comprehension approaches that of an officially accepted disciple. The elder seemed unaccustomed to seeing many people and shifted the topic to casual chatter. This surprised Su Ming. As the elder had discerned his mastery of the technique at a glance, he had neither displayed any force nor allowed his breathing to reveal his state, deliberately presenting himself as an ordinary bone refinement martial artist. Yet he could not conceal it. Perhaps it was due to the compatibility with the technique, as he had faced no hindrance in its practice. Su Ming responded slowly, in truth, I merely allocated points to my attributes. I completed this within less than an hour of obtaining the technique. To ensure future point allocation proceeded smoothly and went unnoticed, he countered, might I inquire how you discerned my level of mastery? Haha, it's related to the characteristics of the Guanchu technique, but I cannot divulge the specifics. Rest assured, aside from me, no one else will perceive it. The old man seemed to sense his thoughts and responded with a smile. As the last word left his lips, the boat gradually reached the shore. Su Ming nodded, took out some silver to pay the fare, and even offered a little extra. The elder noticed this but said nothing, happily tucking it away into his robe. Upon returning to his small wooden house, he found Su Hongyun standing at the door. "You Dao friend." Though she had appeared somewhat dejected initially, her expression brightened upon noticing Su Ming's approach. Su Ming stepped forward, opening the door before slowly asking, "What brings you here, Su Dao friend?" "Well, I received the task reward, 2 nourishing blood pills and 100 taels of silver, all for you," she said, handing him a wooden box. Su Ming hesitated for a moment, but ultimately raised his hand to push it back. "This task was accomplished solely by you, so the reward should belong to you alone. I have received the Yin energy, which suffices. Do I have any other matters?" Su Hongyun was about to speak again but was interrupted by Su Ming. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward at that moment. Clop, clop, a heavy set of footsteps echoed. All disciples of the Foreign Affairs Institute gather in the courtyard. The institute head has an announcement. A young disciple wielding a sword called out from a short distance away. Without waiting for Su Ming and Su Hongyun to respond, he turned and left. "Yes, senior brother," Su Hongyun hurriedly replied. She then looked at Su Ming and added, "It might be regarding the upcoming grand competition of the 3 sects." The grand competition of the 3 sects. Su Ming's eyes flickered with interest. Su Hongyun nodded, explaining, "The grand competition of the 3 sects is an event held every 5 years among the Fuyan sect, Lingyun sect, and our Jinyu sect for disciples to interact. While termed an exchange, it also serves as a platform for disciples to showcase their abilities, influencing the reallocation of power among the sects, making it quite significant. This year, it is hosted in Mingyue town by our sect, and our Foreign Affairs Institute is responsible for the external coordination." Upon hearing this, Su Ming cast Su Hongyun a deep glance. This woman possessed far too much knowledge, far beyond that of a newly initiated disciple. Su Hongyun seemed to realize this as well, lowering her head and asking, "Shall we go together?" "Indeed." Upon reaching the Foreign Affairs Institute's hall, it was already filled with people. Su Ming merely glanced around and couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of a major sect, "Just the outer disciples of this one institute number 2 or 300. The entire sect must comprise at least 1,000 or 2. His astonishment stemmed not only from the sheer number of people, but also from the abundance of skilled individuals. I in this outer sect alone. Bone refinement martial artists were plentiful, and there were even those at the refining internal organ stage. When considering the institute head, elders, and supervising disciples, this institute alone could be regarded as a behemoth in any other context. Indeed, if we do not strive to ascend, we may find ourselves without a place to belong within a month. Su Hongyun concurred. "What do you mean? Our little wooden house is already quite inadequate. Is there truly someone who would challenge us?" Su Ming inquired, his expression somewhat perplexed. "There exists an unwritten rule within the Jinyu sect. Relatives of the elders, if they have not passed the entrance examination, may directly challenge outer disciples. If successful, they can take their place," Su Hongyun explained with a wry smile. Su Ming fell silent, astonished that such a thing could occur. Indeed, once one enters the immortal sect, a stable life is no longer guaranteed. If one does not strive for progress, there will always be someone ready to push you aside. Su Hongyun seemed to recall something, and a flicker of pain and hatred crossed her eyes. Su Ming chose not to press further, standing quietly at the back of the hall, patiently awaiting the institute head's address. Chapter 44. The Grand Competition of the Three Sects, Part 2. The head of the Foreign Affairs Institute was a somewhat plump, middle-aged Taoist. Donned in a deep indigo robe, with a pale complexion and no beard, he appeared amiable. With a friendly demeanor. 4 elders sat on either side of him, and over a dozen supervising disciples stood in the front row. Today, I will discuss matters concerning the grand competition of the three sects. The specifics have been agreed upon with the elders. Henceforth, the supervising disciples will lead the way, and all disciples of this institute are to comply unconditionally with the arrangements to ensure the successful completion of this competition. Furthermore, this grand competition is divided into the inner sect ranking matches and the outer sect disciples defense matches. When not on duty, you may participate at your discretion. As outer disciples, you are only eligible for the defense matches. There will be 10 main arenas, concluding in 3 days. Should you become the final champion, the rewards will be substantial, along with personal guidance from me and the elders. During this period, no disputes over wooden houses are permitted. Conserve your strength and uphold the sect's honor. As the various stewards proceeded to organize their respective teams, they prepared to descend the mountain according to the established plan. After delivering these instructions in one breath, the head of the courtyard took a sip of tea, slowly rose, and turned his back to leave. Once the elders had also vacated their seats in succession, the steward disciples began to produce lists to organize the members of their teams. Su Ming and Su Hongyun, however, were not assigned to the same group. It was said that the distribution was based on the principle of evenly matching their strengths. Thus it was impossible for all the weaker members to be placed in one team. Though Su Hongyun harbored some doubts, she chose not to voice them. In her estimation, Su Ming's displayed prowess clearly surpassed the late stages of the bone refinement stage. After all, during their encounter outside Yingquan, the 3 dark-clad members of the Holy Water sect were at that very level. Su Ming had faced them single-handedly, successfully holding off numerous villagers, which could easily be construed as achieving perfection in the bone refinement stage. Yet, his modest cabin was situated beside hers, almost at the very end of the arrangement, which was indeed perplexing. It is well known that those who attain the pinnacle of the bone refinement stage, particularly if their primary cultivation method emphasizes offensive capabilities, can generally secure a place among the top 100 disciples before entering the outer sect. What he failed to comprehend was Su Ming's disinterest in engaging in the so-called disciple competitions or vying for any particular cabin. Whether the residence was large or small mattered little, and residing in this secluded area afforded him greater tranquility, free from prying eyes, thus facilitating his endeavors. Su Ming was assigned to the 10th team. Led by a steward disciple who appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old, with strikingly arched brows and bright eyes, he bore a silver longsword engraved with crimson plum blossoms at his waist, exuding a captivating elegance. Notably, it seemed that this team consisted predominantly of female disciples, nearly half of the total, while the entire outer sect comprised only 2 to 3/10 of female disciples. His handsome visage and formidable strength undoubtedly made him an object of attraction. Su Ming mused quietly. This individual was known as Feng Zhanyuan, possessing strength at the mid-level of bone refinement, with a calm and restrained aura that subtly hinted at a latent sharpness. His mastery of the observing void technique was evidently profound, perhaps even nearing completion, coupled with a formidable offensive cultivation method. Su Ming formed his assessment. Subsequently, he trailed at the rear of the team. Despite his outstanding stature, his low ranking meant that few approached him for conversation. As for the female disciples, they eagerly pressed forward, vying for proximity to the team leader, Feng Zhanyuan. Their task was relatively straightforward, to receive the disciples from the other 2 sects and facilitate their accommodation at the Mingyue Inn. On their first night in Mingyue town, while the venue for the grand competition was still being prepared, they had 2 days before the other 3 sects disciples would arrive, allowing their team to enjoy some leisure time. Feng Zhanyuan gathered the 30 or so members together, outlined the important details, and then announced that they could disperse for the time being, reconvening in the morning to prepare. The female disciples, reluctant to part ways, encircled Feng Zhanyuan under the pretext of seeking guidance. Initially, Su Ming had hoped to inquire about the observing void technique, given Feng Zhanyuan's amiable demeanor, but seeing the current situation, he could only excuse himself. The other male disciples were similarly unconcerned. They returned to their quarters or ventured out for a stroll as they pleased. After circling around a few times and confirming that he had no followers, Su Ming returned to his rented courtyard. Duan Ding and several other attendants were practicing martial arts in the yard, their skin flushed, evidently having spent considerable time honing their physiques. Su Ming nodded in satisfaction at this sight. The cultivation of these attendants needed to keep pace. Although they could not directly contribute to his attribute points, they were all individuals who had emerged from the bandit camp with him, and their families remained there, ensuring their loyalty. They would be reliable for handling private matters. "Young master, you have returned." Upon his entrance to the courtyard, the attendants immediately ceased their training and approached respectfully. "Indeed, Duan Ding, how have you fared in scouting for promising candidates these past few days?" Su Ming settled at the stone table, producing the meat and wine he had purchased, offering it to them before speaking slowly. Duan Ding, while distributing the meat among his companions, replied, "I have found 3, 2 boys and 1 girl, all with unproblematic backgrounds. 1 boy and girl are siblings, their family having been slaughtered, while the other boy is a small beggar with a rather eccentric personality. His nature is not inherently bad, but he has a penchant for lying. That is a minor issue. We can nurture them for a few days outside, and once they are familiarized, we can test their loyalty. If they pass, we shall first teach them the Red Dragon Fist," Su Ming said, raising his wine bowl to clink with those around him before downing its contents in one go. Good. Only then did Su Ming take a closer look at the other attendants. Noting that their skin had become as tough as stone, with slight peeling evident. This indicated that their skin hardening had reached its peak, bringing them close to the bone refinement stage. The flesh of the Yin Earth's Tai Shui was indeed effective. Consuming just a piece was equivalent to months of grueling training. Its greatest advantage lay in its ability to temporarily build up vital energy and blood, aiding in breakthroughs, and its efficacy far surpassed that of ordinary blood food, proving especially beneficial for martial artists on the brink of advancement. All of them were martial men who had perfected their skin hardening, though none compared to Duan Ding's deep-rooted foundation. Normally, with ample resources, they could step into the bone refinement stage in a year or so. However, under the secret influence of the Tai Shui flesh provided by Su Ming, it was likely they would break through in just 10 days to half a month. Once they had finished the wine and meat, Duan Ding followed Su Ming back to his room, presenting him with the Tai Shui flesh he had saved over the past few days. "You must lead them. Strength is paramount. Make sure to consume more for yourself and distribute the rest among them." He then produced a handwritten copy of the Observing Void technique, explaining, "This is the Observing Void technique of the Jinyu sect, a method for refining the viscera. You should begin practicing it from tomorrow. With the support of the beast flesh, breaking through to the viscera refinement stage will be a mere formality." Duan Ding, taken aback by the favor, quickly accepted, kneeling on one knee, expressing, "Thank you for your cultivation, young master. Duan Ding shall not fail your expectations. Indeed, do not display this openly. Should an urgent situation arise, be sure to eliminate any traces." Su Ming cautioned once more. He intended to develop a long-term plan within the Jinyu sect. Although the Observing Void technique was merely a foundational method with many avenues for dissemination, he still needed to be cautious to avoid potential repercussions on himself. After arranging everything, he returned to the lodging of his small team. Just as he reached the door, he was called by Feng Zhanyuan, the steward disciple. "Junior brother, come to my room. I have something to discuss with you." Su Ming was somewhat taken aback, recalling that he had not interacted much with this individual, having scarcely exchanged a word. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and replied, "Very well, Senior Brother Feng." Upon entering the room, Feng Zhanyuan hung his sword on the wall and smiled at Su Ming, stating, "My second granduncle has mentioned you to me several times, but seeing you in person still surprises me. May I inquire who Senior Brother Feng's second granduncle is?" Su Ming was filled with curiosity. "Haha, you have seen him many times." As Su Ming's thoughts stirred, a figure gradually materialized in his mind. "Is it the old man who ferries at Tianqi?" "Indeed. My second granduncle accompanied the sect to the outer domain to suppress the Yin demons, sustaining injuries that severely diminished his strength. He lost interest in sect affairs and became the carefree ferryman at Tianqi," Feng Zhanyuan explained with a smile. Su Ming was astonished. Although he had long suspected that the old man was of remarkable origin, he had not anticipated such a high status. In a wonder, when he had flung his nameplate in front of the reviewing elders, those old men had not dared to utter a single word. Now it makes sense. I must extend my gratitude to this senior. Su Ming expressed his thanks once more. Feng Zhanyuan waved his hand dismissively. Junior brother, you are being too courteous. If we had not admitted you into the sect, it would have been our Foreign Affairs Office's loss. I heard from my second granduncle that you managed to grasp the observing void technique in just a few days. Well, it was somewhat of a coincidence. I found the observing void technique quite compatible with my nature. After several continuous days and nights of intense practice, I naturally grasped it. Su Ming fabricated a reason that sounded plausible. That in itself is quite a feat. Feng Zhanyuan wore a pensive expression before ruefully smiling. In the outer sect, my speed in cultivating the observing void technique ranks among the top 3. 17 days to initiation, 3 months to minor success. And now, 2 years and 8 months later, I am just one step away from major achievement. I had been quite confident, thinking that achieving major success within 3 years would make me stand out among my peers. Yet here you are, a prodigy, and I feel rather disheartened. Su Ming smirked slightly, thinking it fortunate that he had not continued to allocate points. Had he directly pushed the observing void technique to perfection, it could have led to significant troubles. The path of martial arts is easy to initiate, yet increasingly arduous to advance, and he was not necessarily superior to Feng Zhanyuan. He immediately adopted a humble stance. Feng Zhanyuan felt his pride restored, unable to suppress a smile. What you say is true. Despite the observing void technique being merely a basic viscera refinement method, its applications are boundless, and it consumes considerable time and energy. It is often easy to initiate but difficult to perfect. Senior brother speaks wisely. Should you encounter anything unclear in the future, do not hesitate to ask me if I am unable to assist. I can still consult my master. He is the elder of our institute and a master of the transcending reality stage, Feng Zhanyuan added. Su Ming's eyes brightened. Unexpectedly, he had inadvertently forged this connection. With this relationship, he could now navigate the Foreign Affairs Office with greater assurance, free from the worry of being undermined. He promptly bowed, saying, I am most grateful for Senior Brother Feng's assistance. Not at all. Not at all. But what exactly is your cultivation level? From your aura, it appears you are merely at the mid-level of bone refinement, yet your demeanor is poised and steady, your heartbeat resonating like a mighty drum, and your temples slightly swollen, indicating a robust vitality that surpasses even mine. Feng Zhanyuan posed another question, which momentarily took Su Ming by surprise. He had intended to continue concealing his true capabilities. But upon recalling the extraordinary strength of this esteemed elder, he suspected that the elder had already seen through his faad. To persist in hiding would be unreasonable. Thus, he decisively replied, as you have surmised. Senior brother, I had indeed broken through to the refining organs stage prior to my initiation. However, the martial arts I practiced were quite rudimentary, focusing primarily on external conditioning and the arduous cultivation of physical strength. Though my vital energy is robust, it pales in comparison to the exquisite techniques of our sect. I intended to start anew, hence my deliberate concealment, to avoid appearing weak when calamity approaches. I see. Feng Zhanyuan exclaimed. Your actions are indeed commendable. The competition among outer disciples is fierce, and many sustain injuries each year. Had you displayed excessive strength from the outset, you would have surely become a target when your vulnerabilities emerged. A gentleman conceals his talents and waits for the opportune moment. I must say, despite your imposing and heroic appearance, your thoughts are quite astute, an admirable quality. Su Ming smiled silently. Very well, let us leave it at that. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out discreetly. After all, as the team leader, it would be inappropriate for me to overtly seek personal gain on your behalf. Otherwise, I may become fodder for those with ulterior motives. Of course, if you have taken a liking to any of the junior sisters, I could assist in facilitating a connection. Feng Zhanyuan rose, speaking with a grin as he produced a porcelain vial from his robe. This is a qi-nourishing pill, beneficial for the cultivation of the void observation technique. You may take it as needed. However, remember that pills are merely auxiliary. One must not rely solely upon them, lest you possess great realms without advancing your future prospects. Seeing him extend the pill, Su Ming hesitated momentarily, reluctant to burden his elder brother, as such precious elixirs should not be received without merit. He resolutely declined. You rascal, why the formality? Take it. Unexpectedly, Feng Zhanyuan insisted, forcefully placing it into Su Ming's hands and pushing him out of the room. At the doorway, he intentionally raised his voice. That is all for today. Return and diligently practice your techniques. With the door closing behind him, Su Ming felt a twinge of helplessness, performing a slight bow. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Once back in his quarters, he opened the vial containing the qi-nourishing pill. A refreshing medicinal aroma wafted forth, instantly invigorating his spirits. Could it truly possess such remarkable effects? He quickly tucked the vial into his pocket, as he had his own plans for it. Subsequently, he lay upon his bed, ready to cultivate his energy when he noticed several light screens suddenly appear before him. He promptly accessed the panel. Constitution, 1.3 speed, 1.2 strength, 1.9 attribute points, 2.4 skills. Red Dragon Fist, perfected. Heavenly King Diamond skill, mastered. Golden Jade Toad skill, upper section, incomplete. Transcendent movement, beginner. Void observation, beginner. Remarks, seed quantity, 18. Feedback mechanism, 1, 1. Blood seed quantity, 1. Feedback mechanism, 1, 2. The sudden increase of 2. For attribute points filled him with quiet delight. Without a doubt, this was the result of the 12 newly accepted disciples of the Red Dragon camp progressing in their training. The timeline coincided with Su Ming's earlier estimations. Within a few months, some would likely advance their bone refinement, resulting in another influx of attribute points. There were also Pei Long and 2 other disciples from the Yunhai sect, who had a strong likelihood of entering the refining organ stage, promising yet another gain. If he were to allocate these attribute points toward enhancing his techniques, the results would undoubtedly be remarkable. Regrettably, the current level of his techniques was too low, while upgrading the Heavenly King Diamond skill could enhance his combat prowess. Advancing it further would render it less effective. The void observation technique could indeed be improved, but hastening this process too quickly might draw the sect's scrutiny. He decided to exercise patience for the time being. As Su Ming pondered, he examined the items available for enhancement on the panel. The transcendent movement technique also presented considerable benefits, as it could increase his speed by an additional 0.1 points. However, the upgrade arrow for this skill was currently grayed out, indicating that he could not allocate points at this moment. This aligned with Su Ming's previous suspicions. The progression of this technique was contingent upon his own realm, and it was likely that only upon reaching the transcendental realm could he continue to enhance it. Thus, he could only... Chapter 46. Framing and blame. His gaze flickered, noting that the speed attribute had increased once more. Matching the constitution at 1, Su Ming felt a newfound lightness in his being. Yet, he understood that this was merely a sensation. As his muscle mass tightened, his weight would inevitably continue to rise. He wondered how long he could withstand the might of Qinwu without employing the Golden Jade Toad skill if they were to cross paths again. Recalling his earlier encounter with that town guard, Su Ming felt a chill. The opponent's speed was exceptionally swift, nearly on par with his own. Their strength was equally formidable, and what was more alarming was the cumulative effect of the opponent's true energy. Initially, their exchanges felt balanced, but as the frequency of engagement increased, Su Ming found himself struggling to keep pace. This individual was not akin to the lackluster guards of the town. He had clearly mastered authentic and profound techniques. Not merely a common refining organs practitioner, however, at that time, Su Ming was merely at the early stage of refining organs. Now, having progressed to the mid-stage, his strength had notably improved. He felt confident that he could at least contend with an ordinary late-stage refining organs practitioner. Clenching his fist, he began to contemplate how he might acquire a more advanced technique. According to the regulations of the Golden Jade sect, one could only undertake tasks to accumulate contribution points, which could then be exchanged at the scripture repository. Previously, he had completed a level 1 task with Su Hongyun, yet he had relinquished the single contribution point earned to her. It was said that to exchange for a refining organs technique required 10 contribution points. For the transcendental realm, he would likely need to undertake level 3 tasks, which could yield between 10 to 20 contribution points, corresponding to the refining organs tasks. Resolved, he reopened the attribute panel and elevated the Heavenly King Diamond skill to perfection. As he invested a point into it, he felt a surge of bone energy boiling within him, violently impacting his organs. The intensity of this enhancement brought about far greater suffering than before. The already potent bone energy clashed chaotically within him, nearly causing him to spit blood several times. It took several hours before his breathing finally stabilized, With a sigh, he realized that as one's realm ascends, so too does the difficulty of enhancement. While attribute points could forcibly elevate one's capabilities, the process of refining the body would invariably yield repercussions. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Once the richer bone energy began to emanate from his body, nourishing him entirely, the pain gradually subsided. Moonlight streamed through the window as he glanced at the sweat-soaked stains on his skin. Grabbing a wooden bucket to rinse himself outside, under the moonlight, he doused himself with the cold well water, causing the bone energy to surge forth, instantly evaporating the water droplets into wisps of mist. Upon finishing his rinse, he noticed that his skin had become noticeably smoother. It appeared that the first 3 realms of martial arts primarily focused on honing the body. This dispelled the rumor that martial artists age rapidly. Rather, if practiced correctly, one only grows younger. Touching his more defined facial features, Su Ming mused to himself. Having completed this, he lifted the bucket and prepared to return to his room. However, just as he turned, he spotted a white figure standing in the distance along the corridor. Having encountered the bizarre and the supernatural, Su Ming's courage had markedly increased. Faced with such a sight, he no longer felt fear. Instead, he squinted and approached the figure. Yet, strangely, with each step he took forward, the white figure receded further. By the time he reached the corridor's midpoint, the figure had already reached the far end. Something is amiss. This individual is deliberately luring me, Su Ming instantly realized, halting his advance and instead hastening back to his quarters. The following day, a piercing scream awakened all the disciples in the loft. Having spent a sleepless night, Su Ming felt an ominous premonition upon hearing the sound. Sure enough, as he contemplated this, a knock echoed at his door. Feng Shixiang called for a gathering in the courtyard. It was a female disciple's voice. Su Ming responded and quickly donned his robe, hastening downstairs. Upon arriving, he beheld a corpse lying in the center of the courtyard, a long sword protruding from its chest. The disciple had been dead for 4 hours, having been slain the previous night. Did anyone hear anything? Feng Zhanyuan's face was grim as he scanned the gathered disciples. Everyone shook their heads, particularly the female disciples, who huddled together, pale and visibly shaken. Su Ming observed from the back, slightly shaking his head. Although the disciple bore a sword in their chest, there was an indistinct red line around the neck. Their eyes bulging and mouth agape, the wound on their chest swollen and pale. These details clearly indicated that the individual had not perished from the sword wound alone, but rather, senior brother, yesterday evening, I believe I saw that disciple leave. As Su Ming pondered, a female disciple suddenly stepped forward, pointing at him. A clamor erupted among the disciples. What? Junior sister, are you mistaken? I am absolutely certain. If you don't believe me, ask him. All eyes turned towards Su Ming, including Feng Zhanyuan's. Is this true? Su Ming's gaze darkened slightly as he slowly nodded. Indeed, last night around midnight, I went outside to wash. He understood that at this juncture, arguing would be futile. Someone was intentionally framing him. Reflecting on the white figure from the night prior, Su Ming's expression grew somber. Who seeks to harm me? Recently, I have not offended anyone. Before he can contemplate the situation, the woman who spoke earlier once again adopts a weeping tone. Could it be that he is responsible for the demise of his junior brother? Unthinkable. His rank is far outside the top 700. How could he possibly have slain the 500-ranked Gong junior brother? A voice emerges. Who knows whether he has employed some nefarious scheme? Indeed, he must be apprehended and sent to the law enforcement hall. Yes, it appears that someone is deliberately inciting the crowd, and the clamor for condemnation grows increasingly fervent. Seeing this, Feng Zhanyuan furrows his brow slightly and strides towards Su Ming. What do you say? With a clear conscience, there is no fear of shadows. Until the true culprit is identified, let my senior brother handle it. Su Ming scans the crowd, his gaze resting on the initial female disciple who spoke. Pausing for a moment, he then steps forward, an inexplicable aura emanating from him, which causes the previously raucous courtyard to fall silent. Feng Zhanyuan, witnessing this display, feels his earlier agitation dissipate. Such power would not be so crude as to slay an ordinary practitioner at the late stage of bone forging. Very well, until the matter is clarified, you shall return to your quarters. Your meals and water will be delivered by other disciples. You are not to leave. Su Ming bows slightly and ascends the stairs to his room. Once inside, His expression grows cold at it. Seems someone has mistaken him for a soft target. He sits at the head of his bed, meticulously recalling the events of the previous night. Had he followed them, he might have been identified on the spot. Such a frame-up today, lacking substantial evidence, is therefore precarious. If he is to be entirely incriminated, he must commit murder this very night. But confined to his room, who could he possibly kill? At this moment, 2 disciples assigned to guard him flank the door, watching closely. So this is how it is. Just wait until I catch you. Su Ming slowly closes his eyes. Chapter 47. The revelation of the flaw, as the disciples from the other 2 sects will not arrive for another day. This group is engaged in preparatory work for the next 2 days. And thus the entire loft quickly returns to tranquility. During this time, the disciples outside delivered meals twice, which Su Ming consumed without hesitation. After dining, he practiced his void observation technique on the bed. Soon, the sun dipped below the horizon, and night fell once more. Unbeknownst to others, Su Ming had shifted from his bed to sit behind the door, his figure perfectly concealed by the partition below, rendering him invisible. At this moment, he fully activated his perfected inner alchemy skill, a torrent of power surging through him, startling even himself. His heightened perception gradually permeated the walls, extending outward, allowing him to sense every rustle within a 10-meter radius. An hour passed, then 2:it was now the witching hour. The 2 disciples stationed outside had begun to feel drowsy, leaning against the door frame to catch their breath. A sudden gust of cold wind swept through. Both men involuntarily shivered. As bone-forging martial artists, they were not typically susceptible to ordinary cold. Why? Alarmed, they turned their gazes toward the end of the corridor. There, a white figure floated, emanating a chilling aura. This was the malevolent cold of a spectral entity, Trouble. Ah! The white figure darted like lightning, reaching them in an instant, its eerie black claws slashing toward their faces. The claws, akin to razor blades, tore through the air with a shrill whistle. The 2 disciples, their legs utterly weakened, momentarily froze in place. Boom! A tremendous crash resounded. Gulp! Both disciples opened their eyes simultaneously, swallowing hard. They discovered a tall, imposing figure had shielded them. A massive iron fist, still emitting wisps of white smoke, was raised. Suddenly, the figure flashed and appeared before the white specter, curling its fingers into a claw-like shape, akin to an iron clamp, seizing its throat. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The white figure thrashed violently, its bony claws frantically assaulting Su Ming's arm. Yet, with the perfected King Kong skill augmenting his already formidable physique, Su Ming was nearly indestructible. You worthless creature, are you merely tickling me? Su Ming's grip tightened. He then began to pummel downward toward the courtyard below. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding impacts reverberated throughout the loft. What is happening, junior brother Su? A sword flew in, wielded by Feng Zhanyuan. Su Ming slowly raised the now somewhat deformed white specter, the true culprit revealed. Feng Zhanyuan's brow furrowed as he approached to inspect. A bone puppet. How can such a malevolent entity exist? This is exceedingly dangerous. As Feng Zhanyuan spoke, most disciples rushed out. At this moment, the 2 disciples who had been guarding him earlier also stepped forward, deeply bowing to Su Ming. Thank you for saving our lives, junior brother. We will testify on your behalf. Whoever dares to slander junior brother Su again is trifling with our lives. Their words were firm, partly due to their fright from the earlier assault of the bone puppet, and also to exonerate their previous actions and ease Su Ming's concerns. Su Ming nodded slightly, handing the bone puppet to Feng Zhanyuan, and also returned the gesture to the 2 disciples. Feng Zhanyuan accepted the puppet, not like Su Ming who had seized it with his hand, but instead pulled out a pale yellow ribbon from his robe, tightly binding the puppet before stating, I will report this matter to the elders. All of you, please return to your quarters and rest. Junior brother Su, you accompany me, he added, glancing at Su Ming. Once they returned to the room, Feng Zhanyuan bore a wry smile. Junior brother, our plan did not reveal the person lurking in the shadows. In truth, when the incident first occurred, the 2 had exchanged knowing glances. Feng Zhanyuan had deliberately arranged for his confinement to draw out the individual behind the scenes. However, they had not anticipated that only a spectral entity would emerge. Although the bone puppet was created from a living person, it was now merely a remnant of original resentment, leaving no leads to pursue. To manipulate such a malevolent entity and accurately know our location, this individual must be in this loft. Su Ming replied slowly. After a moment of reflection, his brows eased. Among the onlookers, he had not spotted the female disciple who had accused him earlier. Then, senior brother, perhaps we can start from that female disciple. Are you referring to Ruan Linlin? She hails from a prestigious family in Dian. It is unlikely she would collude with a malevolent entity. Feng Zhanyuan shook his head. Whether true or not, a trial will reveal all. Oh? How shall we test? Here is the plan. Senior brother, you feign releasing the bone puppet and pretend to be injured by me. Moments later, bang! A deafening explosion shattered the loft's window. A colossal figure leaped into the air, fleeing into the night. Next, Feng Zhanyuan tumbled down from the upper floor, landing in the courtyard, wiping the crimson from his mouth. Su Ming has abducted the bone puppet and fled. All disciples, pursue him. Instantly, chaos ensued. Many female disciples gathered, while the male disciples rushed out in pursuit. Feng Zhanyuan scanned the area. Nearly all the female disciples were present. Save for Ruan Linlin, I never doubt my charm. It appears junior brother Su's allure is even greater. He chuckled inwardly, a faint smile creeping upon his lips. He had little concern over Su Ming's abilities. Even if he intervened, he could not guarantee victory. This fellow had a robust and stable vitality, clearly a seasoned combatant. Outside Mingyue town, Su Ming dashed into an expanse of wasteland. He drew a heavy breath. Cursing loudly, damn it, Ruan Linlin must be involved. Feng Zhanyuan doesn't trust me, blinded by her beauty. Fuming, Su Ming struck a nearby sapling with his fist, splintering it instantly. Such formidable strength. No wonder he can subdue the bone puppet. Behind him, a graceful silhouette emerged. Clad in a black gauze garment with her face veiled, her features were obscured. Who are you? Su Ming whirled around, glancing at the two white figures beside the woman. His pupils narrowing slightly. Weren't you just calling my name? The woman's voice drifted hauntingly. Indeed, it is you, Ruan Linlin. I wish to know why you chose me. Chosen you, naturally, because you are the weakest. However, I did not expect you to conceal your strength. Perfected bone forging. Yet it's a pity that before my two bone puppets, you shall surely perish. Ruan Linlin's tone sharpened, then commanded fiercely, almost jeopardizing my plan. Eliminate him. Swish, swish, the two bone puppets vanished from sight. A gust of malevolent wind surged forward. These two bone puppets were even stronger than the previous one, approximately at the perfected stage of bone forging. Su Ming assessed his surroundings, suddenly springing backward to evade their assault. Then, feigning panic, he exclaimed, "What is your ultimate goal?" Goal? Humph, a dying person. It matters not to reveal. We are, of course, here for you. As Ruan Linlin relished her triumph, she hesitated, halting her words. Realizing he could glean no further information, Su Ming suddenly halted his rapid retreat and landed firmly on the ground. Chapter 48. Floating Cloud Sect Ha, with a thunderous roar, his entire being surged with bone energy like molten lava. Bursting forth, "Bone puppet, can you withstand my punch?" Boom! A powerful gust of wind billowed Su Ming's sleeves, amplifying his already imposing stature to an even more formidable presence. With a swift motion, he unleashed a punch. The mere sound of air being torn apart sent waves of terror coursing through Ruan Linlin, who stood several meters ahead, realizing the gravity of the situation. This was no ordinary aura befitting someone in the bone refinement realm. "Why you? Are you a master of the corporeal realm?" she stammered, taken aback. "So you finally comprehend?" With a resounding thud, his fist struck, decapitating the first bone puppet, its white robe shredding into tatters. Without losing momentum, he targeted the chest of the second bone puppet, shattering its white ribs and leaving a gaping cavity in a mere instant. He had annihilated two formidable foes. Ruan Linlin's breath quickened beneath her veil, her entire being trembling involuntarily, as a practitioner in the mid-stages of bone refinement. She stood no chance against such a blow. "We are fellow disciples. You cannot kill me." As Su Ming closed the distance, her composure crumbled. Fleeing was futile. The disparity between the corporeal realm and the bone refinement realm was insurmountable, especially since she was not a martial artist known for agility. "Fellow disciples, in this desolate wilderness, who would know if I were to slay you?" Su Ming loomed above her, casting a shadow of dread. With a swift tear, his black patterned outer garment was violently ripped apart, revealing Ruan Linlin's true form. Her delicate figure quivered, her fair and supple chest barely concealed. Noticing Su Ming's gaze, her expression morphed from fear into seduction. "Junior brother, how magnificent you are! Spare me, and I shall." Her finger traced across Su Ming's chest. At that moment, the pursuing disciples arrived, encircling them. Ruan Linlin's demeanor shifted again, adopting a pitiful guise. "Junior brother, how can you act this way? I advise you to mend your ways, yet you dare to attempt to take advantage of me." Ruan Linlin, a true thespian, deliberately adjusted her garments, revealing a significant portion of her delicate, pale pink-trimmed undergarment. Accentuating her voluptuous form, those willing to invest in such theatrics often reaped rewards, unless they encountered Su Ming. With a resounding stomp, he delivered a decisive kick. The sickening crack of her kneecap echoed as Ruan Linlin fell to the ground. Rendered helpless, "Junior brother Su, what are you doing? You are harming a fellow disciple and consorting with dark forces. This is a capital offense." The clamor of condemnation grew louder, yet none dared to intervene. The aura emanating from Su Ming was too terrifying, overshadowing them all. "Fetch Senior Brother Feng." "Yes, hurry and summon Senior Brother Feng for justice. Surround him." "I shall." "No need. I shall come myself." Before he could finish, a long sword descended from the heavens, a tall figure landing gracefully atop the hilt. With an elegant sweep, he surveyed the crowd. Exuding an air of grandeur, Su Ming couldn't help but feel incredulous at Feng Zhanyuan's theatricality. No wonder he attracted attention daily. On the ground, Ruan Linlin spotted Feng Zhanyuan, as if seeing a beacon of hope. Ignoring the excruciating pain in her lower body, she scrambled toward him. Senior brother. It was him. He harmed a fellow disciple. Avenge me." Her voice was hoarse, her eyes filled with malice. Feng Zhanyuan leaped down before her, tenderly caressing her cheek. "Junior brother Su, how could you lack such tenderness?" He then produced a binding strap from behind, tightly securing Ruan Linlin, followed by a cloth to gag her. What are you doing? Senior brother. MMPH, silence. He clapped his hands, finally addressing the crowd. "Dear fellow disciples, do not be alarmed. This is merely a performance between myself and Junior brother Su to draw out the true perpetrator. Ruan Linlin has colluded with dark forces to frame a fellow disciple. I shall report this to the Elder Council, and they will determine her fate. Similar incidents have occurred in various teams recently. It seems an attempt to disrupt our sect's grand competition. Remain vigilant to prevent further occurrences. Now, all of you may return." After dismissing the crowd, Feng Zhanyuan turned to Su Ming. "Junior brother, you possess great strength. Please assist me in carrying her." With a single hand, he twirled his long sword, resting it on his back. "Senior brother, are you not a master of the corporeal realm? Can you not carry a mere girl? I'm afraid of blood. You are merely concerned about tarnishing your dashing image." Feng Zhanyuan's cheeks flushed slightly. Caught off guard by his junior's keen observation. 2 days later, the grand competition among the three sects officially commenced in Mingyue Town. There were 4 entrances. Feng Zhanyuan divided the group into 4 smaller teams. Himself leading the first team stationed at the main entrance, the eastern path. He initially intended for Su Ming to lead the third team responsible for the northern path, but Su Ming declined. At the northern entrance, 7 individuals busied themselves, with only one tall figure seated beside the stone path, quietly recuperating. This figure was Su Ming, unfamiliar with sect affairs and lacking acquaintances from the other 2 sects. He chose to meditate in solitude, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Though he had instructed the team leader to summon him if needed, every matter seemed to require a direct consultation, leaving him with a sense of tranquility. The day prior, he had obtained a token from Feng Zhanyuan, allowing him to claim tasks and earn contribution points to exchange for techniques after the competition's conclusion. Consequently, he resolved to conserve his existing attribute points for future use. Having perfected the Heavenly King Diamond technique, he gained deeper insights into the corporeal realm, finding himself adept at practicing the void observation technique. However, if he relied solely on himself to break through to the next stage, it would likely take a year or more. Is my talent truly this lacking? Su Ming felt a wave of fatigue wash over him and decided to pause his training. Rising to observe the entrance, he spotted a group approaching. Leading them was a woman clad in an azure robe, tall and ethereal, wielding a similarly hued slender silver sword. "Welcome, esteemed sisters and brothers of the Floating Cloud sect." The leading disciple appeared to recognize her and hurried forward. Bowing respectfully, the woman did not lower her head, her cold expression barely shifting. "Lead the way, up." The leading disciple broke into a sweat, hastening to Su Ming. "Junior brother Su, this is the true disciple of the Floating Cloud sect. Second sister Changsun Jilian, the team leader for this competition. Her status is quite high. Would you kindly escort them to their lodgings?" "Very well," Su Ming replied nonchalantly. "Regardless of who you are, I will guide you." "What more is there to say?" He stepped forward and bowed. "Esteemed brothers and sisters, please." The throng followed him into Mingyue town. Initially, all was well, but halfway through, Changsun Jilian halted him, her icy gaze carrying a hint of inquiry. "It seems you possess something unusual about you." Su Ming's heart raced. What could this imply? This was the first time he had encountered such scrutiny. Instantly, he tensed, every muscle in his body coiling like a spring. The woman before him felt reminiscent of the enigmatic Taoist he had encountered previously, suggesting she might be a master of the profound realm. "With my current abilities, perhaps only by unleashing the Golden Jade Toad technique could I have a slim chance of survival." His mood darkened. If his secret were exposed, he would fight tooth and nail to conceal it. Changsun Jilian approached him slowly, a faint fragrance wafting from her. She extended a slender, jade-like finger and placed it on his chest. After a moment, her frosty voice pierced the air. "The aura of the holy water cult. You have been marked." Su Ming was momentarily stunned. Was this what she referred to? "Otherwise, do you have any other secrets?" The woman leaned closer, her narrow eyes fixed upon him, her beautiful face still shrouded in frost. "No. I wouldn't dare conceal anything from you, senior sister," he quickly replied, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Initially, he feared she had discovered his status panel, eliciting such a strong reaction. Upon reflection, he realized he had overthought things. Aside from himself, others could only perceive his unusual cultivation speed. They could never uncover his secret. Changsun Jilian circled around him, disguising a corporeal realm practitioner as a bone refinement martial artist. "Doesn't that count as deceit?" "Please, senior sister, allow me to explain." Su Ming began to organize his thoughts, but she interrupted him with a raised hand. "That is of little concern to me, however. From whence does this aura of the holy water cult originate?" Su Ming fell into contemplation. During his prior encounter with the holy water cult, they had not touched him at all. Yet the only instance of physical contact had been at his chest. A realization struck him. Was it her? "Senior sister Changsun, please allow me to elaborate," he confessed, detailing the recent incidents involving the bone puppets. "Ah, so a traitor has emerged from your sect." A hint of a smile finally graced Changsun Jilian's otherwise impassive face. This revelation surprised Su Ming. How could she still smile at such a disgraceful matter involving her sect? It appears that the notion of the three sects being interconnected is unfounded. However, the Holy Water sect's recent ambush on the subordinate forces of my Floating Cloud sect, coupled with their disruption during our grand competition, necessitates a lesson in retribution, she murmured to herself before waving her hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no concern to her, and instructed him to continue leading the way. The journey proceeded smoothly until all members of the three sects arrived, leaving Su Ming without any tasks to occupy him. Nonetheless, the matter concerning his being marked by the Holy Water sect, as mentioned by Changsun Jilian, lingered in his thoughts. On the first day of the competition, the inner sects dispatched 2 true disciples from each sect to engage in combat both in the morning and afternoon. Meanwhile, the outer sects tournament commenced immediately upon entry, as Su Ming observed from the sidelines. Initially at the inner sect, but soon realized that the battles were constrained to mere displays of technique, with participants refraining from showcasing their true prowess, instead wasting time in idle chatter, rendering it rather uninteresting. In contrast, the outer sect's defending matches were exceedingly intense, with most participants being knocked down and sustaining injuries such as broken limbs. A peal of laughter erupted from behind Su Ming. Turning to look, he discovered it was Feng Zhanyuan, impeccably dressed as ever, today sporting an ostentatious hairstyle, with a golden hairpin that was particularly eye-catching. Senior brother, don't you think what you just said might be inappropriate if others overhear?" Su Ming whispered. To his surprise, Feng Zhanyuan waved his hand dismissively. "Not at all. Even if you were to say it in front of them, this cold-hearted bunch would merely pretend not to hear. If anything, our outer sect possesses more humanity. Those inner sect members are so immersed in their so-called emotionless path that they constantly wear a grim visage, as if we owe them a fortune. Su Ming's lips curled slightly, sensing that Feng Zhanyuan seemed to be targeting someone specific. Noticing Su Ming's lack of response, Feng Zhanyuan shifted the topic. With your extraordinary strength, have you not considered showcasing it for our Golden Jade sect? Forget it. I'd rather not embarrass myself with my meager skills, Su Ming declined politely. While the tournament was indeed entertaining to watch, participating was not worthwhile. Regardless of victory or defeat, it seemed to bear little significance. And it could potentially offend many.as for the rewards promised by the dean. With guidance on various matters, they were far from as substantial as direct access to sect techniques. Moreover, aside from the Foreign Affairs Institute, there were 4 other institutes, with approximately 60 to 70 disciples vying for prominence. This was just one sect. Combined with the other 2, the number of disciples at this level exceeded 200. Even a warrior of his caliber, who could almost be deemed superhuman, would struggle against such a densely packed wheel of competition. Noting Su Ming's disinterest, Feng Zhanyuan refrained from further comments, merely sighing, "My junior brother. If you continue like this, when will you ever shine brilliantly?" Su Ming chuckled and shrugged. "All right then, if you want to participate, just observe for me, and see which arena has weaker competitors on the 3rd day. During the final hours, I shall take them by surprise," Feng Zhanyuan said with a smug expression. "No problem." Su Ming thought highly of him. Despite Feng Zhanyuan's seemingly lackadaisical demeanor, he had subtly cultivated an aura. This aura, an enigmatic sensation, for a swordsman like Feng Zhanyuan, translated to sword intent. Even before drawing his sword, he could instill a profound sense of pressure upon his adversaries. In truth, Su Ming could achieve a similar effect. But his aura transcended mere sword or fist intent. It embodied a relentless spirit. It was this foundation that enabled him to confront even those slightly stronger than himself with confidence and the belief that he could prevail. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, an unexpected incident occurred on the arena. A disciple, in a moment of mishap, inadvertently hurled their spear off course, landing directly in front of Su Ming. Where one of the female disciples who had been circling Feng Zhanyuan, seemingly named Zhang Yingying, stood. The force of the spear, propelled by the disciple's strength, accelerated towards her, and in a flash, she found herself unable to evade. Her face turned pale, her mind only passively recalling the moments of her life. The spear pierced through a gray robe before abruptly halting, its tip trembling violently, yet it remained motionless thereafter. What just happened? It doesn't hurt. Zhang Yingying, bewildered, opened her eyes to find a towering figure standing where she had just been, the spear's tip embedded in the fabric of his robe. She suddenly recalled that someone had pushed her aside in that fleeting moment. Scrambling to her feet, she realized the person before her was none other than Su Ming, her fellow disciple. Su brother, are you all right?" she exclaimed, her anxiety palpable as she disregarded the surroundings and grasped Su Ming's arm. "I am fine," Su Ming replied dismissively, shaking his head without a hint of expression. The spear, although swift, had not breached his defenses. The reason it appeared so terrifying was due to the voluminous robe he wore to conceal his figure, which in part was empty. Zhang Yingying visibly exhaled in relief, but soon her expression shifted to one of anger as she glared at the disciple who had lost control of their weapon. "What were you doing? You nearly harmed us with your own weapon." The disciple, appearing haughty, retorted, "Sister, if you wish to blame anyone, blame your poor positioning. It has nothing to do with me. Now hand my spear back." The competition isn't over. Zhang Yingying, ready to retaliate, was halted by Su Ming, who urged the disciple, "It's of no consequence. Senior brother, please return to the arena to compete." Once the disciple departed, Su Ming turned to walk away, followed closely by Zhang Yingying. "Su brother, why did you stop me? I was about to teach him a lesson," she huffed, still fuming. "Because he is not a disciple of our sect," asked the host. "Any conflict could reflect poorly on us," Su Ming explained. Yet, while saying this, his mind conjured an alternate image. The spear had flown towards him with remarkable speed and precision. Was it truly an accident, or was there an intention to harm Zhang Yingying? Or perhaps the true target was himself? He touched his chest, where nothing was amiss, Yet Changsun Jilin had mentioned that he was marked by the Holy Water sect. What exactly was this Holy Water sect? A shroud of uncertainty enveloped Su Ming, igniting a sense of unease within him. Whatever sect it may be, I shall not allow myself to be caught, he thought, his gaze flickering as he memorized the features of the man on the arena before retreating from the crowd. To his surprise, Zhang Yingying trailed behind him. "Su brother, are you truly unscathed?" she inquired, scrutinizing his chest. Su Ming, feeling somewhat exasperated, tore open his robe to reveal his solid chest muscles, conceding that he was not entirely unharmed. As there was a hint of redness, Zhang Yingying swiftly covered her eyes, her cheeks flushing crimson. "I understand now. I'll take my leave, Su brother," she stammered before hurriedly running away. Rebuttoning his robe, Su Ming noticed that Feng Zhangyuan had approached him at some point. Didn't he realize, Su brother, that you are so cool on the outside yet warm on the inside? Your heart is truly laid bare." Feng Zhangyuan jested. Su Ming, uninterested, ignored him. Feng Zhangyuan, feeling rebuffed, shrugged and added with a grin, "I just saw a female disciple looking for you. I originally intended to bring her over, but upon seeing you half naked, I sent her away. We're all men. We understand each other. What do you understand?" Su Ming retorted, contemplating who among the female disciples might be seeking him. It's Shui Hongyun. "Did she say what it was about?" "She insisted on seeing you before she would explain," Feng Zhangyuan replied with a hint of resignation. As though questioning his own appeal to women, Su Ming nodded. "I shall go find her first. Farewell, senior brother." This woman harbors many secrets. She is in the 7th team, responsible for patrolling the area. She went to report my name. And the team leader should release me without issue. Feng Zhangyuan's voice echoed behind him once more. "It's not a date. Why would they release anyone?" "Understood, senior brother. The grand competition of the 3 sects is a grand event that occurs once every few years, attracting numerous martial artists from afar, compounded by the bustling nature of Mingyue town, which is teeming with people. Su Ming navigated through the crowd, using his imposing stature to carve a path for those behind him. This scene was too conspicuous, quickly drawing the attention of the patrolling disciples. "I see that Su brother? With his level of strength, why is he participating in the tournament? Indeed, this fellow possesses such remarkable power yet chooses to loiter outside, shirking the chance to bring glory to the sect. No wonder he is assigned to such a remote wooden cabin." A few disciples murmured among themselves, but their chatter was interrupted by a cool voice. "You all could also bring glory to the sect. No one is stopping you." "Hey, Shui sister, what do you mean by that? If you have the ability, why don't you compete?" "Humph. I believe she fears embarrassing herself in front of everyone." They laughed. Shui Hongyun paid no mind to the derisive comments behind her, striding directly towards Su Ming. "Su Dao friend." "Oh, Shui Dao friend. I heard from Feng's senior brother that you were looking for me regarding something." Su Ming leapt up, landing on the stone steps above, extricating himself from the throng of people. Su Hongyun nodded and said, "I inadvertently obtained a piece of news that I was just about to share with you." "What news?" Su Ming replied dismissively. "After this external sect competition, several headmasters will select promising candidates from among the victors to take as their direct disciples. I believe your strength is formidable. Why not give it a try?" Su Hongyun's face was filled with hope, and she continued, "Although the headmaster's direct disciples are still considered external sect members, their treatment is superior to that of ordinary inner sect disciples. Furthermore, there is even a chance to succeed the headmaster in the future." Su Ming frowned slightly, expressing his disinterest in becoming a direct disciple of a headmaster. The higher the position, the more responsibilities it entailed, leaving him little time for his own pursuits. It was akin to Feng Zhangyuan, who, as a direct disciple of an elder, had little free time, being constantly preoccupied with sect affairs. Noticing his silence, Su Hongyun hesitated, feeling somewhat anxious. "Do you not believe me?" "It's not that," he replied, shaking his head lightly. "I merely find the external sect arena competition too perilous. With experts abounding, I doubt I would fare well if I participated. So I think I shall forego it." Su Hongyun's spirits visibly dampened, and she clasped her hands together, acknowledging, "What you say does hold merit. I shall not disturb you further." After she departed, Su Ming gazed at her retreating figure, furrowing his brow slightly. It seemed she was quite eager for him to participate in the arena competition. Could there be some ulterior motive? He felt a twinge of wariness towards Su Hongyun. After all, This woman had deceived him before. If she could lie once, she could certainly do so again. Moreover, her origins were shrouded in mystery, necessitating caution. However, it appeared that the scars on her face had somewhat faded. Without lingering on this matter, he turned and entered the alley. Before long, he arrived at the courtyard where he resided. Upon opening the door, he found Duanding and the others practicing as usual. The only difference was that there were now 3 children in the yard, around 10 years old, their complexion sallow and showing signs of malnutrition. "Young master, you have arrived." The group halted their movements and followed Su Ming to the stone table to sit down. Duanding brought the 3 children over, pointing to a boy and a girl, saying, "These 2 are He Ying and He Ting, siblings. Their parents were high-ranking members of a gang and were killed in an internal conflict." He then pointed to another frail-looking boy who appeared rather mischievous, stating he has no name. He was previously begging near the city god temple. Su Ming nodded and beckoned to the 3 of them. He then proceeded to examine their bones one by one, a look of satisfaction gradually appearing on his face. They were indeed promising candidates for martial arts, he remarked, looking at the 3. "What do you plan to do after learning martial arts?" "Revenge to eat." Chapter 51. Adopting 2 sons. The siblings' eyes were filled with hatred. Although training martial arts with such emotions could pose problems, hatred could also serve as excellent motivation. The more one hates, the harder they will train. These 2 children had enormous potential, yet they also required psychological guidance. Otherwise, they might end up harming themselves before mastering their skills. As for the little beggar, he exhibited a carefree attitude. If he could practice martial arts for food today, he might abandon it tomorrow for meat. With such inconsistency, how could he achieve anything? Shaking his head, he slowly spoke. "He Ying, He Ting, would you be willing to take me as your adoptive father? Will you teach us even more powerful martial arts?" He Ting did not speak, leaving the discourse to her elder brother. He Ying, of course. Su Ming nodded, adding, "Not only that, but I will also provide you with ample precious herbs, and when the time comes for revenge, I can even provide assistance." "No, we want to take revenge ourselves." He clenched his fists tightly, his nails seemingly digging into his flesh. "That is acceptable, but you must understand what it means to be my adopted sons." As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, He proactively declared, "We understand. We will be loyal to you. And aside from completing our revenge ourselves, we shall heed your every command for the rest of our lives." Su Ming was somewhat taken aback. This child displayed remarkable maturity. "I hope you speak from the heart. I, He Ying, and He Ting, willingly take you as our adoptive father, and shall treat you as our own father. If we go against this, may we suffer eternal damnation." The 2 children knelt, their words heartfelt. Su Ming nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, Inger, Tinger, for now, you shall train the basic techniques with Uncle Duan. Once you have honed your skills, I will personally guide you." "Thank you, adoptive father." After settling this matter, Su Ming turned his attention to the little beggar, who seemed unable to stand still. "I will give you 10 taels of silver. You may leave. You won't take me in? You only wish for a full meal. Thus, there is no need to become my disciple. You can continue begging and achieve that. Furthermore, you have barely stood for a moment, yet your gaze has darted to the entrance no less than 10 times. Clearly, you possess a restless disposition, unfit for martial arts." Su Ming sipped his tea, then explained his reasoning. The little beggar furrowed his brow, momentarily rendered speechless. "Hey, young master is speaking to you. Did you not hear?" Duanding, seeing his lack of response, nudged his shoulder. The little beggar's eyes flickered, and after a moment, he suddenly knelt on the ground. "I wish to stay. Please grant me that." Su Ming squinted. He could not ascertain the boy's true intentions. However, from his earlier examination, it was evident that this child had a greater innate talent than He Ying and He Ting. "In that case, I can offer you this opportunity that I will come to evaluate you again before you begin training. If you pass the test of character, accepting you will not be an issue." After pondering for a moment, he patted the little beggar's shoulder. Once everything was arranged, he returned to the grand competition. The inner sect battles remained uneventful, far from the intensity of the external sect matches. In just half a day, over 50 participants had been eliminated. Such brutality in the external sect competition. Did the sect truly not regard its external disciples as human? Su Ming was greatly astonished. In his subconscious, both inner and outer sects should be the backbone of the sect. Yet, whether it was the struggle for resources and rankings within the sect or the grand competition among the three sects, the martial exchanges among external disciples had escalated into life-and-death battles. If this continued, although the elite might be preserved, wouldn't it simply waste the lives of ordinary disciples? A sense of foreboding began to stir within him. For those lacking strength, even survival was a luxury. Moving between 10 different arenas, Su Ming gradually grasped the current situation. Those who had taken the stage on the first day were mostly martial masters at the bone-forging stage. This made sense. The earlier one competed, the more challenges they faced. Aside from the reckless youths, those genuinely confident in claiming victory would likely only emerge on the final day. But of course, there were also skilled fighters. The burly man on the third stage had maintained an undefeated record since he first took the stage. He was at the peak of the bone-forging stage and seemed to practice a powerful external martial art akin to the Heavenly King's diamond skill. Possessing an extraordinarily robust physique and exceptional recovery abilities, glancing at the attire of Lingyun's sect he wore, Su Ming discreetly took note. This individual fought with great ferocity, showing no concern for whether he could maintain his stamina in subsequent matches. Strangely, the challengers were mostly reckless youths. The true sect experts seemed to be deliberately avoiding him. This indicated that this man was not there to claim the title, but rather to clear the path for the actual champion. A similar situation could be observed with the Floating Cloud sect and the Golden Jade sect. Su Ming speculated that this was a deliberate arrangement by the sect to maintain face. Everyone was aware of it, except for the lower-tier disciples who felt compelled to test their mettle. After all, as one of the three sects, they needed to secure at least one victory. Otherwise, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. The first day concluded in this mundane manner. On the second day, Su Ming refrained from attending the matches and instead focused on studying the Golden Jade Toad skill in his room. He understood that the true competition would only arise on the third day. The earlier matches were merely appetizers, a form of entertainment. Time flew by, and the third day arrived. To Su Ming's surprise, not only was the external sect competition in full swing, but the intensity had also escalated within the inner sect. The participants had risen to true disciples, the elite among the elite. They were not merely favored students of inner sect elders, but were also direct disciples of the sect leader, each possessing extraordinary talent and profound martial arts. After watching for nearly half an hour from below, Su Ming felt a weight on his heart. Two true disciples, their realms akin to his own, were at the late stage of body refinement, each having executed over 10 moves on stage while still maintaining peak condition. Was this the true foundation of the sect's direct disciples? Su Ming sighed inwardly. These individuals had astonishing recovery capabilities. He, having integrated numerous martial arts and reinforced his physique, could achieve prolonged endurance, yet they could accomplish this solely through their exquisite techniques and innate talents. Such disparity was truly unfair. It seemed that he still had a considerable distance to traverse before reaching the level of a genius. Children, strive hard to break through. Su Ming shifted his gaze and returned to the external sect arena. Just as he approached, someone clapped him on the back. Turning around, he saw the previously striking external affairs disciple, Zhang Yingying, flanked by two other spirited female disciples. Su Shitty, where have you been these past 2 days? We haven't seen you around. Yes, we've been searching for you. Yingying has missed you terribly. Every day, we've been waiting, gazing longingly. As soon as Zhang Yingying's voice fell, the two female disciples beside her began to tease. Zhang Yingying's cheeks flushed instantly, and she pouted angrily, exclaiming, "You two little girls, are you looking for a fight?" Chapter 52. The plum blossom sword. Su Ming chose to disregard their banter, offering a faint smile as he replied, "I am feeling a bit unwell, so I'll be resting in my room." It can't be that. Zhang Yingying had intended to approach him but suddenly recalled a previous incident, causing her face to redden even more. "Oh? Why do I see a certain crab has turned ripe?" The nearby female disciple resumed her teasing. Su Ming felt somewhat speechless. It seemed these female disciples had shifted their affections from Brother Feng to a new target. In a matter of moments, Zhang Yingying regained her composure and hurriedly changed the subject. By the way, Su Shitty, you weren't present when our disciples challenged at the 7th arena. It seems they lost. Su Ming glanced at the 7th arena, where a man with a scar on his face was clad in the attire of Lingyun's sect. Indeed, but it is quite regrettable. She defended valiantly 7 times. Which is impressive, especially considering she is only at the mid-stages of bone tempering. She has defeated several at the late stages. Zheng Yingying expressed her disappointment. Is it possible to fight beyond one's level? That is indeed a commendable feat, however. The ultimate champion of these arenas is bound to be at the refining vessel stage. There is no need to serve as a stepping stone, Xu Ming chuckled softly. That is rather unfortunate. Several of our disciples from the Outer Affairs Hall have already participated and all met defeat. Another female disciple sighed. I have great admiration for this Su Hongyun. Despite being ridiculed for her appearance by her opponent, she insisted on not surrendering, and her opponent was at the refining vessel level. What did you say her name was? Su Ming's expression grew peculiar. Su Hongyun. Su Ming fell silent. This woman may not possess great strength, but her courage was commendable for daring to step onto the arena. Su Shidi, do you know her? Her legs and arms have been broken. Her injuries are severe. Why not go and check on her? Zhang Yingying nervously fiddled with her clothing, seemingly deeply affected by Su Hongyun's plight. After a moment's consideration, Su Ming nodded. I will go take a look with that. He made his way to their designated area. The injured were housed in a loft, guarded by disciples outside. As Su Ming approached, he was stopped. Please step aside. I wish to visit Sister Su Hongyun. Stop the pretenses, hurry and leave. The guarding disciple appeared somewhat impatient, evidently harboring strong discontent towards Su Ming. Seeing this, Su Ming furrowed his brow, about to speak again when a female voice rang out beside him. Let him in. A figure gradually emerged ahead, adorned in a flowing red dress, with a colorful sachet hanging from her waist. Sister, sister. The woman looked directly at Su Ming, revealing a warm smile. Did Brother Feng send you here? I suppose so. Su Ming had initially intended to deny it, but recalled Brother Feng Zhan Yuan's earlier advice to use his name, and thus altered his tone. Hee, then please do come in. Brother Feng is simply too considerate. At last, Su Ming understood why Feng Zhan Yuan was so confident. He had yet another admirer. Inside the room, Su Ming stood before the bed. Su Hongyun lay curled up, her once straight long legs seemingly contorted beneath the covers, and there were bloodstains at the head of the bed. She had her back to Su Ming and, upon hearing footsteps, spoke first. I'm fine. I'll be better in a few days. Why bother entering the arena? What does the sect's honor have to do with us lowly disciples? Su Ming spoke slowly. It is not for the sake of the sect's honor. Su Hongyun's voice faltered, and she did not continue. Su Ming did not probe further but moved closer. Let me see your injuries. Unexpectedly, Su Hongyun burrowed further under the covers, her emotions seeming agitated. Don't come closer. I told you I'm fine. Even if I'm not, what does it matter to you? Su Ming frowned slightly and then took out a bottle of Yijing Dan from his pocket, placing it on the table. Take care of yourself. I'll take my leave. Once Su Ming exited, the room fell silent. A series of gasps gradually intensified, followed by the sound of droplets falling, whether tears or sweat. They fell from Su Hongyun. I'm so ugly, but I can't help it. A faint sobbing sound emerged, and red stains began to appear on the gray-white quilt, gradually spreading. Returning to the grand competition, Su Ming's gaze landed on the 7th arena. The scarred man had once again defeated an Outer Affairs disciple. A cruel smile plastered across his face. Although he hadn't examined Su Hongyun's injuries closely, the thick scent of blood in the room indicated she had sustained severe wounds. Her bones appeared to be deformed. If she did not receive precious medicine soon, it would be dire. Why does one lack a clear understanding of their own strength? Is the courage to fight without any chance of victory truly meaningful? Su Ming exhaled heavily. Whether it was due to a confrontation with that disciple from Lingyun's sect, a continual stream of Outer Affairs disciples took to the arena, including 2 who were deacon disciples. Yet, without exception, they all faced defeat. This man is formidable. He ranks among the top 20 in Lingyun sect's outer hall, nicknamed the Blood Hand Butchered. That moment, Feng Zhan Yuan's voice reached Su Ming from behind. Su Ming remained silent. Aren't you going to stop them? At this rate, the Outer Affairs Hall may suffer significant losses. The edge of the sword is honed through sharpening. How can true experts be cultivated without experiencing life and death battles? This is their own choice. Feng Zhan Yuan spoke slowly, his face devoid of its earlier carefree demeanor. After a pause, he glanced at Su Ming with a hint of apology. I'm truly sorry about Su Shimi. I was not present at that time. Su Ming said nothing. Since Feng Zhan Yuan had misunderstood, he wouldn't bother explaining. He knew it would not be believed. I am the first match this afternoon. I will take the stage. The seventh arena must be claimed by our outer affairs hall, or we shall be the laughingstock at that time. I will avenge my junior brothers and sisters." After saying this, he patted Su Ming on the shoulder and turned to leave. Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. He could sense the suppressed anger in Feng Zhanyuan's tone. He too turned to depart, casting one last glance at the scarred man on the stage, who, despite appearing ruthless in his moves, exuded a calm demeanor, indicating he had likely conserved most of his strength. Su Ming did not doubt Feng Zhanyuan's capabilities. He was merely concerned that entering the fray so early might entangle him in a carefully laid trap. Though he had heard that Feng Zhanyuan was the strongest among the outer affairs hall, nicknamed the Plum Blossom Sword, he seemed overly gentlemanly. A gentleman is seen as a good person by others, but may not be so to himself. Furthermore, if Feng Zhanyuan were to fall, it would signify the outer affairs hall's loss of the opportunity to compete for a stage. By the afternoon, the outer sect's grand competition had reached its most thrilling phase. Those hidden masters began to emerge one after another, each more formidable than the last. The undefeated Golden Body Wang Luan, Gun King Deng Xiu, Flying Bat Ku Jie, and the Chase Sword Hao Ha Ha. At the seventh arena, the Bloodhand Butcher remained unyielding. In fact, he seemed to grow stronger with each battle. He was nurturing his own momentum. As long as he remained undefeated, he would gain strength through combat. This was Ling Yun sect's unique secret technique, Ling Yun momentum. Feng Zhanyuan stepped forward from behind, then leaped gracefully onto the arena. The plum blossom sword in his hand twirled lightly, displaying the elegance of a gentleman's swordsmanship. "Please, enlighten me." Chapter 53. Fierce Battle. The plum blossom sword, I have long admired. The Bloodhand Butcher revealed a cunning smile. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, he lunged forward like a shadow, his movements nearly impossible to discern. Swish, a flash of sword light suddenly ignited, colliding with the dark figure. Boom! The two forces separated almost instantly. The Bloodhand Butcher shook the dark green gauntlets on his hands, his expression grave as he gazed at Feng Zhanyuan. UVE reached the late stage of refining vessel, just barely made it past. Feng Zhanyuan held his sword in one hand. The blade pointed to the ground, exuding an ethereal presence akin to that of a sword immortal. The female disciples below erupted in gasps, fervently cheering for Brother Feng. Standing alongside Su Ming, Zhang Yingying glanced at him discreetly before whispering, "Brother Zhang is indeed the strongest disciple among us in the outer affairs hall. It is said that he had the chance to enter the inner sect but ultimately chose not to. Is that so?" Su Ming's eyes flickered, contemplating for a moment, and deemed it plausible. Feng Zhanyuan possessed remarkable talent. Being only in his 20s, if he had adequate resources and the right techniques, his future achievements would certainly exceed those of the refining vessel stage. As their conversation continued, the situation in the arena shifted once more. Clang, clang, clang. Feng Zhanyuan's swordsmanship was exquisite, each thrust following another, forcing the Bloodhand Butcher to retreat repeatedly. However, the iron gauntlets in his hands effectively countered the long sword. Though Feng Zhanyuan appeared to be gaining the upper hand, he had not yet dealt any significant damage. The two became entangled, circling each other on the arena, shattering several poles in the process. Realizing victory was slipping from his grasp, the scarred man's face took on a bluish-purple hue, and his gaze turned vicious. "Feng Zhanyuan, your swordplay is commendable, but if you wish to stand up for your junior brothers and sisters, you may still fall short. Perhaps you are unaware. When I defeated them, I deliberately infused my force into their bodies. Even if their external wounds heal, the hidden energy will continuously damage their meridians. Unless you are willing to use cleansing pills on them, they will be crippled for life." Ahahaha. Feng Zhanyuan remained silent, only intensifying his sword strikes. The Bloodhand Butcher's scarred face grew more disheveled, yet he appeared undeterred, becoming even more exhilarated. "Oh, moreover, it has come to my attention that you possess a particular fondness for beauties. As for your junior sisters who have taken the stage, I revel in striking their lovely faces, shattering their hands and legs. Those snow-white jade legs, so easily broken beneath my fists. Ah, what a delightful sensation. It is a source of shame that the three sects have produced a scoundrel like you." Feng Zhanyuan could no longer contain his outrage, exclaiming vehemently. The blood-handed butcher wore a sinister grin, declaring, "You may be a gentleman, but I am not. What of the three sects? There is no rule against striking women. If you wish to place blame, direct it at your own weakness. How amusing, simply delightful. Ahahaha. With a flick, a beam of sword light dispersed the airwaves. Fen Zhanyuan leapt slightly, his long sword held vertically against his chest, the plum blossom insignia gleaming resplendently. The blood-handed butcher's expression darkened as he raised his gauntlet defensively, while his other hand discreetly formed a talisman. Frost condensation? In an instant, Fen Zhanyuan's figure vanished, his sword transforming into an icy blade that shot forth. Clang! The blood-handed butcher emitted a low growl. A luminous barrier enveloped him, the sword's tip mere half an inch from his forehead, yet it could advance no further. The barrier twisted and rippled before suddenly exploding boom. Both combatants were sent hurtling backward. The blood-handed butcher crashed against a nearby stone pillar with a resounding thud, slowly rising after a moment. Fen Zhanyuan, however, shattered the wooden planks of the arena with a single step, halting his momentum and once again standing resolutely upon the stage. To the spectators, the disparity between the two was glaringly apparent. Even the disciples of the outer affairs court below erupted in cheers. Yet, Su Ming furrowed his brow at the sound of the explosion. With his keen sight, he discerned that the blood-handed butcher had utilized some external AI. It appeared that both had been blasted apart, but in truth, Fen Zhanyuan's strike had not landed on him. Instead, it had been repelled. Conversely, the blood-handed butcher's retreat seemed deliberate, concealing his underhanded tactics, as expected. When Su Ming sensed Fen Zhanyuan's vitality, he discovered a tumultuous instability within, indicating he had sustained significant injury. The plum blossom sword is nothing remarkable, chuckled the blood-handed butcher. Moments later, he returned to the center of the arena, the joints of his body cracking audibly, apart from some abrasions on his face. His overall demeanor remained undiminished. Fen Zhanyuan's gaze darkened slightly, betraying no emotion, and he simply raised his sword with a calm demeanor. My entire existence has been accompanied by my sword, which has bestowed upon me the most resolute conviction. Should I be defeated, it is my failing, not the sword's. With that, Fen Zhanyuan's figure flickered once more, his sword sweeping towards his adversary. Cold shadow, he intoned, and the air upon the arena seemed to crystallize instantaneously. Fen Shixiang possesses such a technique? Su Ming marveled below. This move transcended mere swordplay. It could be deemed a pseudo-spell. Infusing true strength into the blade, he resonated with the surrounding air, temporarily solidifying liquid water upon the sword's surface. At his peak, this strike would undoubtedly spell defeat for the blood-handed butcher, perhaps even leading to his demise. For this attack departed from the conventional point-strike characteristic of swordsmanship, instead delivering an area assault capable of striking the entirety of the opponent, leaving no chance for defense, save for the indestructible. Alas, Su Ming sensed that Fen Zhanyuan wielded this sword at the end of his strength, managing to summon only 30% of his power. Meanwhile, the scarred-faced adversary faced immense pressure. His trump card had been played, and should he be struck by this attack, the consequences would be dire. In a panic, he resolved to fight to the death. If I must die, let us perish together. Blood demon hand. The gauntlet in his hand erupted with a crimson glow, charging toward Fen Zhanyuan's onslaught. Bang! After the explosive sound, Fen Zhanyuan was once again sent flying, while the blood-handed butcher landed heavily, his face marred by cuts and his body bearing marks reminiscent of sword energy injuries. Pooh! Fen Zhanyuan wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. Rising to his feet and, with a knowing look, bowed his head in resignation. The outer affairs court disciples erupted in astonishment, having witnessed Fen Shixiang seemingly poised for victory, only for the tide to turn unexpectedly. I never imagined you possessed such combat prowess. Even within our Lingyun sect, your cold shadow technique could contend with the top 3. The blood-handed butcher reveled, but alas, I am no longer the weakling ranked 20th. Now, I stand at 5th, ha ha ha, as he cackled. He advanced slowly toward Fen Zhanyuan. Suddenly, he lunged, gauntlet aimed directly at the opponent's head. No, this is bad. He intends to kill Fen Shixiang. No, boom. Amidst the cries of alarm, a gray-white figure descended, crashing down upon the arena and creating a massive crater in the wooden platform. The flowing gray-white robe revealed the exceptionally robust physique of a man, sinewy muscles rippling beneath the fabric. Chapter 54, Explosive Slaughter. Fen Zhanyuan lifted his head to gaze at Su Ming, a warm smile gracing his face. Shitty, You must avenge me. Su Ming nodded slightly. Rest assured, Shi Xiang, I shall tear him apart. With that, he pivoted abruptly, whoosh, a seemingly ordinary claw extended forth. The force transformed into a wave of heat, lunging fiercely towards the blood-handed butcher's neck. Who are you? The latter, sensing the overwhelming power, was gripped by terror. He had long investigated the information on the outer disciples of the Jinyu sect and had never heard of such a figure in the realm of refining the internal organs. Su Ming scoffed disdainfully. Is it necessary for the dead to know my name? The blood-handed butcher hastily retracted his gauntlet, channeling all his strength to block the impending strike. Boom! An explosive sound erupted as he was sent flying backward. After sliding a distance, he stared in horror at his right hand. The high-strength gauntlet forged from alloy had 3 distinct claw marks etched into it. This power, this physical strength. He realized the opponent had not even utilized any weapon to achieve such astonishing results. It was as if he were not human. We bear no grudges. What need is there for such conflict? If you have past ties with Fenjan Yuan, you may take him away. There is no need to disrupt the order of the arena. The blood-handed butcher slowly regained his footing, his earlier composure replaced by trepidation. Before Su Ming could respond, the disciples of the Outer Affairs Court erupted into a frenzy. This is our Outer Affairs Court, Su Shidi. Engaging in a fair duel. What right do you have to spout such nonsense? Do not waste words with him, Su Shidi. Defeat him and reduce him to a pulp. The crowd's fervor perfectly aligned with Su Ming's intent. He no longer feared the consequences of publicly slaying a man, nor did he worry about being condemned for excessive cruelty. Now, it seemed, the momentum was in his favor. He slowly lifted his head, tearing off his robe to avoid being left bare, revealing an exquisite physique, muscles bulging as if brimming with boundless strength. In the next instant, Su Ming propelled himself upward with tremendous force. Thud! He soared high, his fists radiating a crimson aura. Let us trade blows. If you can withstand my strike, I shall spare your life. Su Ming's voice resonated like a thunderclap, and as the blood-handed butcher heard it, he felt a fierce wind rushing toward him so fast. He dared not underestimate the threat, hastily tightening his grip on the gauntlet and summoning all his might. Blood demon hand. Die! In that moment, his countenance twisted into a grotesque mask of rage, channeling every ounce of strength into his punch, even if it meant injuring himself. Whoosh boom! The two forces collided, sending ripples of pale red cascading outward. With a thunderous explosion, both figures were propelled forth, crashing against the stone wall behind the arena. The blood-handed butcher's fist, along with the alloy gauntlet, shattered into fragments, his sleeves obliterated, mingling with the remnants of flesh. His once powerful arm, struck by a single blow, splintered like a bamboo stalk, fracturing at the wrist. Under the immense pressure, the distorted and bent bone forced out a mixture of red and white marrow. The jagged remnants of bone sliced through the muscle of his arm, revealing pulsating veins and raw flesh beneath. A shriek erupted from the female disciples below, startled by the horrific scene. Yet, they could not help but peer through their fingers, their glares directed at the blood-handed butcher, channeling their pent-up hatred. The blood-handed butcher's lips oozed blood as his eyes widened in disbelief. A confluence of unwillingness, fear, and rage swirled within him, culminating in a desperate plea. Spare me, I promise to give you all my resources. His words were slurred, but one hand stealthily reached toward his chest. I offered you a chance, yet you proved to be inept. Whoosh, thud. He collapsed to his knees, a look of incredulity etched upon his face. Su Ming's fingers gripped his head tightly, with even greater force. Blood continued to gush forth. The blood-handed butcher's pupils constricted, turning pale, until they ultimately lost all glimmer. Bang, blood splattered across the ground. Under the immense pressure of Su Ming's grip, the opponent's head burst apart in an instant. After all, as a master of internal refinement, the blood-handed butcher possessed an exceptionally resilient vitality. Had he not acted in this manner, he would surely have escaped. Once the adversary fell stiffly to the ground, a greenish serpent-patterned dagger slipped from his grasp, landing at Su Ming's feet. Regrettably, you have no chance, and even if you did, it would still mean death. Su Ming murmured softly as he picked up the uniquely designed dagger and made his way towards the stage below. As he landed, The disciples from the outer court instinctively created a wide circle around him, hesitant to approach. Clearly, his earlier display of ruthlessness had instilled a sense of fear among them. However, a timid hand reached out from the side, offering him his robe. He accepted it slowly, draping it over himself with casual grace, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Senior Sister Zhang. May I take my leave now?" "Not yet. The competition has not concluded, and you must continue to defend your title." Zhang Yingying's demeanor had grown less tense. Su Ming nodded, returning to his original spot, and seated himself cross-legged with a sweeping glance around the arena, stating nonchalantly, "I am the champion. Those who wish to challenge me should do so quickly, or feel free to come at me all at once. I bear no ill will, however. I am not to be trifled with after descending the mountain." He flashed a benevolent smile. The spectators below shivered, hastily retreating to other arenas. Before long, the seventh platform was left with only disciples from the outer court surrounding it. No one dared to approach until the competition concluded. The grand competition of the three sects finished smoothly, with Jin Yu sect's inner disciples securing only 2 victories and the outer disciples claiming 3 titles. Aside from the prearranged match, the transmission court and the outer court each secured a title. On the way back, He Yuncheng, as the head of the outer court, appeared quite pleased, yet there lingered a shadow of concern on his face. After all, it was a matter concerning the higher-ups of the sect, and Su Ming had no interest in delving into it. Returning to his quarters as was customary, he glanced at the adjacent wooden cabin. Its door tightly shut. It seemed that Su Hongyuan had sustained severe injuries this time. It would likely take some time for her to recover, he mused silently. He then went inside to check on the condition of the Yin Earth Tai Sui. After having been well fed with Yin energy before leaving, it had endured 3 days of hunger and now seemed restless, sliding back and forth within its box. "Come on, little transparent one. This time you shall feast." Su Ming offered the Yin energy vial, finding it amusing. If someone else were to possess such a treasure, they would likely pamper it daily. How unlike himself, who had allowed it to go hungry for 3 days, it seemed to have lost weight. After extensive validation, he discovered that consuming the Yin Earth Tai Sui meat indeed bore no adverse effects. This indicated that he could partake in it as well. Following his own thoughts, he planned to utilize the panel to enhance the techniques he learned from missions, while still diligently practicing those assigned by the sect, such as the observation technique. By borrowing the Tai Sui meat to swiftly replenish his vital energy and blood, he could achieve the speed of a prodigy without being too conspicuous or attracting the sect's attention. Not long after he began experimenting in the wooden cabin, a disciple knocked at the door. "Junior Brother Su, I apologize for the interruption. Soon, the head and the elders will convene a meeting to distribute the rewards for this competition. Please be sure to attend on time." The disciple outside bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Senior Brother Ji. I will certainly be there," Su Ming replied, nodding, a hint of helplessness in his gaze. Following his display of strength, even those disciples who previously ignored him now greeted him with respect. Not only the ordinary disciples, but even some of the steward disciples treated him the same way. He had intended to interact with them as an ordinary person, but it seemed that was no longer feasible. Before long, he changed into a new robe and entered the conference hall. As soon as he stepped through the door, numerous gazes fell upon him. "Junior Brother Su, stop lingering at the back. Come stand beside me," Feng Zhanyuan called out from several meters away. The front was filled with positions for steward disciples. Although he had won a title for the outer court, he had yet to gain the approval of the head and elders, thus could not overstep his bounds. He bowed and replied, "Senior Brother Feng, I shall simply listen to the teachings of our esteemed elders from here." After speaking, he chose a spot that was neither too close nor too far, standing just slightly beside Zhang Yingying. The head and several elders above exchanged knowing glances. Once all the disciples were in place, the head slowly began to speak. "This year's competition among the 3 sects has concluded successfully, and your contributions are invaluable. According to the regulations from previous years, each participant will receive 1 blood-nourishing pill. This year, our court has managed to secure 2 for everyone." Upon his announcement, the steward disciples led the way in bowing, exclaiming, "Thank you, head, for your concern." Seeing this, He Yuncheng's slightly plump face broke into a smile. And he continued, "Our outer court disciples have not let us down, securing 1 title and bringing honor to the sect." With that, he waved his sleeve lightly. Soon, a steward disciple presented a jade platter adorned with various porcelain vials, and a reddish-brown long sword. Outer disciple Su Ming, come forward. Yes, you, junior brother Su. Su Ming momentarily hesitated, but after Zhang Yingying's reminder, he walked forward with composure. He Yuncheng approached him, raising an eyebrow slightly. There was an unwritten rule within the outer sect. Disciples who became champions in the competition had the opportunity to be personally taught by the heads of their respective courts. Now, the other two champions had already been taken under the wings of their respective heads. After a brief pause, He Yuncheng placed a hand on Su Ming's shoulder and said, "You should be training under my guidance, but considering the current circumstances and that you have already faced trials alongside senior brother Feng against the Bloodhand Butcher, it seems you have found fortune in this situation." Before he could finish, the disciples below erupted into an uproar. Leaving aside other matters, those disciples who had witnessed the competition could clearly see that Su Ming had triumphed through sheer strength. Not by chance, silence. He Yuncheng's previously jovial expression darkened, and only when the crowd lowered their heads did his brow relax slightly. Of course, I shall not disregard a disciple's efforts. The rewards will be duly granted. 3 vials of blood-nourishing pills, 3 vials of muscle-refining pills, 3 vials of bone-cleansing pills, and a dragon robe detoxification pill. Furthermore, you will receive a magical sword inscribed with one of our Jin Yu sect's 3 great talismans. The Solar Flare Talisman, which possesses formidable attack power. What? A dragon robe detoxification pill? This is renowned for its ability to counteract 100 poisons. The disciples murmured in low tones. Even the magical sword, though it paled in comparison to the pill, was formidable, particularly against ghostly entities, making it invaluable for ventures into the outer world. If one possessed genuine vigor, it could sustain the talisman array, serving as a potent weapon against foes. Su Ming listened to the whispers, feeling satisfied with his gains. Ironically, the opportunity to become a personal disciple of the head seemed fraught with limitations, rendering it less appealing to him. "Thank you, head. I am deeply grateful," he responded promptly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his outstretched arm was firmly grasped by Feng Zhanyuan. He stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Su Ming. "Head, the champion of the 3 sects competition has traditionally been designated as a personal disciple of the head. This is a long-standing custom of the 5 courts. It cannot be changed lightly. Moreover, you mentioned earlier that junior brother Su benefited from my assistance. I cannot accept this." With that, he turned to all the disciples of the outer court and declared, "I, Feng Zhanyuan, vow that junior brother Su's victory is a testament to his own strength. I played no role in it, and even the grievances I hold against many of our fellow disciples all stem from junior brother Su's actions. Please, head, reconsider your decree," Feng Zhanyuan concluded, kneeling on one knee before He Yuncheng. "Feng Zhanyuan, do you dare defy the authority of this court?" A formidable pressure surged towards Feng Zhanyuan, causing Su Ming to feel his blood surge and his breath constrict. Feng Zhanyuan, still recovering from his injuries, coughed up a mouthful of blood. "I do not wish to defy the head, but I cannot accept your refusal of junior brother Su based on such grounds." He stood firm against the pressure, his gaze resolute, showing no fear even in the presence of the head. "You want a reason?" "Ha!" He Yuncheng's face turned a shade darker, and with a cold laugh, he said, "What qualifications does a latecomer, whose cultivation is merely a smattering of external martial arts, have to become my personal disciple? I know his background better than anyone here, having dabbled in various low-tier martial arts. His bloodline is tainted, and he has long lost the opportunity to ascend to greater heights. Merely reaching the stage of refining the organs, he dreams of the position of the head. How naive. Furthermore, he has offended the great Yin dynasty, harboring a blood feud with the Zhang family in the imperial city. It is a tremendous grace that our Jin Yu sect grants him refuge. What more does he desire?" Su Ming was taken aback, realizing that his past had been thoroughly uncovered. He contemplated fleeing, but Feng Zhanyuan's gaze remained steadfast. "I do not know the veracity of these claims, but they are not grounds for refusing to accept a disciple. With a clear identity and having secured the title of champion, he holds the right to become the head's personal disciple." "You!" He Yuncheng's fury reached its peak, his hand raised multiple times only to be restrained behind him. "If you persist in your obstinacy, I shall cast you out of the sect. Yet, I remain unwavering in my intentions." Feng Zhanyuan was resolute in his defiance against the head. This made Su Ming's heart race with anxiety as he thought, "My brother, don't be reckless. Accepting a minor setback is wiser. Just as he braced himself for the worst, a gentle voice floated in from outside. Hold on! As the voice resonated, a figure clad in a white robe gracefully entered the hall. The countenance of everyone present, be they the head or the elders, shifted dramatically. The newcomer appeared to be in his 70s or 80s, significantly older than the head and the seated elders. He approached Feng Zhanyuan and gently helped him up, observing his frail pulse. You must refrain from exertion for the time being. I will heed my master's command. Feng Zhanyuan raised his hand in a gesture of reverence, his tone imbued with utmost respect. The old Taoist smiled gently, casting a warm gaze towards Su Ming, his presence radiating a gentle aura akin to a spring breeze, instantly dispelling the oppressive atmosphere of the courtyard. The young man's yuan blood was somewhat mixed, yet his vitality was robust and formidable, a warrior of unparalleled strength. After nodding in satisfaction, he turned his attention to the courtyard head. He Yuncheng, I apologize on behalf of my disciple. Zhanyuan is youthful and impetuous, lacking in decorum, and I hope for your understanding. Upon finishing, he raised his hand to bow to several other elders present. To his surprise, the seated elders all rose, and even the courtyard head, He Yuncheng, slightly clasped his hands in return, exclaiming, The elder is too kind. Chapter 56. The Master's bow. In the realm of governance, there exist national laws, and within sects, there are rules. The courtyard head possesses authority. All disciples of the outer sect must adhere to these regulations, for this is the essence of the sect's prestige. As a serving disciple, Feng Zheng's public defiance of the courtyard head warrants punishment. I shall escort him to the punishment hall to face the consequences, the elder declared, then pointed towards Su Ming. His yuan blood is impure, which signifies a murky future. I can comprehend the courtyard head's stance. However, if this lad were to come under my tutelage, what say you? What? Both He Yuncheng and the other elders were taken aback. After a brief pause, He Yuncheng sighed, Then I must trouble the grand elder to take him under your wing. Thank you, courtyard head. I shall lead these two wayward disciples away for strict guidance. The elder's words had barely settled when he was seen drifting away in his flowing white robes towards the hall's exit. Seeing this, Su Ming had no choice but to follow. Unexpectedly, he was halted by Feng Zhanyuan. You haven't collected your reward yet. I'll fetch it for you. Without regard for the courtyard head's darkening expression, he seized a jade platter from a nearby disciple's hands, beckoned Su Ming, and hastily departed from the grand hall. Su Ming was oblivious to the events that would unfold behind him, sensing only the stillness of the hall akin to the calm before a tempest. The two ascended the undulating mountains until reaching the peak, overlooking a small hall perched atop a hill within the outer sect, where a massive brick tower stood behind it, its green tiles contrasting starkly with the surrounding wooden structures. An old plaque hung above the small hall, inscribed with the elegant characters, Sword Furnace. Master, I have brought him here. Should we enter? Upon reaching the entrance, Feng Zhanyuan paused, respectfully inquiring. Come in. Feng Zhanyuan flashed a smile at Su Ming. Let us proceed. Upon entering the small hall, Su Ming was astonished by the interior's design, so vastly different from the exterior. The entire hall was devoid of pillars, or rather, the pillars were swords, each radiating an unusual brilliance as they circled around a colossal cauldron at the center. Strangely, the roof remained completely still, as if the ground, swords, and ceiling were entirely separate entities. The elder in the white robe sat beside the cauldron, examining a bone fragment. When Su Ming stepped inside, the elder raised his head, a warm smile gracing his face. Earlier, I took the liberty of accepting you as my disciple without consulting your opinion. What say you? Truly a person of merit, Su Ming thought to himself as he began to bow. I am willing, master. Excellent. The elder's smile widened as he scrutinized Su Ming further. He had previously expressed slight regret. With your physical talents, you could soar through the heavens, yet your path has been somewhat muddled. I observe that your yuan blood is of at least 3 varieties, indicating you have practiced the true arts of 3 different sections regardless of the levels of your cultivation. From the perspective of yuan blood's significance, it is akin to a stream of water divided into 3. The one that flows as a single stream will inevitably reach its destination with less loss than the divided streams. Indeed, the single stream flows further, Su Ming replied honestly. Precisely. Over-diversifying your practice has led to the impurity of your yuan blood, which hinders your training in our sex arts. preventing you from reaching your full potential. This is why He Yuncheng hesitates to accept you. He fears you may never transcend the mystical realm, thereby tarnishing his reputation. The old Taoist nodded, slowly continuing. Xu Ming understood. An individual's focus is finite. Much like the more one learns, the harder it becomes to concentrate on a single pursuit. However, what others do not realize is that his power does not stem from arduous training. The enhancement points on his panel do not detract from his focus. As long as he possesses sufficient attributes, mastering 10 or 8 arts is trivial. Then why do you still wish to take me on as a disciple? Xu Ming could not help but ask after a moment of silence. The old Taoist set the bone fragment down and gazed at the radiant swords within the sword furnace. It is challenging to judge a sword's quality before it undergoes its final refinement. If exceptional materials alone could forge unparalleled swords, what need would there be for swordsmiths? The quality of a sword is influenced by numerous factors: materials, heat, additives, timing, and luck, much like people. Your impure yuan blood is a flaw, yet your robust vitality is a distinct advantage. Furthermore, the essence of cultivation lies in enhancing one's fate and longevity and mastering combat skills. What use is mastery without the ability to fight? At that moment, Feng Zhanyuan interjected, flattering, "Junior brother, let me tell you, if our master were to take action, the entire outer sect wouldn't stand a chance against him." Indeed, Xu Ming eagerly chimed in. The old Taoist, however, paid no heed to their flattery. Instead, adopting a serious demeanor as he turned to Feng Zhanyuan, defying the courtyard head is a grave offense in the outer sect. I have gifted the head of the punishment hall a sword to spare you bodily punishment. Yet your salary must still be penalized. You shall face the consequences. What? You truly intend to punish me? I thought you were jesting. Feng Zhanyuan exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief. Go quickly, and take your junior brother along to familiarize him with the various halls. The old Taoist instructed before retreating into a small chamber directly opposite the cauldron. Feng Zhanyuan glanced at Xu Ming with resignation. Come on, junior brother. Let me show you around. Together, they made their way to the punishment hall, encountering numerous disciples along the way, all greeting Feng Zhanyuan, with the female disciples particularly engaging in lengthy conversations. Senior brother, you are quite popular, Xu Ming chuckled. Feng Zhanyuan replied with a sense of pride. In the outer sect, I, Feng Zhanyuan, do have a bit of a reputation, and of course, this is largely due to our master's unique standing within this lineage, he added as Xu Ming nodded in partial understanding. Realizing he had unwittingly become a disciple without fully grasping his master's identity, he had heard the courtyard head refer to him as the Grand Elder, yet it was peculiar that even the courtyard head treated him with such courtesy. Feng Zhanyuan seemed to sense his thoughts and began to explain. Our master's name is Zhang Jinghu, a Grand Elder of the outer sect for 3 consecutive generations. When the courtyard head was still a disciple, he was already a Grand Elder. Moreover, what earns our master the utmost respect from others is his position as the sword furnace's master. Of the entire Jinyu sect, if not entirely, at least 80%, has been refined within the sword furnace. Our grandmaster was the previous sword furnace master and the former peak master of the mountain, who perished 60 years ago while suppressing the demonic forces beyond the realm. The fisherman you have seen is the previous sword furnace master, who sustained severe injuries during the battle against the demonic forces 60 years ago, resulting in the decline of our lineage. Our current master is the present sword furnace master. Xu Ming was astounded, realizing that he had seemingly stumbled upon a fortuitous opportunity. This background was indeed profound. Would he not be able to navigate the outer sect with ease? However, he was also cautioned not to rejoice too soon, for although his master was amiable and approachable, he was equally strict with his disciples. Feng Zhanyuan, as if reading his thoughts, warned with a smile. Ah, you still do not know my character? I have always adhered to the law and maintained honesty, Xu Ming declared earnestly. I am indeed upright and sincere. Feng Zhanyuan merely rolled his eyes. I can tell you have a mischievous side. Yet you possess a good heart as well. Otherwise, I would not be so close to you. As they continued their idle chatter, they explored the other 4 halls. When they returned, Xu Ming finally understood that Master Zhang Jinghu had instructed Feng Zhanyuan to showcase him, proclaiming, "This is my disciple. You are not to bully him." Chapter 57. The disappearance of Su Hongyun. Upon returning, Xu Ming did not go back to the sword furnace. Feng Zhanyuan informed him that Master Zhang Jinghu placed great importance on the cultivation of the observation of void technique. advising him to focus on enhancing this skill at his residence for the time being. As for the Heavenly King Diamond technique, he could choose to either disperse his energy or disregard it. But he should refrain from further diluting his yuan blood. This was because Zhang Jinghu was currently researching how to formulate a perfect method of blood replacement, enabling him to retain his cultivation while converting his yuan blood back. Su Ming silently lamented, "Why not simply provide me with the techniques of the mystical realm?" Yet he understood that his master wished for him to progress into the mystical realm in a flawless manner. However, he was acutely aware that this endeavor held little significance for him. Nevertheless, the matter of the panel was not to be disclosed to anyone, even if Zhang Jinghu was an exceptionally upright individual. With a heavy heart, he returned to his wooden abode. Forcing himself to practice the observation of void technique for a while, he found himself increasingly restless, his impatience growing due to the technique's demand for tranquil meditation. Eventually, succumbing to boredom, he decided to take a stroll outside. The scenery on Lake Hart Island was quite delightful, with several main peaks shrouded in mist, evoking a sense of ethereal beauty. Reaching the cliff's edge, he picked up a couple of stones and began skipping them across the water's surface. His mood lifted. Suddenly, a woman's voice unexpectedly resonated from behind. Su Ming turned his head to see Su Hongyun seated on a stone not far away. Perilously close to the cliff's edge, "Am I permitted to express my discontent?" Su Ming failed to notice the faint glimmer of disappointment in her eyes. Su Hongyun smiled gently. The scar that marred her visage could not overshadow her exquisite beauty at that moment. "As a direct disciple of the Sword Furnace Master, you possess a privilege that many inner disciples could only dream of. Are you not pleased? I have heard that the rewards for this time's champion are quite generous." Su Ming sensed a hint of mockery in Su Hongyun's words. After all, he had not usurped her benefits. "Su Daoyu, I shall take my leave to enjoy the lakeside scenery," he stated, unwilling to engage further. And turned away. Su Hongyun remained silent, her gaze fixed on his retreating figure until it vanished from sight. A gentle breeze swept by, moisture settling upon her strands of hair, causing her eyes to shimmer with a distant gaze. After a long while, she slowly descended from the stone. "Forgive me, Father, I truly can barely endure any longer." Tears, large as beans, fell like a torrential downpour, soaking her garments with a cascade of sorrow. Her hands seemed only capable of supporting her weight. Unable to grasp, while her legs had lost all sensation, dragging her body slowly across the grass. Yet, had Su Ming been present at that moment, he would have noticed that the scar on Su Hongyun's face had faded slightly. However, her countenance appeared to have undergone some transformation. Upon returning to his quarters, he discovered that the panel had once again responded. Physique 1.3, Speed 1.3, Strength 1.9, Attribute Points 2.0, Skills, Crimson Dragon Fist, Perfect, Heavenly King Diamond Technique, Perfect, Golden Jade Toad Technique, Upper Level Fragment, Godly Movement, Entry Level, Void Observation Technique, Entry Level, Remarks, Seed Quantity, 20, Feedback Mechanism, 1, Bloodline Quantity, 1, Feedback Mechanism, 1, 2. It turned out that his attribute points had increased by 0. 8. It was highly likely that Pei Long had broken through to the refining vessel stage. Within the Yunhai sect, someone of Pei Long's age achieving such a breakthrough would undoubtedly be regarded as a key candidate for cultivation. This lad's talent ranked among the top 3 of all his adopted sons, promising a bright future and continued benefits for him. Such a potential asset warranted increased investment. He resolved to take the time to pen a letter, requesting Luo Jun to arrange some startup funds for him, as well as rewards for several outstanding adopted sons. Only by continuously providing resources would they remember their origins. Otherwise, in a few years, he would find himself devoid of a sense of belonging. With his thoughts clarified, he began to reassess himself. Currently, his cultivation had stagnated primarily due to a lack of techniques. According to his original plan, after the competition, he would undertake missions to accumulate contribution points and find ways to acquire more advanced techniques. However, now that he had a master, focusing on the fundamentals inadvertently restricted his growth. He longed to elevate the void observation technique to perfection, but it was evident that this was unfeasible. From what angle should he approach it? Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the small door of the wooden cabin was rapped upon. Who might it be at this late hour? Su Ming, slightly puzzled, approached and opened the door. "Su Shidi, I apologize for the intrusion. Your neighbor, Su Shimi, has gone missing. Have you seen her today? It was a disciple in charge of affairs. Su Ming frowned slightly. Su Hongyun? Is she not in the apothecary hall? No. I am responsible for escorting this batch of injured disciples down the mountain. I have visited her residence several times today and have yet to find her. I have not seen her, Su Ming replied after a moment of silence. I see. This small cabin is set to welcome new disciples tomorrow. If you happen to encounter her, please convey this message in advance. The disciple once again bowed respectfully. Su Ming nodded, of course. Once the disciple had departed, Su Ming closed the door, changed into a looser set of clothing, grasped the blazing sun talisman sword, and stepped outside. He made his way toward the cliff where he had previously encountered Su Hongyun and, not long after, discovered her crimson garb on a secluded patch of grass. As he approached, Su Hongyun's aura had already grown exceedingly faint. Blood seeped from her wrist, and her lips had turned pale. It was hard to fathom that this was the same person who had teased him not long ago. At that moment, she was likely teetering on the brink of death. After a brief pause, he chose to gently channel the energy of the void observation technique into her body. Moments later, Su Hongyun's heartbeat began to show signs of revival. Noticing this, Su Ming moderated the flow of energy. Not daring to allow his focus to waver, it was only when her heartbeat had fully regained its autonomous rhythm that he exhaled in relief and retrieved a blood-nourishing pill from his pocket. Preparing to place it in her mouth. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, he retracted his hand. Taking medicine during peak condition could lead to residual toxicity. Given her current state, administering the blood-nourishing pill might hasten her demise. Su Ming opted to continue delivering the energy of the void observation technique to her until her body began to warm. He then approached the cliff's edge, fetched some clear water, and offered it to her. Having completed these tasks, he gently lifted Su Hongyun into his arms and headed toward the sword furnace. Half an hour later, at the sword furnace, her injuries were severe. Her meridians were nearly severed, and shattered bone fragments had pierced her blood vessels, causing significant internal bleeding. Yet, none of these were the most fatal. Zhang Jinghu stroked his beard as he gazed at the scar on Su Hongyun's face. Unable to suppress a sigh, the bone-eroding spirit worm, who would have thought such a thing truly exists? Master, are you saying this is not a scar? Certainly not a scar. It is a type of poisonous worm. It is said that it can alter a person's appearance. With that, Zhang Jinghu extended 2 fingers to rest upon the scar, and a faint golden light began to glow. In an instant, the scar seemed to recoil in fear, transforming into a deep black hue, swelling ominously as if it were about to burst forth from her body. Whoosh! Zhang Jinghu's fingers sliced through the air like a sword. Chapter 58. Fury. A black line shot forth. Crack! In the next moment, it was ensnared within the jade vial held by Zhang Jinghu. He then directed his fingers to emit a pale blue light, which he pressed against Su Hongyun's forehead. Is this the energy of the void observation technique? Su Ming was momentarily stunned, for this energy was overwhelmingly vast, almost radiating with a life force that seemed to perpetually surge. Could the void observation technique at the refining vessel stage truly achieve such an effect? Zhang Jinghu chuckled. The void observation technique is a foundational method freely distributed within the Golden Jade sect, available to all outer disciples. Unfortunately, many dismiss it, believing it incapable of enhancing combat power, thus remaining at the entry level for their entire lives, or even failing to enter at all. Once Su Hongyun's complexion began to regain its rosy hue, he stood up. Our Golden Jade sect is the orthodox path of Taoism, rooted in the principles of vitality cultivation, with the void observation technique at its core. This technique was created by our sect's founder, possessing boundless applications. The essence lies in the continuity of life. Should you master it, you will grasp its profound intricacies. As for what I possess, it is the Jade Crane Void Observation Technique. Once you have perfected the Void Observation Technique, you may seek an audience with the Mountain Lord at the main peak for him to impart this method to you. I shall heed the teachings of my master. Su Ming, astonished, felt a profound admiration for the depth of the Golden Jade sect. In a wonder the effects had been so remarkable when he had channeled energy into Su Hongyun. Moreover, he recalled how Feng Zhanyuan, despite sustaining severe injuries while battling the blood-handed butcher, had stabilized his vitality within half a day's time. It turned out that the void observation technique possessed the extraordinary ability to heal and restore. Meanwhile, The jade crane void observation technique in Zhang Jinghu's possession was even more enigmatic. He sensed that Su Hongyun's injuries were steadily mending under the guidance of that energy. Take her back. Su Ming hesitated. Master, is it truly sufficient to leave it at that? After all, when he discovered Su Hongyun, she had been on the verge of death. Zhang Jinghu stroked his long beard, pondering for a moment. Her condition has stabilized, but the poison from the worm within her body has yet to dissipate. In this case, the detoxification pill acquired the other day will be of use. First, administer the detoxification pill. Once the black line marks on her face fade, combine it with the blood-cleansing pill and the energy of the void observation technique for guidance. Furthermore, her hands and legs have been severed. Go to the cliff's edge and gather some medicinal vines to secure them. Only once her bones have healed can you remove the bindings. Otherwise, she may suffer a life of disability. Su Ming nodded. Thank you, Master. I shall not disturb your rest any longer and will take my leave. Zhang Jinghu inclined his head slightly, casting one last glance at Su Hongyun, as if sensing something in her expression, and sighed softly. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Su Hongyun's breathing had steadied considerably, and her complexion began to return to normal. The scar on her face had vanished, leaving only a slender black line. Her originally stunning beauty, with features akin to a painting, had transformed into a more alluring charm with the removal of the scar. Su Ming laid her upon his bed, then, following Master Zhang Jinghu's instructions, gathered the blood vines and bamboo strips to secure her limbs. By the time he completed these tasks, it was already deep into the night. He mixed the detoxification pill with clear water and administered it to Su Hongyun, barely completing his responsibilities. With a sigh of relief, he expressed a hint of exasperation. Honestly, you owe me far too much, and your strength is so lacking. When will you ever repay this debt? Knowing so many secrets, perhaps you could trade them for this. Your silence shall be taken as consent. After a brief moment of introspection, Su Ming approached the window of the wooden cabin, casting a glance at the tranquil night enveloping him. He retrieved 2 slices of tai sui meat as a snack, savoring them thoughtfully before settling down fully clothed, gradually entering a state of meditation. The night passed in silence. The following day, Su Hongyun found herself unable to move, emitting faint sounds akin to the buzzing of flies. Observing her condition, Su Ming curled his lip, producing a large bowl of water and offering it to her lips. Is this how you care for others? It was unclear when Su Hongyun had opened her eyes, but her gaze appeared weary. Dio, you think I wish to care for you? Su Ming reluctantly pulled the water back slightly, alleviating the pressure on her chin. Su Hongyun ignored him, drinking deeply from the clear water. Moments later, she let out a satisfied belch. Thank you, Daoist Su, for saving my life. I must trouble you to fetch some clothing from my house. You no longer possess a home. The disciple in charge rented it out to others yesterday, Su Ming replied, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. Su Hongyun paused, her expression momentarily blank, yet she swiftly regained her composure. As if she had expected this outcome. Such is the nature of sex. No matter how much you contribute, once you lose your value, you will be cast aside. For reasons unknown, Su Ming sensed a flicker of resentment in her gaze. After a brief pause, she turned to him. When will you escort me down the mountain? Heal yourself and leave on your own, he replied. Are you offering me refuge? Su Hongyun regarded him with a hint of curiosity. Su Ming stood indifferently, walking to the window. You owe me quite a bit. Merely the detoxification pill alone would cost more than your life. At the very least, provide some valuable information in exchange. Su Hongyun hesitated for a moment. All right, once I am healed, I will share 3 pieces of information that will certainly pique your interest. No. You must tell me now. Otherwise, I will take you to the edge of the heavenly pool and toss you in. Su Ming's tone was icy, suggesting he was not jesting. You know I never engage in unprofitable business. Su Hongyun's eyes darkened with a hint of sorrow. You truly lack appreciation for nuance. How can we discuss nuance when there are no feelings between us? That would be rather presumptuous, wouldn't it? Su Ming retorted, seeking to repay her earlier offense. Su Hongyun's demeanor returned to calm. I can tell you something about the holy water sect and yourself. The rest must wait until my injuries are fully healed. Although her limbs were immobile, she was secretly gathering her strength, fearing that Su Ming might refuse her. Now that she had survived, she was determined to live on at all costs. Even though she instinctively trusted Su Ming and desired to grow closer to him, Her rational mind reminded her not to exhaust her own worth. The wooden cabin fell into silence. After a lengthy pause, Su Ming finally nodded. Very well. I hope your first piece of information will leave me utterly astonished. Su Hongyun beamed with delight. I'm feeling much more relaxed now. I still wish to drink more water. Why are you so demanding? Su Ming replied, somewhat exasperated, as he thrust the bowl back toward her. After a series of gulping sounds, Su Hongyun finally spoke. The people from the Holy Water sect will be lying in wait for you in your courtyard at Mingyue Town. Damn. Su Ming's heart sank in shock. How could they possibly know you are here? He felt his thoughts becoming jumbled. Do not be surprised. The Holy Water sect possesses remarkable abilities. Their tracking techniques are exceptionally sophisticated. Once you are marked by them, every place you visit will be noted, Su Hongyun explained calmly. I advise you not to venture down the mountain for the sake of a few subordinates. You are safe within the sect. They have already assessed your strength, and should you reveal yourself, your demise is inevitable. The room fell into an extended silence once more. After a moment, Su Ming turned to Su Hongyun. I have had enough of living in hiding. His eyes began to redden, his features contorting with a hint of ferocity. Holy Water sect, having crossed me repeatedly, then let them perish with a resounding bang. He slammed the door shut. Chapter 59. Kill at Mingyue Town. Su Ming gripped the Sunfire Talisman sword in one hand and a large black bag in the other. In his recent days of leisure, he had prepared some toxic powders. This time, he refined them further, incorporating several highly toxic substances and a small amount of Tai Sui meat powder, emitting an irresistible aroma that beckoned one to inhale deeply. Since the mark of the Holy Water sect bore a built-in tracking function, he saw no need to hide. Upon reaching the courtyard, he halted his steps. I will be waiting for you outside the town, where a few willow trees stand, perfect for burying corpses, he muttered to himself before swiftly vanishing around the corner. Inside the courtyard, Duan Ding was tightly bound, his two previous attendants lying lifeless beside him, their heads severed, eyes wide open in eternal shock. Dozens of men in black robes crouched behind the wall. Unaware that Su Ming had entered, the leader, a one-eyed man with a beard, darkened his gaze. How did he discover us? Could someone have leaked information? Impossible. We have our connections in the Jinyu sect, Vice Envoy. Shall we not pursue? The one-eyed man frowned, momentarily pondering before seizing Duan Ding with great force. Last chance. Tell me, does he have any backup? Pa, Duan Ding spat a mouthful of blood. The boss will tear you to shreds. The one-eyed man narrowed his eyes, gripping his knife, but ultimately refrained from acting. A provoking tactic, is it? You seem eager to die, fearing you might slow us down. He smirked with a sinister grin. I will spare your life for now. And later, your head will serve as leverage against him. Ha ha ha. Go to hell, you son of a dog, Duan Ding shouted. But the one-eyed man paid him no mind, signaling his black-clad subordinates to charge out of the courtyard, leaving only two behind to guard. Indeed, there were a few willow trees in Mingyue Town. However, they appear to have been neglected for years, with wild grass overtaking their bases, causing the leaves to turn yellow. Save for a few fresh sprouts at the tips, exuding a faint vitality, Su Ming perched himself on a straight branch of a tree, his gaze fixed on the approaching figures clad in black. 1, 2. A total of 17. Quite ample for fertilizer, he murmured, activating his transformation technique. Eye in the darkness, he resembled an owl, silently descending into the thicket below. Before long, the one-eyed man stepped forward, raising his hand as the black-clad individuals swiftly gathered around him. He fell for my trap. We ambushed him in the courtyard, but now I hold the advantage. However, such minor tricks were ineffective against me. With that, he produced a small vial and uncorked it. A gray-shelled beetle emerged, flapping its wings, circling in place before darting off in a specific direction. Ha ha, so that's where you were hiding. The one-eyed man snapped his fingers, directing his subordinates, go. More than 10 men simultaneously unleashed their perfected bone-forging aura, forming a surrounding encirclement, gradually closing in. Su Ming maintained steady breathing, quietly standing beneath the tree as the bag in his hand slowly rose. 1 step, 2 steps. Kill. With a low growl, the fragrant toxic powder was released in a flurry. Cough, cough. The front ranks rushed too quickly, inhaling an overwhelming amount of powder, causing them to choke. Instantly, chaos ensued among the group. Swish! Two sprays of blood erupted, splattering against the branches and leaves. Two black-clad figures, once struggling, now clutched their throats in confusion, unable to comprehend their own demise. The pale red talisman sword cut through the night, reflecting the cold murderous intent radiating from Su Ming. Swish! The sword continued to slice through the air. And soon, heads began to fall. The sword appeared diminutive in Su Ming's formidable presence, as he moved like a shadow, the only sounds being that of clashing blades. Damn it! Is he not in the mid-stage of bone refinement? The intelligence was completely inaccurate. The one-eyed man, lying in wait from a distance, witnessed the demise of his subordinates and felt an eruption of rage, his single eye widening in disbelief. He leaped into action. Sweeping his knife through the air, clang, sparks flew from the blade's edge as he was knocked backward. Damn it, such strength! The one-eyed man scrambled to his feet in fury, but his hands trembled uncontrollably. Su Ming flashed, appearing behind the man. I thought your holy water sect had impeccable intelligence. It seems you were unaware that I have reached the pinnacle of bone refinement. What? The one-eyed man gasped, his heart sinking completely. What kind of rabble dares to attempt to kill me? You wasted the effort I expended to concoct that powder. Damn it all. The man's desperate cries were abruptly cut short. On the talisman sword, a line of blood droplets evaporated under the blazing sunfire array. The man was cleaved cleanly in half, utterly oblivious to the absurdity of his mission until his last breath. Wiping the blade of the sword against the man's remains, Su Ming sighed. Sharp enough, but the feel is lacking. This sword just doesn't suit me. Aside from looking good, it serves no other purpose. He felt that if he could forge a blazing sun talisman sword, his combat power would surely soar. The sword was too light, suited for skillful players, whereas he relied on raw strength, favoring a chaotic and unrefined hacking style. A sturdy, weighty blade would be far more comfortable to wield. Certainly, this sword was formidable, capable of severing foes without the need for a second weapon, yet it was a tad too delicate for his liking. He stepped back into the courtyard and knocked on the door. Duan Ding, I'm injured. They've come after me. Open the door quickly. Inside the courtyard, Duan Ding, bound by two cloaked figures, was taken aback, attempting to warn Su Ming, yet unable to utter a sound. The two black-clad assailants exchanged glances, their faces betraying a smirk as they brandished their blades and slowly opened the courtyard door. 1. 2. A piercing scream erupted as two headless corpses toppled forward. Su Ming hurriedly advanced to free Duan Ding from his bindings. My lord, Duan Ding's eyes reddened. Following his gaze, Su Ming beheld the tragic fates of the two attendants. Having previously guided him and nourished by the essence of Tai Sui meat, they were on the verge of breaking through to the bone-refining realm, yet now, he was about to raise his hand to close their eyes when a sudden wave of dread washed over him. Not good! He shoved Duan Ding aside, intending to turn back, only to feel a searing pain in his waist. Bold thief! You dare to slay disciples of the holy water sect? You seek death, struggling to rise. Su Ming glanced at his waist, where flesh had been torn away, nearly puncturing his side, the skin still clinging to his robe. The agonizing pain made it exceedingly difficult for him to stand. Before him loomed a tall figure, his face obscured by a net-like iron mask, wielding a black-hooked halberd adorned with cloud patterns. The flesh that had been torn from his waist was the result of that very weapon. Throughout this journey, he was the first to inflict such a grievous wound upon him. Su Ming's brow furrowed, yet he sensed not a hint of his opponent's aura. This sensation was eerily reminiscent of his confrontation with the Su Xing Daoist, an opponent of the transcendent realm. Chapter 60. A fierce battle. Had it not been for my recent appointment as the regional envoy, I would not have taken such care to follow you here. Otherwise, your petty thievery might have thwarted my grand designs for the holy water sect. The masked man brandished his halberd, an invisible pressure crashing upon Su Ming like a tidal wave, leaving him gasping for breath. So you are the regional envoy, as a master of the transcendent realm. You must be reasonable. Your sect first sent assassins to ambush me. My retaliation to slay them is entirely justifiable. Wouldn't you agree? As Su Ming rapidly perused his status panel, he defended himself. The masked man suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! If we are to discuss grievances, you have thwarted our plans not once, but many times. Your Jin Yu sect has been secretly hunting down our holy water sect's branch. Do you think I would let you off the hook? Su Ming exhaled a breath of frustration. It appears that we are destined to clash. The masked man paused, then regarded Su Ming as though he were a fool. Refining the internal organs to perfection, even among the Jin Yu sect, you would be considered a minor expert. But surely, you do not underestimate the chasm that separates us? He smirked. Very well. Allow me to educate you on the measure of your own insignificance. Boom! No sooner had the words left his mouth than Su Ming felt a tremendous pressure on his chest, the masked man's fist having already struck him squarely so fast. His pupils contracted as his body bent like a bow. Hurtling backward, bang! He crashed into the eaves of a nearby building with no resistance, finally landing in an unknown corner of the room. Cough, cough, cough. Su Ming, feeling the full force of his observational void technique, was unable to mitigate the adverse effects of his injuries, his vision blurring. The transcendent realm was of an entirely different caliber compared to the refining the internal organs and bone-refining realms. His speed was almost impossible to track with the naked eye. The broken ribs in his chest made breathing difficult. What to do? Can I activate the Jin Yu Chan technique for a fight? Su Ming pondered. No, the gap is too vast. I must escape in a short time. It is imperative. His gaze fell upon the attributes of physique and speed on the panel. Enhancing his physique attributes would bolster his overall physical capabilities, including defense, recovery, and toxin resistance, making him more resilient. Increasing his speed attributes could significantly raise his chances of escape. Coupled with the Jin Yu Chan technique, which allowed for swift movement, in an instant, he evenly distributed his attribute points. Physique, 1.8 speed, 1.8 strength, 1.9 attribute points, 0.0 skills. Crimson Dragon Fist, perfected. Heavenly King Diamond Technique, perfected. Jin Yu Chan Technique, upper section, fragmented. Transmutative Movement, novice. Observational Void Technique, novice. Notes. Seed quantity, 20. Feedback mechanism, 1. Blood seed quantity, 1. Feedback mechanism, 1. 2. In that moment, an inexplicable tingling sensation surged throughout his body. He felt his chest, where a mass of muscle writhed, flesh buds pushing outward to forcibly mend his broken ribs, rapidly regenerating with the strength of the observational void technique. The same phenomenon occurred at his waist, where blood had been seeping out, now swallowed by the throng of writhing flesh buds. Inside the courtyard, the masked man, witnessing the power of Su Ming's casual punch, grinned widely, pathetically weak. He shook his head, not even bothering to check the situation inside. An attack from the transcendent realm was something a refining the internal organs practitioner could never hope to withstand. Even if they did, it was merely a matter of time before death. The hooked halberd spun, aiming to sever Duanding's head, frozen in shocked eye in the nick of time. A voice emerged from the house. Hey, haven't you eaten? You lack the strength to strike. A figure strolled out from the building, clad only in undergarments, his body adorned with mud and wood shavings. Yet, his exaggerated muscular physique, like that of an iron tower, was striking. What secret technique? Can you grow larger? The masked man squinted. Want to know? I'll teach you. It's called the technique to take your life. Swish! Su Ming's figure vanished, reappearing behind the man. Speed has increased? The masked man's brow furrowed. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming surged forward, his hands transformed into claws, radiating a scorching force as he lunged for the masked man's shoulders. Humph! You think you have the right to spar with me? With a swift motion, the hooked halberd swept backward. He relied on offense to defend, confident that Su Ming would not dare to advance. However, a muffled sound resonated as the hooked halberd pierced flesh, coinciding with the sound of Su Ming's claws tearing into the masked man's shoulder. What? The masked man stared in disbelief at the blood seeping from his shoulder, his pupils widening in shock. You dare to wound me? Ha ha ha, you dare to injure me. Ignoring the searing pain from the halberd embedded deeply in his thigh, Su Ming exerted his claws with renewed vigor, tearing outward with ferocity. Injure you? I intend to kill you. Why do you oppose me? Why choose me? Why must you force me? His voice grew increasingly frantic, the pressure on his hands intensifying. The force was so great that even his fingers began to strain, the joints cracking audibly. No. The masked man, feeling the immense power emanating from his shoulder blade, sensed his true strength faltering. He began to wildly swing the hooked halberd, relentlessly slashing at Su Ming. The excruciating pain only exacerbated Su Ming's breathlessness. He knew he could not relent. Having seized this rare opportunity to close the distance, if he were thrown off, it would mean certain death. Even in retreat, he had to. Yet, the power of the transcendent realm surpassed his expectations. The incessant swings of the hooked halberd not only shredded his thigh muscles, but also repeatedly struck his leg bones. But he could push no further, having exhausted all his strength. Ah! The masked man erupted in a frenzied assault. Thud! Su Ming could no longer endure. He was flung away, crashing into the courtyard and creating a large pit in the mud. Boom! The masked man also landed heavily, gasping for breath, his blood radiating an eerie mist. Seeping outward, a closer inspection would reveal his shoulder blade fully exposed, covered in shredded flesh and fissures. You were so close to truly harming me. The masked man's hair fell disheveled, partially obscuring his mask, creating an extraordinarily eerie visage. Do you have any idea how many precious herbs I will need to recover? This is all your fault. He advanced step by step, raising his hooked halberd. Die. Just die. Bang! A brilliant light flashed suddenly. Crack! Faintly. One could hear the sound of the cloud-patterned hooked halberd shattering just before it struck. So close. You almost arrived too late. A gentle voice echoed from behind the masked man. His pupils constricted sharply. That voice? His heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Chapter 61. Bloodline, the Sword Furnace Master. The masked man, filled with trepidation, turned to face the voice, his hair standing on end. You, how did you descend the mountain? Bright Moon Town is under the jurisdiction of my Jinyu sect. Why should I not come? The old man, holding a bone sword, slowly raised it, directing the tip towards his opponent. Yet you, a mere regional envoy, dare to grievously injure my beloved disciple. A hint of coldness flickered across his amiable visage, causing the man to feel a sudden chill of alarm, prompting him to speak hastily. He is your disciple? No, it's a misunderstanding. I teach the second elder and the third elder. They are nearby. I implore you, spare me, Dado. I, Zhang Jinghu, am not one to be easily intimidated. Whether your leader comes or not, if battle is to be had, then let it be so. What is there to fear? The old man lightly twirled the bone sword, unleashing a fierce sword aura that swept past the man's mask. Crack! The mask shattered with a resounding crash. The man's eyes gradually lost their luster, standing motionless in place. Zhang Jinghu thrust the bone sword into the ground, flicking his sleeve to summon Su Ming. He then turned to the corner where Duan Ding was hiding, saying, First, ensure those frightened children are settled. Your young master will come looking for you in a few days. As soon as the words left his lips, he transformed into a streak of white light, vanishing in an instant. It's he, the Golden Jade Sect, on Lake Heart Island. Su Ming lay within the small hall of the sword furnace, his body marred with cuts. The flesh on his thigh mangled, exposing his white, bare bone. Feng Zhanyuan held a large bowl of medicinal concoction, continuously applying it to him. A look of helplessness etched on his face. Junior brother, why didn't you inform us in advance? Had Master not discovered the mark left by the Holy Water sect on you, you wouldn't have returned today. I never expected a master at the transcendence level would come to hunt me. Su Ming responded with a bitter smile. In truth, he had grossly miscalculated the strength of a transcendence expert. Accustomed to fighting above his level, he thought that even as a perfected refined vessel, with various means at his disposal, the disparity in power between him and a transcendence expert would not be vast. Little did he know, the chasm between the refined vessel and transcendence was akin to a vast divide. Were it not for his exceptionally elevated attributes, he would not have been able to withstand until Zhang Jinghu arrived. It could be said that, apart from him, any other refined vessel would have been instantly killed before that man. Recalling the terrifying pressure of the masked man, Su Ming could not help but furrow his brow. Who was that person? Feng Zhanyuan remained silent, glancing at Zhang Jinghu, who was preparing a medicinal solution. He is a junior from the Holy Water sect, but I am not quite sure of his name. However, it is indisputable that the regional envoys of the Holy Water sect are all at the transcendence level. After saying this, Zhang Jinghu scrutinized Su Ming closely. I truly cannot fathom how you managed to endure. Master, did you not say my vital energy is robust and my combat prowess unparalleled? Su Ming chuckled dryly. Even the world's greatest prodigy, Even a perfected refined vessel or half a step into transcendence would lack the strength to contend against a true transcendence expert. That is a consensus. Zhang Jinghu poured the concoction onto Su Ming's wounds, then slowly traced his fingers over them, a faint golden energy swirling at his fingertips. Perhaps the skill of that regional envoy is simply too lacking, Su Ming replied after a moment of silence. Zhang Jinghu paid him no mind. As his fingers grazed over Su Ming's wounds, his expression grew increasingly peculiar. Your recovery speed is simply inhuman, feeling the tingling sensation radiating from his waist and legs. Su Ming understood that it was the result of his impressive self-healing ability stemming from his attribute of 1.8. Under the curious gazes of the two, he could only attribute this to his own innate talent. I have always been like this. When injured, I seldom require medicine at most. I recover in about 10 to 15 days. Feng Zhanyuan exhibited an expression of envy and resentment, exclaiming, Master, I've always said that the disparity between people can sometimes be greater than that between man and dog. Zhang Jinghu calmly shook his head. It is not merely your recovery ability. Pausing, he drew a small sword and lightly grazed it against Su Ming's intact skin. Even your physical resilience is astonishing. If I could not sense the presence of human essence within you, I would suspect you to be a demon. This startled Su Ming. Master, you must investigate thoroughly. If I were a demon, would I dare to swagger into the Golden Jade sect openly? I know you are not, Zhang Jinghu reassured him, but your condition is indeed unprecedented for me. Perhaps a glimmer of insight briefly flickered in Zhang Jinghu's eyes before fading. Alas, the Golden Jade sect has long since changed. Otherwise, a true prodigy like you would receive the finest cultivation. As one who had participated in the great battle against the demons, he was acutely aware of the immense advantage that someone with Su Ming's physical talent would have against those invulnerable monsters. Even the esteemed leaders of the 6 major peaks, despite their profound cultivation, were ultimately flesh and blood. Even the sect master, a master of true essence, would find themselves at a loss when their true essence was exhausted. When true essence runs dry, regardless of whether one is a refined vessel master, a transcendence expert, or even a master of true essence, one's superiority over an ordinary person diminishes significantly. Thus, in battles against demons, those who focused on body refinement and strengthening often held the advantage. A sudden scream jolted Zhang Jinghu from his reverie. After thoroughly tending to Su Ming's injuries, he fell silent once more. While Su Ming and Feng Zhanyuan exchanged murmurs, it was not until deep into the night, when both had finally settled down to rest, that he stepped out of the sword furnace alone. Outside a small grass hut by the celestial pool, an old man reclined in a chair woven from branches, playfully teasing the fish gathered at the water's edge with a twig. Master Uncle. Little Huzi, what brings you to my humble abode? The old man did not lift his gaze, maintaining an air of leisure. Zhang Jinghu sat beside him, a hint of excitement in his tone. I have discovered a remarkable talent. What remarkable talent? Please do not tell me it is another one like Feng Zhanyuan, all looks and no substance. Just being as handsome as me is not enough. He must also possess my wit. The old man chuckled. Zhang Jinghu paid no heed to the jibe, instead producing a small porcelain vial from his bosom. His name is Su Ming, and it was you who recommended him to ascend the mountain. This is his blood. Take a look, that lad. I know. He possesses exceptionally vigorous vital energy, indeed remarkable. But, wait. The old man's hand suddenly froze mid-motion. A tremor coursed through his fingers as he gradually poured the blood from the vial into his palm. Observing, then observing again, the blood writhed as if alive, causing the ever-composed old man to leap up from his chair. This is impossible. This cannot be. The old man's eyes filled with bloodshot veins as he seized Zhang Jinghu. Tell me, this is not real. Zhang Jinghu's expression remained serene as still water, nodding solemnly. It is real. The same bloodline as Master. Chapter 62. Another trick to deceive me. How did you discover this? The old man inquired, regaining his composure. Tonight, Su Ming was injured by a regional envoy of the Holy Water sect. While treating his wounds, I found that his flesh possesses an astonishing regenerative ability. Zhang Jinghu replied slowly. High-speed regeneration. This is a key characteristic of the whale-elephant bloodline. The old man clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze growing somber as he stared into the distance. Send someone to investigate his origins. Could it truly be that he shares blood ties with my senior brother? Zhang Jinghu nodded. I have already dispatched someone to look into it. His current regenerative ability is still quite weak. Far from reaching Master S level. Perhaps it is due to a diluted bloodline, or perhaps it has not yet been fully activated. The old man shook his head. The whale-elephant bloodline is exceedingly rare. Each individual possesses its own uniqueness. The current situation within the sect is dire, and this matter must not reach the ears of those old fellows, especially Che Fengbai. The sect master? Zhang Jinghu was taken aback. He has not shown his face since being injured by the demons all those years ago. With demon blood within him, he is utterly powerless, and can only resort to that method, the old man said, furrowing his brow. After a moment, he sighed heavily. The decline of the Golden Jade sect has become inevitable. If there is to be any glimmer of hope, it must rest upon this boy. If Che Fengbai learns of the bloodline within him, it would spell disaster for him, for you and me, and indeed the entire Golden Jade sect. Zhang Jinghu nodded gravely. I will ensure he remains in the sword furnace, where I shall personally cultivate him. No, the old man decisively interrupted, raising his hand. There are far too many eyes upon you. The closer he is to you, the greater the danger. He can be sent away to stay outside. Those old fellows' gazes will forever be fixated on this small territory within the door. Zhang Jinghu frowned. As far as I know, he has offended the Zhang family from the Great Yin Imperial City. Zhang Xinhe has many formidable experts under his command. I will have Yin Dongshang accompany him. The old man insisted. Zhang Jinghu's expression relaxed. This would ensure complete safety. The enhancement of his physical attributes indeed bore remarkable benefits. An injury that would normally take a year and a half to heal was nearly resolved in just 7 days. Upon returning to the wooden hut, he found Su Hongyun still lying in bed, having been cared for by Zhang Yingying over the past few days. Upon seeing Su Ming enter, Zhang Yingying's expression became somewhat awkward. She stood up, saying, Su Shidi, since you've returned, I shall take my leave. With that, she attempted to rush out. However, Su Ming caught her by the arm. I merely came to check on her. If you leave, who will care for her? Should I change her clothes, assist her in using the restroom? Is that suitable? Zhang Yingying's face flushed, inwardly thinking, Su Shidi speaks far too bluntly. As she turned her gaze towards Su Hongyun, she discovered that the latter's expression remained unperturbed, as if she had long since grown accustomed to it. Could it be that Su Shidi was typically like this? Ah, he had even once undressed before me. Zhang Yingying's mind began to conjure a malevolent image of Su Ming, and the more she pondered, the more apprehensive she became. I was wrong. Su Shidi. Su Ming glanced over in surprise, urging her not to indulge in wild imaginings. What I meant was, you should stay here to care for her, and I shall compensate you with a vial of blood-nourishing pill as payment. A vial of blood-nourishing pill. Is that true? Zhang Yingying's excitement was palpable. After all, given her modest abilities, how many tasks would she need to complete to exchange for a single vial? Of course it's true. Rest assured, Su Shidi, I will ensure that Su Shimi is plump and healthy. Zhang Yingying's delight was unmistakable, and she continued enthusiastically, I never noticed before, but Su Shimi is truly beautiful, and her scars seem to have vanished. Su Ming turned his gaze in response. However, Su Hongyun immediately averted her head, refusing to let him see. Observing this, Su Ming let out a cold chuckle. After I have invested so much in you, is it too much to ask to take a look? We are engaged in a fair trade. Su Hongyun's voice came back coldly, and no sooner had she spoken than Su Ming strode forward, placing both hands on her head, leaning in closely to observe. Now that I have looked, what can you do about it? Su Hongyun initially struggled fiercely, but after a moment, she settled into silence, gazing back at Su Ming. Their eyes locked. Initially, there was nothing significant. However, the atmosphere shifted dramatically when Zhang Yingying suddenly exited the small wooden house and closed the door behind her. This recovery is quite impressive. Su Ming immediately released his grip and stepped back. Su Hongyun offered a faint smile. You also seem to be doing well, not dead. Hey, if I were to die, do you think you would fare any better? Su Ming was seething with anger. This insufferable woman, living off her own resources, owes her life to herself, yet remains perpetually arrogant. Unexpectedly, she sidestepped the topic entirely. The Sacred Water sect has lost a regional envoy. They have placed you on their death list. Upon hearing Su Hongyun's words, Su Ming felt perplexed. I find it difficult to comprehend how you possess such detailed knowledge regarding the Sacred Water sect. Did I not mention it before? I was once one of them, Su Hongyun replied coolly. You, a mere foot soldier, can know such things? If you didn't, one might think you were their leader, Su Ming scoffed dismissively. Yet, Su Hongyun showed no reaction, merely gazing quietly at the floorboards. I have my own channels. I advise you to tread carefully. Although the Sword Furnace Master has erased your mark from the Sacred Water sect, those you have slain can still be traced by the Golden Cap. Su Ming suddenly recalled the last time he had hidden in the jungle. That person had located him using a beetle. You mean that little flying bug? Yes, it is a type of insect cultivated by the insect masters of the Sacred Water sect. All members of the Sacred Water sect have consumed the sacred water, which is a liquid secreted by this insect. Killing members of the Sacred Water sect will leave one tainted with this substance, allowing it to find you through an imperceptible connection that cannot be eradicated. Upon learning this, Su Ming felt a wave of depression wash over him. If even a regional envoy of the Sacred Water sect possesses such strength, what would happen if they embarked on a full-scale hunt for him? Would he truly have to remain in hiding on the mountain? I know of a task that can help you acquire the techniques of the Transcendence realm. As if reading Su Ming's innermost thoughts, Su Hongyun suddenly spoke up. Su Ming was momentarily taken aback, but remained silent for a while. He squinted, feeling that Su Hongyun was a woman of many schemes. The first time she deceived him into retrieving blood, it was for her own benefit. The second time, she prompted him to compete on the arena, and by mere chance, he actually did. Consequently, most of his rewards had been appropriated by her, including that precious detoxification pill. Don't look at me like that. Su Hongyun averted her gaze awkwardly. I have stated before that the information I provide is undoubtedly worth at least as much as what you have given. It is indeed valuable, yet your most recent piece of information nearly cost me my life in Mingyue town. Su Ming remarked thoughtfully. Chapter 63. The Extremity, the Truth. I had intervened on your behalf. Su Hongyun's expression remained calm. Everyone has their own choices. Life or death is the path you must walk. Su Ming found her infuriatingly amusing. Your sophistry is truly abundant. Now, tell me, what is the task you mentioned? Su Ming asked earnestly. Su Hongyun paused, then countered with a question. Has your master ever explained to you what transcendence means? Su Ming was taken aback. To be fair, Zhang Jinghu had always supervised him in practicing the illusory realm technique. Rarely mentioning the subsequent realms, he had only vaguely stated that progressing from refining viscera to transcendence is a significant hurdle that some individuals never overcome. Apparently not. He has certainly taken good care of you. Su Hongyun smiled, seemingly pleased about something. You, a mere refining bones realm practitioner, are aware of such secrets? Su Ming was skeptical. Do not underestimate me, Su Hongyun pouted. Just because my martial arts talent is lacking does not mean I do not read. Whether you believe me or not, I shall consider it storytelling for you. Su Ming shrugged non-committally. In the previous era, when martial arts had not yet withered, it was said that true martial arts masters could traverse the void, delineate the heavens and the earth, and reverse the natural order. During the peak of martial arts, they categorized it into 3 stages: extremity, truth, and origin. The so-called extremity refers to the physical limit achievable by ordinary mortals. For instance, your current state of complete mastery in the refining viscera realm is considered extremity. At this juncture, Su Hongyun glanced at the nearby water jug, indicating her desire for a drink. You should finish your explanation without pause. Su Ming said, somewhat exasperated, but nonetheless poured her a bowl and held it to her lips. After she gulped down several large swigs, she continued at a measured pace. The significant difference between transcendence and refining viscera lies in the vast chasm between their realms. Specifically, the leap from extremity to truth. Truth refers to a type of perception, a martial artist's authentic awareness of the external world, encompassing the sensations of wind, rain, thunder, lightning, and all things mundane. To touch upon truth, one must first be capable of perceiving it, and secondly, possess the ability to withstand the reality's onslaught. Only when you can endure the assault of reality can you explore the truth, ultimately achieving complete understanding. Thereby traversing the truth realm. Truth? Su Ming furrowed his brow, as it was the first time anyone had divulged such matters to him, fundamentally altering his worldview. Therefore, transcendence is merely the first step, perceiving truth. Is that correct? Su Ming deduced. Upon hearing this, Su Hongyun nodded with satisfaction. A teachable child indeed. In truth, the techniques of the Transcendence realm are not as difficult to obtain as you might imagine. On the contrary, the Jinyu sect has no fewer than dozens of them. Even outer disciples can accumulate contribution points through tasks and then exchange them for the opportunity to study. However, the genuine challenge lies in the ability to perceive truth and withstand its harm. How does one learn to perceive? How can one endure? Su Ming immediately pressed for answers. I am merely a refining bones practitioner. How could I possibly know? Su Hongyun retorted, leaving Su Ming speechless as he felt as if he had gleaned some information yet was left with nothing substantial. Nevertheless, I have heard that the three sects possess methods to assist their disciples in enduring the truth. You might inquire with your master about the specifics, Su Hongyun added. Enough of this for now. Did you not mention a task that could help me acquire the techniques of the Transcendence realm? What is it? In 10 days, the three sects will jointly besiege the Sacred Water Sect's branch in Luzhou. At that time, you could take advantage of the chaos to steal a few of their techniques. Wouldn't that suffice? After Su Hongyun finished speaking, she pointed again at the water bowl. You drink, hammer and tongs. Realizing he had been played, Su Ming angrily stormed out. After he left, it took a while before Su Hongyun slowly shifted her body outward, muttering to herself. Since the Sword Furnace Master protects you so diligently, he must be preparing to help you enter the Transcendence realm. Why take unnecessary risks? After leaving the small wooden house, Su Ming headed directly to Feng Zhanyuan's residence. True to his reputation as the foremost expert among the outer disciples, the luxury of his wooden house was worlds apart from Su Ming's humble abode. Viewed from a contemporary perspective, it was undoubtedly a two-bedroom, one living room, one bathroom arrangement. Do you like it? If you do, consider it a gift. I was just about to challenge that fellow ranked third, Feng Zhanyuan said with a grin. Ha. Do you have such confidence that you can win? Su Ming responded with a faint smile. Feng Zhanyuan waved his sleeve nonchalantly. If I lose, there's still you. We're all just living here, aren't we? Perhaps not. My little wooden house is quite fine, remote and tranquil, Su Ming replied with a bitter smile. I was just playing around. Feng Zhanyuan continued walking forward, saying, Your recovery is impressively swift. I'm only halfway healed. I want to be able to fight later, Su Ming remarked, revealing the red scar at his waist. Halfway healed, and that's still remarkable. When I first saw your injury, I thought you would be either dead or severely maimed. Shaking his head, he unsheathed his sword, grasping it firmly. Speaking of which, my master has been coming and going at odd hours lately. Often absent, and he hasn't been diligent in teaching you since you just started. It's rather strange. Perhaps my master thinks my understanding of the illusory realm technique is too shallow and doesn't want to bother with me. Two individuals strolled leisurely, one ahead of the other. Before long, they arrived at the courtyard of the third-ranked outer disciples' residence. Indeed, it was a courtyard, complete with a quaint wooden cabin, a veritable display of ostentation. As they approached, they observed a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe directing several individuals in the act of moving belongings. With an expression of bemusement, Feng Zhanyuan stepped forward. Tao Wuji, have you relocated? Indeed, I was just waiting for your arrival, Tao Wuji replied, a smile gracing his lips. However, his jaggedly uniform white teeth evoked a sense of discomfort. Have you conceded without a fight? This is not in keeping with your renowned style of the silver hook with a fierce hand. Upon hearing this, Tao Wuji cast a wary glance at Su Ming, who stood beside him. I witnessed his battle against the blood-handed butcher. It was brutal. I am no match for him. Recognizing the times is the mark of a wise individual. Wouldn't you agree, junior brother Su? Su Ming's lips twitched, feeling inexplicably implicated in the conversation. Tao Wuji then gestured towards Feng Zhanyuan's wooden cabin. I shall move my belongings over first. You can manage your own. After the other party departed, Feng Zhanyuan resumed his sword at his waist. You see, I told you that He Yunzong is blind to talent. You wield true mastery by winning without battle. Enough of that. Brother, I am currently troubled. Feng Zhanyuan scrutinized Su Ming from head to toe. What troubles you? You are gaining fame and fortune. Moreover, I have heard that Sister Su has removed the scars from her face and transformed into a breathtaking beauty. You are practically in a winning position. Please, I am solely devoted to martial arts. I now feel hopeless about reaching the congruent realm and am deeply frustrated. Su Ming sighed. The congruent realm? Junior brother. That is merely a manifestation of your lack of confidence. Even a piece of scrap iron can be forged into a precious sword by our master, let alone a genius like you. Attaining the congruent realm is a foregone conclusion. You do not understand. What he does is for your benefit. Progressing to the congruent realm is not about how quickly you advance, but rather how solid your foundation is. Otherwise, you will be unable to withstand the pressures. Are you suggesting that a solid foundation is essential to resist genuine assaults? Su Ming inquired. Feng Zhanyuan shook his head. I have never reached the congruent realm, so I am uncertain of the specifics. However, I have heard from the true disciples of our sect that the congruent realm is about breaking through a barrier, allowing you to perceive all things anew. Take for instance your previous encounter with that regional envoy of the Sacred Water sect. Did you not say his speed was astonishing? Perhaps it was not merely his swiftness, but rather his superior understanding, leveraging external abilities more effectively. Upon hearing this explanation, Su Ming was compelled to ponder further. He recalled a saying. A gentleman is not inherently different. He adeptly utilizes external resources. Perhaps the martial masters at the congruent realm are not significantly stronger than those at the refinement stage. In other words, in terms of physical strength, vigor, and blood vitality, there will always be exceptionally gifted individuals who are not inferior to those of a higher realm. However, each realm beyond the congruent realm can deliver a dimensional blow based on understanding. Consider a prodigious elementary student and an ordinary university professor, both attempting to solve a Lagrange equation. And no matter how high the elementary student's innate talent, if he has never studied the subject, he may not even comprehend the problem, rendering him incapable of solving it. Conversely, the university professor, though perhaps of average talent, has reached his current status through diligent study. Thus, with years of learning, his understanding is greater. And within his domain, he is not someone a mere elementary student can contend with. So, this is the essence of the true realm. Reflecting deeply, Su Ming returned to the sword furnace, where Zhang Jinghu happened to be present. Master, I plan to visit Mingyue town. Following recent events, he had become cautious, seeking Zhang Jinghu's approval before descending the mountain, ensuring greater safety. Zhang Jinghu, aware that Su Ming had subordinates in Mingyue town, nodded in acknowledgement and turned to retrieve a wooden box from a small chamber. This is a blade forged from the remnants of that regional envoy's hooked spear, enhanced with meteorite iron for significantly increased strength. It is named Mo Shui, weighs 132 pounds, and measures 4 feet 2 inches in length. Fitting your stature perfectly, thank you, master, Su Ming exclaimed with delight, respectfully bowing before accepting the box. Upon opening it, he discovered a dark green blade nestled within. The blade was hefty, its edge as thin as paper, inducing a chilling sensation. Along the midsection of the blade were bizarre runes extending to the hilt, culminating in 2 wing-like designs. This is a symbolic blade, inscribed with one of our sect's 3 major talismans. The Qingdi talisman, which serves to clarify the mind and dispel malevolence. Zhang Jinghu elaborated, stroking his long beard. Su Ming nodded, understanding the aspect of mental clarity, but inquired, how does it dispel malevolence? The Qingdi talisman primarily promotes life, and when paired with the void-viewing technique, it can manifest wondrous effects. As for dispelling evil, it largely depends on how the wielder employs it. Zhang Jinghu seemed to perceive his confusion and continued. You comprehend now. Su Ming bowed respectfully as he exited. He had intended to inquire further about the congruent realm, but noticed Zhang Jinghu's lack of enthusiasm, prompting him to depart. Down the mountain, in Mingyue town, following the previous incident, Duanding had secured a new location within the core area under the watch of disciples of the Jinyu sect. Upon his arrival, Su Ming found Duanding training 3 youngsters in martial arts. The previous laughter and merriment had faded, and even Duanding appeared considerably subdued. Young master, I have already burned their bodies and transported them back to the stronghold. Su Ming patted Duanding's shoulder. Do not worry. One day, I will avenge them. A glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. The Sacred Water sect and he were now mortal enemies. They sought his life, and he too yearned to dismantle their stronghold. Duanding nodded earnestly. I only hope that day arrives soon. After a moment, he gestured towards a small beggar. He still wishes for you to take him in. He has been training diligently of late. Su Ming regarded the small beggar and was astonished to find his vitality surpassing that of the siblings he had previously encountered. This was remarkable considering he had only been taught basic martial skills. Without any instruction on advanced techniques such as the Red Dragon Fist, I truly misjudged. He grasped the small beggar's hand. Meeting his gaze, I recall asking you why you wished to practice martial arts. You said it was for food. So today, I ask again. Do you practice martial arts solely to fill your stomach? The small beggar gazed at Su Ming, and after a moment, slowly shook his head. Now, food is secondary. I wish to avenge those two uncles. Oh? Su Ming was taken aback. Why is that? Those two uncles knew I liked to eat. They would always serve me 3 bowls, leaving one for when I was hungry. But ever since they were killed, no one has reserved a bowl for me. Su Ming fell silent. The words of a child may seem trivial, yet he discerned profound meaning within them. If the small beggar's loss were merely the absence of someone to fetch food, he would not remember it so vividly. When someone who has lacked care suddenly receives attentive nurturing, it leaves a lasting impression. Interpersonal connections are reciprocal, just as those 2 attendants would take the time to care for the unfortunate small beggar. He too would remember their kindness. He gently tousled the small beggar's hair. I shall give you a name. Su Buwang. How does that sound? Su Buwang. The small beggar nodded in confusion, then immediately asked. But you have yet to agree to take me in. Duan Ding sighed nearby and patted the small beggar's shoulder. Hasn't the young master already given his word? Hurry and pay your respects. Ah? The small beggar was taken aback, quickly kneeling and bowing that I, Su Buwang, thank my adoptive father. Su Ming helped him up slowly, turning to Duan Ding. Once their foundations are solid, teach them the golden body technique. The red dragon fist is still too rudimentary. Both Su Buwang and the other siblings possess commendable innate qualities, suitable for the refinement stage. Currently, the only technique I can impart is the Heavenly King's Diamond technique. Now, I need not hide my teachings. Even if the Ku-Chan Temple seeks trouble, my perfected refinement stage prowess is sufficient to stand tall among the crowd. Having arranged matters with Duan Ding and the others, he made his way back to the sect. To his surprise, just after passing the heavenly pool and before reaching his wooden cabin, he was intercepted by the head of the External Affairs Institute, accompanied by several disciples. Disciple pays respects to the institute head. May I inquire about your intentions? He asked, somewhat perplexed. Although he had previously clashed with the institute head, he had become Zhang Jinghu's disciple and did not expect any overt hostility. Su Ming, individuals from the imperial capital's martial temple have arrived, claiming you are involved in a significant case with the town suppression office and require your interrogation. As one of the esteemed sects of the Great Yin, you are obliged to cooperate. Do you understand? Upon hearing He Yunzong's words, Su Ming then noticed several martial men donned in long cloaks, knives hanging at their waists, lurking behind the disciples of the External Affairs Institute. Frowning, Su Ming asked, Institute head, is my master aware of this matter? He Yunzong's expression flickered, his serious demeanor briefly giving way to an awkward smile. I will inform the Grand Elder afterward. You need not concern yourself. Su Ming felt a stirring in his heart. Clearly, his words were intended to avoid alarming Master Zhang Jinghu, and he was directly preparing to take him away. Who could this person from the martial temple be? I have dealt with the town guard a few times. Perhaps a mere verbal exchange would suffice for some matters. His gaze grew somber as he replied slowly. Upon hearing this, He Yuzhong immediately opened his mouth, casting a somewhat awkward glance behind him. Just then, a voice that Su Ming found quite familiar rang out. Su Ming, you have committed heinous crimes in Yangzhou. Do not think that hiding within your sect will erase your transgressions. I advise you not to stubbornly resist. If you cooperate and come with us promptly, you might avoid some suffering. As he beheld the robust man stepping forward, Su Ming squinted. Sima Fu, you are no longer a captain of the Southern Town Guard. How have you become a member of the Martial Temple? This matter should be addressed to Chen Wu, the Town Guard commander. Do not use Chen Wu to intimidate me. Sima's expression turned icy. I now represent the Martial Temple. He has no authority to intervene. With that, he disregarded Su Ming's reaction and waved his hand towards several martial artists draped in cloaks behind him. Put the golden chains on him. No matter how many tricks he has up his sleeve, he shall not escape. The 4 martial artists stepped forward, each wielding a string of golden chains, encircling Su Ming. Seeing this, Su Ming retreated a few steps, directing his gaze towards He Yuzhong at the courtyard's entrance. As a disciple of the Golden Jade sect, does the head of the courtyard not wish to speak out against such actions? Would this not chill the hearts of the brothers in the External Affairs courtyard? Head He Yuzhong cast a glance at the surrounding disciples, his expression slightly pained. Lord Sima, You may take this person. But is it appropriate to bind him with chains in our Golden Jade sect? Head he, this child is cunning and resourceful. Without some means, it is unlikely we would be able to bring him back to the imperial city without him escaping along the way. After speaking, he paid no further attention to He Yuzhong and continued to advance. The Golden Jade sect was indeed a colossal entity, yet Su Ming was merely a disciple from the outer sect. Acting under the authority of the martial temple, whether he was to take 1 or even 10, the Golden Jade sect could hardly object. The martial temple represented the pinnacle of the Dayan dynasty's military power. Sustained by the offerings of the Dayan populace, consolidating 3 golden body manifestations to suppress the 9 provinces. Neither the Golden Jade sect, nor the Floating Cloud sect, or the Lingyun sect could establish themselves within Dayan's territory while opposing the martial temple or the imperial court. This was an ironclad ruled, at this moment, He Yuzhong felt a surge of indignation. His intention was to cooperate with these individuals to capture Su Ming and alleviate the grievances of that day. However, Sima Fu's arrogance, dismissing even him, was truly infuriating. With this thought, he discreetly glanced at the disciple closest to him, who immediately understood and slipped away from the crowd. Meanwhile, the 4 martial artists had already hurled their chains toward Su Ming. Seeing this, Su Ming was not prepared to surrender easily. Once he reached the imperial city, who knew what would happen? The town guard and the Zhang family were both his enemies. He likely would not make it to the imperial city, let alone knowing how he might perish on the way. He swiftly dodged one of the chains and advanced to subdue one of the martial artists directly. With a swift motion, his arm shot forward like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Gripping the neck of one martial artist, without hesitation, he twisted, snapping it effortlessly. Yet, before he could revel in his triumph, he sensed that something was amiss. The martial artist whose neck he had broken appeared staggeringly nearby. Completely unharmed. What was happening? He quickly turned and charged in another direction, launching a powerful punch. Bang! One martial artist's head was easily crushed. Yet, the scene repeated itself once again. No, this was not right. He suddenly withdrew, only to realize that, unbeknownst to him, 2 chains had already ensnared his waist. Clang, clang. The chains automatically began to tighten, locking in a stalemate with Su Ming's strength. Futile. Sima Fu's eyes glimmered with malice. Back in Yangzhou, he had conspired with the Zhang family to eliminate Su Ming, only to be injured by this young man in retaliation. Upon returning to the town guard, he faced retribution from Chenwu and lost his position. If not for the Zhang family's perceived loyalty, secretly assisting him into the martial temple, he likely would not have this chance for revenge today. With this thought, he sneered and ordered the 4 martial artists. Break his bones and sever his tendons. The 4 martial artists, like puppets on strings, immediately pulled their chains, toppling Su Ming to the ground. They then surrounded him, drawing their blades to target his limbs. Preparing to strike upon witnessing this, Su Ming ceased to hold back, channeling his internal energy vigorously, his force surging forth like a torrent. In an instant, the golden chains, which had been tightening, could not advance any further. Crack, crack, crack. An inexplicable sound startled the 4 martial artists, who then turned to observe the chains around Su Ming. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the chains could not withstand Su Ming's immense power, shattering under the strain. What? Sima Fu, standing to the side, was astonished. You are not even at the refining organ stage. How could you break free from the golden chains? It was no wonder he was taken aback. These golden chains were crafted by the martial temple specifically to bind unruly martial artists. Their defining feature was that the more one struggled, the tighter they became, achieving 100% effectiveness as long as one had not reached the transcendence stage. But today, in that moment of distraction, Su Ming launched himself forward, directly targeting Sima Fu. To capture the ringleader first, he thought. If he eliminated Sima Fu, he could simply flee. His mind raced as he maximized his power at the pinnacle of the refining organ stage, channeling the full force of his 1.9 attributed strength through the heavenly King's diamond fist towards Sima Fu. With this overwhelming momentum locking onto him, Sima Fu's eyes widened, and he found himself utterly incapable of mobilizing his strength, his breath seeming to freeze in that instant. He had no time to ponder further when he shouted with all his might, "My lord, save me!" Boom! The immense force stirred up a cloud of dust, a ripple emanating from Sima Fu. Realizing that his power felt like a mud cow sinking into the sea, Su Ming was alarmed and hastily attempted to retreat. However, a hand gently grasped his fist. Then, another hand transformed into a palm, softly slapping toward him. Seeing the impending strike, Su Ming had no choice but to hastily gather all his strength in an attempt to resist this blow. Snap! Yet, the instant the palm made contact with his chest, an inexplicable force struck him, sending him flying. Thud! He crashed heavily to the ground, and that figure flashed forward, aiming to pursue him. Unbeknownst to him, He Yuzhong, who had been standing at a distance, had somehow stepped in front of Su Ming. Jing Lei, you have stealthily crossed the Tianqi to harm others in my Golden Jade sect. What is your intention? Chapter 66. The Golden Body Manifestation. The figure in the gray robe halted, retrieving a bronze-colored token from his bosom. By the order of the Chief Minister, I am here to apprehend a wanted criminal. Head He, please step aside. When did you become a person of the court? He Yuzhong remained unfazed. Jing Lei, who does not know that you are the fourth elder of the Holy Water sect? How dare you set foot on the territory of my Golden Jade sect? You shall not leave this island alive today. For reasons unknown, He Yuzhong's demeanor had undergone a complete transformation, brimming with aggression. As though he were prepared to strike, Su Ming, observing this, was momentarily stunned, realizing that He Yuzhong had only decided to act against him on a whim, having not communicated in advance with Sima Fu and his group. The sharp pain radiating from his chest left him little time to consider the unfolding situation. He focused solely on channeling his energy to mend his injuries, despite the gray-robed man's seemingly gentle slap. It had almost fractured half of his ribs. Fortunately, having previously enhanced his physical attributes, both his bodily strength and recovery capabilities had seen significant improvement. This blow, while painful, was not fatal. At this moment, He Yuzhong and the gray-robed man named Jing Lei remained locked in a standoff. Though He Yuzhong's stance was resolute, Jing Lei appeared to possess some leverage, unfazed as he retrieved another token from his waist. It was an ordinary wooden plaque, inscribed with a prominent character for Martial. I have joined the ranks of the Martial Temple. I am now affiliated with them and have severed all ties with the Holy Water sect. Head He, I advise you not to speak hastily. He said with a chuckle. He Yuzhong's expression faltered, an inexplicable sense of unease welling up from within. The Martial Temple was the Martial Temple of Dian. If even those like the Holy Water sect, who secretly colluded with rebels, could obtain affiliation, then the situation in the court must be dire. May I step aside? Head He? Jing Lei took a step forward, nearly closing the distance to He Yuzhong. After a prolonged silence, He Yuzhong's figure shifted, as if intending to step aside. Just then, an inexplicable pressure emanated from afar. Who dares to wreak havoc in my Golden Jade sect? An elder clad in white strode forth. Arriving in an instant, a gentle force enveloped Su Ming entirely, unexpectedly accelerating the flow of his void observation technique. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Jing Lei's expression shifted, revealing surprise. It is none other than Master Jinghu. Junior pays his respects to the master. He inclined his body, adopting a respectful demeanor. Jing Lei, you have not presented a formal greeting and have brazenly trespassed into my sect's territory. Do you represent the Holy Water sect or Zhang Xianhe? Zhang Jinghu turned back to assist Su Ming, his back to the thunderous storm, his tone frigid. For a moment, even the thunder hesitated, but after a brief pause, raised the wooden tablet in his hand. The younger generation has already severed ties with the Holy Water sect. This time, I come bearing a secret edict from the Prime Minister to apprehend Su Ming, and the Martial Temple has also issued a formal decree. With a flick of Zhang Jinghu's sleeve, the tablet flew into his palm in an instant. Moments later, his brow slightly furrowed. Su Ming is my personal disciple. If Zhang Xianhe wishes to seize him, he must first personally transmit the decree, no? The situation arose abruptly, and this matter involves the blood relatives of the Prime Minister being slain, with dozens of captains from the Northern Town Guard and several hundred and thousand household leaders perishing in the fray. Leaving no time to inform the true masters, Lu Prefecture is merely 100 miles from Zhong Prefecture. Does Zhang Xianhe lack the time to send a message, or does he simply not wish to? Zhang Jinghu scoffed lightly. Jing Lei clenched his teeth. The Prime Minister and the Martial Temple will make their own decisions. So I implore you, do not make things difficult for the younger generation. Hand him over and I can ensure his safety on this journey. You can guarantee that? A mere 3 senses of the profound dares to make such bold claims. Even your master, the elder of Lushan, would not dare to speak such grandiose words, would he? Zhang Jinghu leisurely turned around, a hint of disdain in his voice. Upon hearing this, Jing Lei's expression darkened gradually, respect for Zhang Jinghu diminishing. If the true master does not acquiesce. Allow me to be frank. I dared to come to the Jinyu sect this time because the martial temple's high priest has permitted me to utilize the golden body Dharma image once. With that, he procured a verdant pearl from his bosom. The true master is the head of the Jinyu sect, possessing extraordinary power, yet that does not grant you the authority to make decisions for your sect. Does it? To oppose the golden body Dharma image is to stand against the martial temple. To stand against the martial temple is to oppose the great Yin court. Weighing the gravity of the situation, I hope the true master will contemplate carefully. With that, he raised the green pearl high above his head. In that moment, even the previously calm Zhang Jinghu's expression shifted, momentarily lost for words. He indeed harbored no fear of Zhang Xianhe or the martial temple. However, the Jinyu sect is the Jinyu sect of the great Yin dynasty, rooted in the southern region. To offend the court would mean that, under the onslaught of hundreds of thousands of iron hooves, years of accumulation and the sect's century-long heritage would be reduced to ashes. He is not the sect master and cannot make such a decisive call. At this juncture, Su Ming's injuries had healed by about 60%. He scanned the crowd, his gaze finally settling on Zhang Jinghu. Master, it is of no concern. I am willing to accompany them. He clasped his hands, feigning a hint of pain, yet his heart harbored different calculations. Jing Lei is also a practitioner of the profound realm, and his strength surpasses that of the previous regional envoy by a considerable margin. If he faced him directly, even utilizing all his trump cards, escape would be impossible. However, given the distance to the imperial city is still 100 miles, and since Zhang Xianhe is investigating his own grandson's death, he would not strike en route. Moreover, Jing Lei, as a master, cannot be expected to keep constant watch over him. After all, in his eyes, he is merely a slightly stronger practitioner of the refining vessel realm. Thus, as long as he finds a moment of opportunity during the journey, escaping is not an insurmountable task. Of course, his greatest reliance remains on the fact that he had acquired another batch of attribute points last night. 1.6 in total, sufficient to elevate his physique, speed, and strength attributes to 2 at that point. His power would undergo yet another transformation. After he uttered this statement, Jing Lei visibly relaxed, a faint smile gracing his face. To be honest, he genuinely feared that Zhang Jinghu, in a fit of rage, would take action. After all, this master of the sword furnace is, without a doubt, a consummate practitioner on the verge of becoming a flawless master. Yet, the golden body Dharma image he wielded could only manifest for the duration of a single incense stick. Whether it could withstand this person remains highly uncertain. Zhang Jinghu remained silent for some time. True master, your disciple is so understanding. Please do not let his good intentions go to waste, Jing Lei timely reminded. A moment later, Zhang Jinghu turned back, gazing at Su Ming, patting his shoulder to go on, go on. Initially, he had indeed found himself embroiled in a fierce internal struggle, but suddenly recalled the individual mentioned during his conversation with his master uncle that night. Instantly, he felt at ease. Observing this, Jing Lei slowly tucked away the verdant pearl, slightly cupping his hands in gratitude. Thank you, true master, for your cooperation. He then cast a glance at the figure of Sima Fu behind him, his tone darkening. Why are you not making your move? Sima Fu was momentarily taken aback, then elated, snatching the golden lock from the hands of the martial artist beside him, ready to encircle Su Ming with it. Clang! The chain shot forth, yet Su Ming did not struggle, however. Just as the chain was about to fully clasp around him, a series of hurried footsteps echoed. Whoosh! Following that, a piercing sound sliced through the air. Chapter 67. The 5 Senses of the Profound Realm. Sima Fu felt a chill at the back of his neck. Without time for further thought, he immediately sidestepped. A cry of agony erupted. Sima Fu fell backward. One arm severed at the shoulder blade, revealing a bloody shoulder. A long blade was withdrawn, revealing a towering figure in the arena. Jing Lei observed the unfolding scene, slightly furrowing his brows as he regarded the newcomer. Chen Wu, what are you doing? The newcomer slowly removed his hat, revealing a scarred visage. his gaze calm as he fixed it upon Jing Lei. "Rebel, how dare you call my name so brazenly?" With a whoosh, the long blade pivoted instantaneously, lunging toward Jing Lei. Clang! Jing Lei extended a silver ring to block, then abruptly recoiled, his expression shifting dramatically. "The profound realm, 2 senses? How? How could you?" Chen Wu said nothing, continuing to slash with the long blade, the air crackling with sharp sounds as it sliced through. Upon witnessing this, Jing Lei's silver ring flickered, morphing into an ethereal shadow as he engaged in combat with Chen Wu once more. Su Ming gazed at the rapidly shifting situation, momentarily at a loss for words. When he finally turned to Zhang Jinghu, the latter merely nodded slowly. "It is the 9 turns subduing demon's blade technique from the Star Monarch's manor. It seems the royal family and the Southern Dipper Star Monarch are still in communication, so for now, chaos is averted." Star Monarch's manor? Su Ming was taken aback. He had previously heard that the Great Yin royal family maintained a good relationship with the Jinyu sect, while also having dealings with the Southern Dipper Star Monarch's manor, which could address certain bizarre calamities. If that is the case, Chen Wu, who was originally merely at the perfection of the refining vessel realm, could rapidly advance to the profound realm with the aid of the Star Monarch's manor. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. Chen Wu is a person of relative integrity. They had exchanged words previously while dealing with the black calamity of the White Bone Master. Although the outcome was not perfect, he had participated and managed to rescue the individual, so Chen Wu should appreciate that bond. As thoughts swirled, Jing Lei and Chen Wu had already engaged in dozens of exchanges. As the two fought, they appeared like phantoms, making it impossible for Su Ming to discern their movements. Just then, Zhang Jinghu unexpectedly placed a hand upon his shoulder. Instantly, the speed of the two combatants seemed to slow down dramatically. This, he was utterly astonished, about to speak. Yet, Zhang Jinghu seamlessly interjected, explaining, "This is the form of the 5 senses, that which is perceived by sight. What is known as the profound realm is the mastery of the 5 senses: form, sound, smell, taste, and touch. The profound realm fundamentally differs from the refining vessel realm in that the sensitivity of the 5 senses varies, resulting in limitations in your speed, reaction, and even cognition. Breaking through these limitations leads to the profound realm." Su Ming nodded in a daze, taking a moment to digest this newfound knowledge. "Master, how does one attain the profound realm?" Each individual possesses their own unique method of achieving the profound realm, and the order of the 5 senses may differ. Upon attaining perfection in the 5 senses and forming one's own barrier, one naturally steps into the true gang realm. Barrier? Su Ming was somewhat perplexed. "In my terms, consider the ultimate realm as an egg, which consists of 2 layers of shells, a hard outer shell and a thin membrane encasing the egg white and yolk. The process of attaining the profound realm is akin to breaking the outer shell, exposing the interior to the true environment. If, in the act of breaking, you have not formed your own membrane, the egg will instantly collapse and rot. However, if the inner membrane remains intact and only the outer shell is broken, then that inner membrane can still preserve the current state. The profound realm is to master the 5 senses and break open the egg's outer shell, while the true gang realm is to condense the inner membrane until it is as hard and sturdy as the outer shell, thus achieving the status of a flawless master and embarking on the path of true condensation." Zhang Jinghu's metaphor was exceedingly clear, and Su Ming grasped it in an instant. Yet, the next moment, new questions surged in his mind. "Master, under normal circumstances, one should first form the inner membrane before breaking the outer shell. This implies that the true gang realm should precede the profound realm. Should it not?" Zhang Jinghu smiled lightly, stating, "The path of martial arts and longevity is inherently an act of defiance against heaven. If everything were to proceed naturally, would there still be mortals in this world? Thus, one must solidify their foundation in the refining vessel realm, enter the profound realm, and rely on oneself to withstand the dangers presented by reality and continuously hone oneself to form their own membrane." Su Ming finally understood. No wonder Zhang Jinghu had always refrained from teaching him the techniques of the profound realm. Perhaps, entering the profound realm is straightforward, but emerging from it is fraught with challenges. Each sense that is mastered exponentially increases the potential harm encountered, which is why some individuals remain stagnant at 2 or 3 senses for their entire lives. Once they continue to break through, they risk being consumed and obliterated by reality. "When I was young, I was just like you. I reached perfection in the refining vessel realm in less than 5 years that time. I begged my master to impart the profound techniques to me. But he asked, do you wish to perish in the profound realm or live to traverse it? Since then, I have honed my skills in the realm of Tongxian for 3 years, until my vital energy surpassed that of an ordinary warrior in the same realm by threefold. In merely 1 year, I successfully transcended Tongxian and achieved the true Gang realm. Upon finishing his words, Zhang Jinghu slowly turned his gaze towards Su Ming, his eyes filled with a profound affection. You are an even more gifted warrior. The robustness of your vital energy surpasses even my former self. However, my expectations for you are correspondingly higher. I have been trapped in the true Gang realm for 40 long years. It has been 4 decades since I reached this very state. My practice of the void observation technique has been neither poor nor commendable, and my later studies of the Jade Crane's void observation were similarly lacking, always just a fraction short of perfection. Now, I stand merely a hair's breadth away from truly becoming a master of the unleashed. A slight miscalculation can lead to a vast divergence. Su Ming, do you understand my plight? Upon hearing this, Su Ming exhaled heavily, realizing that his master's insistence on diligently practicing the void observation technique stemmed from his own past failures. Wait a moment, does reaching the pinnacle of the true Gang realm count as failure? Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. It seemed Zhang Jinghu truly regarded him as an unparalleled genius, with exceedingly high expectations. Master, I understand I shall no longer be overly eager for success, he replied earnestly. Filled with respect, Zhang Jinghu nodded and withdrew his hand from Su Ming's shoulder. It turned out that the battle on the field had already concluded. Jing Lei, with his long black hair billowing behind him, wore a fierce expression. A large blade had struck his shoulder, leaving a deep gash. Meanwhile, Chen Wu's cloud-patterned attire lay in tatters, revealing his muscular physique, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Both had suffered grievous injuries. Chen Wu, are you not afraid of returning to the imperial capital and losing your position at the martial temple? Jing Lei's voice was hoarse. The town guard serves only the Emperor of Yan. As the current commander of the town guard, I have been appointed by His Majesty for my assistance in quelling the sinister disturbances in Yangzhou. And, no matter how powerful the martial temple may be, can it surpass His Majesty? No matter how formidable the martial temple is, can it rival the Southern Star Lord's estate? Jing Lei, I shall spare you today for Zhang Shoufu's sake, but if you dare to cause trouble again, I will annihilate your entire clan. You. Jing Lei clenched his fists tightly, then suddenly turned around. Sima Fu, we leave. Chapter 68. Chen Wu's invitation. Wait. Chen Wu slowly turned around, raising his long blade once more. You may leave, but he cannot. What do you mean, Chen Wu? I am of the martial temple. Do you dare to kill me? Sima Fu glared at Chen Wu, his chest heaving. Of the martial temple, do you possess its insignia? Show it to me. Chen Wu extended his hand nonchalantly. Sima Fu's expression darkened instantly. An insignia? He was not a traveling disciple of the martial temple. How could he possess one? Without an insignia, he could not prove his affiliation with the martial temple. As a captain of the town guard, how dare you show disrespect to an official? As the highest commander of the town guard, I have the authority to determine your life or death. Swish! The long blade swung fiercely. Clang! The silver ring blocked the strike once more. Jing Lei stepped in front of Sima Fu. This man is coming with me. Chen Wu narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of cold light appearing. The town guard is purging its ranks. What is your status? If you do not leave now, do not blame me for disregarding Zhang Shoufu's face. Men, with a rustling sound, a group of captains suddenly rushed in from afar. Each wielding a crossbow. Jing Lei's expression darkened to the extreme. Humph! He then abruptly flicked his sleeve, leaping lightly into the waters of Tianqi, swiftly vanishing from sight. Chen Wu quietly observed the retreating figure until it completely disappeared. Cough cough. After a light cough, he gestured for someone to come forward and escort Sima Fu away. He then quickly approached Zhang Jinghu and bowed respectfully. Junior Chen Wu pays his respects to Master Jinghu. In the heat of the moment earlier, I acted rashly and injured someone at the Golden Jade sect, which was a grave disrespect. I offer my sincerest apologies. He did not even glance at He Yuzhong, the head of the Foreign Affairs Institute, but instead approached Zhang Jinghu directly to apologize. This made Su Ming gain further insight into his master's strength. The town guard was the personal guard of the great Yin Emperor, and as its highest commander, Chen Wu's status needed no elaboration. He naturally had no need to bow low before an outer sect leader. However, Zhang Jinghu was different. Even without the Golden Jade sect, he was a formidable figure in the entire Great Yin, just one step away from becoming a master of the Unleashed. Such power would even be revered by the Yin Emperor. Zhang Jinghu slightly nodded. There is no need for excessive formalities, Master Chen. Since this matter involves my disciple, the entire Golden Jade sect will naturally cooperate. Thank you, Master. After another bow, Chen Wu turned to Su Ming. Brother Su, may I borrow you for a moment? Upon hearing this, Su Ming glanced at Zhang Jinghu. The latter remained silent as Su Ming then nodded and followed Chen Wu a few steps further until they reached a cliff's edge. Brother Su, congratulations. What is there to celebrate? It is you, Brother Chen, who has become a master of the Tongxian realm. That is truly enviable. Su Ming feigned a tone of jest. Heh. Chen Wu forced a bitter smile. To be honest, I nearly lost my life. If it weren't for being noticed by a messenger from the Star Lord's estate, who imparted techniques to me and supported my awakening, you would not have seen me here today. You, a high-ranking official of the town guard, could still be in life-threatening peril? Su Ming expressed his astonishment. Chen Wu's expression immediately grew somber. The situation in the court has drastically changed. The Yin Emperor is gravely ill and has not named a successor. The various courts are vying for power, and officials are aligning with Zhang Xianhe. Alas, it is a complete chaos, and I nearly couldn't ensure my own safety. Fortunately, the recent sinister disturbances we handled in Yangzhou caught the attention of the Star Lord's estate, which sent people to address the situation. Upon learning that it was the soul tablet of the White Bone Elder causing the trouble, those individuals praised us greatly. Had we delayed for another year or so? Once the sinister forces fully manifested, the White Bone Elder would have been free from the Shadow Realm, making him nearly impossible to capture. By the time he regained his strength, chaos would surely ensue. And even the Star Lord's estate would face grave challenges. Thankfully, my timely report led to commendations from the Star Lord's estate, and His Majesty recognized my contributions, appointing me as the commander of the town guard. Upon hearing this, Su Ming nodded slowly. So, you owe me your gratitude? Naturally. I have already reported to His Majesty. If you are willing, I will recommend you to become the deputy commander of the Southern Town Guard, overseeing the Southern Command. How does that sound? Chen Wu said enthusiastically. What? Su Ming was taken aback. He never expected that he might one day hold an official position and receive imperial rations. Old Chen, I am the chief of the Red Dragon Stronghold, a bandit leader. If you make me an official and I get impeached, wouldn't that be my end? Su Ming replied with a hint of exasperation. Fear not, I can discuss this with His Majesty. He will thoroughly consider anything concerning the Star Lord's estate. Chen Wu assured him, patting his chest. Su Ming remained silent for a moment before ultimately shaking his head. Being an official would confine me too much. I am used to a free and easy life. I do not care for notions of serving the country or loyalty to the monarch. Being the leader of a stronghold is far more liberating. If I desire wealth, I can seize it, and when it comes to women, well, why am I telling you all this? In any case, I think I will pass. After listening to his words, Chen Wu fell silent. He had long anticipated that Su Ming would not agree. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke again. You may not wish to join me in office, but would you not at least consider visiting the imperial capital? Why would I go to the imperial capital? The Zhang family holds a deep grudge against me. Wouldn't that be throwing myself into the lion's den? Listen to me, the Zhang family is bound to fall, but how and when they do requires both of our efforts. This is not only for the stability of the Great Yin court, but also to clear your own hidden dangers. Otherwise, they will always keep you in their sights. Chen Wu urged. I suspect you are trying to drag me down with you. Su Ming retorted, pouting. Chen Wu immediately adopted a serious demeanor. I swear, I have no ulterior motives in suggesting this. On the contrary, it is to protect you. You may not know this yet, but the Golden Jade sect is on the brink of a major upheaval. If you continue to stay here, your own safety may be at risk. What do you mean? Su Ming's brow furrowed instantly. The sect leader of the Golden Jade sect is nearing the end of his days. If a way to return is not found, the 6 major peaks will fight fiercely for the position of sect leader. And the entire Golden Jade sect will be swept into the turmoil. And that's not all. 2 other sects from outside will also stir the pot, and the Holy Water sect is among them. Scheming for their own interests at that time. It will be very difficult for you to extricate yourself, my master. The Lord of the Sword Furnace remains aloof from the fray and is not influenced by the Six Peaks. What have I to fear? Su Ming replied defiantly. The master of Jinghu indeed possesses extraordinary strength and can protect himself, but alas, I cannot explain this to you in a short time. Perhaps you should consult the master. I believe he will support your departure from the sect, Chen Wu said, unable to conceal his frustration. Upon hearing this, Su Ming nodded and promptly turned to approach Zhang Jinghu. He then conveyed the general essence of Chen Wu's words to him. To Su Ming's surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Jinghu nodded with evident satisfaction. That is indeed a good opportunity. I initially intended to have you stationed in the Northern Territories, but now it seems that going to the imperial capital is also a fine option. Huh? Master, but I have not yet mastered the Tongxian technique. Fear not. I can teach you now. Moreover, I will also impart the true gang techniques to you. This, Chapter 69. Entering the imperial capital half an hour later, a large contingent of town guard captains crossed Tianqi Lake. After changing horses at Mingyue town and resting for half an hour, they set off again towards the central region. I want some water. On the cart, Su Hongyun was once again shouting loudly. However, this time, Su Ming did not make a move. Instead, he exchanged a knowing glance with the little beggar, Su Buwang. Understanding the cue, Su Buwang hurriedly stepped forward. Opening the water pouch, Yima, here? Who is your Yima? Don't listen to your Ifu's nonsense. Su Hongyun's face instantly turned a shade of pale pink. Oh, are you feeling shy? Su Ming teased, nudging his horse forward. Upon reaching Chen Wu's side, he adopted a serious demeanor. Old Chun, do you think my master and the others will return safely from suppressing the Yin demons in the outer domains? His expression was grave. Having just gained some influence, he had thought he could rest easy. Yet, Zhang Jinghu had informed him that the Yin demons had begun a large-scale invasion of the Yang realm, and the three sects and the martial temple were being dispatched by the guarding envoy, Nando Xingjuan, leaving nearly all advanced combat power to head to the outer regions. Without Zhang Jinghu's protection, he genuinely worried about retaliation from the Holy Water sect and the Zhang family. Chen Wu sighed at this, stating that the strength of the Yin demons was beyond their imagination. It was said that they could not be harmed by ordinary blades, possessing formidable physiques and tenacious life forces, making them exceedingly difficult to kill. However, you need not worry excessively. Your master is a true master at the pinnacle of the true gang realm, and his true combat power ranks among the top 5 in the Jinyu sect. So self-preservation should not be a concern. But didn't you say that many true gang masters have perished in the outer domains? Su Ming's tone was somewhat somber. I cannot say for certain. There are too many variables in the outer realms. It is a place where sunlight cannot reach, and the strength of martial artists is suppressed. Chen Wu, holding the reins, slightly furrowed his brow. It is said that only true masters of the Wu Lu can traverse the outer regions without restraint. Wu Lu masters. Su Ming nodded. His master had mentioned them as well. It was said that upon breaking through to the true gang realm, one could reach an entirely new level, where true energy flows endlessly, manifesting as gang, tightly integrated with the body, rendering one's every move flawless. Yet, he shook his head again. This realm was still a distance away from him. It seemed that this world was growing increasingly perilous. If one day the guarding envoy could no longer maintain the domain barrier, it would truly lead to chaos across the land. His gaze swept over the panel. Constitution 1.8 Speed 1.8 Strength 1. 9 Attribute Points 1.6 Skills. Red Dragon Fist perfected. Heavenly King Diamond Technique perfected. Golden Jade Toad Technique upper section incomplete. Godly Movement Transformation beginner. Void Observation Technique beginner. Formless Overbearing Gang Technique not initiated. Whale Elephant King Technique not initiated. Notes. Seed Quantity 21. Feedback Mechanism 1. 1. Blood Seed Quantity 1. Feedback Mechanism 1. 2. The Formless Overbearing Gang Technique was the profound method passed down to him by Zhang Jinghu, who informed him that the extent of his training would depend on his own aptitude. This technique was a spiritual method within the true realm, capable of guiding a martial artist through the entirety of the true realm. As for the Whale Elephant King Technique, he was merely told to assist in its cultivation without specifics. However, the panel indicated that the Whale Elephant King Technique, Rare Whale Elephant Clan True Blood Secret Art, Infinite Blood Sac, made Su Ming realize the significance of this method. Currently, neither technique could be enhanced, perhaps due to insufficient attribute points or unmet conditions. Qin Wu, already a master at the transcendence level, was the perfect person to inquire. Old Chun, how did you achieve the two sensations so quickly? Did you encounter what is referred to as true harm? Qin Wu chuckled. The so-called true harm is quite an esoteric concept, and each individual's experience varies. Generally, sects provide a relatively safe space to help disciples pass through the first sensation, and thereafter, it relies on one's own foundation. If your conviction is strong enough, there should be no issues. Of course, I had the assistance of the envoy from Nando Xingjuan, which made it considerably safer. Moreover, the degree of danger varies with each sensation passed. Chun Wu's response left Su Ming somewhat disappointed. It seemed that the other party did not truly understand this aspect. The rapid completion of the two sensations was achieved with assistance, but for himself, my master never offered to help me. Su Ming sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat helpless. Zhang Jinghu had adopted a completely hands-off approach, offering no guidance even on experience. Which sensation is best to open first? He continued to ask Qin Wu. Qin Wu pondered for a moment before replying. I suggest starting with sight, followed by sound, smell, taste, and touch, in that order. The dangers visible to the eyes are the most prevalent, followed by sound, which allows you to maintain alertness amidst the truth. Su Ming calmed his thoughts. The most pressing matter now was to accumulate more attribute points. Even if true harm was terrifying, one could enhance their constitution to fortify both defense and recovery abilities, rendering them less vulnerable in dangerous situations. As the core capital of Dian, the imperial city was likely home to numerous exceptionally gifted youths. However, to ensure that others willingly recognized him as their adoptive father would require some clever strategizing. The imperial city was filled with high-ranking officials, where connections intertwined and familial ties linked. A slight disturbance with one family could ripple through the interests of all. Nevertheless, an opportunity presented itself, with Zhang Xianhe monopolizing the court. Assisting the Yin Emperor in eliminating him could be considered a significant achievement. In return, he could expect some rewards that the Yin Emperor would likely not refuse. Alternatively, given the Yin Emperor's deteriorating health and imminent demise, why not establish a new emperor, bestowing lands and titles in recognition of their contributions? It seemed unlikely to be an issue. Yet, he was unsure of Qin Wu's thoughts on this matter. This individual was quite loyal, and he feared that he might act foolishly out of misguided loyalty, ultimately dragging himself down. Seizing the opportunity to carry the banner of the Star Lord's manor, he decided to investigate the situation first. If things looked unfavorable, he would have to reconsider his plans. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The large entourage had entered the capital of Zhongzhou. Despite it being well past nightfall, lanterns still hung high along the streets, bustling with merchants coming and going. Is the imperial city really this open? Is there no curfew? Su Ming surveyed the lively scene before him and slowly inquired. Qin Wu shook his head. 3 years into the Yin Emperor's reign, he abolished the curfew. Although the southern region is vast, covering thousands of miles with hundreds of nations, 300 years ago, the Dian cavalry swept through the southern region, unifying the land and transforming hundreds of small states into vassal states, marking an unprecedented era of prosperity. Upon saying this, Qin Wu displayed a sense of yearning, as if visions of something floated before him. After a pause, he lamented, however, today, Dian is no longer the Dian of yore. The internal connections of the royal family are tenuous, and the drama of brothers harming one another has played out dozens of times. With powerful ministers controlling the court and vassal states rebelling, natural disasters and man-made calamities abound, continuously eroding the flesh and blood of the dynasty. Fortunately, a great leader has emerged. The current Yin Emperor has ascended the throne. Open trade markets, reduced taxes, and alleviated labor burdens, demonstrating a heart for the people. Yet, alas, listening to Qin Wu's account, it was clear that the Yin Emperor was indeed a wise ruler. However, Su Ming found it puzzling. How could the royal family of Dian, not an ordinary secular dynasty, which had communication with the Star Lord's manor and the Jinyu sect, be brought down by mere illness? What illness does the Yin Emperor suffer from? After some contemplation, he finally voiced his confusion. Qin Wu shook his head at this, stating that he was not clear on the specifics, but the Yin Emperor's vitality was waning, day by day deteriorating. Even after taking the miraculous elixirs sent by the Star Lord's manor and the Jinyu sect, his condition remained unchanged. Could it be? Su Ming's heart suddenly harbored a bold conjecture. Qin Wu paused, then resolutely shook his head. Absolutely impossible. The emperor is surrounded by experts from the martial temple, and his daily food and water are meticulously inspected. But what if the martial temple turns against him? Su Ming refrained from voicing this thought. He had specifically researched the existence of the martial temple. The relationship between the Dian royal family and the martial temple was quite unique. Historical records indicated that the martial temple was essentially the foundation upon which Dian was established, with the Yin Emperor's clan and the martial temple existing in a symbiotic relationship. The martial temple's strongest combat power, the three golden body manifestations, was sustained by the royal family's faith. Once the Yin royal family fell, it would mean a devastating blow to the martial temple. Thus, the notion of the martial temple completely betraying the royal family seemed improbable. Su Ming did not linger on this issue for long, as it was of little concern to him. Chen Wu led their group to a courtyard near the town protector's office, finally coming to a stop. This is a residence that His Majesty once bestowed upon me. I have instructed my servants to prepare it in advance, and a few maidservants are here to assist. I hope Brother Su can make do for a few days. You are too kind, Chen Gu. Su Ming clasped his hands in gratitude, gesturing for Duan Ding to lead the three children, along with Su Hongyun, into the courtyard. Chen Wu nodded and continued, "It is getting late. You should settle in for the night. There are some matters I will discuss with you in detail tomorrow at the town protector's office." With that, he turned and left with his entourage. Su Ming observed the scene and entered the courtyard. The place had indeed been tidied up in advance, quite clean, with several potted plants moved in, and the soil appeared freshly turned. A few maidservants stood in the courtyard. Upon seeing Su Ming enter, they chorused, "We greet Lord Su." "No need for such formalities," Su Ming replied. "Lord, the bathing water is ready. Please cleanse and change, and we have prepared a late-night meal in the kitchen. Would you like it brought over?" Su Ming glanced at the three children, who had been on the road and were now looking rather weary after eating only dry biscuits. He nodded. "Bring it over." Once the servants dispersed, he carried Su Hongyun into the room. "Shall I wash you in a moment?" Su Ming deliberately provoked her. "I'll commit suicide to show you." Su Hongyun rolled her eyes, as Su Ming shook his head, turned, and exited the room. He then arranged a few matters with the servants before seeking out Duan Ding. "Old Duan, how has your progress with the golden body technique been of late?" After packing his bundle, Duan Ding hurried forward. "Master, I've been consuming that type of meat alone these past few days, and the effects have been remarkable. I've already reached the mid-stage of bone refinement." Su Ming nodded. "In less than a month." Moving from the early to mid-stage of bone refinement was indeed rapid. However, it was to be expected, as he had consumed all the meat meant for 3 people, combined with Duan Ding's diligent training from dawn till dusk. At this pace, it surpassed even the efficacy of medicinal pills. Unfortunately, the yield of that special meat was limited. He had only managed to harvest a few pounds at most after several attempts. If he took too much, the brilliance of the Yin Earth Tai Sui would diminish, requiring many days for it to recover, during which time no further harvesting could occur. Nonetheless, through his recent studies, he had discovered a promising phenomenon. The Yin Earth Tai Sui was not static. By continuously nourishing it with Yin energy, it could not only heal itself but seemed to grow as well. Albeit at a slow pace, as his thoughts flowed, he looked once more at Duan Ding. Duan Ding was currently his sole assistant. It was time to scout for some new talent. Previously, he had refrained from adopting a large number of foster sons primarily due to a lack of resources to support them. Raising a group of martial artists, especially those who were continually advancing, required more than mere sustenance. It necessitated an abundance of food that could significantly enhance their vitality and blood. While the Qilong stronghold had ample finances, it could only raise a few dozen martial artists at most, with ordinary people still outnumbering them. However, now that he had arrived at the Imperial City, his thoughts became notably more vibrant. The Imperial City was the political, power, and economic epicenter of Dian, teeming with talent and resources. If he could gather a group of aristocratic youths, it would be an excellent opportunity to leverage their potential. He had struck a deal with Chen Wu. In exchange for assisting him in dealing with Zhang Xianhe, the Zhenfu division would provide him with 2 arcane martial arts techniques. These 2 techniques were crucial for recruiting foster sons. Presently, although the aristocratic youths were all quite proud, what if their fortunes suddenly declined? Zhang Xianhe was the current prime minister, wielding immense power and surrounded by numerous aristocrats. If he could topple Zhang Xianhe and his faction, these families would surely suffer consequences. To survive, they would need to turn to Su Ming for aid. By then, he could gather a batch of aristocratic disciples while simultaneously sourcing from the common folk, utilizing their resources for his own cultivation. What a splendid plan. Of course, this endeavor was not as simple as it sounded. It would depend on the information Chun Wu could provide tomorrow. Having contemplated these matters, he handed over the rewards he had received from the Jinyu sect, including elixirs and the Blazing Sun Talisman Sword. He also presented the complete set of Tian Wang King Kong Gong techniques and his recent insights on cultivation. Duanding, I am now passing the arcane techniques to you, and the supply of beast meat will increase. You must reach the pinnacle of bone refinement as swiftly as possible. Only then can you smoothly transition into the realm of refining the arcane. The imperial city was not like smaller locales. The populace was intricate and multifaceted. Point 1 must remain composed, prioritize survival in crises, and avoid repeating past mistakes. Duanding nodded, expressing gratitude for his master's guidance. Vowing to keep it in mind, Xu Ming sighed, realizing he was placing considerable pressure on Duanding. Yet there was no alternative. Only with sufficient strength could one ensure their own safety in the future. Should chaos ensue, returning to Tiandu Mountain with a capable aide would not be a loss. After bathing and sharing a late-night meal with the 3 children, he finally retreated to his room. Observing the additional 0.4 attribute points on his panel, he felt a surge of joy. Collaborating with Baiyun Temple had proven to be an exceptionally wise decision. The several foster sons they had nurtured were progressively entering the realm of bone refinement. Regrettably, he had not managed to develop himself within the Jinyu sect before his untimely demise, aside from forming connections with Master Zhang Jinghu and senior brother Feng Zhanyuan, and had gained little else. Once he resolved matters in the imperial city, perhaps things would be different. The core of Jinyu sect lay in its inner sanctum, and he had yet to visit the 6 major peaks, which he found lamentable. Abundant resources were not utilized for his own growth, leaving him restless at night. Shaking his head, he dismissed these unproductive thoughts and refocused on the panel. When his attribute points reached 2.0, a symbol indicating the potential for enhancement finally appeared next to the Wuxiang Bagwang Jue.to enhance. It would require 2.0 attribute points, a consumption level vastly different from the refining techniques. However, it was understandable. After all, this technique was not merely a simple method of comprehension. He exhaled deeply and attempted to channel his attribute points into the technique. Chapter 71. A Plan, Part 1. Suddenly, a cool sensation crept up the back of his head. Moments later, the chill gradually spread, enveloping his entire mind, and continued downward, flowing into his organs and intestines until it permeated every corner of his body. In the next instant, a peculiar feeling slowly crept up Su Ming's heart. Panic? Anxiety? It felt akin to the most primal fear of the unknown lurking deep within. His body hair stood on end, resembling pine needles, while his pores instinctively contracted. Was his body triggering a self-protection mechanism? Su Ming abruptly opened his eyes and glanced down at his form. Under the light, it appeared as if wisps of ethereal dust were frictioning against his skin. With each pass, it seemed to take something away from his flesh. Yet, when he focused on it, he could not discern what precisely was being taken. This is bad. I haven't achieved the initial sensation yet, and the truth seems to be eroding my body. Alarmed, he hastily halted the infusion of attribute points and began to circulate the Guan Su Gong. A faint blue light flickered across his skin in waves until the ethereal dust completely vanished into nothingness. He still couldn't achieve the initial sensation. He wasn't ready yet. He glanced at the panel, where the skill bar had indeed changed. Wuxiang Bagwang Ju. 1100 Da. Was it truly like this? Previous techniques had classifications of entry, proficiency, mastery, and perfection, corresponding to the initial, mid, late, and pinnacle stages of cultivation. It appeared this technique was extraordinary. Having merely practiced to 1100, he was already on the verge of achieving the initial sensation. If he were to release even a hint of sensation now, it would signify his successful entry into the realm of comprehension. However, Su Ming did not rush. Zhang Jinghu had warned him many times. The more solid the foundation, the lesser the difficulty and danger of attaining comprehension. He had no doubt about this. The insights of predecessors were always grounded in reason. Furthermore, he lacked a designated space provided by the sect for achieving this initial sensation, making the risks even greater. He needed to study further. He looked down at his skin. His pores had reopened, and that chilling sensation had vanished. However, The energy of the Guan Su Gong continued to circulate, persistently repairing something within him. Perhaps I have already sustained real harm, only I cannot see it. Best to wait until tomorrow to ask Chenwu. He slowly closed his eyes, his breathing gradually stabilizing. You brother, after today's morning court, I had an audience with Emperor Yin. His condition has worsened. In the Zhenfu division office, Chenwu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression grave. Sitting behind him was Su Ming, who had hurried over early in the morning. If the emperor were to pass, who would be his successor? The emperor had not designated an heir, and his offspring were few. Only the three princes had a chance at the throne. The eldest, King Yongding; the second, King Pingzhong; and the third, King Xiaowang. Chenwu replied after a moment of contemplation. Upon hearing this, Su Ming nodded and inquired further, which prince does Zhang Xinhe favor? The prime minister has consistently advocated for the establishment of the virtuous heir, repeatedly advising the designation of an heir, and has always recommended King Yongding. As for which of the three princes he is closer to, he treats them all equally, Chenwu answered after a moment's thought. Su Ming furrowed his brow. Merely observing from this angle did not reveal much. The establishment of an heir in a dynasty typically favored the legitimate, the eldest, and the virtuous. This was not surprising. Moreover, it was only natural for Zhang Xinhe, as the prime minister, to support the eldest son. It would be peculiar if he did not. If this were the case, it would be hard to discern which prince posed a problem. Brother Qin, what about you? Which prince do you support? Su Ming suddenly asked. Chenwu was taken aback, then quickly closed the door with a serious expression. You brother, such words must not be spoken lightly. The Zhenfu division only answers to His Majesty the Emperor and remains loyal solely to him. We cannot interfere in matters of succession. Su Ming shook his head. Given your talents, Brother Qin, can you not perceive that the Emperor's illness is not so simple? As for the struggle for succession, I fear it has long been a fierce battle behind the scenes. I have heard that Dian has two prominent ministers, the old Prime Minister Zhang Xinhe and the Grand Minister Zhong Baxian. Now that Zhang Xinhe has clearly revealed his ambition, if we are to contend with him, we must unite with Zhong Baxian. Not to mention whether we can eliminate the Zhang family by force. Even if we could, there would be numerous obstacles. The best strategy is to tackle it from both sides. Someone in court to counterbalance his influence while we weaken his underlings in secret. Chenwu suddenly revealed a bitter smile that it's too late. Zhong Baxian was accused of secretly raising troops 3 months ago and has been imprisoned, awaiting execution. What? Isn't he the Grand Minister? Caught so easily? Su Ming was somewhat astonished. When Zhongba first entered the palace to report, his son unexpectedly assembled troops at the border, raising the banner of rebellion. The insurgents swiftly captured 3 provinces and 25 counties, which was the crux of the matter. Su Ming fell silent instantly. It seemed that Zhongba's son harbored animosity towards his father. How treacherous! Frankly speaking, Lao Chun, I advise you to brace yourself. Victory seems unattainable. Su Ming felt a pang of disappointment. He had hoped that Quan Wu would dare to contest strength with Zhang Xinhe, believing he must have allied with other forces, yet it turned out he was merely a lone commander. The town protectorate was indeed robust, boasting numerous adept practitioners in both the refinement of the filthy and the bone-forging stages. However, in this affair, the town protectorate lacked a grassroots foundation. It could serve merely as a tool, capable of undertaking unsavory tasks, yet unable to appear in the public. In short, without a legitimate cause, the emperor could easily condemn you with a mere word.